Great Yin Dynasty, Northern Wasteland. Nanyang City. At the Jinbei Prince's mansion in a side courtyard's cold corridor, wind swirls broken snow past the doors and windows, and the sound of a young boy's wailing comes from within the courtyard. Father, I was wrong. You spendthrift. Look at the junk you bought. Oh. Crackling sounds of beating rang through the sky mixed with the miserable screams of a certain young man. After a while, the young man stood with hands behind his back under the corridor, gazing at a dark plum blossom in the yard, a trace of worry flickering in his eyes, and sighed lightly. I hope it won't disappoint me. Today it was the 18th year since the young man came to this world. Just now he had been beaten by his father. No time for sorrow. As a transmigrator from birth, he should have had a uniquely advantageous start and strategic opportunities. But reality gave him a heavy blow, a resounding slap. What a rage. The young man's name was Chen Lingtian, his identity, the Prince of Jinbei in the Great Yin Dynasty. His father Chen Lingtian was the 9th prince of the Great Yin Dynasty, now the Prince of Jinbei guarding the border. Chen Lingtian, as the Prince of Jinbei, was called a waste and spendthrift. In this world, cultivation had heavenly and earthly divisions. The earthly demons have 72 layers, progressing step by step, starting with spirit guidance, then body tempering, spirit condensation, heaven peeping, creation, origin, return, illusion, breaking, return to void, and nirvana. Except for the 2 realms of return to void and nirvana, the others each have 10 layers, totaling 72 major and minor realms. The heavenly stars have 36 layers divided into 4 realms: mortal, spirit, heaven, and emperor, each with 9 layers. The heavenly star realm is the path pursued by countless cultivators throughout their lives, the pinnacle of this world. All say those who do not enter the heavenly stars are mere ants. And he, as the Prince of Jinbei, possessed the worst 5-element hybrid spiritual root: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 elements were mixed spiritual power, scattered, unable to condense even the most basic chi of heaven and earth, let alone temper the body. The laws of this world had already sentenced hybrid spiritual roots to death. Those with such roots had their potential exhausted, at most stopping at the spirit guidance realm, never breaking through to body tempering. To advance further, one must contend with heaven and fight against others. Throughout history, those with hybrid roots who became unmatched powerhouses were few and far between, all of them blessed with great fortune. Father Chen Lingtian, this seemingly carefree and apathetic fallen prince, had poured all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, spirit stones, and miraculous medicines he had accumulated over the years without reserve onto his son Chen Lingtian. For 18 years, medicinal herbs never ceased, spirit stones were never lacking. If these resources had been given to any cultivator with a medium or high-grade spiritual root, they would have already entered body tempering or even spirit condensation. But Chen Lingtian still remained at the first layer of spirit guidance, stuck at the very first step, becoming a laughingstock across Nanyang City and even the Great Yin Dynasty. But no one knew the depth of his father, Chen Lingtian's cunning. This prince, who appeared to drink and idle all day, was not as pathetic as the rumors said. Chen Lingtian understood in his heart the deliberately sealed past. Since his transmigration, he had pieced together the complete picture through what he had seen and heard. Father Chen Lingtian was originally a highly valued son of the current Great Yin Emperor, gifted with outstanding talent. He had the strong capital to compete for the crown prince, and was even betrothed to the daughter of the left prime minister. If the marriage succeeded, the path to the throne would be half secured. But everything collapsed due to an unexpected accident. Father and his mother Murong Yueli met for an unknown reason and spent one night in bliss. 3 years later, the mother, holding the 2.5-year-old him, came to the palace, entrusted him to his father, and then disappeared without a trace. On the chosen day, in the court facing the emperor and all the ministers and generals, he announced his withdrawal from the succession struggle, willing to be a border prince to guard the realm. At these words, everyone was stunned. The left prime minister immediately petitioned to annul the marriage. The emperor, however, finally decreed that Chen Lingtian be appointed Prince of Jinbei, stationed in the desolate Nanyang City, ruling over the cold borderlands. No one knows who started the rumor that his father was nominally in theft, but actually exiled, never to return to the capital easily. It was more banishment than enfeoffment. He must have committed some great sin. How ridiculous. And he, Chen Lingtian, 18 years of mediocrity, bearing the name of a waste with hybrid spiritual root, living under his father's protection amidst the world's mockery. Fortunately, in his past life, Chen Lingtian was an internet keyboard warrior with high magical resistance and a sharp tongue. Phrases like 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't bully the young, came easily to him. These oath words from past life novels came out of his mouth, shutting others up. Otherwise, he would have long since hit the wall and died. His life motto: death is no big deal. Until today, early in the morning, a cold mechanical sound of gears turning suddenly exploded in Chen Lingtian's mind. Detected that the host has reached the age of 18, meeting the binding conditions. The multi-sun, multi-blessing system. Officially activated. Host Chen Lingtian. Identity: Prince of Jinbei of Great Yin Dynasty. Cultivation: Spirit Guidance Layer 1. Aptitude 5-element hybrid spiritual root. Physique none. System function by forming bonds with the opposite sex and bearing offspring. One can obtain rewards, such as cultivation breakthroughs, spiritual root transformation, heavenly materials cultivation techniques, secret realm inheritances, etc. The more offspring, the stronger the talent, the richer the rewards. Current binding slots 0-1 initial binding, only one person. More slots can be unlocked later. Chen Lingtian was immediately stunned, then a surge of uncontrollable joy welled up in his chest. The Transmigrator's cheat had finally arrived. The multi-son multi-blessing system, as long as he had offspring he would obtain incredible rewards. This was the perfect path to counterattack tailor-made for him. As long as he had enough offspring he could break the curse of the hybrid spiritual root, shatter the 72 layers of earthly demons, and reach the top of the 36 heavenly stars. I, Chen Lingtian, am a proud transmigrator. I finally stand up. Haha. Haha. But this joy lasted only a moment before being doused by the system's cold prompt. Initial binding, only one object allowed. 1. Chen Lingtian's eyes went dark, his neck twisted, and he instantly wilted. What? Only one object can be bound. Damn system. Although his father was nominally a prince, he was a fallen one. And he himself was a waste. How could he marry a beautiful woman and have babies? If he wanted to rise quickly and change his fate he needed more, but the system only gave one binding slot. Truly a tiger fallen on a flat plain, bullied by dogs. Thinking hard, a flash of inspiration suddenly crossed Chen Lingtian's eyes. Mortal women had many limitations. But this world was not only inhabited by humans. Right, demon beasts. His gaze suddenly fell on the little white rabbit covered in fluffy snow-white fur in the cage in the room. This was a snow spirit rabbit he had accidentally rescued in the forest near Nanyang City when he first arrived. It was a low-level demon beast with no spiritual wisdom and could only communicate through body language. Although the snow spirit rabbit has no powerful combat strength, it contains pure water element spiritual energy and is one of the most docile demon beasts. Moreover, it can give birth to more than one at a time. Hee. Chen Lingtian took a deep breath, muttered silently, and tentatively asked, System, if I form a bond with a demon beast, is that feasible? System reply, as long as the opposite sex is similar in form to the host, and has complete reproductive ability regardless of race, human, demon, spirit, demon, etc. Binding is possible, triggering the multi-son, multi-blessing system reward mechanism. Success. Chen Lingtian's eyes sparkled, his gloom swept away. Rabbits had strong reproductive abilities and fast gestation periods. But the system required a humanoid form, which was a bit difficult. He was weak. Ordinary demon beasts could only transform at the heaven-peeping realm, while those with bloodlines were different, but also hard to find. He couldn't defeat them, and they wouldn't look down on an ordinary human cultivator like him. He had nothing, low strength, and couldn't force love. Suddenly, a brainwave hit Chen Lingtian. Chen Lingtian, did you forget? This world is a cultivation world full of rare treasures and heavenly materials. With that thought, the transformation pill appeared in Chen Lingtian's mind. In this world, alchemy flourished. The transformation pill was not a legend. Low-level demon beasts who took it could transform into human form, no different from ordinary people. However, depending on the quality of the transformation pill, low-grade pills have time limits. Although he couldn't get high-grade pills, ordinary pills were still affordable. Pills are divided into grades 1 to 9, with 9 and heaven being the ultimate 1 and mortal being worthless. Then there are no grade inferior common pills. Dan patterns determine potency from 1 to 9, then to flawless. Today happened to be Chen Lingtian's 18th birthday. His father gave him 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy some herbs for body tempering at the Thousand Treasures shop. Every year on this day, Chen Lingtian would spend over 1,000 spirit stones to cleanse and refine his scoundrel son's meridians. Chen Lingtian went. But what he bought was not the herbs Chen Lingtian had ordered, but a second-grade transformation pill with 4 Dan patterns. The rest were spring fragrance pills, skin nourishing pills, and spring yearning pills. Each 100 all second-grade ordinary pills without Dan patterns. He spent a total of 999 low-grade spirit stones. The 4 Dan second-grade transformation pill took the lion's share, costing 200 low-grade spirit stones alone. Yellow-grade pills are low-level pills. The transformation pill is expensive because its ingredients are numerous and hard to find even for a low-grade yellow pill. Some nobles liked that sort of thing, so the price of transformation pills was driven up. As for these ordinary pills, they were just a smokescreen for Chen Lingtian. Accompanying him was his personal guard, Ahu, his father's trusted man at the 8th layer of body tempering. The late body tempering realm, with this strength, could dominate the small Nanyang city. Chen Lingtian walked into the house and closed the door tightly. At this moment, he was examining the sparkling, translucent, pinkish-white transformation pill between his fingers. Most of the pills he had bought earlier had been confiscated by his old father. Phew. Lucky I have spatial storage, otherwise I would be helpless and unable to do anything. Chen Lingtian muttered. Fortunately, nothing happened. Then his gaze turned fiery, staring straight at the white, fluffy, snow-eared rabbit in the bamboo cage. Chen Lingtian suppressed his excitement, took a deep breath, and asked in a low voice in his mind, "System, where is my newbie gift pack?" As soon as he finished speaking, "System prompt, the host has activated the system for the first time. The newbie reward has been delivered to the warehouse." Indeed, Chen Lingtian smiled calmly and called out, "System panel." Immediately, a void panel visible only to Chen Lingtian appeared, filled with a cyberpunk technological feel. Immediately, Chen Lingtian used his mind to adjust the panel to the warehouse, where a golden gift box was clearly visible with the following label: Gold Newbie Gift Pack. With a thought, he opened it. Gold Newbie Gift Pack -1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 10 Directions Cave Heaven. The 10 Directions Child-Rearing Cave Heaven, an independent small world fragment. It can accommodate bound individuals and their offspring to live and grow. The internal time flow ratio to the outside world is 101. 10 days in the cave equals 1 day outside, and the current spiritual energy concentration is twice that of the outside world. Note, only direct bloodline bound to the system and bound individuals can enter, controlled by the host. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Heavenly Eye. Heavenly Eye can inspect information of living beings and items within line of sight. The level of detail correlates with the host's strength and the target's cultivation. A series of chimes followed one after another. Time flow 10:1. Double the spiritual energy. This is simply a super breeding ground for raising offspring. And there's the Heavenly Eye to read information, so I won't miss any treasures anymore. System activate Heavenly Eye. With a thought, he first cast his gaze toward the snowy white bundle in the jade bamboo cage. Named by Shui, healthy, mild dependence on host, not yet awakened spiritually. Height 159 centimeters. Weight 82 gene. Adult. Omitted. Appearance 91. Binding suggestion, high compatibility. Intimacy 88. Available for contract binding, yes, no. Chen Lingtian couldn't wait any longer, his nosebleed almost uncontrollable. System bind. Ding, congratulations, host, binding successful. Reward yellow gift box X1. The many sons and many blessings system is at your service, host. Please continue to carry on the lineage. Chen Lingtian didn't think much and directly opened it. System open the yellow gift box. Yellow gift box -1. Physical enhancement infusing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 vitality pills, each of which can increase host vitality by 100 times. Good heavens, I love you, system. This way I have no worries, but 3 hours is still too short. Having transmigrated for so long, Chen Lingtian knew that the stronger a cultivator, the harder it is to bear offspring. Although he was only at the Qi induction stage, the difficulty of conceiving with a non-human race was as hard as ascending to heaven. This world has many loved children born from different races, especially between humans and demons. The offspring are called half-demons. So this put him in a dilemma. Looking at the young girl in front of him, Chen Lingtian pulled his thoughts back, turned off the Heavenly Eye, and they just stared at each other. Master. With a soft, delicate chirp, her voice sounded as if bubbles were gurgling in her throat, tender and babyish. Chen Lingtian was completely dumbfounded, freezing on the spot, as his mind went entirely blank. Master. Subsequently, fragments of memory pieced together and flashed rapidly across his mind. Call me master. Call me master, and I'll give you something delicious. Call me Moss. Images of feeding her time and again echoed in his mind. So under the influence of the shape-shifting pill, her intelligence has actually begun to awaken. I never expected she would actually call me master. Chen Lingtian pressed down the corners of his mouth. Looking at those pure, flawless ruby eyes filled with reliance, a sudden throb of emotion surged in his heart. Chen Lingtian, you're a freaking beast, not even human. He secretly gave himself a light stomp. However, before he could digest the shock of being called master, an angry roar echoed from outside the door. You brat. A powerful bellow brimming with rage exploded outside like a clap of thunder. Immediately following, heavy footsteps approached rapidly from outside the door. Daddy. Every hair on Chen Lingtian's body stood on end at that moment, his heart nearly leaping out of his throat. He was doomed. Why was his father coming at this exact moment? Had he heard the commotion inside the room, or had he sensed something unusual about the pill? In a flash, Chen Lingtian's instinct for survival and the emergency reflexes he had honed over 18 years under his father's tyrannical reign kicked into overdrive. He could not be discovered. He absolutely could not let his father see this. Otherwise, not only would it be impossible to explain, but he might also face his father purging the family line, leaving him paralyzed. System. Grotto Heaven. Store her quickly. He practically roared the command in his mind. His gaze was locked tightly on the bed where the snow-haired girl, startled by the loud noise outside, curled up into a ball in sheer confusion. Shifang Nursery, Grotto Heaven, currently storing. Target by Shui. Ding. Storing successful. An invisible spatial ripple swept through. The figure of the girl on the bed instantly blurred like a pencil drawing erased by an eraser, vanishing without a trace. Even her lingering warmth and faint herbal scent were wiped away, almost simultaneously. Bang! The room door was kicked open with brutal force, the door panel slamming against the wall with an overloaded groan. Chen Yinan's towering figure blocked the doorway. His face was livid, his eyes sharp as lightning as the unique pressure of a powerful cultivator swept into the room. He first glared fiercely at his dear son, who stood frozen on the spot, his face pale and sallow with an uncleared trace of blood still hanging beneath his nose. His sharp gaze scrutinized every inch of the place like a searchlight, quickly scanning every corner of the room. The bed was messy and a corner of the brocade quilt was pulled back, suggesting someone had been lying there. A faint fragrance of pills lingered in the air. Yet upon closer sniffing it was fleeting and elusive, as if it were a mere illusion. Chen Yinan's brow furrowed deeply. He walked over to the bedside, touched the bedding which still retained some warmth, and then glanced at the window. It was tightly shut, showing no signs of anomaly. His divine sense spread out like mercury pouring onto the ground, meticulously perceiving every inch of space in the room, searching for fluctuations of spiritual energy or even residual traces of emotion. Chen Lingtian dared not breathe. His back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He could only try his best to control his expression, squeezing out a look of guilt and lingering fear. This required no acting. He was truly terrified right now. A moment later, Chen Yinan withdrew his divine sense. The anger on his face softened slightly, but his confusion deepened. Just moments ago in the courtyard, he had clearly heard a faint female voice from this rebellious son's room, followed by a strange cry from the brat. With his current cultivation level, it was absolutely impossible for him to have misheard. Yet now the room was completely empty except for this good-for-nothing son. That strange aura was also so faint it was almost uncatchable, with virtually no trace of any outsider. Had he really been worrying too much lately, resulting in auditory hallucinations? Or was this brat up to some trickery that he temporarily could not comprehend? Chen Yinan's gaze fell upon Chen Lingtian once more with mixed emotions. Seeing his disheveled state, and recalling how he had used spirit stones to buy all sorts of messy pills today, his anger flared up again. Oomph! Chen Yinan snorted coldly, temporarily suppressing his doubts, and said in a deep voice, "Brat, look at yourself now with blood running down your nose. What an embarrassment." He assumed Chen Lingtian had secretly consumed some hidden skin-nourishing or spring arousal pills, causing his blood and qi to fall into chaos. Lingtian, stop focusing on those unorthodox paths. If your cultivation is lacking, then honestly build your foundation. If you dare waste spirit stones on such nonsense again, I will break your legs, and ensure you can't even step out of this courtyard. Chen Yinan's tone was severe, clearly fueled by anger. After delivering a harsh scolding, Chen Yinan cast another suspicious glance around the room, but ultimately failed to find any other clues. Behave yourself. Tossing these words aside, Chen Yinan flicked his sleeve and strode away. However, as he turned, an almost imperceptible trace of gravity and deep contemplation flashed in the depths of his eyes. Did something seem different about this rebellious son? Regardless, that female voice from earlier was definitely no illusion. As Chen Lingtian listened to his father's footsteps fade into the distance until they vanished completely, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Feeling completely drained, he slumped onto the cold floor, panting heavily. That scared the life out of me. The perception of a high-level cultivator is simply monstrous. Lingering fear gripped Chen Lingtian as he subconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. At the same time, he felt grateful that the grotto heaven was powerful enough to store and release things invisibly, though otherwise he would have been completely finished. He knew his father possessed extraordinary strength, guessing that his cultivation probably hovered around the peak of the body-tempering realm. Having recovered his composure, curiosity got the upper hand as he stared at his father Chen Yinan's departing figure. Heavenly eye open. Chen Lingtian focused his mind and looked toward the direction where his father had departed. Although the figure was no longer visible, he wanted to see if he could perceive. Name Chen Yinan. Identity King of Jinbei of the Dian Dynasty, host father. Cultivation Spirit Condensation Realm 8th Layer Late Stage. Status heavily worried, deeply perplexed. Aptitude Earth Spiritual Root Metal Fire. Affinity 92 Blood Relative. Deep love brings harsh discipline, disappointed by his son's lack of progress. You old geezer, you're actually at the late stage of the Spirit Condensation Realm. If I didn't have the system, wouldn't you have kept me in the dark for a lifetime? Everyone has their own secrets. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to overthink it. From now on, I must be extremely cautious. Alright. How could I forget the Shifeng Grotto Heaven? Since the bound target can enter, I should be able to as well. The time dilation inside can compensate for my disadvantage in time. I must make good use of it. Chen Lingtian scrambled up from the floor, closed the slightly crooked door that had been kicked, and slid the bolt into place. Although he knew this wouldn't stop his father, it offered some psychological comfort. Having learned of his father's true strength, he believed his father wouldn't return to double-check. Once was enough. Walking over to the bed, he sat down, and immersed his consciousness into the system space, looking at the mist-shrouded entrance of the grotto heaven, floating in his mind. How was Bai Shui doing inside? Surely nothing would go wrong. Having stored her in such a rush, just now would she suffer from a stress response? After all, she was just a silly little white rabbit. Even though those 3 hours were multiplied tenfold inside the grotto heaven, every single second was still ticking away. He couldn't delay any longer. Opportunity knocks, but once. Chen Lingtian's gaze gradually turned resolute, carrying a hint of urgency. System, enter the grotto heaven. Through an invisible veil the slight dizziness faded away, and he stood upon the land of the celestial grotto. The scene before him opened up clearly. This was not the cramped shabby had imagined, but a thriving microcosm. Above the sky, though there was no sun, this place could glow and radiate warmth. Truly magical. Spiritual streams moisten the soil. The water runs clear to the bottom, still shimmering with spiritual dew. Spirit grasses carpet the ground, the earth alive with vitality, a spirit tree standing tall. The concentration of spiritual energy here is richer than outside. Chen Lingtian hadn't yet had time to survey the cavern's full view, and his gaze was seized by the figure on the grasses beside the stream. Fair-skinned beauty that could outshine the moon. Behold, Bai Shui curled on the grass, arms wrapped around her knees, snow-white rabbit ears drooping listlessly, and the fluffy tail pressed tightly to her body. She seemed startled by the sudden change in surroundings, her body trembling slightly, ruby eyes filled with unease and fear, timidly surveying this unfamiliar place. When Chen Lingtian appeared, her eyes brightened briefly, then dulled again. Tears flickered in her gaze, pulling on one's pity. Chen Lingtian's heart softened at once, and he hurried forward. Kneeling, he reached out to soothe Bai Shui by stroking her head, but when he saw those sensitive rabbit ears and the girl's flawless countenance again, his hand paused in midair, lingered, and finally drew back. The visual impact was still a bit overwhelming. Master, Bai Shui whispered softly, perhaps the only word she could utter. She instinctively shifted toward Chen Lingtian, as if drawing nearer would feel safer. Chen Lingtian spoke gently, Shui'er, do you like me? Like, what is that? Bai Shui asked softly, not understanding what like meant. To like is to like, so do you like me? Chen Lingtian explained softly. I like master. After obtaining Bai Shui's consent, Chen Lingtian's mind moved, and he drew a Shenlong Huahu Dan from the system space. He did not wish to brood over hesitation during their closeness, so this was the only option. He placed the elixir in his palm and looked at it again. The pill emitted a cool, gentle aura, yet its effects were utterly unlike gentleness and bore no relation to softness. Words failed him. Chen Lingtian pinched the elixir between his thumb and forefinger and slowly offered it toward Bai Shui's rosy lips. There was only about a foot between them. Bai Shui lifted her gaze to Chen Lingtian's eyes, as if seeking confirmation and waiting for her master's signal. Open your mouth, he whispered. She opened her small mouth, a hungry little cat waiting for a morsel. The elixir slid down her throat with a delicate slippery swallow, a sound of lips and teeth that was like music from the heavens. After taking the elixir, the pure water spirit energy around Bai Shui seemed to stir to life. Her face flushed, then her neck, collarbone, arms, and finally her small feet. Her snow ears reddened, and a heat rose within her as expected. Chen Lingtian gritted his teeth. Shui, I will guard you for life. I'm sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly drew another Shenlong Huahu Dan from the system space, placed it in his hand, tilting his head back, opening his mouth, and swallowing it in one go. The action was swift and decisive. He had made his choice to feed for today, for this night. The elixir entered his belly and instantly surged into a potent force that swept through his body. This elixir was fierily intense. A blaze of heat rose within him, a bit hot. One should seize every joy in life. The world's light grew soft and eternal. In this secluded micro-world, a creek meandered the bank, grasses rustled, and muffled groans rose and fell. The beauty of the scene eased the tautness in their expressions, and the prior standoff faded with time. What his eyes fixed on were Bai Shui's ears, sometimes standing tall, sometimes drooping, and that little tail swaying with the breeze. Breath came unevenly from the herb garden to the three-flavor study, echoing across an endless horizon, never stopping. It was as if time in the cavern held still, with no day or night passing. At last, as the tremors began to subside, Bai Shui curled up on the soft, dry grass and sank into a deep sleep. A stray tear remained at the corner of her eye, yet a small smile hovered at the corner of her mouth. Chen Lingtian gently covered her with a velvet robe and stood by quietly, his heart tangled with embarrassment. He truly did not mean for it to happen. The system emitted a gentle mechanical chime. A detected scene of life binding with the bound companion has been completed. Assessment in progress. Bound object Bai Shui, snow-eared rabbit demon. Status: nurturing a spirit fetus. Pregnancy time: 35 days, 1 month, and 5 days. Congratulations, host. The branching task is complete. Rewards dispersed. Cultivation has risen to the second layer of the spirit calling realm. The degree of mixed 5 elements spiritual roots has decreased by 1. 10 4-rank spirit-nurturing elixirs wuxia obtained to replenish the mother and aid the embryo's vitality, stabilizing the pregnancy. Grotto functions expanded an initial spirit field 100 acres open capable of accelerating the growth cycle of spirit plants. New binding slots unlocked current 12. Reminder: the spirit fetus is gestating. Upon birth, rewards will be more abundant based on offspring talents and numbers. Please host 10 the bound companion and offspring with care. A string of system cues pulled Chen Lingtian back from his tangled emotions, and he burst into joy. He felt a new strength. The spiritual energy absorbed at the Dantian had expanded several-fold. The system does not deceive me. Moreover, this is only the beginning. With such rich rewards, he would have to till more fields in the future. Calming his mood, he turned to the sleeping Bai Shui and examined the system store the extra spirit-nurturing elixirs and newly unlocked spirit fields, planning anew. Within the cavern, there was enough time to seize the moment's beauty and secure the future. Chen Lingtian lay beside the sleeping Bai Shui, carefully inspecting the system's rewards. The degree of mixing of the 5-element spirit roots has dropped by 1%. Someday, I will surely break through the shackles. A 4-rank elixir spirit-nurturing elixir wuxia, but what is wuxia? Chen Lingtian gazed at the 10 pale green pills in the system's store, exuding a gentle breath of life. Tap to view information. Wuxia beyond 9 Dan markings at the pinnacle of the elixir can unleash 10-fold potency and is gentle with no side effects. No side effects. Truly astronomical. For cultivators, taking elixirs has a profound impact. If one cannot fully absorb it, it may breed internal sickness, clog the meridians, and become a hidden danger. It is like pulling up seedlings by the roots. Yet great masters can purge such impurities from the body, so elixirs for high-tier cultivators are largely advantageous. Nevertheless, long-term elixir usage can cause the foundation to become unsteady due to detox injury breakthroughs. These are all possible. As for eating elixirs as meals, that would be the mark of a wastrel. Reflecting on Bai Shui's recent joining with him and the half-demon form consuming the transformation elixir, it indicated her bloodline was exceedingly weak. Now is precisely the time to stabilize her vitality and nurture the embryo. Thus, the flawless spirit-nurturing elixir comes at just the right time. He drew one and placed it gently at Bai Shui's slightly parted lips. The elixir dissolved at the entry, quickly transforming into a warm therapeutic force that flowed into her body. The sleeping Bai Shui seemed comfortable. She murmured, "Ah." A soft liquid sound, and the effect was instantaneous. After that ripple, a halo of water spirit light glowed faintly around Bai Shui's entire form. Her tiny face flushed. She slept more deeply, more comfortably, and more alluringly. 100 mu of lower-grade spirit fields. Chen Lingtian's gaze turned toward the edge of his divine realm, where 100 mu of farmland materialized, the soil rich and dark brown, with spiritual energy condensing into a thick mist above. He exclaimed with delight, "Not bad. With such spiritual energy concentration, nourishing it, I don't even need to set up a spiritual gathering formation. This spirit field is truly excellent." In the cultivation world, developing and nurturing spirit fields demands substantial manpower and resources, yet the returns are immense. Even the most ordinary spirit field holds invaluable worth. I need to acquire some spirit plant seeds. These spirit fields lie across the spirit stream from the cave dwelling, where time flows at the same 10-to-1 ratio as the main domain. The spirit-rich soil also accelerates plant growth, making self-sufficiency and even a small surplus achievable in the future. What stirred Chen Lingtian most was the newly unlocked binding slot. This meant he could take another wife. Chen Lingtian had his suspicions, advancing from the first to second stage of spirit guidance, likely tied to his cultivation realm. He must strengthen himself as quickly as possible. The next target must be chosen carefully. He could not rush into it like this time, burdened by guilt again. After all, Bai Shui knew nothing like a newborn, and Chen Lingtian still felt some guilt. But he truly was a lustful beast. The next companion could not be chosen so hastily. With father, a high-stage mind contemplation cultivator, as backing, her strength, background, and controllability all needed careful consideration. With father covering the risks, what was there to fear? The immediate priority was ensuring Bai Shui and the child's safety, securing the first complete offspring reward. Chen Lingtian steadied his mind. Rising, he approached the spirit spring, cupping cool water to drink, sweet with a faint spiritual energy that refreshed his entire being. He dampened a cloth and returned to Bai Shui, bending over to gently wipe away her tears and fine sweat with tender movements. As if sensing his touch, Bai Shui absent-mindedly nuzzled his hand in her sleep, her rabbit ears twitching slightly. Gazing at her pure sleeping face, Chen Lingtian's selfish intentions were replaced by an inexplicable sense of responsibility. Even his last traces of guilt faded away. During his brief stay in the divine cave, he began familiarizing himself with every corner of the realm. The divine cave spanned roughly tens of mu, containing only the spirit spring, stream, meadows, spirit fields, and several young spirit fruit trees. An invisible barrier surrounded the perimeter, blocking further access to what seemed like unopened territory. The entire space exuded tranquility and seclusion, an ideal setting for both raising children and dual cultivation. After some time, he reluctantly returned to the outside world. In the thatched cottage within the divine cave, the snow rabbit lay sprawled in deep slumber as streams of spiritual energy converged into its dantian, while the child-rearing pill released a wisp of azure light to nurture the mother's body. She opened her eyes and looked around, finding no one there. "Master," Bai Shui called softly, her voice carrying a gentler quality than before, but received no response. By now Chen Lingtian had already exited the divine cave and observed that the surroundings remained unchanged. "Since I've returned to the same spot, entering the divine cave could serve as my life-saving technique," Chen Lingtian murmured to himself. He feared that if he disappeared too long, his father might notice and grow suspicious. Although his father was his biological parent, this secret Chen Lingtian could never allow anyone else to discover. Not even the heavenly emperor himself would be allowed to know. Time passed quietly, and Chen Lingtian jolted awake from his bed. Outside the window, dusk was approaching. He had spent over 9 hours in the divine cave, yet less than an hour had elapsed in the outside world. After checking on the beauty in the divine cave, Chen Lingtian finally rose from bed, changed into fresh clothes, grabbed a long sword hanging on the wall, and stepped out through the door. "I must obtain spirit plant seeds and find ways to earn money as soon as possible." Raising offspring requires resources, and although the system would provide rewards, he was currently penniless. Oh right, wasn't there a spirit field behind the mountain cultivated by father? Good heavens, how could I have forgotten about that? Chen Lingtian began calculating and immediately took action. He prepared to casually take a few things. Not steal, but rather take something conveniently. The morning sun in Zhaoyang was somewhat glaring. The side courtyard was quiet, with only the sound of wind rustling through withered plum branches. Chen Lingtian slipped into the main hall, but didn't spot his father. Heaven truly helps me. I'll check the spirit fields behind the mountain first. Making up his mind, he followed the mountain path toward the valley behind the princely mansion. The Jinbei prince's mansion covered a vast area. The front courtyard served as the reception and meeting hall, while the central courtyard was Chen Lingtian's living quarters. The rear main residence belonged to his father, while the back mountain had been developed by Chen Yinan earlier into several spirit fields, a small medicinal herb garden, and an arena for martial training. These were all casually established by Chen Yinan after being exiled here, and now that herb garden had become a source of income for the princely mansion. The spirit fields primarily grew cold-resistant low-grade spirit grains, such as northern cold millet and frost rice, along with healing herbs like blood-clotting flower and chi-gathering grass, meant to supplement the mansion's daily needs. Under normal circumstances, 2 elderly guards who had accompanied Chen Yinan from the capital decades ago kept watch over the spirit fields, loyal to their post. Chen Lingtian had sneaked here as a child to steal spirit herbs and vegetables, so he was quite familiar with the place. Chen Lingtian soon reached the back mountain entrance. This area was shrouded in a simple disorientation formation to prevent wild beasts and intruders from trespassing. He knew the location of the life gate and passed through effortlessly. The scene before him remained much as he remembered from childhood. Several spirit fields of varying sizes were arranged in terraces shrouded in a faint white spiritual mist. Chi-gathering grass spread across the fields between the rows. The northern cold millet in the fields had grown halfway to a person's height, with heavy frost rice tassels bending downward and a few stalks gleaming with a cyan gold luster, fully ripe. The area where blood-clotting flowers were planted appeared as a pool of dark red, yet emitted a medicinal fragrance that filled the air. Further away in the small herb garden, a few aged treasure medicines could be faintly seen, protected by separate small formations. The 2 elderly guards were dozing in a wooden cabin beside the fields. Chen Lingtian did not disturb them. Activating his heavenly eye, he quickly scanned the area. Northern cold millet, maturing low-grade spirit grain containing faint earth and water spiritual energy. Regular consumption gradually improves physical constitution. Yield approximately 300 gene per mil. Frost grain, maturing low-grade spirit grain, blood-clotting flower, maturing low-grade spirit medicine, stops bleeding and disperses blood stasis, one of the main ingredients for refining low-grade healing pills. Chi condensing grass, low-grade spirit herb with effects of gathering chi and attracting spiritual energy. 100-year blood lotus ginseng, juvenile low-grade spirit medicine, grows slowly, supplements chi and benefits blood. 3 sprouts emerged from the herb garden. Millennium polygonum, mature mid-grade spirit medicine, blooms after 100 years, bears fruit after 1,000 years. Commonly used for darkening hair, strengthening bones and muscles, replenishing chi, and opening meridians. It serves as the primary ingredient for refining 4th-grade pills, such as yang spirit pill and bone condensation pill, as well as auxiliary components for certain 5th-grade pills. Small spiritual gathering formation maintains basic spiritual energy in spirit fields with effects of gathering spirit and drawing chi. Note herbs and medicines are classified as mortal, spiritual, treasure to mortal. The greater the spiritual energy contained, the higher the rank. For instance, a 10-year immortal herb completely surpasses a 10,000-year treasured medicine. The formation can also be viewed. Not bad at all. Indeed, these are all the most basic spirit plants. Chen Lingtian thought to himself, his gaze falling on the patch of northern cold millet nearing maturity. The seeds are right there in the grain ears. I'll just take a little. It shouldn't be noticed by father, should it? Chen Lingtian crept toward the nearest spirit field on tiptoe, reaching out to grasp a plump millet ear just as he was about to use the system to collect it. A raspy voice sounded from behind. Young master. Young master. Just as he was about to harvest the spirit grain with the system, a whispered voice came from behind. Chen Lingtian's body stiffened, his hands still gripping the ear of grain, and he awkwardly turned his head. At the wooden hut's door stood a gray-robed elder with snowy hair, smiling kindly at him. The gray-robed elder was none other than Fu Bo, the Wang Mansion's steward, who oversees affairs from top to bottom. He had come per Chen Yinin's orders to the medicine garden to fetch the mature mid-grade spirit herb 1000-year, He Shou Wu. So it's Fu Bo? You scared me to death. I thought it was old by dang. Chen Lingtian released the ear of grain and turned his head. Fu Bo's surprise faded, replaced by gentleness. He paused, and in his cloudy eyes a hint of understanding flashed as he smiled. Young master, are you short on pocket money again, hoping to swap Ningxue Hua or Juki Chao for spirit stones in the city? Just tell the old servant, there is no need for the heir to come in person. Chen Lingtian had since childhood done this kind of thing, taking their own spirit herbs to exchange for pocket money. Whenever his deeds were discovered, the Chen Lingtian family rules would deal with him. But in Fu Bo's eyes, the young master's mischief was harmless as long as it did not cause trouble. Hearing Fu Bo's words, Chen Lingtian's heart warmed slightly, and he felt relieved. Chen Lingtian released the ear of grain, brushed the imaginary dust from his hands, trying to look natural. Deep in his heart, his plans took wing. He said, I just got up early to stretch my limbs and to check how our spirit fields are faring. Fu Bo, why are you up so early as well? Fu Bo's gentle smile, he pointed toward the distant small medicinal garden wrapped in a separate formation. I am here by the master's order to fetch a spirit herb. What spirit herb could make Fu Bo come personally? Chen Lingtian smiled. It is the 1000-year, He Shou Wu. He had just used Tianyan to check, and only that mid-grade spirit herb could lure Fu Bo here personally. Fu Bo, what herb is my father asking you to fetch? Chen Lingtian's words carried an implied meaning. You don't know, today the city has welcomed Master Wu, a 5-grade Dan master whom the head invited. This Wu master's visit today is indeed for young master. Oh, for me. Yes, young master, this Wu Dan sure is invited by the head to refine a 4-grade pill to bolster your foundation. Bone forging pill. A 4-grade pill. This indeed is a pill suited to strengthen a cultivator's body and stabilize the foundation. It seems father has always been stern, yet for me, his only son, it's not bad. 5-grade Dan masters are greeted as guests by any power across the dynasty. If father could summon him to open a furnace, the price must be steep. Danja denotes one who can skillfully refine a 1st-grade pill, and with luck a 2nd-grade pill. Danshur denotes one who can skillfully refine a 3rd-grade pill. Dan Masters are divided into Great Dan Masters and Small Dan Masters. 4 rank is a Small Dan Master, 5 rank a Great Dan Master. Then follow 6 rank Dan Zong, 7 rank Dan Wang, 8 rank Dan Huang, 9 rank Dan Zun, and 10 rank Dan Di. Meanwhile, a thought flashed through Chen Lingtian's mind, and he smiled. The 1000-year He Shou Wu is among the finest mid-grade spirit herbs, a 1000-year herb whose potency rivals top-grade spirit herbs. If I could clip a small living segment of the root, bury this herb in the cave heaven spirit field, I believe future cultivation resources wouldn't have to come from father, and the system would stop waiting. As he thought, Fu Bo had already retrieved the herb and placed it into a jade box. Chen Lingtian's face blossomed with a smile, and he quickly walked to Fu Bo's side. So that's how it is. Thank you for your trouble, Fu Bo. This is a trivial matter. There is no need for you to come personally. I also have matters to discuss with father. Why not let me take the spirit herb there myself to show a bit of filial piety? As he spoke, his gaze casually swept over the jade box in Fu Bo's hand. Fu Bo paused, then his smile grew deeper. Young master has truly grown up, learning to think of your highness. Very well then, I shall trouble the young master. It wasn't that Fu Bo trusted him. The young master often takes things by force, but given his low cultivation, he probably can't produce the herb and will obediently deliver it to the prince. Fu Bo handed Chen Lingtian a jade box cushioned with soft spirit silk. Inside lay the 1000-year He Shou Wu root, shaped like a child with whiskers spread all in dark purple, exuding a fresh herb fragrance. Young master, the head of the family, and Master Wu should be in the front hall. Now, you should go ahead. Fu Bo reminded him with care. Fu Bo, rest assured. Chen Lingtian took the jade box. Its weight in his hand felt steady and cool. Glancing at the spirit fields nearby, he said casually, by the way, Fu Bo, these Han Su and Shuangmi are growing really well. Recently, I must adjust Snow Rabbit's diet. Please have someone gather the freshest ears of each variety and send them to my academy. This matter is easy to handle. Then your highness hurry there, so the master won't. Fu Bo started, but before he could finish Chen Lingtian had vanished. Alas, living such an ignorant life, is it fortune or misfortune for the young master? The worried Fu Bo fretted. Perhaps the master is right. Snow Rabbit is widely known within the Wang mansion as the young master's spirit pet. As Chen Lingtian departed, Fu Bo's jovial expression abruptly vanished. He turned toward the garden workers and shouted, "Zhang Shanli, see you two good-for-nothings." Chen Lingtian, left hand supporting the jade box, right index finger quietly gathering a thread of extremely faint spiritual power, a feat he barely managed. He quickly opened the box and pulled out a segment from Hisho Wu's root. With a snap, the lid closed. The segment, about the length of a pinky finger, happened to be the plumpest and most vital side root. The lid clamped the pale purple root segment, and it quietly detached. Chen Lingtian willed it, and the root was instantly stored in the system warehouse. The entire process took only 2 breaths. Inside the jade box, the Hisho Wu looked almost unchanged except that a tiny root fragment was missing. If you didn't inspect closely, the clue would be hard to detect. Chen Lingtian's face remained calm. His steps were steady, and his heartbeat accelerated slightly. He leisurely walked to the front yard, and from a distance heard voices in the hall. "Thank you, Master Wu. Your Highness, this is a win-win." Chen Lingtian adjusted his robes, cupped the jade box, and swaggered in. Once inside, he stood straighter, drew in his breath, and approached slowly like a refined and gentle prince. In the hall at the head of the table sat his father Chen Yinan, about 40, with a firm face, sword-like brows, starry eyes, and temples lightly frosted. His black formal robes could not hide the authority and the oppressive aura built from years in high office. At this moment, his expression was unusually calm. At the side stood an old man in a deep blue Dan robe, white hair tied with a wooden hairpin, a lean face, and eyes that glinted with sharp light. On his chest were 5 silver danfire patterns. Wu Qingyuan, a 5-rank great alchemist, whose strength should not be underestimated. He stands at the early stage of the concentration realm. On a small chair beside the old man sat a graceful young girl, delicate and petite, no more than 15 or 16. She wore a pale goose-yellow outfit. Her black hair was tied into twin buns pinned, with 2 pale pink fluffy blossoms, silver chains dangling from the ends as her head swayed. Wu Qingyuan's granddaughter Wu Mingming. A palm-sized face, brows arched and eyes bright, a tiny upturned nose, pale pink lips, and almond-shaped eyes that glittered as she surveyed Chen Lingtian. Her eyes were lively with a touch of girlish mischief and curiosity, contrasting with the elder's composed solemnity. "Father, I shall withdraw." Chen Lingtian bowed, his voice unexpectedly steady. Before he could turn, his father spoke, introducing him. "Tian'er, there is no need for ceremony. This is Wu Danshi." Chen Lingtian turned toward Wu Qingyuan respectfully. "Master Wu, I greet you." "Haha, not bad, a talented youth." Wu Qingyuan stroked his beard, his old face not reddening as he spoke. He is reserved outwardly toward Chen Lingtian, for the other party is a Dan master, mainly because he notices the young girl beside Master Wu. "Master Wu, you flatter me." Chen Yinan did not lift his eyes, his gaze resting on the jade box in Chen Lingtian's hand, and he raised an eyebrow. "But do you have something to say?" "Nothing, father. I came to deliver the spiritual herb." Chen Yinan's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible hint of something. "Today the sun has risen from the west." Tian'er is thoughtful. "Quickly present the jade box for Master Wu to inspect." Chen Lingtian stepped forward, presenting the jade box to Wu Qingyuan. Wu Qingyuan nodded softly and extended his well-tended hand to open the jade box. Immediately, a thick fragrance of grass and wood filled the air. Wu Qingyuan carefully inspected Hisho Wu's shape, color, and spiritual energy fluctuations, then touched it gently with his fingers to sense its essence. After a moment, a trace of satisfaction appeared on his face as he praised, "Not bad. This is a 1,000-year purple-veined Hisho Wu in pristine condition, spiritual energy abundant, more than enough as the main herb. Your Highness has spared no effort." Wu Qingyuan closed the jade box and looked at Chen Yinan. "Since the materials are complete, I shall open the furnace today." Although the bone forging pill is 4-rank, it requires alternating civil and martial fires, and refined for several days, 4 days at the shortest, up to a week at the longest, before it is complete. During the alchemy, a quiet chamber is required, no others may disturb. As for lodging, 1 grand parlor will suffice. Chen Yinan smiled softly. "Haha, all shall follow the alchemist's words." In the great hall above, a father and son faced each other. Chen Lingtian moved first, selecting a seat and breaking the awkward stalemate. Chen Yinan's gaze fell on his formidable eldest son, Chen Lingtian, a frown creasing his brow. This boy pretends with such flair, yet in everyday life, he behaves like a... After a scolding, he finally spoke. "Tian, you seem different from the past lately. Have you gained insights in your cultivation?" "Father, during the other day's practice, I suddenly felt the qi more clearly. The sense of spirit entering the body seemed smoother, and I have now entered the 2nd stage of spirit entraining." Chen Lingtian knew that with his father's cultivation he could easily see through his changes, so these words were half true and half false. He wouldn't be foolish enough to hand over the system. Chen Yinan's gaze grew deep and inscrutable. After a long while he spoke, Tian on the path of cultivation treading steadily is of the utmost importance. Occasional progress is a good thing, but do not be arrogant, do not hurt your body. For the next few days you should fortify your foundations. Go down. Chen Yinan waved his hand. Oh. Chen Lingtian turned and left, leaving the old man windblown and muttering, "Ah, this rebellious son. The moment an outsider leaves he turns into this mess." The blazing sun pressed down and the day brightened. Chen Lingtian strode toward his courtyard, determined to enjoy a proper nap. On a stone bench in the courtyard center stood 2 sacks of spirit rice. They must have been sent by Uncle Fu, though there was more than needed. Chen Lingtian looked at the spirit rice. Oh, every grain was plump and crystal clear. One bag held cold millet, the other frost grain. Chen Lingtian stored the spirit rice in his space, returned to his sparsely furnished courtyard, turned the door, and bolted it. The hour was not late. Next, Chen Lingtian's figure vanished from the room, entering the Dantian of the 10 directions. He hurried to the newly unlocked 100 mu beginner spirit field on the far bank of Lingxi. Due to his strength, he could only sow by hand. What was called sowing was actually scatter sowing. With the last handful of spirit grains scattered, Chen Lingtian collapsed to the ground, spending several hours. Meanwhile, the spirit field began to gather qi and operate slowly, drawing in the Dongtian's ceaseless spiritual energy. Spirit mist turned to rain, a gentle drizzle of spiritual rain. The seeds cracked open at a visible speed, then sprouted and rooted. Cold millet seeds have been sown. Estimated growth cycle 70 days Dongtian. External time 1 week. Frost grain seeds have been sown. Estimated growth cycle 60 days Dongtian time. External time 6 days. External time outside would require months for the spirit grains to take root and sprout, and to yield only once a year. Now harvest comes in less than 10 days. This is nothing short of a weapon for mass production of resources. Chen Lingtian steadied his excitement and drew out a section of millennial Hisho Wu root. The pale purple root, about a finger's length, had a crystalline sap oozing from the cut. Mid-grade spirit herb, Hisho Wu millennial in age. Hope I can grow it. Chen Lingtian carefully buried the root in the fertile patch near the spirit spring where the spiritual energy was richest. Millennial purple-veined, Hisho Wu root has been transplanted, vitality preserved. Expected to restore full plant form, Dongtian time 60 days. External time 6 days. Note: root propagation, initial year resets to 0 but retains part of the parental medicinal potency. The growth ceiling depends on the spirit field's grade and the spiritual energy environment. Initial year 0. Chen Lingtian still winced. After all, the older the year, the stronger the medicine. But seeing the retained potential and the possibility to raise the growth limit, he was relieved. In the Dongtian time is not a problem. As long as it grows, there will be a steady stream of resources. Even a young Hisho Wu is of considerable value outside. Moreover, with the Dongtian upgrading and the spirit field improving, perhaps in the future, he could cultivate even more astonishing elixirs, millennial 10,000 year, and even million year. Just would have thought. After finishing with the spirit field, Chen Lingtian strode toward the delicate girl by the streamside cottage. No, Bai Shui has become his precious daughter now. Bai Shui lay quietly on the soft grass, sleeping soundly. Her breathing was even brimming with vitality, though evidently the flawless spirit-nurturing pill continued to work. Chen Lingtian knelt and gently stroked Bai Shui's silky silver hair and those lively snowy ears. His eyes flickered as Wu Mengming's lively, guileless face flashed in his mind. The granddaughter of a 5th-rank Dan master. An extraordinary position. If she could be bound, the resources and support she could bring would likely far surpass Bai Shui's. But the difficulty is immense. Such plans require long-term consideration. Shui remains the best choice. Though her offspring's bloodline is weak and her upper limit low, she is numerous, reproduces quickly, and yields many offspring at once. When the system rewards arrive, he believes he won't neglect Wu Mengming. There is still a week, so he must accelerate. Recollecting himself, Chen Lingtian left the Dongtian and returned to his room. He pushed the window open. The cold wind hit him squarely, and his mind grew sharper. The seeds were planted. Bai Shui's condition was favorable. Then Chen Lingtian rubbed his chin and murmured, "The Dongtian's vast spirit fields occupy only a portion of the land, though I must find ways to obtain more medicinal seeds." There was a need to build a few more courtyards in the Dongtian, otherwise every act would feel a bit shameful. By the way, Bai Shui still lacked clothing and daily necessities. He would have to buy some. After all, a man needs to maintain face, and a tree its bark. Once a beast can take a form, it must be refined. Next time. Chen Lingtian found himself thinking of the beauties from Fox Spirit, Xiaohong Yang, Fox Ears, Fox Tails, and the Grace. Although Wu Mengming wasn't bad, and was supremely cute, she wasn't very perceptive. With that thought, Chen Lingtian decided to find a fox sister to bear children with. Hu Niu Xiong Mei. In a flash he sees the future. A joyful decision indeed. Yet for now his cultivation was only at the early stage of spirit in training, and it had been attained by taking pills. Without real strength, progress would be slow. My children, I hope you can shower your old man with rewards, or else how can I find you a stepmother? Regaining his composure, he began rummaging through the bed and wardrobe, prepared to pawn his few treasures. After all, these things held little use for Chen Lingtian now. With the system, he didn't care for them, better to exchange them for spirit stones, the real prize. And so he acted. In less than an hour he sorted out all the treasures in the courtyard. There were many spirit tools and magical treasures, but they were all showy and useless. Not useful, but Chen Lingtian, a habitual collector before obtaining the system, planned to live as a carefree prince. Once Chen Yinan was gone, he would inherit the position of the Northern King. Yet when he realized that his father stood far above him, he abandoned the idea entirely. Over time his collecting obsession only grew. Chen Lingtian bought a vast number of spirit tools and treasures, but they were mostly ornaments. Given Chen Lingtian's 5-element mixed spiritual root aptitude, he could not even use these treasures. Time passed, and Chen Lingtian became the prodigal and idle Yang City, a useless one in the great Yin dynasty, a laughingstock in the eyes of the world, living day by day, as if a year were a day. Looking at the countless old items before him, Chen Lingtian fell into contemplation. 10 years had passed without any other hobby than spending money, spending the family's fortune. He bought things every few days, and if he didn't spend, his hands itched. Inside the guest chamber, a clear child's voice rang out, "Grandpa." Wu Mingming, puzzled, was about to ask, but before she could utter a word, Wu Qingyuan twitched his beard and chuckled. "Mingming, you're still young. Grandpa has his reasons." "Grandpa, how do you always know what Mingming is thinking before I even say it?" "Ha ha ha, I raised you from infancy. If Grandpa doesn't understand Mingming, who will?" Wu Qingyuan stroked his beard and laughed. This made Mingming furious. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Grandpa, Mingming is very angry now. I'm not talking to you anymore, humph." "Ah hee hee, Mingming, Grandpa was wrong. Grandpa was wrong." Wu Qingyuan produced a vial of sugar cube pills. "Dear granddaughter, please forgive Grandpa this once." Wu Mingming took the pill vial, her anger gradually subsiding. She said, "Humph, who told Grandpa to talk about Mingming like that? If Grandpa does this again next time, Mingming will run away from home." These words terrified Wu Qingyuan. Run away from home. That meant she'd be out there somewhere, taken by some ruffian. The thought chilled him to the bone. He felt deeply uneasy. Then he produced another small storage pouch for Mingming, finally coaxing his granddaughter into calmness. Meanwhile, Chen Lingtian had already packed all the scattered items into 3 full crates. He instructed Old Fu to take them directly to the 100 Treasures Pavilion to exchange for spirit stones, saving himself the trip. Nanyang City was no ordinary place. It was a heaven and earth basin enclosed by towering walls of noble dark stone. Its footprint alone spanned tens of millions of mu, comparable in size to Shanghai from his previous life. Within the city, mountains and waterways were integrated, surrounded by 4 directional walls with strict zoning. Mortal districts, cultivator quarters, fertile fields, and estates belonging to various clans and merchant guilds. Heading straight north, one would encounter a bottomless abyss known as Henjian Sea. It was called a sea because surging undercurrents flowed beneath the chasm, where subterranean rivers converged into a vast expanse. 100,000 years ago, an unknown human powerhouse swung his sword, carving a direct boundary between humanity and the demon race in this land. Legends say that expert was a great swordsman who had reached the Guishu realm merely 18 years of age. He gained fame in a single battle, hailed as a peerless prodigy. Thus across Zhangzhou, the sword scar served as the border between humans and demons, with frost as the divider. Any demon at or below the demon emperor realm who crossed without authorization into another race's territory would be put to death upon discovery. Of course, Nanyang City wasn't near Henjian Sea itself, but it was the human city closest to it. Through tens of thousands of years of trials, the human factions here had risen and fallen. In the current Zhangzhou, 5 major dynasties held sway: the Dapan dynasty, the Lin dynasty, Da Jian dynasty, the Yu dynasty, and the Yin dynasty, along with various lesser kingdoms. These 5 dynasties corresponded to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among them, the Da Jian dynasty was the most powerful, followed by the Yu and the Yin, with Dapan and the Lin being the weakest. Central Jin, Northern Yin, Southern Yu, Eastern Lin, Western Pan. The Da Yin dynasty lay to the north, and Nanyang City, guarded by the Marquis of the North, was one of the human settlements closest to demon territory in Zhangzhou. Zhangzhou was a land divided equally between the human race and the demon race, though other species existed in small numbers. As night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, Chen Lingtian entered the 10 Directions Grotto Heaven once more. After half a day of research and inquiry, he had learned the detailed introduction of the 10 Directions Grotto Heaven and how to enhance it. 10 Directions Grotto Heaven Red Introduction contains 10 distinct nurturing centers. The Grotto Heaven can continuously advance by absorbing heavenly materials and earthly treasures, forging a spiritually connected realm. Note new realms unlock as the protagonist's strength grows. Currently unlocked One Direction Grotto Heaven. Not bad, not bad. They gave me an entire world directly. I thought it would be some shabby cave abode, but it's actually a grotto heaven and blessed land, Chen Lingtian murmured. Previously he had assumed he was gifted a cultivation cave, but it turned out to be another world entirely, one that could upgrade infinitely. No wonder it had a mist barrier, there was room for growth. It not only provided a safe haven, but also supplied resources needed for daily cultivation. After all, he was running a farm within this grotto heaven, and required spiritual energy to nourish it. Chen Lingtian directly threw all the spirit stones earned from old Fu's sale of treasures into the grotto heaven. Fully 100,000 spirit stones. Yet they sank without a trace. As expected. Not a single reaction. Chen Lingtian didn't dwell on it, and immediately entered the grotto heaven. The moment he stepped inside, his eyes couldn't tear themselves away. There was Baishua clad in a fairy gown tailor-made from silver-white brocade, the fabric woven from century-old ice, silkworm silk, blended with flowing cloud satin. Light as a swan's feather, thin as a cicada's wing. She looked like a celestial maiden descended to earth. At that moment, the white ball-like figure squatted and knelt among the new sprouts in the medicinal herb field. The buds had already unfurled into leaves growing more than half an inch taller. Then she crawled along the tender leaves of the rice seedlings, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. The tips of her hair still clung to wisps of undried spiritual mist, making those snow-white ears appear even more translucent and luminous. Her lower body was raised quite high. Fortunately, her fairy gown fit snugly against her slender waist and tiny frame, far from restrictive. Instead, Baishua's innocent and bewildered posture added a touch of enchantment laced with subtle charm. The sight left Chen Lingtian utterly transfixed, standing frozen like a love-struck fool, gazing at his wife cooking in the kitchen. Just as Chen Lingtian was lost in thought, letting his imagination run wild with fanciful scenes, Baishua suddenly opened her small mouth and took a direct bite at the tip of a tender sprout, a mere fraction of a millimeter away from the leaf tip. Chen Lingtian jolted back to reality and shouted without thinking, "Baishua, you can't eat that. Stop it." The voice was loud. Baishua reacted, instinctively freezing in place before bolting to escape. But first she glanced back at the source of the sound. Seeing it was Chen Lingtian, Baishua halted her flight. Those rabbit ears, which had been standing rigidly upright a moment before, drooped instantly. After all, Chen Lingtian was her master and her savior. Her wariness was genuine. Otherwise, when Chen Lingtian had lost control the day before, Baishua would have sunk her teeth into him multiple times. Of course, she had bitten him yesterday, but it was a timid feather-light nip with no force behind it, mainly because she had been completely drained of energy by then. During their earlier skirmish, Baishua had been defeated within mere exchanges, leaving her at Chen Lingtian's mercy for the rest. As for why she bit him, it was because Chen Lingtian had hurt her, bullying a little white rabbit, pinching and squishing her. Anyone would have bitten back under those circumstances. She was simply exhausted. Though Baishua was a fierce and untamed rabbit king, she had already grown dependent on Chen Lingtian. According to her rabbit clan's inherited memories, this was part of the mating process. Baishua had endured throughout, only delivering light bites in between. Those tooth marks still remained on Chen Lingtian's shoulders, and with his humble cultivation level, they wouldn't heal anytime soon. At that very moment, Baishua's eyes turned red. Wait, no, it was her pupils. Baishua's pupils instantly shifted color, transitioning from an icy blue to a blood red. Immediately afterward, her entire body curled tightly into a ball, her snowy ears flaring out to cover her eyes, as she remained frozen in place, utterly motionless. Unable to weep, she shed no pearly tears. Judging by her current state, the little white rabbit was clearly in the throes of a stress response. Then again, was this how a rabbit reacted to stress? Chen Lingtian pondered, curling up into a tight ball. Who could say? Driven by instinct, Baishua sensed the changes in her belly, clear precursors of pregnancy, and began to act on her primal urges. Unbeknownst to Chen Lingtian, she had dug a hole beneath a tree at the edge of the grassy meadow, though to call it a hole was generous, as it was more of a shallow pit. As Chen Lingtian approached to soothe her, Baishua scrambled on all fours, bolting straight toward the pit. The sight amused Chen Lingtian greatly. Schwer still genuinely believed she was just a rabbit. It made sense. Baishua had merely consumed a transformation pill. With her lowly lineage and weak cultivation, her intellect was no different from that of a newborn. The transformation pill possessed another effect, however. It could gradually elevate a demonic beast's intelligence, granting them human thoughts. Ordinary demonic beasts required reaching the spirit condensation realm to possess human wisdom, as that realm focused on condensing and refining the soul. Humans naturally possessing souls merely tempered theirs. Soulless demonic beasts, however, had to birth and forge a soul from scratch. As for demonic beasts born with souls, they were almost exclusively of highly noble lineages within the demon race, or had developed intelligence through the consumption of natural treasures, bloodline atavism, and the like. The cultivation world was full of boundless wonders. Only a demon possessing intelligence could be deemed part of a race, an individual endowed with wisdom. No matter how powerful a demonic beast was without intellect and a mind, it remained nothing more than a useless beast. Of course, greater strength could compensate for this shortcoming, but their intellect remained low. Such demons were mostly arrogant, possessing courage, but lacking strategy. Bai Shui was merely a demonic beast who had consumed a pill to assume a half-demon form. Compared to ordinary rabbits, Shui simply possessed a slightly higher bloodline and a bite that hurt just a bit more. Chen Lingtian took light, measured steps. 1 step, 2 steps, until he arrived before the rabbit burrow under the tree and stopped. Watching Bai Shui scramble frantically into the shallow pit, curling herself into a fluffy ball, his lips curved upward as he recalled the story of the obedient little rabbit from his past life. Red eyes, long ears, short tail. Tsk. Every detail matched perfectly. Little white rabbit, so white and bright when she smiles, she is such a delight. Chen Lingtian mimicked the big bad wolf, raising his hand and curling his fingers into claws. Little rabbit, be good, open the door. Open it quickly, open it wide. Bai Shui drooped her head, staring blankly at Chen Lingtian. As it turned out, she could not understand him. Yet she could still discern the faint traces of a mischievous, wicked grin on Chen Lingtian's face. If Bai Shui could speak, she would surely cry out, "Don't eat the bunny! Don't eat the bunny!" But she could not, and could only tremble in fear. Bai Shui was female, and having suffered a crushing defeat in yesterday's battle of endurance, she had long since surrendered to Chen Lingtian's tyrannical lust. No, that was not right, his domineering aura. No, that wasn't right either. Ahem, she was simply conquered by Chen Lingtian's sheer power. Furthermore, rabbits were highly sensitive creatures, and under the nourishment of the spirit-nurturing pill, her body was becoming increasingly robust. Ceasing his teasing, Chen Lingtian bent down and gently stroked Bai Shui's small head. As time ticked away, the blood-red hue in Bai Shui's eyes faded, and her breathing steadied. She simply blinked, her large eyes gazing up at Chen Lingtian. This brought an amused smile to Chen Lingtian's face. He squatted down, scooped Bai Shui into his arms, and gently pinched her soft little cheek with his finger. She was truly adorable. Bai Shui's intellect was still in its infancy, as she acted solely on primal instinct, devoid of any self-control. She tilted her head and opened her mouth, her pearly white teeth lightly clamping down on the tip of Chen Lingtian's slender finger. Chen Lingtian feigned a sharp intake of breath. Ouch. Let go, let go. Bai Shui's expression shifted slightly as she looked at Chen Lingtian, though it was hard to tell if she was smiling or inwardly gloating. Her mouth tightened into a slit as she began to apply more pressure. Sensing something was amiss, Chen Lingtian promptly pulled his finger out. Caught off guard, Bai Shui bit down on empty air. The two of them played like this for a long while, back and forth, looking exactly like an affectionate father playing with his child. Leaning against the tree, Chen Lingtian looked down at the little creature in his arms. Bai Shui pressed herself against his chest, trying to commit his scent to memory, occasionally nuzzling against him. Gazing at the fragrant and soft Shui, Chen Lingtian felt a deep understanding. He knew that the little Bai Shui could not speak and could only respond to his tenderness through these simple, instinctive gestures. A warmth filled Chen Lingtian's heart, and he instinctively pressed a kiss onto Bai Shui's forehead. Be good, Shui. Chen Lingtian knew very well that with the system in his possession, his future would undoubtedly be extraordinary. If he could obtain treasures capable of enhancing his companion's aptitude, he would give the very first one to Bai Shui. After all, she was his first. In the cultivation world, beauties of various races were as numerous as the clouds, displaying a myriad of charms, differing bloodlines, and varying levels of intelligence. Yet at this very moment, none of them could compare to the genuine, touching gentleness of the little rabbit in his arms. Of course, Bai Shui had already been completely shaped by Chen Lingtian. Ding! Found target Bai Shui. Intimacy 1. Intimacy 1. The system panel's notifications chimed one after another, echoing in Chen Lingtian's heart. Name Bai Shui. Intimacy 90 devoted. Detected bound target. Bai Shui's intimacy has exceeded 90, reaching the devoted state. Function unlocked. Lucky wheel. Obtained 1 free spin on the lucky wheel. Chen Lingtian opened the system panel. Looking at the interface, he saw a new option had appeared. Lucky wheel. View. Lucky wheel description. The lucky wheel draw from heaven and earth sees the creations of nature. The reward pool is divided into 5 tiers from lowest to highest: white, common, green, excellent, blue, refined, purple, epic, and gold rare treasure. Respective probabilities: white 45, 88 green 25, 36 blue 15, 44 purple 8, 88 gold 0, 14, 34. Single draw 10000 low-grade spirit stones. 10 draws 100 mid-grade spirit stones. 100 draws 100 high-grade spirit stones. The wheel can be upgraded. Automatically unlocks after a certain number of draws. Current 010000. Next stage, unlock red legendary. Chen Lingtian read every word with rapt attention. Holy crap, this wheel was incredibly overpowered. drawing from heaven and earth, seizing the creations of nature. Sounded absolutely badass. The probability for the gold tier is a bit low. Wait. Chen Lingtian looked again. What was this for? 34. Expanding to view 4. 34. Thank you for playing. It was actually thank you for playing. Damn it, I thought it was some kind of special hidden reward pool, but it turned out to be. I'm speechless. System, are you seriously playing me like this? In this world, spirit stones were classified as low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade spirit stones. Below spirit stones were spirit shards with a market exchange rate of 1100 followed by the currency used by mortals. And above them, there were even. Since that is the case, and with exactly one lottery draw opportunity at hand, Chen Lingtian wasted no motion and initiated the draw immediately. System, spin the lucky wheel. The moment his voice fell, the multicolored lucky wheel on the system panel began to spin rapidly. Chen Lingtian stared intently at where the pointer might land, slowly closing his eyes in prayer. Please hit the jackpot. With a sharp click, the rapidly spinning pointer abruptly halted. Only then did he open his eyes and look toward the wheel. By some bizarre stroke of luck, the pointer rested precisely on the boundary line between Golden Legend and thank you for playing. Chen Lingtian was dumbfounded. With the system remaining silent for a long moment, anxiety crept over him. In a reflex action, he blew a gentle breath, hoping to nudge the pointer into the golden zone. Miraculously, that single breath worked. Click. The pointer shifted by a mere 0.01 millimeters and stopped. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a golden treasure. Character summoning card gold. Holy crap, it's a gold pull. Ha ha ha, my luck is absolutely off the charts. Calming his racing heart, he clicked to inspect the item. Character summoning card gold summons a subordinate whose cultivation is 3 major realms higher than the host. This subordinate is 100% loyal and capable of betrayal and possesses independent consciousness. Note the path of cultivation for this subordinate can be designated. After reading the system description, Chen Lingtian cursed the system in his heart. His current cultivation was barely at the spirit induction realm. 3 major realms higher would only amount to the heaven glimpsing realm. However, if he were to reach the heaven glimpsing realm himself, using this card would allow him to summon an illusion-breaking realm powerhouse. A heaven glimpsing cultivator could practically walk uncontested in this dynasty. As for the illusion-breaking realm, even the ancient monsters currently clinging to life in their coffins within the Zhangzhou region were merely at this level. The heaven glimpsing realm, glimpsing the secrets of heaven, stealing destiny, and seeking divine opportunities, could grant a cultivator a lifespan of 3,000 years. As for the illusion-breaking realm, he did not know. Chen Lingtian pulled back his wandering thoughts. Looking at the glittering golden summoning card before him, his eyes filled with joy, though now was not the time to use it. If he possessed heaven-defying cultivation, this card would be nothing short of divine. Honestly, not a single bit inferior to a legendary red card. After careful consideration, Chen Lingtian decided to keep it as a trump card. Moreover, he still had the invincible Grotto Heaven. Spending a few decades in the Grotto Heaven would be effortless, but because his strength was too weak, his lifespan was not enough to squander. Otherwise, Chen Lingtian would have truly loved to develop within the 10 Directions Grotto Heaven. It would be like self-imposed isolation. If upgrading the Grotto Heaven did not require a massive amount of resources, and if the system were not the many children, many blessings system working behind closed doors without materials, would be understandable. After all, the Grotto Heaven could not spontaneously generate living beings. With this in mind, Chen Lingtian abandoned the absurd idea of moving into the Grotto Heaven. Still, who wouldn't want to spend more time in an absolutely safe space? After settling the deeply asleep Schwer, he exited the Grotto Heaven. Sigh my lower back. Chen Lingtian muttered a few complaints. Could this be the side effect of the vigorous as a dragon and tiger pill? What a scam. He felt the world spin around him before collapsing into a state of exhausted unconsciousness. The next morning at dawn, Chen Lingtian got out of bed, holding his throbbing forehead. Though the pills are effective, my current body seems unable to handle them in large quantities. But why did Schwer seem completely fine, merely a bit tired? While I ended up completely passed out on the bed. What is going on? He checked the information of the pill once more. Vigorous as a dragon and tiger, conceiving offspring like dragons, taking yang to supplement fire. So that was it. Chen Lingtian resigned himself to his fate, only hoping he could draw a dual cultivation technique or an extreme yang physique in the future. Today, Chen Lingtian dressed in a fine white robe with brocade sleeves, looking every bit the elegant, noble young master. Taking a step, he had just walked out of his room when he spotted a beautiful silhouette in the courtyard. A young girl sat upon a stone, her jade-like feet dipped in the pond as colorful koi fish drifted around them. Ahaha, that tickles. The girl giggled, her ankles submerged beneath the water's surface as she playfully stepped on the head of the largest golden-patterned red koi in the pond. Eat it. Her breathtaking beauty seemed to captivate even the depths of the pond. At that moment, the laughter ceased. Sensing someone behind her, the girl turned her head and their eyes met. The two stared at each other. The girl was none other than Wu Mengming, the granddaughter of alchemist Wu, whom he had met yesterday, and she too had changed into new clothes today. Her dress was woven in white and blue trimmed with snow-white fur. The hem of her skirt, both lively and elegant, was like a scenic canvas of falling spirits, a flower blooming toward the sun. Wu Mengming stared blankly at the man before her, her heart fluttering like a startled fawn. Her face flushed crimson all the way to her ears, resembling a tempting apple, so ripe it could burst with juice. The girl's blushing face was exceedingly charming and shy. It was Chen Lingtian who broke the silence between them. "Miss Wu, if you like this place, you are welcome to come here over the next few days to play with the fish." Wu Mengming quickly turned her head back. Just as she tried to stand up, her foot slipped, and she instantly lost her balance. With a loud splash, she fell right into the pond. Chen Lingtian smiled, faintly calculating in his mind. He had just been struggling to find a way to win over this little girl, and now heaven had presented him with the perfect opportunity. A golden opportunity. With a flash of his figure, he dived into the water after her. In the next second, Chen Lingtian held someone in his arms, none other than the waterlogged Mengming. Her face flushed red once more, but this time it was not out of shyness, but rather an overwhelming embarrassment. "This is so mortifying. Mengming, how could you be so reckless?" Wu Mengming was already scolding herself, internally blushing furiously at the thought of her behavior just now. It was truly unbecoming of her status. It was bad enough that she had let the fish nibble on her toes, but she even lost her footing and fell into the pond. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she became. She wished she could flee the scene immediately. She was just a bit playful. Whenever she saw a fish pond, she simply couldn't look away. Knowing her grandfather would be refining pills for several days, she hadn't wanted to stay cooped up in her room all day. And thus this series of events transpired. Both of them were dripping wet. Seeing that the girl in his arms made no move to struggle or speak, Chen Lingtian smiled knowingly. It worked. But he wasn't so foolish. Cooking porridge required a slow, gentle simmer. If he wanted a sustainable relationship, he had to win her heart. Just like her profile currently displayed on the system panel. Name: Wu Mengming, age 18, charm 90, peak, not yet reached, aptitude high-grade, water, spiritual root, physique pure moon, ascending flower, cultivation, none, favorability 62, curious. It seems her heart is fluttering like a startled fawn, doesn't it? Host, please keep up the good work. Her favorability was still rising. As expected, a pure, innocent girl who had never experienced romance was the easiest to win over, just like those cute and naive college girls from his past life. Seeing that she was of age, he bided his time. The girl in his arms struggled slightly. Understanding the cue, Chen Lingtian set her back on her feet. "Thank you for saving me, young master. My name is Wu Mengming," she said, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Do not worry, it was my fault. Had I not appeared, you would not have slipped and fallen into the water, Miss Wu. If you do not mind, you can go to my room to change into some dry clothes," Chen Lingtian said with a smile. He felt his words sounded a bit improper, but he forced himself to remain calm, ensuring he wouldn't blow his cover. Droplets of water dripped down from her cuffs and the hem of her skirt, causing Wu Mengming to sneeze reflexively. "Achoo." Covering her mouth, she replied, "Thank you, young Master Chen, but I have spare clothes in my storage bag, so there is no need to trouble you. I will head back." She was about to say she would return to her own guest room to change, but then she remembered she was currently in the Prince of Jinbei's estate. If someone were to spot her, it would be terribly awkward, so she had no choice but to agree. "Young Master Chen, may I borrow your room?" Of course. At that moment, Wu Mengming could not help but wonder how this elegant and dashing young Master Chen happened to have clothing suited for a woman. Realizing it must belong to young Master Chen's mother, she dismissed the thought. Fortunately, she had her own clothes in her storage bag. Otherwise, she would practically have to dress up like his mother. No, she meant wearing his mother's clothes. Why on earth did her mind wander in that direction? As she was lost in thought, Chen Lingtian's voice rang out. "Miss Wu, what is the matter?" "Oh," Mengming cried out in slight surprise. She hastily lowered her head and replied, "Young Master Chen, I was lost in thought just now. My apologies. No harm done. Follow me." With an easy mind, Chen Lingtian led Wu Mengming back to his residence and invited her into his room to change. Chen Lingtian waited outside the door, occasionally casting his gaze toward the room. If only my eye of inspection had an X-ray vision function, that would be perfect. What a pity. According to the information he retrieved, Wu Mengming possessed no cultivation base, meaning she was currently nothing more than an ordinary mortal. The water in that pool originated from the melted snow of glaciers thousands of miles away, flowing deep underground before being channeled through a narrow conduit by skilled craftsmen to form the reservoir. Let alone himself, even a cultivator who had just stepped into the body-tempering realm might not be able to endure the pool for long. Yet Chen Lingtian was also quite bewildered. Surprisingly, he felt entirely unaffected and did not find it cold at all. Even the damp clothes on his body were gradually being dried by a subtle warmth. This was likely the effect of the vitality elixir. Shrewd as he was, he hazarded a guess that it must be the pill's efficacy, for there was no other explanation. With his current cultivation alone, he certainly could not have withstood the chill. As for Wu Mengming, she had only trodden carefully upon the water's surface while playing. When she fell into the pool earlier, she had felt extremely uncomfortable because the water was truly freezing. Her sudden instability upon standing up was also due to her previous movements, which had left her legs entirely numb. Fortunately, Wu Mengming was not a true mortal. She possessed a high-grade water spiritual root, a constitution that granted her exceptional affinity with water. Otherwise, falling into the pool would have left her severely injured if not dead. Now she had merely caught a slight chill. Changing into dry clothes and taking some nourishing medicinal pills to warm her body would suffice. Soon the soft rustle of fabric came from inside the room. Leaning against the door outside, Chen Lingtian's ears twitched slightly. The sound stirred his imagination, yet he dared not behave audaciously, maintaining the dignified posture of a true gentleman as he guarded the entrance. Before long the door creaked open slightly. Wu Mengming stepped out dressed in a simple pale white skirt. Her hair was still half damp, a lingering blush graced her cheeks, and she kept her eyes lowered, not daring to meet Chen Lingtian's gaze. "Young Master Chen, I have finished changing. Thank you for letting me use your room." Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Had Chen Lingtian not listened intently, he would scarcely have heard her. The young girl was clearly feeling bashful. Chen Lingtian merely let out a soft murmur of assent. After a long moment, Wu Mengming finally looked up, only to lock eyes with Chen Lingtian's smiling gaze. Her heart skipped a beat once more, and she hurriedly looked down, nervously twisting the corner of her skirt. The system panel quietly refreshed favorability 2. Amused inwardly, Chen Lingtian maintained an unperturbed expression and said in a deep voice, "Miss Wu, you are too polite. The water in the pool was freezing cold just now. If not treated in time, it might leave behind hidden ailments, so you must not be careless. I have a body-warming pill here that can dispel the cold and strengthen your foundation. Please accept it." With a flip of Chen Lingtian's palm, a translucent white medicinal pill appeared, emitting a faint, delicate fragrance that instantly revealed its extraordinary quality. "This is the Jade Warming Pill, which can nourish the heart meridians and dispel the deep chill." Taken aback, Wu Mengming waved her hands in refusal and said immediately, "No, young Master Chen. My grandfather told me never to accept valuable items from others lightly. This pill is of no great value. I hope you will accept it, Miss Wu." "Young Master Chen, I have my own," Wu Mengming replied instinctively. Her grandfather was a master of alchemy, so how could she lack such protective heart-nourishing pills? Just as Wu Mengming finished speaking, Chen Lingtian lowered his gaze, slightly preparing to put on an act. Speaking in a gentle tone laced with an undeniable sense of disappointment, he said slowly, "This matter arose because of me. If you do not accept it, Miss Wu, my conscience will not find peace." His words filled Wu Mengming with a touch of panic. "Young Master Chen believes this is his fault, but the real culprit behind my slip and fall into the water was myself. If I do not accept it, he will surely blame himself." Biting her lip, she finally took the pill gently and murmured, Thank you, young Master Chen." Favorability 3. Seeing her intriguing reaction, Chen Lingtian felt an immense surge of satisfaction. It was working. Yet he showed none of it on his face, quickly adding, "Miss Wu, now that this is settled, I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Without any unnecessary lingering, Chen Lingtian turned and departed, leaving nothing behind. Favorability 1. Wu Mengming stood frozen in place, utterly dazed. Young Master Chen. He is not at all like the rumors make him out to be. Perhaps he is concealing something. Her face flushed as she withdrew her gaze, whispering to herself, "Mengming, you are just an ordinary person. Do not aim too high or harbor such unrealistic thoughts. Grandfather always said that all men are worthless scoundrels and that no one besides him can be trusted. Yet young Master Chen seems somewhat different." She began to chide herself for losing her composure. "Still, if young Master Chen were to marry me, it wouldn't be so bad. Wait, grandfather." At that thought, she suddenly came to terms with it. "In that case, once grandfather finishes, I will tell him. No, if men really are as untrustworthy as grandfather claims, I must put it to the test. After all, practice brings true knowledge. Besides, it will take grandfather quite a while to refine the pills, so he won't be able to look after me for the next few days. I shall discover for myself whether young Master Chen is worthy. To be honest, what young maiden does not yearn for love?" Wu Mengming had been unable to cultivate her entire life, and traveling with her grandfather, she had encountered all kinds of people. She had also wondered if her life was truly worthwhile. In a mere 100 years, even with her grandfather's protection, her heart could never find peace, for she would eventually grow old. If she could find a good marriage, her grandfather would surely be happy. Although longevity pills existed in this world, ancient texts recorded that an ordinary mortal could never attain eternal life solely through the essence of pills, and even supreme powerhouses merely struggled to survive. It was recorded in the world that only the ethereal immortals could enjoy a lifespan as long as the heavens and earth, rivaling the sun and moon. Yet how distant were the immortals? In her region alone, the strongest recorded powerhouse was merely at the half-step Nirvana realm. Those of the Nirvana realm could live for another 10,000 years. Her grandfather at the spirit condensation realm had a lifespan of 500 years, even with life-prolonging pills, he could only extend it by another century. As for herself, she would not live nearly as long. Wu Mingming thought, blankly, feeling a sense of panic for the first time. Perhaps it was the fear of death, but more than that it was the dread of losing her family. Such was human nature. The more one possessed, the less one cherished it, only to yearn for it once it was lost. Perhaps this was destiny. Grandfather, you would surely agree to let me marry and raise a family. Now I will search one by one. If young Master Chen does not suit, I will move on to the next. Perhaps this is my obsession, my fate. Wu Mingming did not know why her thoughts wandered so far. These were not the concerns of a young maiden. Yet her parents, as well as her grandmother, were all mortals who had passed away before her grandfather, forcing the elder to bury the younger. All of this was because of the vast divide between immortals and mortals. If she could give birth to a child with cultivation talent, her grandfather would never be lonely again. Perhaps the old man would even praise her for being clever. At this very moment, in the alchemy room of the Prince of Zhenbei's estate, Wu Qingyuan's right eyelid twitched violently. He instantly sensed something amiss. Could it be that this batch of pills was going awry? But that made no sense, as there was no sign of furnace explosion or pill destruction. Alchemist Wu merely assumed there was an impending error in his refinement, so he lowered the heat and began to adjust the process meticulously. Alchemist Wu believed in the omen of twitching eyelids, the left for fortune, the right for disaster, something that often occurred during his alchemy sessions. After tinkering for quite some time, the twitching finally stopped, allowing him to ease his mind and increase the heat to continue refining. At that moment, Wu Mingming returned to their shared guest room with a relaxed mind. Little did Alchemist Wu know his calculations were entirely off. Any later, and his granddaughter might have been whisked away. Inside Nanyang City, Chen Lingtian had specifically changed into ordinary green tight-fitting martial attire and wore an ash-white mask on his face, quietly slipping out of the prince's mansion. In Nanyang City, he was originally a legendary figure known to everyone. This outfit was merely to conceal his identity and avoid unwanted attention. Walking along the bustling street, Chen Lingtian casually harvested a bundle of top-quality spiritual herbs from his grotto heaven. Watching the lush, dripping green herbs with their rich medicinal fragrance enter the system, space, a wave of joy rose in his heart. These were all spiritual herbs produced by his grotto heaven. Though their grade was not top tier, they had the advantage of being easy to cultivate and fast-growing. While ordinary cultivators would be overjoyed to obtain even a single stalk, as if they had stumbled upon a fortune, he harvested them as easily as cutting chives. In the blink of an eye, over 100 stalks were stored away. To support my wife, raise the kid, and draw from the system's lucky pool, the spirit stones on hand are getting tighter and tighter. Sigh. Relying on my old man's financial aid is ultimately not a long-term solution. He muttered to himself in a low voice, packing all these spiritual herbs into his personal storage bag. Although the Zhenbei Prince's mansion did not lack gold and silver, cultivation, alchemy, array formation, and social relations all required spirit stones. However, relying on anyone was never as good as relying on oneself. Chen Lingtian made up his mind the safest place right now was the Qianbao Merchant Guild in the city, where he could liquidate this batch of spiritual herbs. He stepped onto the main street of Nanyang City. It was bustling with activity and clamorous with voices. Hawkers' cries rose and fell on both sides of the street, while the varying auras of passing cultivators intertwined. Though the spiritual energy here was far less dense than that of the prince's mansion, it possessed a touch of earthly warmth. Chen Lingtian walked straight ahead, and before long a grand and magnificent pavilion carved with spiritual runes stood before him. Qianbao Pavilion. 3 gilded characters hung above the lintel, faintly shimmering with spiritual light, immediately revealing its extraordinary heritage. The 2 guards at the entrance possessed stable auras, both at least at the peak of the body-tempering realm. Seeing that Chen Lingtian wore ordinary clothes, yet carried an exceptionally calm demeanor, they dared not be negligent, and merely nodded slightly in greeting. This Qianbao Pavilion certainly knows how to treat everyone equally. Regardless of cultivation level, they offer basic respect. They must have suffered quite a few losses from looking down on others in the past, Chen Lingtian thought to himself. Dismissing further thoughts, he walked straight into the pavilion. The first-floor lobby displayed all kinds of magical treasures, medicinal pills, and talismans. Cultivators came and went in an endless stream, and the sounds of bargaining filled the air. A sharp-eyed shop assistant immediately noticed that Chen Lingtian was not someone just wandering around. Although his cultivation was not top tier, his reserved demeanor was definitely not something an ordinary rogue cultivator could possess. He was at least a scion of a cultivation clan. The assistant quickly stepped forward, bowing with a smile. "Young master, how may I assist you today?" "To sell spiritual herbs," Chen Lingtian replied flatly. "This way, please, young master." The assistant hastily led him to a quiet counter nearby. "Our shop offers the fairest prices for purchasing spiritual herbs and will never underpay you. Please rest assured." Behind the counter sat an elderly man wearing a round cap. His eyes were sharp and bright, clearly showing he was a veteran in handling spiritual herbs. Reluctant to waste words, Chen Lingtian tipped his storage bag directly onto the counter. Clatter. Bundles of spiritual herbs poured out, their green leaves swaying, and a dense medicinal fragrance instantly swept through the surroundings, causing the nearby cultivators to look over in surprise. Tier 1 and Tier 2 spiritual herbs piled up before their eyes, with even a few high-grade leaves approaching Tier 3 mixed among them. Every single stalk was intact, fresh, and brimming with spiritual energy. They were definitely not stale goods stored for years, but clearly harvested very recently. The old man's originally casual gaze suddenly sharpened. With slightly trembling fingers, he picked up a spiritual herb with gold-rimmed leaves, brought it to his nose to sniff, and exclaimed in shock, "This is a Tier 2 gold-rimmed, chi-condensing herb. Its quality is absolutely perfect, and the spiritual energy it contains is even richer than that of ordinary mid-grade spiritual herbs." He leafed through several more stalks in succession, his expression growing increasingly solemn, and the way he looked at Chen Lingtian shifted from casual to deeply respectful. Spiritual herbs of such quality and quantity were absolutely not something an ordinary rogue cultivator could produce. Even among clan descendants, they would have to come from a family specializing in cultivating spiritual plants. Daring not to pry further, the old man immediately asked, "Young master, are you planning to sell all of these spiritual herbs?" Chen Lingtian nodded. "Calculate the total price." The assistant beside him dared not delay, immediately counting and estimating the value with care. The abacus in the old man's hands clattered rapidly. After a moment, he reported in a deep voice, "There are 362 stalks of Huang-grade low-rank spiritual herbs in total. Calculated at 5 to 10 low-grade spirit stones per stalk, that comes to 3,620 low-grade spirit stones. There are also 30 mid-grade spiritual herbs at 300 low-grade spirit stones, each totaling 9,000 low-grade spirit stones. In total, that is 12,620 low-grade spirit stones. Since your spiritual herbs are of exquisite quality and abundant spiritual energy, this old man is willing to purchase them for 13,000 low-grade spirit stones. If you are willing, our shop will also throw in an extra 5 Huang-grade low-rank chi-gathering pills." As soon as he spoke, the surrounding cultivators gasped in unison. Such a massive sum of spirit stones was enough to forcefully elevate a talented chi-drawing cultivator all the way to the late stage of the body-tempering realm. Chen Lingtian's heart stirred slightly. The spiritual herbs produced by the system were indeed highly profitable. Yet his face remained calm as he said flatly, "There is no need for the pills. Just convert them into spirit stones and give them to me together." Yes, of course." The old man hurriedly ordered the assistant to fetch a heavy storage bag, presenting it respectfully with both hands. "Please verify the amount, young master." After converting the pills, it is a total of 13,500 low-grade spirit stones. With a sweep of his divine sense, Chen Lingtian confirmed the amount was correct. He casually slipped it into his robes, turned around, and walked out of the Qianbao pavilion. His current strength was still shallow, making it unwise to easily sell high-grade spiritual items, not to mention that the high-grade spiritual herbs newly planted in his grotto heaven had not yet matured. Even if he could claim they came from the prince's mansion's herb gardens, it would bound to alert his father. Right now, he only wanted to develop low-key and progress steadily. Walking along the bluestone path and looking at the street stalls set up by rogue cultivators on both sides, Chen Lingtian couldn't help but feel emotional. This scene was no different from the street markets of his past life. Right, I also have the all-seeing heavenly eye. Why not take this chance to hunt for treasures? If I happen to come across a buried treasure, it would be a great opportunity to make a fortune. Chen Lingtian's lips curled up slightly. With a thought, he directly activated the system's ability. All-seeing heavenly eye activate. In an instant, everything before his eyes seemed to shed its disguise, and the information of all items clearly floated into view. Mortal-grade high-rank iron axe cuts, with like clay-damaged Huang-grade low-rank magical treasure, spiritual energy, completely dissipated old ancient book, mundane reading material, useless low-grade herb, blood poison fruit, highly toxic. As a stream of useless information scrolled past, Chen Lingtian remained patient and slowly walked along the street. Suddenly his gaze froze. Wisdom fruit, supreme-grade spiritual fruit consumption can enhance a cultivator's soul and can also help demonic beasts awaken intelligence. Main ingredient for high-grade soul-strengthening pills. A supreme-grade spiritual fruit. The stall owner was an elderly man with messy hair wearing a patched-up Taoist robe. His aura was weak. Like Chen Lingtian, he was in the early stage of qi drawing, only far more advanced in age. Before him lay a pile of scrap metal and low-quality herbs, all worthless junk that nobody cared to look at. And that wisdom fruit was casually tossed into a pile of ordinary fruits, its surface completely devoid of any spiritual light, making it inconspicuous to the extreme. Had it not been for the all-seeing heavenly eye, even a professional treasure appraiser passing by might not have recognized such a supreme treasure. A wisdom fruit from a wisdom tree. Chen Lingtian had never even heard of such a spiritual fruit. He squatted down, casually picked up a rusty piece of iron beside it, and asked in a flat, nonchalant tone, "How much for this fruit?" The old man looked up. Seeing that Chen Lingtian wore a mask and his depth could not be gauged, he assumed him to be an ordinary cultivator and quickly smiled. "Fellow Taoist, just pay what you think is fair. 3 low-grade spirit stones each." Chen Lingtian nodded slightly, his gaze casually sweeping over the dusty pile of fruits, and flatly uttered 2 words, "Pack them." The old man was slightly startled. In this pile of fruits, there were many ordinary fruits he had casually picked in the mountains. Aside from tasting decent, they had absolutely no spiritual energy, and were originally just there to make up the numbers. Seeing that the other party wanted to buy them all, the old man quickly agreed, "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Several passing cultivators who witnessed this scene began to sneer secretly. Another greenhorn fooled by street stall junk. He can't even distinguish between ordinary fruits and spiritual fruits. What a fool. Ha ha, he must have money with nowhere else to spend. Unfazed, Chen Lingtian paid the spirit stones, swept the wisdom fruit along with the entire basket of fruits into his storage bag, turned around, and walked away with composed steps, without the slightest hesitation. Just a few steps after leaving, he noticed several sneaky figures trailing behind him. A few reckless little mice. However, not long after trailing him, the moment they saw the grand gates of the Jinbei prince's mansion looming ahead, their faces turned deathly pale in terror, and they scattered in all directions in utter disarray. Chen Lingtian walked straight back to his courtyard. Closing the door behind him, he could no longer suppress the upward curve of his lips. He had managed to pick up a supreme-grade spiritual fruit at a bargain. This was an absolute jackpot. The divine soul was of paramount importance to cultivators. Since his current cultivation was still shallow, his divine soul was naturally not very strong. If he consumed this wisdom fruit, his divine soul would surely strengthen immensely. In the future, whether it was cultivation alchemy, or even activating the omnipotent heavenly eye, he would achieve twice the result with half the effort. Chen Lingtian did not consume it immediately. He toyed with the wisdom fruit in his hand, a plan already forming in his mind. He wondered where his old man had gone. He truly wished he could squeeze some more spirit stones out of his father's pockets to spend. Chen Lingtian leaned against the headboard. He had just visited his father's courtyard and the library, but found no trace of him. Thus he could only wait idly to reap the benefits. After all, his father was a powerhouse at the late stage of the spirit condensation realm, so his family wealth was bound to be substantial. Sigh. When would he finally be able to truly soar? Counting the days, there were still several days left before the spiritual fetus would be born. Yet he was truly growing impatient. But being anxious was useless, he just had to endure it. His thoughts shifted, recalling the beautiful silhouette he had crossed paths with this morning. Well, haste makes waste. After careful consideration, Chen Lingtian suppressed his fluttering heart. Since he still had a relatively abundant supply of spirit stones, he might as well try his luck with a few spins on the lucky roulette. Immediately, he summoned the system to open the lucky roulette interface. A flurry of fierce actions only to realize 10,000 was gone. Consuming 1000 low-grade spirit stones, the host has obtained 1 lottery draw opportunity. Do you wish to proceed? Draw. Chen Lingtian tapped with his fingertip, chanting silently in his heart. A single draw brings miracles, give me gold. The roulette spun rapidly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. It came to a sudden halt. The pointer landed steadily on a green area. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a green quality item. The one-time use cultivation technique, breath concealment art. Breath concealment art, no rank, conceals breath and concentrates the mind. At the initiate level, it can hide 1 major realm. At the mastery level, it can hide 2 major realms. At the grand completion level, it can completely conceal one's cultivation, making it undetectable to anyone unless their realm is more than 3 major realms higher. If cultivated to the level of supernatural transformation, one can transform into a mortal, naturally exuding Tao rhythm, no different from the true immortals and sages of the heavens. Cultivation technique realms: novice, initiate, mastery, advanced, grand completion, consummation, supernatural, transformation, pinnacle. Chen Lingtian stared at the description, completely stunned on the spot. How the hell is this only green quality? This should at least be of the gold quality treasure tier. Although it is merely an auxiliary technique, once cultivated to the point of transcending mortality, it would practically be a walking cheat code for showing off. Jia jia jia. Chen Lingtian held the manual, grinning from ear to ear. The next moment he spoke directly. System, learn the breath concealment art. Ding. This cultivation technique is a one-time limited edition. It can only be learned once and cannot be reused. Does the host confirm? Yes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully learning the breath concealment art. Breath concealment art has automatically reached the initiate level, upgradable. Seeing the technique directly bypass the novice level and reach initiate in 1 step, Chen Lingtian's grin stretched almost to his ears. He casually opened the upgrade details. With just a single glance, he nearly fainted on the spot. Initiate to mastery 100 low-grade spirit stones. Mastery to Advanced 100 Mid-Grade Spirit Stones. Advanced to Grand Completion 100 High-Grade Spirit Stones. Grand Completion to Consummation 100 Supreme Grade Spirit Stones. Consummation to Supernatural Transformation 100 Spirit Crystals. Supernatural Transformation to Pinnacle 100 Immortal Crystals. Holy crap! Is this technique a gold-devouring beast in disguise? Supreme Grade Spirit Stones were one thing. They were hard currency only usable by those above the creation realm. But spirit crystals were precious treasures that only Nirvana realm cultivators could possess. As for immortal crystals, those were things that could not possibly be condensed in the lower realm. They were used by true immortals. When Chen Lingtian was a child, he had read ancient records in the royal library about a world above the upper realm. Indeed, the upper realm truly existed in this world. However, the portal leading to the upper realm had long since vanished. This had caused the spiritual energy of the lower realm to become sealed off, making it extremely difficult to nurture peerless powerhouses anymore. For tens of thousands of years apart from the region of Zhongzhou, not a single new Nirvana realm powerhouse had appeared anywhere else. Most of the older generation of Nirvana cultivators had long since perished, with only a tiny fraction barely surviving in the mortal world. The so-called Nirvana was merely borrowing another 10,000 years from the heavens. If successful, one would transcend mortality and enter the heavenly dipper mortal realm. If they failed, they would be halted for life, remaining forever at half-step heavenly dipper. At the thought of the terrifying resources required to upgrade this technique, Chen Lingtian could not help but curse. This is a total ripoff. No wonder such a heaven-defying technique was only labeled as green quality and restricted to a one-time use. Chen Lingtian took a deep breath, forcing down the grief and indignation in his heart, though he still silently cursed the system for being unfair. A green quality item with heaven-defying effects, yet the upgrade cost was ridiculously exorbitant. This was no mere cultivation technique, it was clearly a bottomless pit. Yet the more this was the case, the clearer he was about its immense value. It could conceal his realm, transform him into a mortal, and evade the detection of others. If utilized properly, this was practically a divine 3-in-1 skill for saving his life, playing the pig to eat the tiger, and launching sneak attacks. System check. My current cultivation and breath concealment effect. Hosts current cultivation second layer of spirit attunement. Technique breath concealment, art initiate. Currently concealable realms 1 major realm. Externally displayed cultivation body tempering realm and below. Chen Lingtian's eyes lit up. Not bad. Though right now in front of truly powerful experts, I am merely an unthreatening nobody. It could be said that it was of little use for the time being. But what about the future? Once his strength caught up, this technique would be of immense utility and was well worth having. As for upgrading his proficiency, he would hold off for now. Chen Lingtian stood up and paced around the room. As he circulated the technique, his aura retracted inward. In the next second, the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him instantly faded away. Unless someone examined him carefully with their divine sense, they would only mistake him for an ordinary mortal. In the future, once I master this, I'll masquerade as a good-for-nothing. Let's see who dares to act smug in front of me. I'll slap them right in the face. Just the thought of feigning weakness in front of everyone in the future only to backhand and send his opponents flying made Chen Lingtian feel an intense secret thrill. Yet as soon as he recalled that long list of upgrade costs, the smile on his face froze again. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, 100,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, and eventually even spirit crystals and immortal crystals. With his current assets, even the first step of upgrading from initiate to mastery was a stretch, and he wanted to reach heaven in a single bound. Keep dreaming. It seems I still have to target my old man. Chen Lingtian stroked his chin and muttered, Old man, oh old man, where on earth did you go to enjoy yourself? Your son urgently needs resources for cultivation. If you don't come back soon, your future grandchildren won't even have money for milk when they are born. When the time comes, the baby will cling to his leg and say, Daddy, hungry, want food. If he couldn't even afford milk money, what would he do? Chen Lingtian walked to the window and looked out at the courtyard, thinking to himself, once Schwerer gives birth to the baby, both mother and child will surely need nourishing supplements. Phew. Only 5 days left until I become a father. The child will be lonely and need company. With Schwerer raising the baby all by herself in the grotto heaven, and me rarely going in to accompany her, I should find some playmates for Schwerer, and perhaps make some more brothers and sisters for the baby. Chen Lingtian took a deep breath. Let's not think so far ahead for now. He sat down cross-legged, once more a glint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. System, let's do another draw. Ding. Insufficient spirit stones detected. Unable to exchange for lottery draws. What the hell? I sold so many spiritual herbs, and now you're telling me it's all gone after just one draw? Chen Lingtian's mouth twitched violently. Looking at the pitiful 3500 low-grade spirit stones left on the system panel, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The 12500 spirit stones he had just received and hadn't even warmed up yet were instantly reduced by 100 for a single lottery draw. Now his pockets were cleaner than his face. Forget about upgrading his technique proficiency. Even if he wanted to do another single draw, he was still short by 7500 low-grade spirit stones. Sigh. Now I'm right back to square one. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Although the effect of the breath concealment art is heaven-defying, it is merely a path of stealthy survival. It cannot be presented openly, nor can it be directly converted into my current strength. So I forget it. I won't think about it anymore. I need to seize the time to earn spirit stones for the lottery. I refuse to believe I won't get something good. That's right, Wu Mingming has an alchemist grandfather, true embodiment of a. If I could swindle a few pills from her, no extracted Dan pills, I'd be in my element. Chen Lingtian, pen in hand, began drafting an invitation letter. The strokes flowed as if guided by a divine hand. During that period, he also tended Xiao Shuer within the cave heaven, checked the growth of the spiritual plants, and savored the abundance of the haven before returning to write a little more. The night grew deep, moonlight like water spilling over the eaves of the Jinbei Wangfu. Chen Lingtian steadied his thoughts, the daylight's frivolity fading from his face, and summoned a servant. With a soft command, he instructed the servant to deliver a handwritten note to Wu Mengming's guest room. Not long after the servant returned with news, Miss Wu had agreed. A barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of his lips. Then he composed himself, donning a jade silk long robe that looked refined and slender, and waited at the side gate of the mansion. Not long after, a slender figure approached. Wu Mingming wore a pale green robe, her long hair simply tied back, and her eyes and brows carried a hint of maidenly shyness. Upon seeing Chen Lingtian, she lowered her gaze and bowed. Chen Gongzi. Miss Wu, there is no need for ceremony from now on, just call me by my name. Chen Lingtian's voice lowered, clear and bright. Wu Mingming replied obediently with a soft nod, then said, Then Brother Lingtian, you can call me Mingming as well. Chen Lingtian offered a comet-like smile. Tonight the moonlight is superb. The South City Huaxi's riverboats are elegant. I thought you'd be chilled by the day, Mingming, so I wanted to take you out to unwind. Very well. The two walked in silence, the atmosphere quiet yet refined, the girl blushing as she walked at his side. The Huaxi by the south of the city was not far from the Wangfu, so they did not take a sedan chair, for it would draw too much attention. Chen Lingtian did not wish to encounter old acquaintances. Before they knew it, they had arrived at their destination, the Huaxi in the South City. On the water, the evening breeze caressed the surface, the lanterns along the banks glimmered and reflected in the water, dreamlike and otherworldly. Chen Lingtian rented a small, delicate painted boat, drifting slowly toward the lake's center, keeping the noise of the world behind. The boat reached the middle, the surroundings grew quiet, and only the soft sound of water could be heard. Chen Lingtian stood at the rail, gazing at the full moon, and let out a long, dusty sigh. The sigh was as light as the wind, yet heavy enough to tighten one's chest. Wu Mengming's heart stirred, and she could not help asking, Brother Lingtian, do you have something on your mind? Because this journey was so peculiar. Let's just enjoy the moonlight. After all, two solitary people here still know little of each other. Wu Mingming had hesitated before, but after much thought she agreed to Chen Lingtian's invitation, for she wanted to know what kind of person he was. Chen Lingtian slowly turned back, the moonlight falling on his face. He looked as handsome as a jade tree, yet his eyes held an unbreakable loneliness and cold desolation. A burden on your heart. He mocked himself with a half-smile, his voice deep and hoarse. After 18 years, it seems I have never lived up to anyone's expectations. Wu Mingming froze. What do you mean by that? Brother Lingtian, you are the heir of the Jinbei Wangfu. Your status is noble, and many envy you beyond measure. Noble? Chen Lingtian whispered again, a trace of coldness in his eyes, saying self-mockingly, to outsiders what they envy is only this identity of my aptitude is mediocre. After 18 years of cultivation, I have exhausted countless heavenly treasures and spiritual stones, and I have only just managed to reach the spirit realm. He paused, deliberately lowering his voice with a hint of self-burden. My father holds the heavy troops, commands the land, and his power is formidable. He cared only about appearances, whether it was cultivation resources or even daily allowances. He had never once given me a penny. Everything I have now I scraped and saved with my own hands. Wu Mingming listened with a tightening heart and a look of pity in her eyes. She had always thought Chen Lingtian was a pampered noble son, free-spirited and unrestrained, but she had not expected such grievances behind his facade. I do not seek to become a peerless powerhouse. Chen Lingtian gazed at the lake, his tone as light as a self-mock. With my aptitude, striving further is futile. What I want is to spend the rest of my life with a confidant, to live peacefully, to marry early, to have a child early, and to pass this life in plain happiness. That would be enough. So I want to go out and have a try, shed this shell free from the heir's burden, and then I will live more freely. He spoke with sincere feeling. The look in his eyes, uncertainty and hope for the future, made Wu Mengming's heart ache. She hadn't expected the young master's experiences to be this way. Worries, confusion, The boy before her was not the reckless scoundrel the world described. He clearly lacked warmth of affection, supporting himself alone for so many years. Young Master Chen. Wu Mengming's nose pricked. Instinctively, she rummaged from her storage bag and drew out several bottles of high-quality Dan pills, all at once handing them to Chen Lingtian. Take these. These were all personally crafted by my grandfather. They will greatly aid your cultivation. Don't disdain them. The pills exuded a rich fragrance and a restrained aura, each bottle valuable. Chen Lingtian's heart leaped, but his expression remained the same, grateful, yet awkward, and he hurriedly declined. This is far too precious, Mengming. I cannot take it. Brother Lingtian, if you call me brother, you must take it. Wu Mengming stubbornly pressed the pill pouch toward him, her gaze flitting with a hint of evasion. Chen Lingtian looked straight at her face, not taking it. Wu Mengming lowered her head and once again offered the items. Their hands nearly touched. Chen Lingtian finally accepted the pill pouch and replied, Mengming, thank you. Wu Mengming quickly drew back her hand, whispering, don't think too much, I just think you shouldn't endure this kind of grievance. Her voice trembled as if she had done something wrong. Her small face flushed red. In the chill of winter her breath would have shown. At that moment a system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations host, target Wu Mengming intimacy level has surpassed 80 thresholds. Rewards issued, a heaven-tier top-grade spirit instrument. The Luo Yulinghuan. This item can only be given to the target and the bound recipient or used by the host. A warm white light quietly fell into the system space. The ring, pure white with delicate cloud patterns, floated there. Its spiritual energy was restrained, and it was clearly not a common item. Heaven-tier top-grade spirit instrument. Chen Lingtian's heart pounded, yet his face stayed calm, and a layer of moisture welled in his eyes. Now a chance to seize a wealthy patron had arrived. This ring was desirable, but it carried limits. Chen Lingtian immediately withdrew the ring. He gently gripped the Luo Yulinghuan and swiftly slid it onto Mengming's left wrist. Before the other could react, Chen Lingtian's voice choked. To be honest, this bracelet is my late mother's, the only heirloom she left for my future daughter-in-law. Wu Mengming's face stiffened and flushed in an instant. The ring's cool touch adjusted its size to fit perfectly, making her wrist look as delicate as jade. Chen Lingtian saw this and pressed on. My mother passed early. I have always kept this bracelet close. Now I wish to shed this mortal dust. This ring no longer serves me. Chen Lingtian gazed at her, his eyes so gentle they could drown one. Today, I met you, Miss Wu, and I feel this ring is fated for you. Wu Mengming's wrist trembled. She stood still, her face burning. She wanted to return the ring, but could not manage to take it off. The ring seemed welded to her wrist. Brother Lingtian, please take this away. I. She faltered the words she wished to say, refusing to come out as she wanted to refuse. Yet inwardly she resisted with all her might. Could this be love at first sight? Ding. Intimacy 10, current intimacy 90, bindable. Chen Lingtian concealed a smile within a binding. He retreated his hand gently and looked up at the night sky full of moonlight. The fish is hooked, the net should be drawn in slowly. He softly said, it's late at night, I will take you home. Wu Mengming lowered her head, gazing at the warm ring on her wrist, her heart already a tangled mess, and her response trembled. Okay. The painted boat slowly turned, steering toward the shore. One boat of moonlight, one boat of secrets. Chen Lingtian's hand at his side tightened quietly. Wu Mengming, granddaughter of a Dan Dao master, wealthy and simple in character. He must take her home to warm his bed. The pleasure boat rocked gently as moonlight spilled across the water. Chen Lingtian sniffed the pouch of pills which still held a lingering warmth from the young maiden's body, a top-tier, medicinal fragrance swirling around the tip of his nose. He was already overjoyed. With this batch of goods, he could temporarily resolve his urgent need for spirit stones. He was absolutely soaring. What mediocre aptitude, what unloving father, what heirloom left by a mother who passed away early for her future daughter-in-law. It was all just a script he had fabricated on a whim. Possessing an incredibly powerful system and owning a portable grotto heaven, he required a vast amount of natural treasures, otherwise he wouldn't have resorted to deception. As for finding a fine wife and bearing noble children, that part was indeed true. Moreover, what Chen Lingtian desired was far more than just one beauty. His grand plan was to give every girl a home. Wu Mengming was innocent, soft-hearted, and easily swayed, and with her wealthy family background, she was practically a little lamb delivering itself to his doorstep. This was an absolute windfall. Beside him, Wu Mengming was still dazed, fiddling with the Liu spirit bracelet on her wrist, wondering what on earth was happening. Her wrist wasn't thick at all, yet she thought it was stuck. Chen Lingtian was also curious about this heaven-grade supreme spirit artifact he had gifted, so he activated his heavenly eye to inspect it. Because it was a gift from the system, he could inspect it at will even after gifting it to someone else, let alone when the recipient was his newly bound partner. Item, name Liu spirit bracelet. Grade, heaven grade supreme spirit artifact. Effect, body protection. It can withstand endless attacks from cultivators below the Nirvana realm and a full-strength blow from those above Nirvana but below the Tiangang realm. It can also convert spiritual energy to infuse into the wearer, nourishing their mind and body. System product guaranteed authenticity for all customers. Note ownership belongs to the host. Without the host's permission, even if gifted, this item cannot be seized by others, and even the wearer cannot gift it to anyone else. It expands and contracts at will, but if there is any attempt to give it away, the bracelet will automatically lock, establishing a spiritual connection with the wearer's heart. Chen Lingtian explained the effects of the item to Wu Mengmeng and told her its name, though he withheld its grade, for it was simply too unimaginable. Within the territory of the dynasty he belonged to, even Earth-grade spirit artifacts were rare, let alone a Heaven-grade supreme spirit artifact. Wu Mengmeng had no choice but to give up. Recalling Chen Lingtian's words about the heirloom left by his mother for her future daughter-in-law, the tips of her ears burned so hot they felt as if they were on fire. Could young Master Chen be a playboy? We have clearly only known each other for a single day, just one day. How could he be like this? Yet at this very moment, the second Wu Mengmeng lifted her eyes and caught sight of Chen Lingtian's profile, her heart began to race uncontrollably. Is this the love mother used to speak of? Just like how mother felt about father back then. The more she thought about it, the deeper her blush grew. Brother Lingtian. Wu Mengmeng spoke in a soft whisper. Chen Lingtian looked back, his voice gentle. What is it? This bracelet is truly too precious. I still cannot accept such an important item. With the spirit bracelet on her wrist, she felt a stream of energy coursing through her meridians like a dragon. It seemed she was now able to cultivate a sensation she had never experienced before. Spiritual energy was entering her body. Chen Lingtian shook his head gently, his fingertips brushing past her hair, as if by accident, before quickly drawing back, his sense of propriety measured to perfection. To me there is no such thing as precious, or not only whether it is suitable. This item is destined for you. Gazing at the moon's reflection in the center of the lake, his tone carried a hint of melancholy. In this life of mine I have few attachments. When a person departs, their memory fades like cooling tea. I hope you will wear it always as a trace of my existence left in this world. Only then did Wu Mengmeng relent, no longer refusing. How could Chen Lingtian let her have her way? He was eagerly anticipating her sending him pills and resources in the future, and perhaps raising a few fruits of their love. Wear it, Chen Lingtian said, his voice low and carrying a gentle but undeniable authority. Just leave me with a keepsake. A keepsake. These words drifted softly into Wu Mengmeng's heart, sending ripples through her soul. She stood there in a daze, looking just like an innocent girl next door. So gullible. A flash of guilt crossed Chen Lingtian's eyes, and he thought to himself, perhaps in the future when she realizes this was all a deception, she will come to settle the score with me. If so, we'll just have to have a few more children. As expected, Chen Lingtian was still the same old lecher. Such shameless behavior, if placed in his past life, would undoubtedly brand him a scumbag and a player, and he'd be lucky not to be torn to pieces by feminists. The boat had docked. Chen Lingtian reached out, gently shielding Wu Mengmeng as she stepped off the boat. His movements were natural and considerate, without any forced intimacy. Of course, to outsiders this might seem pretentious, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and a 90-point intimacy level was no joke. The night is deep and the wind is chilly. Let me walk you back to your courtyard. MHM. Wu Mengmeng lowered her head like a docile little rabbit, obediently walking side by side with him. A man and a woman strolling down the long street, paved with moonlight. With the heavy pouch of pills tucked against his chest, Chen Lingtian was in high spirits, wondering how many spirit stones he could get by selling them. He had previously inspected the spiritual plants in his grotto heaven. They were growing rapidly, and the spiritual herbs on the soil had sprouted several new leaves. Now that he had resources, it was time to find a wife. Upon returning to the palace, the two parted ways. Seeing the young girl's reluctance to leave, Chen Lingtian felt a slight itch in his heart, but he knew he couldn't rush to make his move. Damn, it was the feeling of excitement. Brother Lingtian, I want. Before Wu Mengmeng could say what she wanted, Chen Lingtian cut her off. No, you don't. Go back and get some sleep. I'll accompany you for a stroll tomorrow. All right. As soon as Mengmeng finished speaking, Chen Lingtian spun around and left without the slightest hesitation, like an arrow shot from a bow, never looking back. He turned and walked away. A slight exaggeration. If he didn't leave now, he truly wouldn't be able to suppress his burning desires. It was far too intense. Under the dark night sky, the young maiden was left standing alone, bewildered in the wind. She recalled the way he had looked at her, filled with a burning, restrained heat. She instinctively looked down at herself, suddenly overcome with both shame and anger. She was ashamed because he was clearly very interested in her, yet angry because looking down she could see her feet completely, without any obstruction. Meanwhile, Chen Lingtian was already at his bedside, taking stock of the pills in the pouch, inspecting them with his heavenly eye. Grade 2, Spirit Gathering Pill. Effect: it can rapidly draw chi into the body and stabilize one's realm, making it the most coveted foundation-building pill for cultivators of the spirit-drawing realm. Grade 3, Warm Jade Meridian Stabilizing Pill. Effect: specially formulated to treat hidden cultivation injuries and blocked meridians, gently nourishing the dantian. Even those with mediocre aptitude can slowly widen their meridians with long-term consumption, laying a foundation for future breakthroughs. Grade 4, Clear Soul Pill. Specially nourishes the soul, calms the mind, and prevents deviation during cultivation. It also slightly enhances comprehension, yielding miraculous effects for alchemy, weapon refinement, and spell cultivation. Grade 5, Purple Cloud Body Nourishing Pill. A rare constitution nourishing pill that slowly improves physical aptitude and cleanses the mortal body. Ordinary cultivators would struggle to obtain even one in a lifetime. Every single pill was plump and full, and the grade 3 pills even bore distinct pill veins, a clear sign of exceptional efficacy. Pills with veins were of the absolute highest value. However, there was only a single grade 5 Purple Cloud Body Nourishing Pill, while the other bottles contained 4 or 5 pills each. One could easily imagine how extraordinary these pills were. The more precious the pill, the fewer there were, and the vessels holding them became correspondingly more valuable. Judging solely by the appearance of these pill bottles, one could easily tell which was ordinary and which was superior. Chen Lingtian lay sideways on the bed. Rowing the boat earlier had truly exhausted him. After resting for a moment, he entered his grotto heaven. When he materialized back in the room, he collapsed onto the bed, silently cursing the system. Sigh. System, why are the after effects of this vigorous dragon tiger pill so severe? No sooner had the words left his mouth than he fell unconscious. Waking up the next morning when he inspected his grotto heaven once again, his face turned pale with shock and anger. Who was it? Who stole my delicious crab roe burger? It was I, the big white snow-eared rabbit. Chen Lingtian surveyed the chaotic spiritual plants within his heart, bled, utterly heartbroken. What a wicked deed. A figure revealed itself stepping into the medicinal field before Chen Lingtian's eyes. Judging by its appearance, it was a rabbit. That snow rabbit is huge and white. On closer look, this seems to be my wife. This rabbit is Bai Shui, the unmorphed snow-eared rabbit matron. Recalling that the transformation pill lasts a mere 3 hours, Bai Shui's form within the cavern could stretch to 30 hours. Now she has reverted to her beastly form, and Chen Lingtian stood in the wind reeling. How could I forget this? Bai Shui hopped about, trampling the spirit plants, biting several top-tier spirit herbs, and even gnawing at the He Shou Wu, taking bites here and there. The rabbit tooth marks left above confirmed the culprit. Chen Lingtian's pupils shrank, a surge of blood rushed to his head, almost causing him to faint from oxygen deprivation. What a sin. Those were among the most precious spirit plants in his cavern. Even that 1,000-year He Shou Wu could fetch him a fortune in spirit stones, and it made his heart ache. Stand still. He charged into the cavern with a low shout, reaching to seize the doer, the big white rabbit. But Bai Shui, the snow-eared rabbit matron, was sharp-eyed at once. By beastly instinct, she ran rampant within the cavern. With a flick of her long ears, she leaped faster than anyone. From time to time, she bit off half a leaf of spiritual grass with her delicate, three-lobed mouth, eating with relish her plump body, weaving through the clumps of spirit plants, leaving chaos in her wake. Delicious indeed. This tastes better than what I had on the Tian Mountain. The rabbit can talk. Chen Lingtian was startled. Yesterday, he fed wisdom fruit, and today she speaks fluently. Truly miraculous. Chen Lingtian winced at the sight, but he dared not strike hard. Bai Shui is his treasure. Now he cannot beat or scold her. At most he could lift her up and scold her a little. Chen Lingtian breathed deeply, suppressing his emotions. In the heat of the moment, he forgot that within the cavern, he was the master. Then with a thought, his figure flashed and appeared behind Bai Shui. He bent down and scooped her up, holding the snow-white body securely in his arms, warm, soft, and fluffy. The touch was astonishingly pleasant, the fur smooth and silky like holding a cloud from the heavens. Yet thinking of the ravaged spirit plants, Chen Lingtian's face turned pale. Do you know how valuable these things are? He lowered his voice to scold the rabbit in his arms. I spent so long cultivating these spirit plants, and you come up and start gnawing. That He Shou Wu dares to gnaw. You must be aiming for the heavens. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. Bai Shui blinked her bright red eyes innocently at him, sniffed with her little nose, and remained silent. She not only wasn't afraid, but instead leaned into his embrace, a soft, coquettish look. Master, I still want to eat. That gaze, that face, as if it could melt ice. Chen Lingtian's body instantly softened halfway. Fine, fine. If my wife is gnawing, is that stealing? No, it's feeding. He sighed and gently poked the snow rabbit's soft belly. You are such a little sovereign. If I had known the transformation pill would wear off, I should have kept you locked up, so my spirit plants wouldn't suffer such a calamity. Still, he instinctively held her a little tighter. System notification chime ding. Detected intimate contact between the host and Bai Shui, the snow-eared rabbit matron. Affection has risen slightly. Current affection 96. Reward: advanced intimate gift box X1. Chen Lingtian's lips curled in a small smile and not bad. Yet when he looked down at the contentedly gnawing Bai Shui in his arms, he could only shake his head once more. He smiled wryly, this is not bad. But when he lowered his gaze to the plump self-satisfied Bai Shui, he could only sigh again. Fine, it's only a few spirit plants. My wife's happiness matters more than anything. Fortunately, the spirit plants haven't withered. It's not a tragedy. Oh, perhaps in a few days we'll plant a few more. Carrying Bai Shui, he carefully avoided the ravaged spirit plants and moved to the cavern's central spirit spring. The spring flowed lightly, its aura so dense it seemed almost liquid, a sanctuary to nourish the flesh and soothe the soul. Next time, don't gnaw without asking. Chen Lingtian placed Bai Shui by the spring, tapping her small head with a finger, saying kindly, if you want to eat something, tell me, and I'll pick it for you. I don't gnaw on your own. Bai Shui tilted her head, as if half understanding, stick out her pink tongue, and lightly licked his fingertip. I won't. Then her rabbit teeth clamped down with surprising force. A tingling sensation spread from the fingertips throughout his body, and Chen Lingtian's heart leapt. Who could resist this? By the way, when would Bai Shui be able to transform? Surely she won't rely on transformation pills as sustenance. Even though he could provide for her now, the more transformation pills she consumes, the weaker the effect becomes, the shorter the duration, and it might even harm her. For now, we can only maintain this form. Finding object information: name Bai Shui, race snow-eared rabbit spirit, gender female, cultivation first-tier demon beast, status healthy mildly, dependent on the host, intelligence awakening, wisdom fruit, digestion in progress, bloodline potential superior, auspicious Heian, constitution heavenly water spirit, body personality and preferences playful, impulsive, fond of mischief. Bound yes, affection 96 heavily dependent gestation 3070 cosmic cycle. Note, click for more details. Not the system. What is this? Has Bai Shui been displaced? Gasp. Chen Lingtian stared at the system panel in disbelief. Her cultivation and aptitude were no longer that clueless, doe-eyed little white rabbit, and her temperament had shifted from gentle to unruly. And what about the doubled gestation time? System, are you malfunctioning? System response lingered. According to checks, this is a gestation shift. The uncertainties of this period will affect birth timing. Please the host figure it out. Moreover, the main changes stem from the spiritual fetus nurturing backfiring on the mother's aptitude ascent, lengthening the fetal development time, plus the dragon tiger vitality pills, and the infant raising pills, and the cavern chi regulation, and the host's round-the-clock toil. These allowed the transformation. Or perhaps the spiritual fetus could not be adequately nourished, which extended the time. So it seems all this began with me, right? Yet why do I not change? The system has been active for days, and I'm still a rookie. This is not the invincible godlike system. Chen Lingtian cried. He was truly envious. Why doesn't this system help its host grow stronger first? Ding, the system detected the host's discontent. It could offer the host a transformation service, letting the host sire a brood. Perhaps let's not. System, I was only joking earlier. Did you take me seriously? So petty. Chen Lingtian muttered under his breath, and let it go, opening the Advanced Intimate Gift Box in the system space. Advanced Intimate Gift Box. 1 obtained items include 6 rank love pills. Warmth emitted by Sao's X10, a top-grade spirit vein, X1, a low-grade spirit stones, X1, parent-child outfits, profound tier, high-grade spirit garments, X100, 1 celestial bamboo house, 1 celestial pool. Chen Lingtian's eyes widened at the bounty. The gift box is extraordinarily generous, especially the 6-rank pills. The names are odd, but the effects are surely reliable. It will likely prove useful in the days ahead. While he was inspecting the items, Bai Shui suddenly grew restless in his arms, twisting about. Chen Lingtian smiled wryly and set her down. Bai Shui's feet hit the ground, and she quickly darted into the herb field. Chen Lingtian didn't stop her. He cheered softly from the side. Eat freely, eat how you like. From now on, this place is all yours. Bai Shui had barely landed when she hurriedly darted into the spirit field, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Looking at her round little body wiggling among the spiritual herbs, there was hardly a trace of the cuteness she had shown earlier. The scene was so vivid it left Chen Lingtian at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Well, they're meant to be provisions for raising offspring anyway. Now they've become her wife's pre-pregnancy nourishment. Not bad at all. After saying a few reserved words, he simply sat cross-legged and began counting his newly opened rewards. Occasionally glancing up at the large white milk rabbit frolicking and playing in the medicinal field, his eyes brimmed with affection. Swiftly he began to take stock of his rewards. A high-grade spirit vein, not bad, not bad. With a thought from Chen Lingtian, merge it into the grotto heaven. The very next moment, within the grotto heaven, the already concentrated spiritual energy surged instantly more than tenfold its former strength. Next he placed the immortal spirit bamboo house and the heavenly fairy pool. After adjusting their positions, he directly set them on the vacant ground beside the spirit stream fruit tree. At this moment, a 2-story cabin built from spirit bamboo appeared, followed by the placement of the heavenly pool. Perfect, quite fitting. Gazing at the scene before him, Chen Lingtian felt a deep sense of comfort, and the heaviness that had weighed on his chest dissipated entirely. The bamboo house exuded an antique elegance constructed from thousand-year-old purple-green bamboo, with delicate spirit jade wind chimes hanging beneath the eaves. When the gentle breeze blew, the chimes tinkled melodiously, and the faint fragrance of ancient bamboo wafted through the air. The surrounding spiritual energy intensified in that instant, and Chen Lingtian marveled at the sight, truly living up to its reputation as immortal bamboo. The wind he referred to was merely Chen Lingtian's command, and within the grotto heaven there was both rain and affection, quite apt. The heavenly fairy pool merged with the spirit stream, and as the stream water flowed into the pool, it shimmered with a luminous glow. Through the transformation of the warm, immortal spirit jade lining the pool's bottom, it became a basin of sacred heavenly pool water. This sacred water from the heavenly pool was clearly extraordinary. He immediately activated his heavenly item named Sacred Water of the Heavenly Pool. Rank Saint class. Efficacy: purifies the essence and marrow, eliminating impurities. It is also a life-saving sacred water. A single drop can restore a mortal clinging to their last breath to full health. As cultivation progresses, even beyond the saint realm, it can nurture and stabilize the divine consciousness. Countless fairies have bathed in the sacred water, which possesses beauty-preserving and skin-nourishing properties. Chen Lingtian grew increasingly pleased as he examined it. Over in the medicinal field, Bai Shui was clutching a stalk of spiritual herb, her three-lipped mouth moving rapidly as she ate, her cheeks puffed out. Her little tail swayed proudly. Upon hearing the commotion, she immediately dropped what she was holding and hopped over, her belly bouncing with each leap. Whether she had grown fat from eating or from pregnancy remained unclear. Chen Lingtian shook his head helplessly, scooped her up in his arms, and spoke softly. "Take your time, no one's chasing you." Humph. Bai Shui let out a soft snort. She immediately began kicking her limbs about, squirming in Chen Lingtian's embrace, while muttering indistinctly, "Put me down, put me down." All right. The moment her feet touched the ground, she bounced forward and leapt straight into the heavenly pool. Chen Lingtian undressed and followed behind, stepping in with one foot first before slowly sinking his entire body into the water. The water reached just above her chest. The pool was approximately 4.5 chi deep. Inside the bamboo house, Chen Lingtian lay on the bed with the large white milk rabbit resting obediently against his chest. The small head nuzzled his neck, then let out a yawn, its eyes growing heavy and drowsy. She was fragrant and soft. Tired. Chen Lingtian lowered his voice, gently stroking her smooth fur with his fingertips. After receiving Bai Shui's response, Chen Lingtian slowly rose, cradling the rabbit as he climbed the bamboo stairs to the second floor with careful, deliberate steps. The second floor room was simply yet elegantly furnished with a spirit-wood bed adorned by soft cloud cotton quilts. The air carried a faint bamboo fragrance mingled with spiritual energy, bringing comfort to both body and mind. Chen Lingtian gently placed Bai Shui on the bed, but as he tried to rise, she clutched his finger. Blinking sleepily, she murmured in a soft voice, Don't leave." "All right, I won't go. I'll stay with you." His heart softened, and he sat beside the bed, letting her hold his finger as she fell into a deep slumber. He had plenty of time within the grotto heaven anyway. There was a 10-to-1 time differential after all. Outside the window, spiritual rain fell softly. Inside, a man slept peacefully with a rabbit in his arms. Suddenly, Chen Lingtian was kicked awake. "Ouch! My little ancestor, can't you even sleep quietly?" Bai Shui on the bed seemed to sense something, her small mouth pressing together lightly, as she sank into a deeper, more peaceful sleep. Chen Lingtian moved his consciousness. In the blink of an eye, he emerged from the grotto heaven. Only one Shurchen had passed outside. After tidying up, he stepped out of the courtyard and sat beneath a bluestone pavilion, beginning the most exciting lottery moment of the day. System, give me 100 draws. Lower grade spirit stones -100 lottery. Draws redeemed. Current draws 100. Total 1. Chen Lingtian directly clicked the 100 draw option. 100 slender needles instantly appeared on the fortune wheel, spinning rapidly. Chen Lingtian watched, mesmerized. Hit it. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining epic purple X3, fine blue X12, quality green X16, common, white X47. Thanks for your participation, X22. Come on, system, you're screwing me over. These odds are darker even than Tung Sun's Ma Hua Tong. I wasn't even hoping to get golden items, so how did I pull 3 epic tier drops out of an 8% rate? That's insanely unlucky. System grants 1 copy of Probability Statistics Introduction. What the? Chen Lingtian tore the book to shreds in frustration. It was infuriating. Though his grades had been poor in his past life, he'd still managed to get into a decent university. Anyone who studied high school knows these concepts. Probability is randomness. It's like approaching certainty, but never quite reaching it. You could draw 100 times and get nothing but participation prizes because there's no guaranteed pity system. So this lucky wheel's win rate is just an illusion. A 0. 1% golden drop rate doesn't mean you'll guarantee a win after 1,000 draws. You're entirely at the mercy of luck. Remembering yesterday's successful single draw, his mood lightened slightly. Taking a deep breath, he began reviewing his rewards. Epic class character summon card purple. Can randomly summon a powerhouse from the heaven-piercing realm to the origin return realm. The character cannot be specified, and will be deathlessly loyal to the summoner. Not bad, it provides some security for future adventures. But now isn't the right time. He'll wait until after the child is born to summon. He then withdrew his gaze, and didn't use it immediately. Next he turned his attention to another epic tier item. Top-grade spirit robe purple woven from ancient blood silkworm silk and moonlight eye soul gauze. It's as light and thin as a cicada's wing. Yet it feels like warm, smooth jade, impervious to fire and water. It can easily neutralize all attacks below the heaven-piercing realm. It has the following effects: blood devour when self-released on a moonlit night or activated by circulating spiritual power. The spirit robe automatically unfolds a protective barrier woven from moonlight and blood chi. Windflower, the robe naturally emits an aura of concealment and enchantment, making the wearer's form elusive and unpredictable, with a slight attraction effect on cultivators of the opposite sex. Myriad transformations, alters color and style. This treasure is excellent. Chen Lingtian put on the garment. Wide sleeves fluttered the hem, flowing with dynamic energy, while blood-red coiled dragon patterns embroidered around the collar, and cuffs moved as if alive without any wind. The ink-dyed robe bears a blood-colored jade intention against the green wind. Silk threads shift to transform the moon's wind and floral brilliance. However, this vibrant color scheme proves too conspicuous, resembling attire worn by demonic cultivators. Chen Lingtian swept his sleeve and instantly transmuted it into a dark Xian-colored garment instead. Now this looks proper. He certainly didn't want to be targeted as a demonic cultivator upon venturing out. Red robes and blood garments were reserved exclusively for newlywed couples on their wedding day. What orthodox cultivator would parade through in crimson robes? The attention such bold attire would attract was undeniable. Only demonic and heterodox cultivators embraced such styles, and even they rarely wore them nowadays. The next purple tier item was a cultivation technique. Saint Class Technique Manual for Dominating Women Fragmentary Edition. Rank Saint Class Effect Dual Cultivation Enhancement stabilizes the divine consciousness spirit resonance, establishes a mental connection with one's dual cultivation partner, enabling awareness of their safety and emotional state, with voice transmission possible within 1,000 li. Dual cultivation enhancement, when practiced by both male and female cultivators, the spiritual energy circulation speed increases tenfold, allowing mutual advancement in cultivation without the risk of inner demon backlash. Note, though this is a fragmentary edition, its rank is still Saint Class. Cultivation technique ranks are divided as follows: Mortal, Yellow, Mystic, Earth, Heaven, Saint, Divine, Immortal, with each tier further subdivided into lower and higher levels. The Yunu Heart Scripture. This is a dual cultivation method. System, you're practically handing me a pillow right when I'm nodding off. But how did a purple tier item yield a Saint-grade cultivation method? This is way too bizarre, isn't it? No sooner had his voice fallen than a prompt instantly popped up on the system panel. Note: remnant volume. Although its grade is extremely high, it is incomplete, and its actual efficacy is heavily compromised. Thus, this cultivation method is only evaluated as purple tier epic. If all 9 remnant volumes are gathered, there is a chance to break through the shackles of the Saint-grade peak and ascend to the realm of immortals and gods. The host may use the heaven's eye to view the true grade. Chen Lingtian immediately gripped the manual in his hand. With a stir of his mind, he silently chanted, "Heaven's eye open." Item name: Yunu Heart Scripture. First remnant volume, Pleasure and Desire chapter. Grade: low, heaven grade. Yunu Heart Scripture Complete Edition, Ultimate Saint Peak. Total chapters 999 chapters. Layers 9 layers in total, 111 chapters per layer, 1 volume per layer. The information ended there. Chen Lingtian drew in a sharp breath of cold air. Good heavens. A total of 999 chapters divided into 9 layers with 111 chapters per layer. This scale is absolutely terrifying. No wonder people often say that 999 roses are the most touching, so this cultivation method subtly harbors the same logic. If one only cultivates the first layer, 111 chapters, it almost feels like a sarcastic mockery of being single. This cultivation method is rather intriguing. If I can gather the complete set through the lucky draw, I can truly rest easy without any worries. Becoming stronger simply through dual cultivation combined with my many children, many blessings system is practically an endless perpetual motion machine. I could just hide away in my grotto heaven until the end of time and only emerge once I'm invincible. This is simply brilliant. Unfortunately, it's not the complete set, so that's not feasible yet. Chen Lingtian hesitated no longer and immediately chose to learn it. Once he finished comprehending the cultivation method, the spiritual light that had been circulating on the manual instantly dimmed, and the Dao rhyme vanished without a trace. Upon seeing this, he immediately questioned the system. This cultivation method is a remnant volume, and the Dao rhyme upon it is only sufficient for one person to receive the complete inheritance. As for the remaining text, if others attempt to cultivate from this volume, they must rely on supreme talent and countless years to comprehend it. Chen Lingtian instantly understood. In other words, the first person to cultivate it can fully inherit the Dao rhyme. Latecomers stripped of that guidance can only rely on raw talent to force their way through. No matter how hard they try, those with mediocre aptitude can only treat it as an incomprehensible esoteric scripture. No wonder most transcribed copies of cultivation methods in the world are virtually worthless, so this is the root cause. Next were those high-quality and fine items. No heaven-defying treasures were drawn among these, they were mostly cultivation resources. 1,000-year cold iron or blue 10 cubic meters. 100-year lightning struck wood blue 11 pieces. 10-year solitary bamboo green 1 piece. Spiritual dress green 5 pieces. Mid-grade spirit stones green 1000 pieces. Low-grade spirit stones green 1000 pieces. Spiritual peaches green 50 pieces. Mortal clothes white X 10086. Mortal iron white X 500. Sharp chopping knife white X1. Tiger tooth blade white X1. It was quite a bountiful harvest. But what on earth is this 10-year solitary bamboo? Chen Lingtian casually threw it into his grotto heaven. Having dealt with the miscellaneous items, Chen Lingtian leaned against the pavilion railing. With a wave of his hand, low-grade spirit stones flew from his fingertips one by one, falling into the pond. As the spirit stones hit the water, spiritual light overflowed. The once quiet pond water instantly boiled as the fish inside scrambled madly to devour them. He quietly watched the school of fish fighting for the food. These spiritual fish were all bought by him at a high price. Just when the feeding frenzy was at its peak, Chen Lingtian's gaze locked onto one of them. This spiritual fish was precisely the koi whose head had been accidentally stepped on by the young girl yesterday. It fought the fiercest and ate the most. The corner of Chen Lingtian's mouth curled up slightly as he activated his heaven's eye to inspect it. Name none. Bloodline red-tailed carp. Gender female. Cultivation Tier 1 spiritual beast. Status newly awakened intelligence. Intimacy 80 like fish in water. Talents fertility blessing husband prosperity bubble expert. Its intelligence has just awakened and its talents are actually quite impressive. With a thought, a wisp of golden light condensed at Chen Lingtian's fingertip. The golden light plunged straight into the pond. Before the koi could react, it transformed into a gentle, yet inescapable ring of light, softly wrapping around its body. Startled, the koi lashed its tail violently. Instantly, water splashed everywhere as it began to struggle desperately. But before Chen Lingtian's power, its meager resistance was nothing more than an ant trying to shake a giant tree. Little fellow, do not struggle. Follow me into the grotto heaven. It will be 10,000 times more blissful than this tiny pond. The koi seemed to understand his words, or perhaps it had resigned itself to its fate, as it calmed down completely. Chen Lingtian waved his hand, and a spatial vortex slowly unfurled, instantly drawing the red-tailed carp inside. The next second, the little koi only felt its vision blur, and when it opened its eyes again, it was already in a vast new world. A spiritual stream meandered and spiritual herbs carpeted the ground. The concentration of spiritual energy here was more than 10 times that of the outside world. It froze for a moment, then joyfully flicked its tail fin, swimming freely in the spiritual stream, while greedily devouring the pure spiritual energy. Its scales grew increasingly crimson and translucent, with faint draconic patterns emerging, and its cultivation soared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chen Lingtian sank his consciousness into the grotto heaven. Watching the koi quickly adapt, and even begin to transform, he murmured softly, "How interesting." Bringing the spiritual fish into the grotto heaven was merely his way of testing the storage rules of the domain. Although the system stipulated that living humans could not be brought inside, the spiritual fish was a spiritual creature of heaven and earth. It counted as a resource, not a person. Spiritual items made no distinction between the living and the dead. A living spiritual creature was still a spiritual resource. As for the spiritual fish, it could be raised in the wild and slowly nurtured. It might prove of great use in the future. Having learned that storing living beings required their consent, Chen Lingtian vaguely sensed that to forcibly store other entities in the grotto heaven, his strength had to surpass theirs. That fish was relatively weak, but it was still a Tier 1 spiritual creature, and his strength was only a tiny bit higher than its own. That was why he could not store it instantly. Retracting his consciousness, Chen Lingtian began to organize his resources, intending to check how much his strength had progressed, as he felt completely brimming with power right now. System Character Panel. Host Chen Lingtian. Physique Yang Tempering Physique. Spiritual Root Mixed 5 Elements. Spiritual Root Impurity 99. Cultivation Second Layer of Qi Condensation. Bound Partners by Shui Wu Mingming. System Space Character Summon Card Gold X1. Character summon card purple X1 mid-grade spirit stones X1 low-grade spirit stones X12500. Sigh. The road is still long. Chen Lingtian closed the panel, turned to walk down from the pavilion, and headed straight toward the guest quarters outside the courtyard. It was now close to mid-morning. Chen Lingtian arrived at the entrance of Wu Mengming's residence. He gently raised his hand and knocked softly on the door, his knuckles making a light sound. In a warm tone he called out, "Mengming, are you there?" From inside the room the girl's soft voice immediately drifted out, "Young Master Chen." "Wait, please wait a moment." Wu Mengming had just gotten up and was tidying her dress, her face flushing slightly. Ever since she returned from watching the moon with Chen Lingtian yesterday, her heart had been fluttering inexplicably. Whenever she closed her eyes, his silhouette would appear. She quickly straightened her clothes and calmed her racing heart before gently opening the door. She only opened it a crack, first peeking her head out quietly, her shyness still lingering. "Young Master Chen." "Oh no, Brother Lingtian, I'm sorry to keep you waiting." She hastily corrected herself, fearing he might overthink. "No matter. Are you free right now?" Wu Mengming's heart tightened slightly, and she quickly replied, "Yes, I am." "In that case, how about accompanying me for a stroll around Nanyang City?" The girl's eyes lit up, and she instantly nodded. All right. This was her first time in Nanyang City, and she had long been filled with curiosity, but her grandfather had forbidden her from going out alone. Her grandfather had been in secluded meditation refining pills for several days without emerging, and she was already growing restless. She could tolerate it for a day or two, but it had been 3 days now, and her grandfather still hadn't finished. She felt incredibly cooped up. The girl's eyes lit up, and she instantly nodded. All right. This was her first time in Nanyang City, and she had long been filled with curiosity, but her grandfather had forbidden her from going out alone. It just so happened that when she followed Chen Lingtian onto the streets yesterday and saw the bustling crowds and lively lights, her heart had been itching with anticipation. With someone to accompany her today, she naturally agreed without hesitation. Wu Mengming tidied her appearance, slightly closed her room door, and obediently walked over to Chen Lingtian's side. With her head lowered in a shy, delicate manner, she spoke softly, "Brother Lingtian, let's go." Looking at the charming and bashful girl before him, a trace of a smile flashed in Chen Lingtian's eyes. He turned slightly aside and made a welcoming gesture. "Let's go." In the inner city of Nanyang City, the streets were bustling with a clamorous din of people and carriages. Wu Mengming walked ahead, while Chen Lingtian followed closely behind with his hands clasped behind his back. His steps were leisurely, and his jade silk long robe made him appear as gentle and elegant as polished jade. From time to time, he would point out the roadside scenery to Wu Mengming, his tone gentle and his demeanor perfectly measured. "Brother Lingtian, it is so lively here," she whispered in awe, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Nanyang City is a major stronghold of the northern frontier, so it is naturally prosperous," Chen Lingtian replied with a faint smile. "Your grandfather is a master of alchemy. He probably rarely takes you out for walks, does he?" "Yes," Wu Mengming said, lowering her eyes as her voice grew somber. "My grandfather is entirely devoted to alchemy and rarely has time for me. Besides, I cannot cultivate, so he worries when I go out. That is why I rarely leave the house." As she spoke, she quickly stole a glance at Chen Lingtian, terrified that he would despise her for being unable to cultivate, for being nothing more than an absolute mortal. Unaware of whether the young girl was feeling inferior or something else, Chen Lingtian explained with earnest sincerity, "What of it, if you cannot cultivate? There are thousands of grand paths in this world. Cultivation is not the only way. Am I not the same?" His words warmed Wu Mengming's heart. Young Master Chen did not look down on her status as a mortal. Perhaps it was because of her grandfather's existence. If she were just an ordinary person, young Master Chen probably would not say such things. She shook her head, trying to shake off her worries, but no matter how she tried, she could not dispel the heaviness in her chest. Indeed, without this identity, she might never have crossed paths with young Master Chen. Without her grandfather, she would not. Before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, Chen Lingtian's subsequent words interrupted her. "Mengming, do not overthink. Life is short, let things take their natural course. Look at the path beneath your feet and gaze toward the far horizon. Is being human not a form of cultivation in itself?" Wu Mengming lowered her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. "Brother Lingtian, then why do you wish to leave? Wouldn't it be wonderful to inherit your father's legacy and live as a carefree prince in the future?" Had she asked this before, Chen Lingtian, who previously lacked a system, might indeed have chosen to live as a carefree heir apparent. However, this realm was a world of cultivation. As a transmigrator, Chen Lingtian possessed the fiery spirit of youth. Even if he could not cultivate, he would still strive to contend with heaven and earth. But now things were different. He had the system. His previous plans vanished into thin air. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yes, wouldn't it be nice to be a carefree heir? But this is a dog-eat-dog world. Without the protection of others, I would be nothing but an ant among the masses. That is why I want to become stronger. Only when my life and death are held in my own hands can I truly feel at peace. Perhaps only by becoming stronger can I protect those I wish to protect. For this reason I gave you my late mother's relic yesterday, leaving you with a keepsake. Originally I intended to trade it for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but I met you. Chen Lingtian's voice choked with emotion. His acting was incredibly realistic. Wu Mingming was deeply moved by his words. Only by becoming stronger could she protect those she wished to protect. The phrase echoed in her mind, lingering for a long time. Her grandfather had told her that her parents were mortals, but he had never told her how they died. All along she had assumed they simply reached the end of their natural lifespans, either dying of old age or passing away early from some illness. But her grandfather was a master of alchemy, a cultivator. Candied hawthorns for sale. Just then the hawking of a white-haired old man rang out. He carried a long wooden pole laden with candied hawthorns. Boss, I'll take two. Chen Lingtian spent a low-grade spirit stone and took the candied hawthorns. These were made from low-grade spiritual fruits dipped in sugar, not much different from the candied hawthorns of his previous life, costing 5 spirit shards a stick. Spirit shards were fragments of low-grade spirit stones. Though of little use to cultivators, they could still be used for trade. Here, have one. Thank you, Wu Mingming said as she took the candied hawthorn from Chen Lingtian and took a bite. With that single bite her eyes welled up with tears and turned red. For some reason she felt an overwhelming urge to cry, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. Sensing something was wrong, Chen Lingtian muttered to himself, "How does someone cry from eating a sweet? Is it really that bad?" Instinctively, he took a bite as well. It was sweet and delicious, not bad at all. Thus he asked, "Is it not to your liking? Or are you in a bad mood?" She raised her hand to wipe away the tears, blurring her vision. "I'm fine. I just thought of some sad things. I've made a fool of myself in front of you, brother Lingtian. The sugar is sweet, but the fruit is very sour." Chen Lingtian understood immediately. Mengming life has 5 flavors: sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty. You have only tasted 2 and are already so deeply moved. You must have your own story. If there is anything weighing on your mind, you can tell me. Perhaps I can help ease your worries. Brother Lingtian, let's talk about it after we return. Seeing the surrounding crowd staring at them, she felt deeply embarrassed. Why on earth did she start crying? It was bad enough crying in front of young Master Chen, but now she was being watched by so many onlookers. It was utterly mortifying. Wu Mingming pulled Chen Lingtian along as she fled the crowd. After they left, the onlookers exchanged glances and began whispering among themselves. "Do you think the heir apparent has found a match? But that girl seems to be immortal. Ahem, perhaps she is a descendant of some noble family who lacks cultivation talent, which is why she is with the heir apparent. Stop talking nonsense. If the heir apparent finds out, you'll suffer for it." Chen Lingtian was the heir apparent of the Jinbei king. This entire territory was under his family's jurisdiction, so few dared to spread rumors. Gossiping in private was one thing, but Chen Lingtian had not gone far. If he overheard, and they provoked him, they would be in dire trouble. Years ago, the Guo family from the west of the city fled overnight in terror, just because they had slandered the heir apparent as a useless fool. It was rumored that the Jinbei king himself had overheard it. The Jinbei king was notoriously protective of his own. Only he was allowed to scold and beat his son. How dared these petty people insolently defame his prized child? Were they courting death? Meanwhile, Chen Lingtian's father was amidst a vast expanse of freezing ice and snow that stretched for thousands of miles. Achoo! Who is thinking of me? He was a powerful expert at the late stage of the spirit condensation realm. How could he sneeze? Could it be that brat? Chen Yinan pondered for a moment. Could it be her? Patriarch, we should head back quickly. Alchemist Wu is about to complete his pill refinement. Very well. Meanwhile, Chen Lingtian brought Wu Mingming to the most prosperous district of the inner city. Here towering buildings stood tall and aligned in neat rows. The Thousand Treasures Pavilion, the most famous merchant house in the Great Yin dynasty, was located here. Aside from it, various other shops, opened by families, sects, and rogue cultivators, lined the streets in a dazzling diverse array, with none of the street stalls found in other districts. Mengming, is there anything you'd like to buy? I want to buy some clothes. Brother Lingtian, could you help me pick a few? Clothes, eh? With a wave of his hand, Chen Lingtian retrieved a 5-colored heaven-burning skirt from the system space. Holding it in his hands to examine it, he asked tentatively, "How about this one?" Wu Mingming was stunned. Why did he carry women's clothes with him? Yet she could not tear her eyes away from the garment. It was incredibly gorgeous. It was a blazing crimson adorned with delicate feathers along the hem. A vibrant spiritual aura enveloped the entire dress. "Do you like it, eh?" Seeing her eyes glued to it, Chen Lingtian knew the young girl truly adored it. Wu Mingming blurted out instinctively, "I love it." But in the next second, she realized and asked, "So, Brother Lingtian, did you bring me out just for this?" "Yes and no. I ruined one of your dresses a few days ago, so this is an apology." The two of them stared at each other. Suddenly, a woman dressed as a young nobleman approached. She let out a soft exclamation before speaking indifferently. "Well, if it isn't Brother Chen. Long time no see. Is she your Dao companion?" Her tone carried a hint of interrogation. Xiaohe, the young master of the Xia family in Nanyang City, was actually a woman. She was one of Chen Lingtian's few friends, and they often went to theaters to listen to music and dined out together. Yet even with the memories of 2 lifetimes, Chen Lingtian had never noticed anything amiss about her cross-dressing. The two had always referred to each other as brothers, slinging arms over shoulders and doing everything together without finding it strange at all. And now, by a stroke of sheer coincidence, they had run into each other. "Brother Xia, she is not my Dao companion." Chen Lingtian's tone was open and candid. Beside him, Wu Mengmeng felt a wave of relief wash over her, yet it was instantly followed by an inexplicable sense of loss. She thought to herself, "What is wrong with me?" But the dress. Xiaohe muttered, her gaze falling upon the radiant, shimmering, burning heaven 5-colored dress in Chen Lingtian's hand. "This is an apology gift for her. As for the reason, I will not go into detail with you, brother Xia." A glint of envy flashed through Xiaohe's eyes as she spoke in a strained, high-pitched voice. "Brother Chen, aren't you being far too generous? This dress flows with spiritual rhythm. It is clearly no ordinary item. To offer it as an apology seems far too precious." As she spoke, she playfully nudged Chen Lingtian's arm. "We have known each other for so many years, yet I have never seen you show this much care for anyone." Chen Lingtian took a step aside to dodge her, having absolutely no interest in men. "Ah, brother Xia, it is merely a dress. Next time I shall gift you one as well." At his words, Xia, he instantly nodded and readily agreed. "All right, brother Chen, you said it. But when is next time? Exactly when will that be?" Hearing this, Chen Lingtian was taken aback, harboring a deep suspicion in his heart. Could this Xia, he have a preference for men? Although his looks were breathtaking. So much so that when Chen Lingtian first arrived, he actually mistook him for a woman. The moment Xiaohe opened his mouth, his hoarse, duck-like voice left no room for doubt. He was definitely a man. That voice was something Chen Lingtian would remember for a lifetime. "Brother Chen, are you regretting your promise?" His train of thought interrupted. Chen Lingtian smiled and said, "I will send you one in a few days. Besides, you cannot even wear this kind of clothing, so there is no rush." "Who says I cannot wear it?" Chen Lingtian. Wu Mengmeng. Blushing, Xiaohe realized she had spoken without thinking. Fortunately, her quick wit saved her, and she instantly corrected herself. I can give it to my future Dao companion to wear, can I? Chen Lingtian cursed inwardly. This brat, as expected, he isn't wearing it himself. He wants to gift it to someone. Well, I won several of them from the draw anyway, so giving one away is no big deal. In any case, he would be leaving to venture into the wider world soon. In this desolate land, it was hard to find kindred spirits. Leaving some gifts for his childhood companions as a keepsake was a fine idea. Although they often teased him, none of them were brainless fools who mocked him. After all, the Guo family had the foresight to know better. Chen Lingtian naturally handed over the dress in his hand and asked in a low voice, "Do you like this dress? If you do not like it, we can go to the shops to choose another." "I like it very much." Wu Mengmeng nodded, gently receiving the burning heaven 5-colored dress with both hands. As her fingertips brushed against the flowing spiritual rhythm of the fabric, her heart felt warm and sweet. "Since that is the case, brother Xia, farewell for now. In a few days, just send someone to my manor to retrieve it." With that, Chen Lingtian led Wu Mengmeng to continue their stroll. He also had items he needed to purchase today, such as spiritual seeds. After all, he still had several acres of spiritual fields in his grotto heaven left unplanted. Not to mention the previous few acres were bound to be ravaged by his own wife, so he had to hurry and plant more to fill the void. The two departed. Xiaohe stood frozen in place, watching their retreating figures as they walked shoulder to shoulder. The young man's posture was tall and straight, his steps leisurely and composed, protectively shielding the delicate girl beside him. It was a picture of serene and peaceful harmony. The sight stung her eyes, making them slightly moist. The attendant beside her spoke up cautiously, "Miss. Cough, young master Lord Chen. He does not know you are a woman." "No need to say more." Xiaohe interrupted him and withdrew her gaze, resuming her usual demeanor of a carefree young master. However, her tone carried a hint of coldness. "Follow them. I want to see what else they plan to do. That spiritual dress is clearly not a product of the great Yin dynasty, much less something sold by the Qianbao Pavilion." Meanwhile, Chen Lingtian had already cast this minor interlude to the back of his mind, focusing on nurturing his bond with Wu Mengmeng. By now, Wu Mengmeng had changed into the burning heaven 5-colored dress inside a clothing shop. She whispered, "Brother Lingtian, this dress is far too precious. Stop. No matter how precious it is, it cannot compare to your happiness. Brother Lingtian, are you lying to me?" She well knew that the dress she wore was extraordinary. Just a few days ago, he had repeatedly claimed to be a penniless pauper, yet now he had suddenly produced such an invaluable treasure. This made Wu Mengmeng feel uneasy. Could Lord Chen be a great swindler playing with her feelings? Mengmeng, this dress was actually woven by my mother for her future daughter-in-law. Wu Mengmeng clearly did not believe him. After all, Chen Lingtian had just promised to give one to young Master Xia earlier, and she was no fool. She immediately brought up the matter. Chen Lingtian fabricated a lie saying that the one he intended to give Xia he would be purchased from the Qianbao pavilion. He lied without a single blush or a skip of his heartbeat. Then how many dresses did your mother weave for her future daughters-in-law? Chen Lingtian could hardly answer this question by telling her that he had won 5 of them from a draw, so his mother had woven 5. Wait, what? Was this girl already stepping into the role? Very well. He immediately replied, my mother passed away early, so she only managed to weave this single one. I think this colorful dress suits you perfectly, Ming Ming. You look beautiful in it, don't you? Or do you not like it? Chen Lingtian's gaze swept over her. Not bad indeed, though a bit small. Under his gaze, Wu Mengmeng instinctively pouted. I like it very much. I really do. She had a cute pouting expression, as if huffing. Every single move of theirs was observed by Xia He. Young master. Should we keep following them? Yes. Follow them to the end. I want to see what is going on with Chen Lingtian today. In the past, Chen Lingtian had kept his distance from women. Whenever they went to the brothels to listen to music, he was always the most reserved, only listening, without touching. Otherwise, Xia He would not have harbored feelings for Chen Lingtian. Had Chen Lingtian used his heavenly eye to check her information just now, he would surely have been delighted. But he did not. Mengming, this clear kasha spiritual fish soup is delicious. Here, let me ladle a bowl for you. Thank you, brother Lingtian. This clear winter jade soup is also quite good. Try some. Have a peach fruit. Brother Lingtian, I really cannot eat another bite. Inside the private room of the Ishian kitchen, Chen Lingtian's voice urging her to eat echoed from time to time. In the adjacent room, someone was eavesdropping in a fit of rage. As this person listened, anger welled up within. With a sharp snap, the jade chopsticks clutched in their hand broke into 2. The fractured jade sliced the skin between their fingers and blood began to flow. Young master. Just as the guard was about to advise, the person stood up and walked out the door. The subordinate threw down a few spirit stones and hurriedly followed. Fortunately, his young mistress did not do anything foolish, but merely left in a huff, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. This master and servant duo were indeed Xia He and her personal guard from earlier. He knew that his young mistress had loved the heir of the northern pacifying king, Chen Lingtian, since childhood. Ever since she met Chen Lingtian, she had presented herself as a male, instructing everyone in her family to address her as young master instead of young mistress. The reason for all of this was that very heir of the northern pacifying king who once said, 30 years to the east of the river, 30 years to the west, they do not look down on a youth just because he is poor. Chen Lingtian. Yet they could never have imagined that this young mistress of the Xia family, who styled herself as a young master, had undergone such a drastic transformation, all because of one person. Since childhood, she had been Chen Lingtian's little follower, shadowing his every step. Even when he described her as having a female face on a male body, she had endured it silently. Now, as she grew into womanhood, she still bound her chest daily. The patriarch of the Xia family, Xia He's father, was constantly filled with worry. It was bad enough that his precious daughter might be taken by someone, but she had even been led astray in this manner. Today, Xia He never expected that Chen Lingtian would actually have a Dao companion. From strolling through shops, to trading in spiritual stores, and finally dining at the same table. Throughout the entire day, Xia He had followed behind them, seeing everything clearly and listening until she was utterly dazed. Upon returning home, she locked herself in her bedchamber and wept bitterly, sobbing. Xia He, why are you so foolish? What is so good about Chen Lingtian? He is a good-for-nothing, a bastard. Why do you like him? Why? Xia He soaked her pillow with tears, constantly questioning herself. Why? If only Chen Lingtian had known she was a woman before this. But now he already had someone he loved. What should I do? Brother Lingtian, I want to ask you a question. Go ahead, what is it? Do you believe in love at first sight? Wu Mengming's sudden question left Chen Lingtian utterly dumbfounded. He never expected that after transmigrating a girl would ask him such a question, causing him to hesitate momentarily. Turning his head away, he offered a deflection. Then let me ask you, do you believe in love? I do believe. Wu Mengming stopped in her tracks, standing in place, as she spoke hesitantly. At this moment her heart was already in a turbulent tempest, eagerly waiting for the man to reveal his true feelings. Seeing her like this, Chen Lingtian muttered to himself, what a clever girl trying to test me. I used to be a fan of a legendary content creator on Zaihongshu. A trick like this won't stump me. Suppressing her racing thoughts, Wu Mengming raised her eyes to look into Chen Lingtian's, pressing further. So, brother Lingtian, do you believe in love at first sight? In the next instant, Chen Lingtian blurted out, no, I don't. Wu Mengming's heart instantly tightened at his words, her previous excitement completely extinguished. So it was all just my wishful thinking. The young girl lowered her head, the light in her eyes dimming. But why did brother Lingtian give me so many things? We've known each other for less than 2 days. Does he really just see me as a friend? No. Love is love. Gathering her courage, she prepared to speak once more. Just then Chen Lingtian spoke. Originally, I did not believe in love at first sight, but that was only because I had not met you. From the moment we first met, I realized I was wrong. So now I have begun to believe in it. Mumming the first time I saw you my heart fluttered with an unbearable longing. It was the feeling of love. I thought we would never meet again, but when we ended up sharing a bath the very next day, I knew you were the one I had been waiting for. I know my talent is mediocre, which is why I lied to you that night. Chen Lingtian turned his head away, his voice deep. Before I met you, I wanted to explore the world outside. These northern border wastelands are too small. Even the 5 great dynasties are like a single leaf drifting on a vast ocean. So, I wanted to change myself to strive to become stronger. But before all that I met you. Your appearance forced me into a choice: a mediocre lifetime of obscurity, or a life spent dying in pursuit of the Tao. I don't know, nor do I wish to know. Chen Lingtian's gaze grew profound. Mumming, I don't want to lose you. I lied to you, and in doing so I lied to myself as well. Brother Lingtian, I don't want to be a burden to you. Hearing his distress, Wu Mengmeng thought to herself, so all of this is because of me. If only I could cultivate. Brother Lingtian wouldn't have to struggle with these thoughts. Brother Lingtian, I'm sorry. Everything started because of me, but it has nothing to do with you. So, as we prepare to part, could you spend some time with me? I know you will be leaving in a few days, so I just want to look at you a little longer. All right. The young girl readily agreed. She knew her grandfather would never consent to such a foolish request, especially since they had only known each other for a few days. Besides, how could the old man allow his granddaughter to be stolen away by some boy? Indeed, Chen Lingtian could only fool a young naive girl. Lo and behold, Meng had actually agreed. Yet Chen Lingtian did not directly confess his love or ask her to be his Tao companion. Even if Wu Mengmeng agreed, her grandfather wouldn't. The main issue was Chen Lingtian's lack of strength. Furthermore, judging by the elixir he had gifted her that day, specifically the 5th grade violet firmament body-nourishing pill, her grandfather must be well aware that Wu Mengmeng possessed an extraordinary constitution. Thus, Chen Lingtian could only resort to this inferior tactic, using deception to win her affection. What he did not expect, however, was that the primary factor was actually the effect of the spiritual ring. Gift target favorability 10. Her favorability instantly soared to 90. The reason no gift box was triggered was that this favorability had been forcibly boosted by an external item. However, now that she believed Chen Lingtian's sweet lies, her genuine favorability was rapidly rising. At this moment, the system's prompt echoed in Chen Lingtian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the target, Wu Mengmeng. You have obtained favorability gift box X1. The delayed binding reward has been delivered to the system space. Please check it at your convenience. Chen Lingtian was astonished. Along the way, he hadn't heard any notifications of her favorability increasing. Could it be a delay from the previous binding and favorability calculation? With a thought, he immediately checked the information. Bonded target Wu Mengmeng. Favorability 90, genuine sincerity. Seeing that the favorability value remained unchanged, he felt relieved, or it must have been a delay. Now was not the time to inspect the rewards, especially with the young lady still by his side. Chen Lingtian took a step forward, wearing a warm smile, as he said softly, "Thank you. Let's go, it's getting late. I'll walk you back." Okay. On their return journey, they walked one after the other toward the Prince of Jinbei's estate. Along the way, both harbored their own private thoughts. Chen Lingtian was thinking, why isn't this girl's favorability rising? Do I need to add more fuel to the fire, like some solemn vows of eternal love? With his restless nature, he was actually thinking of using cheesy pickup lines from his past life to charm the young girl. It was understandable, though this was a cultivation world where romance was a rarity. Her falling for it was merely due to her young age and lack of worldly experience. Had she been a seasoned cultivator, she wouldn't have been so easily deceived. His future path of finding a wife would surely be fraught with difficulties. Wu Mengmeng was also deep in thought. Brother Lingtian is destined for greatness. The man I chose is indeed second to none. Once grandfather finishes refining the pills, I will tell him. But will grandfather really agree? Wu Mengmeng wanted to tell her grandfather that she had someone she loved and wanted to leave with him. However, it was impossible for her grandfather to agree, and she also couldn't bear to part with him. Her grandfather had painstakingly raised her to adulthood with backbreaking effort, which was why her favorability remained stuck. She remained rational and held deep convictions. Her grandfather had traveled far and wide solely to find a way for her to cultivate. Their visit to Nanyang City this time was only because Chen Lingtian's father, Chen Lingtian, the Prince of Jinbei, had leaked news of an innate spiritual treasure to invite this alchemy master. The innate spiritual treasure was the 1,000-year falling rain flower. Innate spiritual seeds are nurtured and born of heaven and earth, whereas postnatal ones are cultivated by human hands. This falling rain flower possessed the miraculous effect of transforming rain into roots and water into bones. It had been found years ago by Chen Lingtian in the Tianxua Mountains, though it was still immature at the time. As for why he didn't give it to his beloved son, it was due to the unique nature of this spiritual treasure. It could only take effect on females, and was exceptionally potent for those with water attribute spiritual roots. Even ordinary mortals who consumed pills refined from it had a chance of birthing a spiritual root, while those who already possessed one could elevate their aptitude to the next level. If a male with a spiritual root consumed it, unless they possessed a water or would attribute, they would suffer immense backlash. At best, their roots would be severed, rendering them crippled. At worst, their cultivation would be destroyed as they dissolved into water. Thus, this falling rain flower was not meant for ordinary people. In the vast world of cultivation, wonders never cease, and such divine treasures are as numerous as the hairs on an ox, making this hardly surprising. Yet neither of them knew about the transaction between their elders, still indulging in their sweet, intimate moments. At this moment, both families were filled with their own worries and anxieties. One worried whether the medicine would work on his unworthy son, while the other fretted over whether the spiritual treasure would be effective for his granddaughter. This referred to Chen Lingtian and Wu Mengling, who were currently parting ways. "Brother Lingtian, could you spend some time with me tomorrow? How about that?" Wu Mengling. Chen Lingtian stepped onto the bluestone path, gazing up at the starry sky. He sighed softly to himself. In the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Whoever possesses the greater fist holds the right to speak. Beauties and opportunities have always been reserved for those who are prepared, and I, Chen Lingtian, am already fully prepared. The night wind swept past, causing the young man's robes to rustle in the chilly breeze. Meanwhile, deep within the Jinbei prince's residence, inside an airtight alchemy chamber, an elder with hair and beard as white as snow, none other than Wu Qingyuan, Wu Mengling's grandfather, gazed at the tumbling alchemical flames in the cauldron. His knitted brows gradually relaxed, and his sigh echoed through the secret chamber. "Before achieving immortality, my hair has turned white first. In the end, the white-haired must send off the black-haired. Now that the pill is formed, it still needs to be nurtured for a few days to condense the pill veins. Only after surviving the lightning tribulation can it be harvested." 2 days later, near the southern wall of the Jinbei prince's residence, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged, with a terrifying lightning tribulation faintly gathering. "Oh no, Master Wu's pill has succeeded," quickly informed the patriarch. A guard immediately rushed to report. The Prince of Jinbei was naturally aware of this grand spectacle. Having just spent considerable time retrieving that spiritual plant from Tianshan Mountain, he had only returned to the residence yesterday. This is a lightning tribulation. Master Wu truly deserves the title of Grand Alchemist." Chen Yinan laughed. He immediately ordered his subordinates to activate the residence's great spirit-gathering array, then soared into the air, flying toward the alchemy chamber. Following the command, the grand array of the residence was activated. Spiritual energy began to converge as a continuous stream of spirit stones was poured in, creating a dense mist of spiritual energy to nourish the pill. The spiritual energy gathered into howling tornadoes, surging toward the pill core and forming a massive vortex that devoured the spiritual aura from all directions. Crackle, crackle. Suddenly a bolt of white lightning condensed in the sky, emitting sharp crackling sounds. This bolt of lightning was like a mighty divine crossbow fully drawn, condensing into a formidable spear. A perfectly round pill rose from beneath the earth into the air. Like a rare treasure of the world, the pill was as large as a ball, radiating a brilliant blue-green light. Chen Lingtian was also awakened by this earth-shattering aura. Having just stepped out from tending to his little treasures in his grotto heaven, he had not yet gone to sleep when the phenomenon emerged in the sky above the residence. This pill tribulation is truly extraordinary. Grandfather-in-law has indeed achieved great heights in the Tao of alchemy. In the future, I can ask Meng Meng for more of these. Over the past few days, besides taking care of his first wife and child, his focus was on winning over Wu Meng Meng. Lately, Bai Shui's belly had been growing larger by the day, making Chen Lingtian worry if she could handle it, but she only ended up eating more and more. At this moment, the heavenly lightning tribulation was fully prepared to strike. Cultivators from all over the city rushed in from all directions, eager to see what exactly was happening at the Jinbei prince's residence. Whether a rare treasure was being born or something else, they all wanted to spectate, just like the people of his past life, who loved a good spectacle. Some even harbored hidden insidious motives. As the surrounding spiritual energy was completely drained, several lightning spears 100 zhang long tore through the sky and struck directly at the pill core. If a pill was to gain pill veins, its body had to be tempered by the lightning tribulation. Each bolt of lightning could forge a single pill vein. At this moment, 5 lightning spears were descending. If the pill could withstand the tribulation, a 5-veined pill would be born. If not, for every bolt it failed to endure, it would lose 1 vein. If the pill was destroyed, nothing would remain. This was why Chen Lingtian's father Chen Yinan had come to protect it. If the pill veins could not be formed, he could still withstand the lightning to preserve the pill. With the cultivation at the late stage of the spirit condensation realm, one could still protect a 4th-grade pill, though they could not head-on resist the heavenly lightning. After all, 4th-grade pills had wondrous effects even for those in the heaven-peeping realm. Although this pill tribulation seemed intimidating, it was merely a low-grade tier 4 pill. It could be said that the transition from the third to the fourth grade was an insurmountable chasm. Ordinary cultivators could refine third-grade pills, but the fourth grade required someone with extraordinary talent in the Tao of alchemy. Those skilled in alchemy were also quite powerful themselves and possessed extensive networks. Some elder alchemists even knew several powerhouses of the heaven-peeping realm. Wu Qingyuan was precisely this kind of person. In his early years, he had refined a fifth-grade pill, earning him the title of Grand Alchemist. He had refined it for a rogue cultivator of the heaven-peeping realm. Unfortunately, the tribulation of that fifth-grade pill was peerless. To gain a few more pill veins, that heaven-peeping senior chose to confront the lightning tribulation head-on, resulting in severe injuries that nearly cost him his life, and cultivation saved only by an old friend who guarded him. Otherwise, grass would have grown feet high over his grave by now. In the end, he succeeded in refining a single-veined fifth-grade pill, which earned him the title of fifth-grade Grand Alchemist. Right then the wild lightning roared and struck the pill. Alchemist Wu, here is that innate spiritual flower. Take it, Chen Lingtian said, waving a mahogany box and sending it into Alchemist Wu's hands with his spiritual energy. Alchemist Wu opened it and smiled. Thank you, Your Highness. This old man shall accept this. Once the pill tribulation passes, I can harvest the pill. Before he could finish his sentence, the Prince of Jinbei leaped into the air, unleashing his full cultivation. The Prince of Jinbei. He wants to add more pill veins. In the void, the body of the pill had already been battered to the point of cracking by the previous lightning bolts. From its original ball-like size, it had shrunk to the size of a fist after the subsequent strikes. My son Lingtian, watch how the powerhouses of this world defy the heavens. Saber come. A fierce saber as pitch-black as ink materialized out of thin air. Chen Lingtian gripped it and slashed toward the heavenly lightning. The lightning tribulation was caught squarely on the blade. In the next instant, with a sharp crackle, the tip of the lightning splintered and then split completely in two. The heavenly lightning raged wildly. The two splintered bolts thickened to the size of arms. Seeing this, Chen Lingtian shifted his body in a flash, dodging the strike. The lightning seized the momentum and struck the pill. Ultimately, the pill was reduced to the size of an eyeball. Phew. With one more pill vein, my son will have a bit more hope. Chen Lingtian sheathed his saber and walked toward Alchemist Wu. Seeing this, Wu Qingyuan finally recovered from his astonishment and thought to himself, this Prince of Jinbei indeed hides his strength deeply. That ink-black saber is at least an earth-grade spiritual weapon, and his power is exceptionally terrifying. He is likely invincible among his peers below the heaven-peeping realm. Indeed, the younger generation surpasses the old. The Prince of Jinbei is barely over 40, yet possesses such strength. Aided by an earth-grade treasure, if not for Chen Lingtian's abysmal aptitude, I would truly consider entrusting Meng Meng to him. Chen Lingtian cupped his hands and smiled. Alchemist Wu is indeed a master of the Tao of alchemy. Haha, Your Highness flatters me. Mine is but a minor path. Your Highness confronted the fierce lightning head-on and managed to seize an extra vein for this pill. You are truly the foremost expert of Great Yen. Please wait a moment, Your Highness. Let me harvest the pill, lest those scoundrels covet it. I'd like to see who dares. Chen Lingtian's booming voice reverberated in all directions, scaring the rats hiding in the shadows into pulling back their heads. Wu Qingyuan immediately soared into the air, retrieving a crystal-clear pill box from his robes that was just the right size. He placed the fourth-grade six-vein bone-forging pill inside and handed it to Chen Lingtian, saying, this old man shall take his leave first. There will be a banquet tomorrow. I hope Alchemist Wu can stay for a few more days. Wu Qingyuan nodded in agreement. Very well. My little girl's birthday is coming up, so we will be staying in Nanyang City for a few more days anyway. Oh, Chen Lingtian's lips curled up slightly. Then Alchemist Wu may stay at my residence to cultivate for a few days. Thank you. Having said that, Wu Qingyuan left in a hurry. With Alchemist Wu's departure, only Chen Lingtian remained. He said in a deep voice, come out. His voice was low, but resonated like a clap of thunder. Your Highness, such magnificent methods. You have truly left us dumbfounded. A total of 5 people arrived. They were the patriarchs of the 5 great families in the city: Xia Jiting of the Xia family, Wang Baichuan of the Wang family, Yi Qingshan of the Yi family, Lu Shiji of the Lu family, and Zhang Dai of the Zhang family. These families all had old fogies at the spirit condensation realm, but they were just half-dead codgers at the early to mid-stages. The cultivation of each patriarch was at the peak of the body-tempering realm. Chen Lingtian grew impatient listening to these flatteries and said bluntly, if you have something to say, spit it out. Don't waste my time. Your Highness, we have come this time for your esteemed son. Oh, Chen Lingtian responded outwardly, but inwardly he was wondering, for my son. Could they want a marriage alliance? Your Highness, we wish to further deepen our family's contribution to the development of Nanyang City, so we have come to discuss this matter with you. Your esteemed son is both talented and handsome, and we all intend to form a marriage alliance. If your Highness does not object, then we would also. Before they could even finish, Chen Lingtian interrupted directly at him. A marriage alliance is acceptable. However, which of your families wishes to unite in marriage with my son? Xia Jing stepped forward. My daughter Xia, he possesses the jade spiritual physique and has the potential for spirit condensation. Furthermore, she shares a deep bond with your esteemed son. Absolutely not. Your Highness, my eldest daughter Wang Ling is gentle and elegant, possessing the demeanor of a lady from a great clan. Although her own aptitude is modest, her younger brother Wang Teng has the potential for nirvana and was recruited as a disciple by the Zongxian sect from birth. It should be my Wang family that forms this alliance. The speaker was Wang Baichuan, the patriarch of the Wang family. Immediately after the Zhang family spoke up, Your Highness, my Zhang family possesses immense wealth. If young Master Chen marries my daughter, my entire family is willing to be offered as her dowry. Everyone stared at each other in disbelief, cursing inwardly. This Zhang Dai is truly ruthless. Only then did it come to Lu Shiji, the patriarch of the Lu family. It seemed his family lacked a suitable candidate, as his daughter Lu Rian was already betrothed. Ahem. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Lu Shiji coughed lightly and said, Rian's betrothal has already been annulled and her innocence remains intact. If your Highness is willing, my Lu family will offer an innate spiritual plant, the Lufang grass, solely to marry my daughter to your son as a concubine. Marry her off as a concubine. The other patriarchs gasped in shock. A concubine would never have the say of a primary wife. This was clearly a move to undermine them. The Yi family had no daughters and was already close to the Jinbei prince's residence, so he was merely there to watch the spectacle. Thus only the Xiaowang Zhang and Lu families were raising their stakes. Excluding the Lu family, it was now a contest among the top 3 families. Since that is the case, I shall let my son choose for himself, and we shall discuss it when the time comes. Chen Yinan clearly issued an eviction. The heads of the families moved after the ceremony, each returning to their own homes, each to consult mother. The departure 5 clan heads left the southern edge of the northern king's domain even more desolate and quiet. The elders, since you have come this far, please stay behind. The voice was neither warm nor loud, yet it pierced the air, driving the sewer rat kin into fear and their heads aching. Chen Yinan, you talk big. A dry voice spoke from the darkness, and then a few shadows flashed by under the moonlight. Figures appeared one after another behind Chen Yinan. Before these masked beings could steady themselves in the night, a cold gleam struck first. A fierce blade flashed and slashed downward. Chen Yinan steadied the hilt, and with a measured disdain said, Ants. The next morning dawned. Chen Lingtian rose to his feet, and as soon as he stepped out of the courtyard, collided with his father. You awake? Father, what's the matter? Take this. Chen Yinan tossed a glass box containing a 4-rank low-grade bone-refining pill to Chen Lingtian. Chen Lingtian steadied his catch. This pill is named Duan Gu Dan, a 4-rank low-grade pill. While it cannot completely transform a cultivator's spiritual root, it has miraculous effects for tempering the bones and physique, mainly favoring body cultivation. Lingtian, you should walk the path of body cultivation from now on. Chen Yinan spoke gratitude, but when Chen Lingtian turned to head inside, his father's next words halted him in his steps. Linger, you should also start a family. What? Father, what are you about today? Start a family. He spun around and asked, Father, what did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Do you want me to repeat it? Don't think that just because you have broken through to the 6th layer of spirit attraction that I don't know what you're up to, or that I'm playing at this. What is this disguise for whom? Father, but I'm in the prime of my youth, and I don't want to toil in that area right now. Chen Yinan snapped, your mother bore me a fine big son if you won't settle down and establish a family who will inherit this vast estate. Father, I might be leaving. Chen Yinan was in full swing, when suddenly he froze. It sounded as if he had heard something. Going to leave? Who would leave? What did you just say? Father, are you deaf? Don't think I don't know you have already reached the late stage of the spirit consolidation realm, and yet you still pretend. There is an immortal master who has accepted me as a disciple. I have sworn to him, and in a few days I will depart. Chen Lingtian's bluff had it that being taken as a disciple by an immortal master was only a ruse. Later, he would simply use a summoning card to bluff them. Little rascal, are you telling the truth? There isn't any doubt. Seeing Chen Lingtian so certain, Chen Yinan grew more convinced. From both cultivation and temperament, there has been real improvement. This is not a lie, but doubts remain. What the other party seeks and why they would take him as a disciple remain uncertain factors, but since they have not taken him away directly, it is not a bad omen. Thinking it through, he suddenly brightened and stopped overthinking. If that is the case, the matter of you starting a family is settled. If you go, leave me a few grandsons at least. What? Father, what do you take me for? Chen Lingtian kept a calm surface, but his heart already rejoiced. This was a divine stroke of boon from the heavens. From the uncle's introduction, Chen Lingtian was stunned. Xia, he is a daughter of the Xia family. Recalling the day he and Meng Meng strolled together, the other clearly showed interest. Seeing the elder son say nothing, Chen Yinan understood and chuckled. With your father's former bearing, I will smooth things over with Wu Dancer on your behalf. As for these 4 families, you decide. The Xia family girl seems to be the one who used to trail after you as a child, perhaps named Xiahe. Wang Ling is 3 years older than you. I remember you once sneaking a look at her bath, almost caught. If not for Ahu, you would have paid a heavy price. That Zhang family girl is a homebody rarely stepping out. As for Lu Ruyin 3 years ago, she was the darling of our great Yin dynasty, tempering the body at 10 peak at 15. We thought she would reach spirit consolidation at 18. But fate is inscrutable. Her cultivation regressed, and the betrothal was broken, yet her father is willing to let her become your concubine. Chen Yinan also mentioned other olive branches offered by the others, all aimed at hooking onto Chen Yinan's power. 40-year-old late stage. Perhaps in this lifetime, he would surely pierce the heavens, as long as he avoids courting disaster. The summit is within reach. Add to that the peerless ink-black blade in his hand, and the lords who witnessed his earlier bearing will all want to back him and cling to him. As for the other big players, those rats who did not show up at once were not visible, otherwise they would have bolted long ago. Hearing his father's introduction, Chen Lingtian was stunned. Xia, he is from the Xia family, and recalling the day he took Ming Ming shopping, it was clear she was keen on him. Miss Wang Ling is the elder sister. When he was 12, he accidentally wandered into the Wang family's warm pool and saw Ling bathing, nearly getting caught by Wang's guards, Awa, who saved him, otherwise he would have died. That Zhang family girl, I don't know her, never met her, only heard she is a recluse. When Lu Ruyan's name came up, Chen Lingtian's heart leapt, but his father's subsequent words put him at ease. Fortunately, the Empress Lu Ruyan is not a villain. The script on breaking off the engagement with a talentless girl is a farce. Yet in such a small place, I've encountered the legendary woman of destiny. Her name is the genuine Lu Ruyan. This is extraordinary. If I take her, we shall rise. You little rascal, have you decided? They say tardy is late, but Chen Lingtian had decided long ago. He wants them all, but not now. Because Ming Ming still needs to be managed. If I break that facade now, everything I did before will collapse like bubbles. Father, allow me a few more days to think. Fine, you little brat. I didn't expect you to be so choosy. I thought you truly favored Wu Danshi's granddaughter, but you're just like your father in his youth. Chen Yinan recalled his younger days when he was in his prime, dreaming of ascending to that position. To hide his flaws, he plunged into the crowd of women and played a splendid show. He let everyone underestimate his ambition, yet in the end, he fell under Mu Rong Yuli's sway, unable to free himself. In the end, he was trapped. Until that night, Chen Yinan and Mu Rong Yuli met again on a night of wind and rain. The woman's cold voice echoed in his mind, "Give me the antidote." After that night, as if sprouts after rain, 2.5 years later, the woman came to explain everything and entrusted Chen Lingtian. This person is the one Chen Yinan has held in his thoughts all this time, Mu Rong Yuli. Tianer, heed this, while we cultivators must cultivate body and not be licentious. And at tonight's banquet, guests from all be invited. Even Wu Dan grandson will be present, so you should meet them to help select a wife. You must not pull any tricks. Understood. Chen Lingtian nodded, curtly feigning compliance, then withdrew to his room. Over the years his ears had grown numb from such talk. His father really could ramble on. That brat. Never mind, he has his own path, and so do I. But first, the cultivation of the next generation must come first, or else all the resources I have amassed over the years will go to waste without a successor. After a moment's thought, he left to prepare for tonight's banquet. Finally gone, Chen Lingtian peered through the door crack as his father departed. Only then did he retreat into the cave heaven. Inside the cave heaven, all things were awakening, vibrant with life, and with the integration of a top-grade spirit vein, this cave heaven was renewed and transformed. The spiritual plants grew even more vigorously. Beside the bamboo hut, a sizable grove had sprouted, grown from the 10-year solitary bamboo that gave birth to it. These new shoots glowed with a subtle, unified radiance. The buds wore tender leaves edged in gold, undergoing an indescribable metamorphosis. Chen Lingtian was not surprised. After all, this spirit bamboo house was a genuine celestial-grade supreme treasure. It is no wonder they could shed from their source bamboo. Chen Lingtian stepped along the stone path, entered the small bamboo courtyard, pushed aside the fence, and stepped inside. Earlier he had learned that Bai Shui was inside the bamboo hut, so Chen Lingtian simply forced the door and entered. On the second floor, among the bamboo, the girl wrapped in silk bit her lip as if enduring something, and whispered softly, "Husband, when will you come back? Shui, are you thinking of me?" Chen Lingtian pushed the door and entered, gazing at the girl's blue eyes on the bed. In a moment the blue eyes faded and turned red. When the red pupils appeared, tears slid down her cheeks. Each time Chen Lingtian left the cavern heaven, Bai Shui felt loneliness grow, like a neglected doll left behind. At that moment, Bai Shui had taken on a human form, having only yesterday ingested the second transforming pill. Chen Lingtian feared that birthing her true form might give rise to some problem. Thus he fed her the second pill. On the bed, Bai Shui's eyes were tearful and misty. "You still come back? Wu, have you abandoned me?" With her spiritual intelligence rising and Chen Lingtian's tutoring, the little white rabbit was now nearly as normal as a human. Even her mode of address changed. Sometimes she would call him master to tease, but now she calls him husband. Swear I've just come back from a hunting trip. Your lying foul rabbit clan are herbivores, oh we don't hunt. Bai Shui clenched her fists angrily. Swear. Have you forgotten? Your husband is a big gray wolf. Chen Lingtian said with a smile, stepping closer. Bai Shui pulled at the blanket, whimpering no. But in the next moment she cried in pain, husband woo-woo. My belly hurts so badly. She's about to give birth. Chen Lingtian hurried forward to inspect. Using his all-seeing heavenly eye, he confirmed it was in labor. He immediately drew a large wooden tub from his system space and poured the saint water of the heavenly pool into it. Then he produced several pills. Pills 1 in recent draws, pain relief pill, body smoothing pill. These pills were perfectly matched to the symptoms. After Bai Shui took them, the prior pain vanished, but what followed was an event she would never forget. There it no longer hurts. But why is my belly shrinking? Bai Shui lay on the bed, not witnessing the birth of the child inside. But from Chen Lingtian's horrified gaze beside her, one could tell something unspeakable had happened. A plump little baby slid out first, tumbling into the wooden tub with a splash. With that sound, Bai Shui tilted her head back, eyes wide as she looked toward her belly. Oh, what she saw startled her. Puff, puff, poo. One after another small fluffy balls rolled from the tub. The latter were unformed little round rabbit cubs. After a while, Chen Lingtian finally recovered his senses and counted aloud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 treasures in one birth. Bai Shui on the bed patted her belly and asked foolishly, little belly, are you there? This scene made Chen Lingtian laugh, though he often asked this, and he hadn't expected Shui to imitate him in his absence. But the offspring had already emerged. There was no one left in the belly to respond to little Shui. Chen Lingtian grinned. All the little ones are out. A look at these that came out of the womb. Our children. Chen Lingtian scooped up the eldest, dried him, and held him up for Bai Shui to see. This is the eldest. So they are my husband and my fur babies, huh? Bai Shui took him gently. The eldest wriggled on his mother's body, sometimes twisting, sometimes sniffing. After Chen Lingtian dried the last baby, the bed had become a baby paradise. 8 treasures, 5 sons and 3 daughters. The eldest and second are sons, the third a daughter, the fourth a son, the fifth a daughter, the 6th and 7th sons, the youngest, the 8th, is a precious daughter. Chen Lingtian's face lit up with joy. 8 treasures, 8 treasures. He mused. For names, we shall follow the 8 treasure porridge tradition. When more children arrive, we will assign them names by generation. Chen Lingtian named each of the 8 babies one by one. First longan, second lotus seed, third red date, fourth peanut, fifth grape, sixth walnut, seventh glutinous rice, eighth honey beans, symbols of reunion, sweetness, and abundant blessings. After naming, a system chime sounded. Ding, congratulations, the host has become a father. The 8 spiritual fetuses have descended. Processing. Eldest longan species, demi-demon bloodline, purple-eyed demon rabbit, human aptitude, nirvana aptitude, nurtured by heavenly materials and earthly treasures, bone transformation, special physique, purple-eyed, double pupil, bone, age 0. System rewards, nirvana pill, X10 and nirvana opportunity, X1, top grade spirit stone, X3000, lower grade spirit stone, X3000. Now is not yet the time to view the reward items. I'll proceed to the next. Second lotus seed species, demon tribe, bloodline, moonlight rabbit, human rare aptitude, nirvana aptitude, brief, special physique, blue lotus king, body, bone, age 0, brief. System rewards, 5 grade heaven patching pill, X10, nirvana opportunity, X1, top grade spirit stone, X3000, lower grade spirit stone, X200000. Third red date species, demon tribe, bloodline, red flame rabbit, human rare aptitude, nirvana aptitude, special physique, flame, sun king, body, bone, age 0. System rewards, earth fire incense, X1, nirvana opportunity, X1, top grade spirit stone, X3000, lower grade spirit stone, X200000. Fourth peanut species, demon tribe, bloodline, yellow spirit rabbit, human rare aptitude, nirvana aptitude, special physique, Gui, Sujizi, bone, age 0. System rewards, protection card, X1, enlightenment, the T, X1, mid-grade spirit stone, X50,000, lower grade spirit stone, X100000. Fifth grape species, demon tribe, bloodline, lon rabbit, human rare aptitude, nirvana aptitude. System rewards, innate Tao embryo, X1. At this very moment, Chen Lingtian's heart surged with turbulent waves. The emergence of the innate Tao body was undoubtedly a bombshell. System, if I fuse with the innate Tao embryo, will it trigger celestial phenomena? Like the purple chi coming from the east, or the harmonious chiming of 10,000 beasts. When the host fuses with the innate Tao embryo, celestial phenomena will indeed manifest, with heavenly Sanskrit chants descending from the heavens. It will be a grand and majestic spectacle far beyond what any ordinary constitution could ever compare to. What if I fuse with it inside my grotto heaven? Chen Lingtian continued to inquire, desperately wishing to thoroughly transform his constitution. Although the grotto heaven can shield the external world from the phenomena, no matter which world the host traverses the moment you step into it, heaven and earth will play in harmony for you. If the host desires, the system can suppress the phenomena, but the host will not receive the baptism of the heavenly Tao. Upon reading this, Chen Lingtian decided to forget about it for now. Lacking absolute strength at the moment, he needed to play it safe. If the fusion triggered grand celestial phenomena, it might attract the attention of those old monsters. Chen Lingtian had no desire to become a public target, but more importantly, he wanted to save this grand display for a spectacular entrance later. Babies, your daddy is here. After sending the mischievous little ones away, Chen Lingtian shared a tender moment with Schwerer before reluctantly stepping out of the grotto heaven. In this world, the descent of any special constitution would bring a blessing of Tao destiny. Even if he avoided the immediate commotion by fusing inside the grotto heaven, the moment he emerged, all sounds would fall silent and the heavens would bestow their blessings. This world was in desperate need of peerless geniuses. Let alone the innate Tao embryo. Though still an embryo, it was incomparably superior to ordinary constitutions. One could say that while the innate Tao body represented the great Tao, the Tao embryo represented the heavenly Tao itself. So once I leave this place, I will bring my wife and children out of the grotto heaven to get some fresh air. Although the grotto heaven was safe, over time it could become a shackle, a captive space, which was the last thing he wanted to see. Opening the system panel and looking at the glittering items in the system space, Chen Lingtian's grin widened uncontrollably, his satisfaction absolute. As his gaze swept over one treasure after another, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and drool nearly escaped his lips. The harvest this time was nothing short of extravagant. 8 babies in one birth was certainly no joke. Inventorying the high-grade items, Nirvana pill, a 9th-grade pill. Each pill increases a Nirvana realm expert's chance of breaking through their shackles by 30%. The effects can stack, though subsequent pills will have drastically reduced efficacy. Note, if this pill is consumed by someone who is not in the Nirvana realm, or whose physical body does not rival a Nirvana realm expert, the best-case scenario is physical and spiritual demise, while the worst-case scenario is the total annihilation of body and soul. This 9th-grade Nirvana pill. I should keep it hidden away as a trump card. Chen Lingtian swallowed hard. Physical and spiritual demise on one hand, and total annihilation of body and soul on the other. Either way, it's death. At least with the former there might be a chance of rebirth, but with the latter, even reincarnation is completely off the table. After reviewing the descriptions of the rewarded items, he checked his harvest of spirit stones. What he saw left him utterly dumbfounded. Low-grade spirit stones 91991910. Mid-grade spirit stones 101091. High-grade spirit stones 100000. Looking at this long string of numbers, he felt as though he had achieved absolute financial freedom. So many spirit stones. I can't possibly spend them all, not in a lifetime. He immediately decided to boost his strength. System max out the proficiency of the chi restraining art. Chen Lingtian declared arrogantly, not caring about the cost in the slightest. The system's notification chimed in his mind. Low-grade spirit stones -10000. Mid-grade spirit stones -10000. High-grade spirit stones -10000. Novice competent proficient mastery. Suddenly the melodious notification tones cut off abruptly. A pop-up notification appeared on the panel. Ding. Insufficient balance. Unable to upgrade the proficiency of this technique. Please top up host. What? Wait, he was already out of funds to upgrade. He clicked to check his remaining spirit stones. Low-grade spirit stones 9091910, mid-grade spirit stones 1091. All of Chen Lingtian's previous arrogance instantly vanished. He had genuinely believed he was a wealthy high roller. But now he didn't even have enough to upgrade a single technique. Moreover, back in the pocket dimension, his wife and children were still waiting to be fed. Sigh. There was still a long way to go. Chen Lingtian had prioritized upgrading the chi restraining art to conceal his cultivation base. Coupled with the concealment of his spiritual robe, ordinary cultivators would be completely unable to perceive his true strength, and even those old monsters would end up overthinking things. This was practically the ultimate tool for showing off. Aside from allowing him to lay low, it was perfect for playing the pig to eat the tiger. However, he seemed to have rushed things a bit. Even so, it was by no means a loss. He would have had to upgrade it sooner or later anyway. With his mediocre talent, he would probably have to practice until the end of time, without ever reaching basic comprehension. Relying on the system to add points was the only way. Putting those thoughts aside, he checked its effects. Technique, chi restraining art. Grade none. Realm mastery. Effect: at the current proficiency level of mastery, the host can conceal up to 3 major realms of cultivation. Unless an observer's cultivation is more than 2 major realms higher than the host's, they will be unable to accurately perceive the host's true strength. To put this effect into perspective, Chen Lingtian was currently in the spirit guiding realm. Once his cultivation was concealed, any outsider trying to inspect his level would see nothing but a tiny, insignificant speck. Spirit guiding body tempering spirit condensation heaven peaking. The rule that none who are less than 2 major realms higher can accurately perceive meant that even someone in the heaven peaking realm would mistake him for a peer of equal standing. If an observer's realm exceeded this threshold, they would only discern that his displayed cultivation did not match his actual state, appearing as though he was intentionally projecting a false elevated realm. It was essentially a permanent anti-detection buff. Chen Lingtian was highly satisfied. With this effect, he could navigate this region as freely as a dragon in water, practically walking with his head held high. Who would dare touch him? The moment he activated the technique, anyone would think twice before acting. Only a mindless brute would dare attack him directly. After all, which old monster who had cultivated for so long lacked caution? Such people valued their lives above all else. Of course, giant babies were the exception. Drawing back his gaze, the next item was the Tao Guardian card. Tao Guardian card purple constructs a Tao Guardian with a cultivation level ranging from the heaven peaking realm to the origin return realm. The Guardian can be utilized by the host's descendants, obeying the commands of both the host and the bound descendant. For every 2 major realms the bound descendant advances, the Tao Guardian's cultivation will rise by 1 major realm. A Tao Guardian card bound to a descendant. This effect is far superior to a standard summoning card. Compared to a summoning card of the same grade, the ability to grow stronger alongside the bound descendant represents immense potential. Sigh. What a pity there's only one. Chen Lingtian felt a deep sense of regret. Out of 8 children, only a single Tao Guardian card had dropped. He wouldn't be able to divide this favor equally among them. He immediately crushed the Tao Guardian card. Bound descendant Guiyuan. The reason was simple: the eldest child Guiyuan was a half-demon and would undoubtedly be the first to venture outside in the future, so assigning a Tao Guardian to him made the most sense. Furthermore, half-demons cultivated at an extremely rapid pace. The primary reason for using this Tao Guardian card so early was indeed his eldest son's astonishing cultivation speed. At birth, Guiyuan was already at the pinnacle of the spirit guiding realm. After bathing in the heavenly pool, he had directly transformed into a perfect human form, completely shedding his beastly traits, and his cultivation had progressed into the body tempering realm, with a physical body comparable to the peak of body tempering. This filled Guiyuan's father, that old fellow Chen Lingtian, with immense envy. If he delayed using the Tao Guardian card any longer, the relative benefits would clearly diminish. Following the binding of the Tao Guardian card, the system panel popped up with the Tao Guardian customization screen: cultivation, uneditable name, pending edit gender, pending edit race, same as bound target, randomize yes no. Chen Lingtian immediately selected no. Since he could customize it directly, he was going to make sure he did a thorough job. Within the brief span of half a cup of tea, a lifelike figure materialized. Fluffy rabbit ears, a deep purple color scheme, a golden ratio physique, and a baby face, paired with a voluptuous figure. She was the perfect big-eared bunny girl. He reviewed her information: name Baikai, race half-demon, gender female, cultivation second level of the origin return realm, early stage omitted. Click to view details. After giving Bai Shui a quick heads up, Chen Lingtian sent Baikai into the grotto heaven, where she would henceforth follow and protect his eldest son Guiyuan. Chen Lingtian grew slightly curious about whether he could use the Tao Guardian card for himself, so he inquired of the system. System, can the Tao Guardian card be bound to myself? The system replied, the Tao Guardian card can be bound to any creature whose intimacy rating with the host exceeds 90, including the host themselves, as the host's self-love surpasses all else. However, binding a Tao Guardian to the host will not yield cultivation feedback. Hearing the system's explanation, Chen Lingtian felt extremely relieved that he hadn't acted on impulse. Had he hastily bound the Tao Guardian to himself, he would have squandered an incredibly powerful asset. It wasn't that he disliked reading details. Rather, the item descriptions were packed with dense blocks of text so detailed they made his head spin. Chen Lingtian didn't want to spend ages studying them, preferring to simply ask the system whenever a question arose. Details determined success or failure. This was a habit he needed to correct. Next, Chen Lingtian needed to get a good night's sleep. Although his cultivation had broken through to the 6th level of the spirit guiding realm, his continuous exertions had pushed him beyond his limits, leaving him thoroughly exhausted in both body and mind. As his eyes grew heavy and sleep overtook him, he couldn't help but think being so utterly captivated by beauty is truly a disgrace to our generation of cultivators. Meanwhile, in a guest room of the prince's mansion. Oh, Muming, you are finally awake. You truly frightened grandfather. Yesterday, when Alchemist Wu returned to his room, he found his granddaughter collapsed on the bed, unresponsive no matter how loudly he called her. Her body alternated between freezing cold and scorching heat. Old man Wu thought his granddaughter's constitution issues had flared up once more. Casting all caution aside, knowing her life would be forfeit if he delayed any longer, he immediately channeled his spiritual energy and crushed the falling rain flower. The juices of the flower, resembling tears, surged and seeped into Wu Mengming's skin. Yet even after several incense sticks of time had passed, Ming remained in a deep stupor, driving old man Wu to the brink of despair. This flare-up was unprecedentedly severe. A congenital deficiency, a withered foundation. This was her fate. For 18 years she had endured this torment, once every year. Each episode was more agonizingly deep than the last, yet she had always managed to grit her teeth and survive. However, the severity this time. Old man Wu had never expected it to be so dire. If only he had been given a little more time to refine the falling rain flower into a pill, he might have been able to completely suppress her hidden ailment, or perhaps even activate her constitution and allow her to embark on the path of cultivation. But it was too late. Wu Qingyuan had crushed every viable pill in his possession, channeling his spiritual energy to force them into Mengming's body, but this could only offer momentary relief. It was far from enough to suppress the ailment. At this critical juncture, he recalled a 5th-grade pill he had given his granddaughter some time ago, the purple firmament physique nurturing pill. He immediately searched for it. The pill is gone. Within Mengming's storage bag, the only elixir remaining was a perfectly round pill, which was merely of the 4th grade. Alchemist Wu's eyes were as precise as a ruler. With a single glance he could discern the grade of the pill, and his heart sank halfway. That 5th-grade pill was actually a damaged 5th-grade elixir, which he had only managed to obtain after serving as an Imperial Enshrined Master for over a decade. By absorbing the residue of various other pills, he had finally refined it into a complete form. Although it lacked pill veins, its immense value was beyond doubt. A 5th-grade pill was no common commodity in this land of 5 extremes. It was something that ordinary spirit condensation realm cultivators would fight to the death for, yet could never hope to touch. Is heaven truly bent on destroying my Wu family? For 3 generations we have had only a single heir, and today only this old skeleton of mine remains. This doubt, if it must be abandoned, then so be it. He Wu Qingyuan was over 300 years old. He had spent 100 years in body tempering and 200 years in spirit condensation. His mastery of alchemy was unrivaled and his strength was profound. At the age of 100, he met his soulmate Mengming's grandmother. After 50 years of devotion, she gave birth to a son. In time the son married at 50, and after 60 years his daughter-in-law became pregnant and gave birth to a daughter. Wu Qingyuan was overjoyed and named her Mengming. As the gloomy rain cleared and the grass blossomed, she was born. Yet who could have foreseen that evil cultivators would massacre the city, laying waste to thousands of miles of land? His family was wiped out, leaving only one survivor from the tragedy. His granddaughter, Wu Mingming. Her spiritual bones had been gouged out and blood pooled around her. Yet miraculously she did not die. When Wu Qingyuan rushed to the scene, he heard a faint, delicate whisper from the inner chambers. His infant granddaughter was still alive. That year Mingming was only 3 years old. Ever since the chronic affliction flared up repeatedly, becoming a deep-seated disease that was nigh impossible to cure. Wu Qingyuan used alchemical seals to lock her limbs, and meridians replenished her deficiencies with medicinal pills and fashion bones for her, using a 100-year-old blood lotus root. Thus a peerless genius was reduced to a mortal force to endure the agonizing pain of having her bones stripped. Left with no other choice, he could only treat a dead horse as if it were alive, placing that round nurturing pill into Mengming's mouth. This was his sole remaining option. If this failed, he would have to beg the king of the north for aid. Your grandfather is useless. Tears streamed down Wu Qingyuan's face as voices echoed in his heart. Voices of those he had loved and cherished. These voices reverberated continuously within his mind. Old man, you are an immortal while I am but a mortal. Do not sever your path to the Tao because of me. Father, if I can cultivate, I will surely surpass you. Father, your granddaughter possesses the talent of creation. Grandfather, where did grandmother, father, and mother go? If only I could cultivate too. Then grandfather wouldn't be lonely. Grandfather, is your alchemy finished? Hearing this voice, Wu Qingyuan wiped away his tears, thinking he was hallucinating. But the next sentence made him weep with joy. Grandfather, why are you crying? Mengming, you scared grandfather to death. Grandfather, it's just my old ailment. You know how it is. I was in so much pain that I simply couldn't help but fall asleep. Wu Mingming said with a smile. Seeing that Mengming had fully recovered, his heart finally settled. Putting away his sorrowful expression, he pulled a stern face and scolded him. Mengming, where's the pill I gave you? Wu Mingming replied candidly, I gave it away. Wu Qingyuan was nearly choked with rage. What? You gave it away? That was your life-saving medicine. How could you just give it away like that? Whenever her pain flared up, Wu Mingming would take the pills her grandfather had prepared. This had become a routine. When Wu Qingyuan entered seclusion for alchemy, he had considered the possibility that his granddaughter's condition might surpass its usual severity while he was unable to leave. Thus he had placed that 5th-grade pill into her medicine pouch as well. Now finding out that his precious granddaughter had given it away, how could he not be furious? Had his granddaughter not been unharmed, he, with nothing left to lose, would have certainly hunted down the recipient to settle the score. Grandfather, Wu Mingming said coaxingly, Half of Wu Qingyuan's burning anger vanished instantly. He asked in a gentle tone, Mingming, whom did you give it to? Chen. No, I don't want to tell you, grandfather. You'll just get angry again. Besides, he gave me something too. With that, she retrieved the heaven-burning 5-color dress, gifted by Chen Lingtian from her storage space. Then she shook her right hand. And this? Just as Wu Qingyuan's gaze shifted away from the spiritual dress, he spotted the spiritual bracelet on his granddaughter's left wrist. This is a high-grade spiritual tool. Old man Wu's heart pounded wildly, any lingering thoughts of confronting the one who gave her the dress instantly evaporating. When he first saw the spiritual dress, he merely thought the other party was a young descendant of some major clan with decent backing and some strength. But with one look at that spiritual bracelet, a high-grade spiritual tool, he realized it was at least of the peak earth grade. Although the old man could not fully peer into its depths, he had a wide circle of acquaintances. Many heaven-prying realm cultivators possessed low-grade earth-rank spiritual tools. Even if he had never tasted pork, he had certainly seen pigs run. This realization caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Seeing her grandfather staring motionlessly at the bracelet, brother Lingtian had given her breaking out in sweat. Wu Mingming assumed he was simply hot. She asked, Grandfather, are you feeling hot? Wu Qingyuan, at a loss for words, could only stammer cough. Mingming, this is cold sweat. Grandfather was so frightened by you earlier, and it's only showing now. Then let me wipe it for you, grandfather. With that, Mingming prepared to get up to wipe his sweat. Wu Qingyuan hastily stood up and dodged, laughing nervously. Mingming, you should rest first. The prince's mansion is hosting a banquet tonight. I will take you out for a stroll afterward. All right. With that, the old man left despondently. As soon as Wu Qingyuan returned to his private chamber and closed the door, he leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. Alas, I know not whether to rejoice or grieve. How could such a figure take an interest in my granddaughter? Judging by that bracelet, Wu Qingyuan knew that the person treated Mingming with genuine sincerity. Otherwise, he would never have agreed and would have used all his connections to put an end to it. It was the 3rd quarter of the Yu hour. Chen Lingtian awoke from his slumber and let out a lazy yawn. Ah, how comfortable. Today's daydream had thoroughly delighted Chen Lingtian. To put it simply, it was as if 7 fairies had descended to the mortal realm, all for his pleasure alone. His attire had changed, and today he stood out even more strikingly. Slender silk boots with golden threads, a smooth blue-patterned robe. After waking, he first entered the celestial grotto to spend time with his wife, children, and elders. How blissful. This time entering the grotto, the changes were truly remarkable. All the spiritual herbs and medicines within the celestial grotto had been utterly devoured. With Shuer the mother leading the charge, the little ones plowed through everything like bulldozers, each more voracious than the last, their bellies round and distended. Chen Lingtian chuckled. How can you say the mother leads them astray? Just look at those rascals. They lay sprawled across the ground like bloated plush toys, and the biggest one among them was still eating. Seeing this, he decided not to feed them anymore. They had already eaten so much. If he continued, what if their bellies burst? He then departed from the celestial grotto. With Bai keeping Shuer company, he no longer needed to comfort them every time he entered or exited, saving both time and effort. He would educate the children when he had free time. As night deepened and the lanterns were first lit, an endless stream of visitors gathered before the mansion of the Prince of Jinbei. Most were retainers from noble families, along with some scattered cultivators come to watch the spectacle. This was the boundary separating the human race from the demon clan. These scattered cultivators came here to strengthen themselves, slaying demonic beasts, gathering spiritual herbs and medicines, exploring secret realms, and so on. Ultimately, they all sought cultivation resources. Nanyang City served as the transit hub for this desolate territory. As long as cultivators completed the procedures, they could enter and exit the city freely. The banquet was held in the grand hall at the center of the prince's mansion, where all present were prominent figures of Nanyang City. His father Chen Lingtian sat at the main seat, clad in a dark brocade robe, exuding an aura of majesty, as his gaze swept across the assembly, leaving none daring to meet his eyes. Advisor Sun Wudong sat in the right secondary seat. Chen Lingtian occupied the left secondary seat, his face fair as jade, with slender fingers raising his teacup to drink it all in one gulp. Combined with the blue-patterned golden thread robe he stood out remarkably. Those present watched this young master, whose reputation outside was far from favorable, their brows gradually tightening. Rumor had it this young master was merely at the spirit guidance realm, yet the more they looked, the more something seemed off. His aura was unfathomable. Was this really the cripple of old? None dared speak out. They kept their thoughts buried in silence. Yesterday, master of the Great Saber Sect had been slain in a single strike by Chen Lingtian. That Great Saber Sect master Lu Sanpi had only recently broken through to the concentrated spirit realm. Though his foundation was unstable, he was still a concentrated spirit expert. Not some nobody who could be killed so easily. How could they dare? Everyone has arrived. Let the banquet begin. Chen Lingtian's commanding voice rang out to all present. At the same time, the banquet commenced. Chen Lingtian's gaze swept across the room. On the left, the Xia family took their seats. Xia He wore a pink dress, her skin luminous and fair, her eyes alive with spirit as she secretly watched Chen Lingtian. Their eyes met by chance. In the next instant, the maiden's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily lowered her gaze, her fingertips curling slightly, as she whispered to herself, "Could it be? Is this really him? He's changed so much. And why is he looking at me like that? Am I overthinking this?" Her face burned red once more as she dipped her head shyly. If someone were to check her temperature, it would surely be running a fever. Xia He possessed the emerald spirit body with top-grade 3 spiritual roots: wind, fire, and wood. At 16, she was still unripe. She had known Chen Lingtian since childhood. As a child, she used to follow Chen Lingtian around, calling him Brother Lingtian. At every turn, her heart secretly pledged long ago. No wonder her face was flushing with embarrassment now. Chen Lingtian withdrew his gaze and rubbed his forehead. Only yesterday had he discovered that his childhood playmate and subordinate was actually female. He was struggling to adjust to this. Where did my little brother go? Just thinking about how Xia He used to take him to the entertainment quarters embraced on both sides gave him a headache. Could she have been jealous that day? Is she a lesbian? Chen Lingtian was deeply puzzled. It was hardly surprising he thought this way given the sudden role reversal and the change in gender. How could one not be astonished? It was like having a close brother from childhood only to discover she was actually a woman who had secretly loved you and wanted to marry you. So when the wedding night came, how could you bring yourself to undress her? It was understandable. Infatuation between a woman and a man, feelings growing over time. But then he asked himself, how shameful must this be? Moving on, the Wang family seating area. Wang Ling wore a pale purple long dress, dignified and elegant with a gentle temperament. Though she was several years older than Chen Lingtian, that mature charm was unlike anything a young girl could possess. Her gaze was calm as still water, yet when it fell upon Chen Lingtian, a barely perceptible ripple concealed itself within. Whether it signified something profound remained unclear. Say, why does this younger brother give me such a déjà vu feeling? As if I've seen him somewhere before. Wang Ling frowned in deep thought. Meeting Chen Lingtian evoked that uncanny sense of familiarity, as though they had crossed paths somewhere. Chen Lingtian turned to look at her at that moment. One glance was enough to truly captivate him. This sister was truly stunning to behold. Whoever married her, he was certain, would never let their children go hungry, no matter how arduous life became. An absolute milk supplier in every sense. Meanwhile, Wang Baichuan, the patriarch of the Wang family, noticed Chen Lingtian's heated gaze fixed on his daughter, refusing to drift away for a long while. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly in an ambiguous smile. This lad, he thought, must have had his soul completely captivated by his daughter. The other parents turned to look at him. Wang Baichuan straightened his back, even more, his eyes brimming with pride. Though his daughter lacked exceptional talent, she was born with unparalleled beauty and was considered excellent for bearing children. Envy him all you wish. His youngest son Wang Teng was a disciple of the Immortal Burial sect, but once entering such a powerful organization, one essentially had to sever mortal attachments and karmic ties. Though Wang Teng was biologically his son, whether he was truly raised by him was another matter. Now their relationship existed only on that superficial level. The Immortal Burial sect was a hegemon-level power stationed in the Central Plains, with its formidable presence suppressing all rivals as the supreme orthodox lineage. Since the age of turbulent antiquity, it had sealed its gates and retreated from the world, secretly dispatching elders abroad to recruit exceptional disciples across the lands. Thus the Wang family was like a turtle shell, a fortress no one dared to touch or provoke. On the other side was the Zhang family's seating area. Miss Zhang of the Zhang family, dressed in a pale green silk gown, sat with her head bowed, moving cautiously, rarely lifting her gaze. Ever since her father informed her of this matter, Zhang Xiaofan had been restless inside, having absolutely no desire to attend. She was a transmigrator, much like Chen Lingtian, also having transmigrated at birth, though she was unaware of her own golden finger. In her past life, Zhang Xiaofan was an avid homebody who spent her days gaming and reading novels. Now that she had transmigrated here at 18 years old, she still hadn't activated a system, let alone obtained a protagonist template. Fortunately, no disgusting tropes had appeared. Things like fake identities, orphaned parents, or disappearances. None of those melodramatic plot lines existed here. She was the only daughter of the Zhang family, with both parents still alive. Beyond her family's considerable wealth, the Zhang family also held influence in Nanyang City. Her grandfather was at the mid-stage of concentrated spirit realm and doted on her as his only grandson through 3 generations. After transmigrating with nothing pressing to worry about, Zhang Xiaofan simply reverted to her old ways, staying home and embracing her otaku lifestyle. As long as she could survive comfortably, that was all that mattered. But then her father insisted she marry, of all people, a prince's heir. What was she supposed to do? Zhang Xiaofan was completely at a loss. She had intended to seek her grandfather's help, but he was in seclusion. In the end, she was practically dragged by her old man to attend the banquet. Even now she was still fuming. She wasn't happy in the least. Zhang Xiaofan had absolutely no desire to marry. In her previous life, she had died on the way to an arranged blind date set up by her parents. That day she had been waiting for the bus when an out-of-control truck struck her down. At this moment a pair of eyes locked onto her. Zhang Xiaofan felt as though everything about her had been seen through by someone. Her heart raced wildly, and she dared not look up. The person examining her was none other than Chen Lingtian. Chen Lingtian also found it strange. He had never met Zhang Xiaofan before, having only heard that the Zhang family had an only daughter who was introverted from childhood and rarely went out. Today, upon meeting her, he felt an uncanny sense of familiarity tugging at his consciousness. So Chen Lingtian activated his eye of illusion to inspect her information. Name Zhang Xiaofan. Race human, gender female, cultivation spirit guidance realm 4th layer physique eternal life body eye of illusion transmigrated at birth longevity body. Chen Lingtian's face was full of questions, marveling inwardly as he glanced at the eye of illusion column, a transmigrator. He nearly dropped his jaw in shock, but managed to keep it together, for if he had spoken aloud, she would have become alert. If Zhang Xiaofan was a transmigrator, then she might possess a golden finger, perhaps the eternal life physique. Or even a system like his own. This physique might very well be the beginner package granted by the system. The more Chen Lingtian thought about it, the more startled he became. He was a transmigrator, and now a second one had appeared. Then there would be a third, a fourth. In this world, he was certainly not the only outsider. At this realization, Chen Lingtian felt a sense of foreboding. For a moment his expression turned grave. Chen Lingtian gathered his composure, his heart thundering with shock, though his expression remained impassive as he activated the breath concealment art to its fullest extent to conceal his momentary lapse. He was also afraid. What if she was also a transmigrator? What if her golden finger was even stronger than his? How could he possibly handle that? Had he invited a wolf into his house, letting a lamb walk straight into a tiger's den? Better safe than sorry. Chen Lingtian understood clearly that young Miss Zhang was far from what she appeared to be. She was an intricately calculating individual beneath her gentle facade. Since they shared the same fate as transmigrators, Chen Lingtian found himself reflecting on her habit of staying indoors. Could it be she followed the path of cautious retreat? The more restrained she was, the greater the system reward she would receive. Furthermore, she possessed the longevity physique. The more Chen Lingtian delved into these thoughts, the more chilled his blood became. Whether she would prove friend or foe remained an unanswered question. Those long-hidden transmigrators were the most ruthless of all. Underneath their meek exterior lay a transformed person once they rose to power, showing no mercy to anyone they encountered. It seems this cultivation world may soon descend into chaos. Earlier, when Chen Lingtian had activated the Eye of Truth Destruction, Zhang Xiaofan had sensed it through a woman's intuition. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest, and only after sipping some tea did she manage to steady her nerves and compose herself. Zhang Xiaofan continuously reassured herself inwardly, I must not betray any suspicion. Perhaps that powerful cultivator merely cast a casual glance in my direction. Nothing more. Do not be nervous. Trust yourself. Zhang Xiaofan took a deep breath and carefully picked up a spiritual fruit from the table, busily peeling it away. Afraid someone might detect her guilt, she had lived cautiously within the Zhang household since her transmigration, never venturing out and avoiding entanglement in karma. She spent her days tending flowers and plants, keeping pets, chatting idly with her maid, and cultivating under her grandfather's guidance, having no desire to leave home. During this time, she had also heard of Chen Lingtian, heir to the king of the northern garrison, a good-for-nothing destined to declare that fortunes change over 30 years. She guessed that Chen Lingtian was the chosen one of fortune. Zhang Xiaofan believed she had transmigrated into a male-oriented novel about a good-for-nothing rising to greatness. Later she learned that the Lu family had a stunning beauty named Lu Rian. That name alone confirmed she had indeed entered a novel. Originally she had considered clinging to the chosen one's coattails, but having read several such novels, she knew protagonists, though powerful, had many beloved companions whose families suffered tragic fates and were easily targeted by the male lead's enemies. Most importantly, she had never read this particular book. So she chose to stay home, waiting until the chosen one departed before emerging to manage her family and cultivate, hoping to live longer. But now not only had the chosen one not left, he had come to her doorstep. Zhang Xiaofan found herself at a loss for tears. As she was lost in thought, she glanced up at Chen Lingtian, but that single glance. She shuddered inwardly. He is still looking at me. Fearing further contemplation, she pretended not to notice, remaining painfully silent throughout. Her father beside her side at her stayed. Alas, our daughter has been raised to nothing. When Madame is in a good mood someday, it may be time to start a new strategy. Finally, Chen Lingtian turned his gaze toward Lu Rian, his Eye of Truth Destruction active again. While the heavenly eye had its limitations and could not perceive everything about others, the Eye of Truth Destruction was different, remarkably powerful. Lu Rian was beautiful as her name suggested, 19 years of age, dressed in an ordinary white gown that stood out among the formal attire present, second only to Chen Lingtian's own garments. The crowd silently mocked Lu Rian, once the pride of the Lu family. Such a tragedy, the brilliant genius girl has fallen to become a useless person. At such an important banquet, she wears something so plain. Truly the ways of the world are unpredictable. Yet Lu Rian's splendor lay in her beauty. Regardless of how she dressed, her appearance was beyond question. Willow-like soft hair flowing gracefully, slender limbs, and a petite waist, almond-shaped eyes with a faint smile and cold glances like a banished immortal from a painting. Had he not known she was the protagonist of a broken engagement story, Chen Lingtian might have suspected Lu Rian of being a villain. The name matched, but her history did not. Now Lu Rian was undoubtedly a heroine destined by fate, there was no doubt about it. Chen Lingtian naturally decided to verify this. Name: Lu Rian. Cultivation, body tempering, first level, currently being absorbed. Golden finger, a surviving soul grandmother. Identity: chosen daughter of this world. Chen Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Thank goodness she is not a reincarnator nor a transmigrator. What a fright that gave him. Meanwhile, from the seat of honor, Chen Yinan observed the subtle atmosphere in the room. He raised his cup and announced loudly, today's banquet celebrates two things. First, to honor alchemist Wu for refining pills for my son, and second, there is another matter I will share after the feast. Do not hold yourselves back, drink freely. When the banquet reaches its midpoint, let my son Lingtian guide these young ones on a tour of the city, so they may become better acquainted and offer mutual support in the future. As soon as he spoke, the entire assembly rose and raised their cups, congratulatory voices filling the air. Alchemist Wu and his grandson nodded slightly, their glances unintentionally drifting toward Chen Lingtian. From how their granddaughter's eyes kept wandering toward the young man, it was clear he was the one who had given the gift. What incredible cunning! This father and son had truly kept their depths hidden. Wu Mengming, however, was completely unaware of her grandfather's thoughts. With her sparkling big eyes fixed on her beloved, a sweet smile playing on her lips, she was overjoyed. Chen Lingtian returned a gentle smile, though inwardly he was calculating how to win over this innocent young bride. Half the banquet had passed. The younger generation had already left the tables, departing under Chen Lingtian's leadership from the prince's mansion. Now in the main hall, besides alchemist Wu, only the heads of various families remained. After several rounds of wine, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly grew heavy. Chen Yinan lifted his cup, drained it in one draught, then set it down on the table with a dull thud. Chen Yinan spoke slowly, his tone steady. Gentlemen, let us not speak further of yesterday's events. The meaning was clear, move on. He had intended to warn each family head, but his beloved son had acted as if he had never seen a woman before, truly bringing shame upon the prince's mansion. Thank you, your highness. The family leaders bowed in gratitude. Each was an old fox, and their earlier proposals of alliance had been mere words. But now matters had changed. After investigating Chen Lingtian without results, everyone had miscalculated. The heir to the king of the northern garrison was nothing like the reputation they had heard. This father and son had acted brilliantly, deceiving the heavens with seamless precision, yet displaying such extraordinary patience. Now they could only make their pretense into reality. Secretly pleased, the crowd listened as Chen Yinan continued, do not imagine too favorably. The other joyful occasion for today's banquet is my son Lingtian has been chosen by an immortal sect. What? All present were shocked. Xia Ting rose abruptly, nearly spilling his cup. Your highness, what did you say? Young master Lingtian, he has been chosen by an immortal sect. Wang Baichuan's expression shifted as he asked, your highness, how is this possible? The immortal sects have long sealed their mountains and no longer accept disciples, of fact known to all. 10 years ago, my son Wang Tung was among the last batch of prodigies to enter the immortal sect. Surely, your highness, you do not deceive us. Immortal sect disciples were truly extraordinary. Within such immortal sects existed teleportation arrays left behind from the upper realm. Those who successfully achieved nirvana could use these grand arrays to ascend to the upper realm and continue their Tao journey. Moreover, those accepted as disciples were undoubtedly prodigies with the aptitude for nirvana. The outside world could not support such talents, only these ancient immortal sects with profound foundations could cultivate them. Among rogue cultivators, fewer than one had achieved nirvana in nearly 10,000 years, demonstrating how difficult it was for strong warriors to emerge in this world. And the lands of their 5 great dynasties were even more desolate, where even the god condensation realm represented obvious strength. Hearing this news, alchemist Wu Qingyuan paused mid-gesture with his cup in hand. He was the most convinced among the crowd for no other reason than his granddaughter Wu Mengming had received. Yi family patriarch Yizong was equally curious, casually asking, Brother Chun, is this truly the case? Has your nephew genuinely been noticed by an immortal sect? Brother Yi jokes. This is absolutely true. In some days' time, the immortal sect will send someone to descend upon Nanyang City to personally take Tian'er away to cultivate at the sect. Chen Yinan looked upon the gathering, his tone tinged with regret, When my son departs, I do not know when he shall return. He murmured, though a dragon may be confined within a pond like a mere worm, once the worm transforms into a butterfly, it can roam freely across heaven and earth. This great yin cannot contain him, this province cannot retain him, and this world cannot imprison him. After some polite exchanges, Patriarch Xia Ting's expression shifted slightly. He knew his daughter's aptitude was decent, but compared to such a prodigy, she was not even worthy to carry his shoes. It seemed the marriage alliance was hopeless. The Wang family representative also fell silent. He was thinking if his daughter Wang Ling possessed the same aptitude as Wang Tung, perhaps a favorable match could be arranged. But without such talent in the eyes of an immortal sect disciple, such beauty was nothing but fleeting clouds. The joy on old man Zhang Dai's face also completely vanished. His Wang family's wealth was utterly negligible. Lu Shiji could only offer a bitter smile, completely abandoning that thought in his heart. A concubine. She was a disciple of an immortal sect, a future Tao companion. How could the word concubine possibly be worthy? Chen Lingtian chuckled, easing the atmosphere. He seemed to have overblown things. When that young man returned, he would need to verify, but he had committed to this pose, now largely fueled by alcohol. With Lingtian's departure lies a boundless future. The bond between you and the princely mansion I shall remember. Should difficulties arise in the days ahead, provided you do not overstep, I can still offer protection. As for the earlier marriage alliance matter, let us go with the flow and let the younger generation handle it themselves. I shall simply give my approval. These words brought joy to all. Looking at one another, they bowed deeply. Thank you, Your Highness. We shall take our leave first. Watching their departing backs, Chen Lingtian turned to the remaining alchemist Wu and spoke softly. Alchemist Wu, your granddaughter is so lovely and graceful. That boy Lingtian showed no restraint. It is nothing. Matters between the young are not for an old man like me to interfere in. Besides, your son is a dragon among men. It is my granddaughter who would be the fortunate one. Wu Qingyuan did not hide his stance, openly stating his position. He was a clear-minded man. If that boy were truly accepted as a disciple by the immortal sect, his granddaughter might have a chance to restore her spiritual root. Even if that were not the case, she would still have a reliable protector. He was aging, and his greatest wish in life was to spare his grandchildren suffering away, to make amends, he supposed. Though it had not been his fault, he could never quite overcome that obstacle buried in his heart. Rows of candle-red lanterns formed of light. At night, so many cultivators roamed the streets, no wonder. The vigor of cultivators is boundless, and Bailiang nights not safe. Monsters roam freely, and those who have endured tribulations hold sway on the road. To secure a shelter in a city is a decent choice for ordinary cultivators. Here a group of 8, 3 men and 5 women. Except for Chen Lingtian, the other 2 men are the Yi family twin brothers Yi Wen and Yi Wen. The 2 lead the way. Chen Lingtian follows at the rear. The girls are Wu Mengming Xia, Hezhang Xiaofan, Wang Ling, and Lu Rian. They follow closely beside Chen Lingtian. Along the way, for some reason, each girl remains silent. Have their thoughts all been kept in their hearts? Only they know. Wu Mengming steps to Chen Lingtian's side, eyes bright as snow, glancing at his profile from time to time. Xiaohe walks on the other side, fingers twisting the hem of her dress. She wanted to speak several times, but thinking Chen Lingtian would find her voice too boyish, she kept silent. Wang Ling walks steadily, her gaze fixed on Chen Lingtian's back, thoughtful. She always feels this youth resembles some man who has been spying on her. Lu Rian and Wang Ling together. Only Zhang Xiaofan lingers at the back, wishing she could vanish into the shadows. If not for her father's orders to stop chattering about this, and that she would have already run home. You rotten father, wait till Grandpa emerges from seclusion, and I'll have him teach you a lesson. How did I end up with such an old bore who would push a girl toward the fire? Boo-hoo. Zhang Xiaofan's heart was already near collapse. She only wants to go home and lie in her small bed, minding in peace. If Chen Lingtian's life hadn't resembled that of a novel's protagonist, given his looks, he could turn heads. Zhang Xiaofan wouldn't mind Chen Lingtian wooing her, but being marked as the protagonist, she would give up. She does not want her good life to become a life of wandering for survival. Perhaps, just as the former leaves, some ancient monster will raise the city and slaughter all those connected to the protagonist. So they continue to follow. She gradually falls behind. What are you thinking? Huh? Zhang Xiaofan is stunned by the question, raising her head to meet the speaker. Just as she is about to speak, seeing that face, she instinctively swallows. The words she wanted to say rose to her throat and cannot be spoken. Her whole body begins to tremble, stammering, I didn't think of anything. Oh, the speaker is none other than Chen Lingtian. Oh, throughout this, he has been wary of Zhang Xiaofan. That person disappeared, and he told the others to wait here for a moment. Then he stepped back to search for the clumsy Zhang Xiaofan. Chen Lingtian thought that if the other retreated behind the crowd as a survival path traverser, that would be unlikely. She wanted to leave. Could it be that her identity had been discovered? This is undeniable. Thus the girl walked slowly, unable to keep up with the main group. So, you are afraid of me? Chen Lingtian looked at the girl. He cannot deny it. The form she wore was exquisitely crafted. small and delicate, yet with great ambitions. After this question, Zhang Xiaofan trembled even more as she wanted to run, but her legs felt glued to the ground. I want to go home. Chen Lingtian did not dare delay wanting to strike first. The imposing pressure was about to erupt. But at the next moment, upon hearing her words, his mind went blank. What? She says she wants to go home. Zhang Xiaofan crouched on the ground, hands folded, eyes hidden, tears spilling uncontrollably. Chen Lingtian is stunned by this scene. He mutters inwardly, "Sister, we are traversers. How can you cry so easily? I didn't do anything. Are you really that terrifying?" Chen Lingtian begins to doubt his own handsomeness. With a face that could captivate thousands, how could he frighten a fellow countrywoman into tears? Could she know I am a traverser? Thinking, I want to kill her, swallowing her golden finger. Chen Lingtian is thinking as he ponders. The cultivators around them crowd to watch. Look at that little girl crying out loud. Whose daughter is she? I don't know, I just arrived too. Not so. Look at that young master over there. He seems to be the crown prince. Which crown prince? One cultivator asks. The friend of that cultivator slaps him on the face and whispers, besides that one, who else here could be the crown prince? Are you stupid or dumb? Upon hearing it is the crown prince, the cultivators immediately disperse, not daring to crowd, though their eyes still glance toward Chen Lingtian, fearing they might miss a sky-shaking scoop. This girl's figure, though similar to the one a few days ago, clearly has different height proportions. They implicitly praise the crown prince is truly bold. In just a few days, he has taken another Dao companion, truly a man's spirit, more fashionable and diligent than them. Usually cultivators rarely change clothes, except for beauty-loving female cultivators. Male cultivators wear one set until it wears out, until the clothes are ripped and they are cold. Because cleansing techniques exist, the defensive power of spiritual garments is not high. Those with real strength typically wear inner armor of spiritual material. Thus cultivators seldom bathe or change outfits for the trouble. A single technique cleans everything, and washing would waste cultivation time. 1 second's delay at a crucial moment might mean the loss of a breakthrough. Thus cultivators prize time, especially those who walk the path of endurance. Every moment's timing is truly precise. As Chen Lingtian's gaze sweeps around, those cultivators retract their curiosity, each one hurrying away, fearing this lord would vent his wrath on them. To those with keen eyes, this looked like a quarrel between lovers, the man provoking the girl into tears. If Chen Lingtian knew what they were thinking, he might really swap their heads to loosen their joints. Even so, they would not dare to spout nonsense. I want to go home. Let me send you off. Chen Lingtian judged Zhang Xiaofan as a feeble, simple traverser. From her appearance it showed she was as wary as an old dog, and he knew it all too well. This kind of stubborn, steady composure is tricky. Chen Lingtian plans to probe thoroughly. Zhang Xiaofan stands up and walks straight toward home. She does not dare look back, for a lecher is tailing her. From behind comes a man's voice. Why are you running? I'm not running. They chase, and finally Zhang Xiaofan stops, not from exhaustion, but because she has reached home. The Zhang residence is nearby, and soon they escort the person back home safely. Chen Lingtian wears a helpless look. He has never met such a girl who could run so fast. Perhaps rename her Zhang Run. Luckily, it was late. The lantern light wasn't bright, otherwise passers-by might have seen this and mistaken it for a lecher tailing a woman. Hey, you're really quite alike, Chen Lingtian coughs. Zhang Xiaofan trembles. How could he still be tailing? Yet she replies, I'm home, Master Chen. Oh, please go back. Are you afraid of me? Zhang Xiaofan wanted to answer yes, but she held back and said, not afraid. Not afraid? Then why are you running? I am sleepy. I want to go home and lie down to rest. You know, I am lazy, not active, easily drowsy. So, Master Chen, you go back. I won't go back. I have fallen in love with you at first sight. Chen Lingtian says this on purpose to test. If she refuses, he will probe again. If she agrees, they might have a few children to cultivate their feelings. In this moment, Zhang Xiaofan's heart cries out, what is he saying? He says love at first sight. No. What should I do? I'm young and I don't want to die. In her past life, she had read many Xuanhuan novels. Beauties are often fated to be thin, of fortune, women favored by destiny. Though easily sacrificed, she does not wish to fall into darkness and become the cautionary tale of those elders. She simply wanted to lie low at home, a salted fish waiting for the world to end, living and dying in ease. But she did not want to meddle in the protagonist's path. The next moment Chen Lingtian spoke, even if you do not like me, your parents' orders and the matchmaker's words you cannot escape. With that, Chen Lingtian turned and walked away. Zhang Xiaofan remained hesitating, thinking it's over. The protagonist has set his sights on my beauty. She wants to cry but cannot, and there is a hint of vanity. To be honest, she was already quite beautiful, a beauty capable of toppling kingdoms. Zhang Xiaofan entered the mansion, and upon returning to her boudoir collapsed onto the warmed bed, clutching her pillow as she wept bitterly. My fate is so wretched. Just then a familiar voice sounded outside the door. Little girl. What's wrong? Who upset you? Grandfather, she stammered. Is it your father? Zhang Xiaofan nodded, humming sorrowfully, but refusing to speak. Her grandfather was named Zhang Qingshan. He had just recently emerged from cultivation seclusion, and intended to share the joyous news of his own breakthrough with his beloved granddaughter. Hearing his granddaughter wailing loudly and uncontrollably, his heart ached greatly. He absolutely had to vent on her behalf. "Grandfather, you're inside." The door opened, and Zhang Qingshan saw his granddaughter's face puffy and red from crying. He gently comforted her. "Good child, did your father make you cry?" Zhang Xiaofan nodded. "Ugh, that rascal dares to make my dear granddaughter cry while I'm away. He's becoming increasingly outrageous. Tell grandfather what happened." Zhang Xiaofan recounted in fits and starts. She had just mentioned that her father intended to marry her off in a political alliance. Zhang Qingshan erupted in fury, thundering, "Fine. What kind of father would sell his own daughter for personal gain? When your father returns, he shall face the family punishments." Zhang Xiaofan quickly clung to her grandfather's arm. "Grandfather, don't be angry. Xiaofan knows father is only thinking of the family's interests. For the family. Your father has the nerve to say that. He would push his own daughter away for the family. In our Zhang family, only men marry into our clan. No daughters are ever married out. Little girl, do not fear. Continue." Zhang Xiaofan's account grew ever more outrageous as she spoke. The Northern Pacification King, slashed through spiritual concentration. The Northern Pacification King's heir, a youth of transcendent talent and unmatched elegance. Zhang Qingshan was utterly stunned. "What?" he asked. "Is all of this true?" Zhang Xiaofan replied, "Everything is true. Grandfather, I don't want to marry. I'm still so young." Having never interacted with the opposite sex in either her past or present life, the thought of her current predicament brought tears to her eyes once more. "Grandfather, Xiaofan, it's all right. Our family need not arrange this marriage. When you're ready to marry, grandfather will carry you in an 8-cushion palanquin and bring your beloved into our Zhang family as a live-in son-in-law." "Grandfather, are you serious?" "Serious." Zhang Xiaofan smiled brightly. Her grandfather was certainly powerful and likely had ways to resolve this matter. But the next moment, a spiritual talisman drifted through the void into her boudoir. A voice-transmitting talisman floated before Zhang Qingshan, who snorted coldly. "Humph, this little rascal actually took the time to send me advance notice. He'll suffer less when he returns." He crushed the talisman and received the message. "The Northern Pacification King's heir has joined a cultivation sect. Father, you must persuade Xiaofan well, for our Zhang family's rise has finally come." Zhang Qingshan froze on the spot, speechless for a long time. Only one phrase echoed in his mind: joined a cultivation sect. Seeing her grandfather dazed, Zhang Xiaofan thought something terrible had happened and called softly, "Grandfather. Grandfather." Then came the reversal. Zhang Qingshan abandoned his previous stance and sighed heavily. "Xiaofan, you've reached the age to marry. How old are you? Find someone dependable soon. I think this young master is quite suitable. His family is wealthy and can protect you. Once married, you need only stay home like you do now." "What? You said he wants you to bear him children. What a wonderful opportunity. Your grandfather's only granddaughter. Have many nephews and nieces for me. I'll be delighted." "Grandfather, I'm afraid. Xiaofan, enduring some hardship now will serve you well. Bear children while you're young. It'll be harder later." As he spoke, Zhang Qingshan completely changed his tune. "No more, daughters never marry out, or we won't seek alliances." All those were mere words. Zhang Xiaofan burst into genuine tears. She sobbed her heart out. What should she do? Who will save her? System. Grandpa's spirit, where is my golden finger? Ding dong. The heavenly chat system has heard a transmigrator's plea and is activating. Activation successful. The Myriad Heavens chat group stands guard for you. So I have a system too. After shooing away her grandfather, Zhang Xiaofan summoned the system panel and eagerly traced it with trembling hands. She was overjoyed. Ding. Myriad Heavens chat group serving transmigrators across all realms who lack a system. Transmigrators without golden fingers. System, aren't you a golden finger? Host, I am the assistant of the Myriad Realms chat group. Our purpose is to unite transmigrators without systems, fostering mutual aid and inter-heavenly friendships. Click System Introduction for details. Zhang Xiaofan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was merely a shell system. What else could it do besides chat? What should she do? Ding dong. System notification. Host may use points to request assistance from others. Points can be exchanged using heavenly materials and earthly treasures earned through daily check-ins or obtained by accepting tasks. Detecting current host location. Xianjin Immortal Realm, Tianin Domain Upper Realm, Kanglin Continent Lower Realm, Sangzhou, Dian Dynasty Northern Wasteland. Kanglin Continent is divided into 9 provinces. Zhongzhou, Qingzhou, Yunzhou, Yozhou, Yinzhou, Mingzhou, Sangzhou, and Guzhou. Zhongzhou occupies 1/4 of the continent, followed by Qingzhou, Yunzhou, Yozhou, and Yinzhou, each taking 1/5. The remainder is divided among the 3 southern provinces. These 3 provinces suffer from sparse spiritual energy and are known as the lower 3 provinces. Yet in ancient times they rivaled the power of Zhongzhou, not by division, but by being swallowed whole. When mighty experts clashed, the earth split apart or land sank into the sea, or became secret realms. Truly pitiable. Zhang Xiaofan was dazzled by the information and marveled this map is so vast. No wonder cultivation novels can run for so long. Joining Kanglan Continent subgroup. Sangzhou. Host, would you like to conceal your location? Hide. Please enter your group nickname. Once confirmed, it cannot be changed. Zhang Xiaofan thought for a moment, then entered. Nickname Runaway Girl. Click Confirm. Newcomer Runaway Girl has joined the chat. A group chat notification popped up. Group notice Runaway Girl has joined the chat group. Group notice Runaway Girl. X3. Meanwhile, messages flooded across the chat interface. T. Kendo assistant welcome Runaway Girl to the chat group. Tai Shang Huang newcomer show us your face. Xiao Qiao Ling Long welcome newcomer. Xiao Qi Gai a newcomer. It's been 3 years since we last had one. Every member of the Kanglan Continent chat group immediately noticed the notification, each more talkative than the last. The once peaceful chat group instantly erupted into lively chaos with messages piling up non-stop. Zhang Xiaofan pondered. Why does this chat group have so few members? And why is everyone so enthusiastic? What's going on? The chat group showed 7 members, including Zhang Xiaofan herself. She quietly observed the chat, wanting to understand its purpose. Finally, someone took the lead to calm things down. Hanli, everyone hold on, don't get so excited. Let's first ask the newcomer about their situation. Tai Shang Huang brotherly, you almost gave me a scare. To activate the chat group, newcomers must have faced desperate circumstances. I wonder what this newcomer has encountered. Xiao Qiao Ling Long Runaway Girl. Xiao Qi Gai, are you all stupid? Can't you see the nickname? Obviously, like me, it's a metaphor for their background. Runaway Girl means a woman who's fleeing. Zhang Xiaofan's face darkened. If she had known, she never would have chosen that name. Kuan Tai Bao, do you think she's already dead? Ji dang, it's possible. Based on the group nicknames, these transmigrators didn't seem to be characters from novels. They were the same type as her, a fellow transmigrator. Zhang Xiaofan prepared her words and replied. Runaway maiden, thank you all for your concern, I'm not dead. Hanli, good to hear. Now you can describe your situation and we can help you figure things out. Runaway maiden, thank you. I am indeed a girl, but I won't share photos. Right now I've been targeted by the child of destiny in my world, and it's hard to explain in just a few words. I want to flee, but the child of destiny warned me. He said if I run there will be hell to pay. Zhang Xiaofan did not want to be too direct, so she spoke evasively with half-truths. After all, Chen Lingtian was bound to make her life miserable anyway. Hanli, what? You've been targeted by a child of destiny. Tai Shang Huang, a child of destiny. Runaway maiden, yes, exactly. A child of destiny. Hanli, how old are you? Runaway maiden, I was 28 before I transmigrated. Tai Shang Huang, have you read web novels before? Runaway maiden, frequently. Hanli, then do you know the difference between a child of destiny and a child of fortune? Zhang Xiaofan looked at the message and thought, aren't the child of destiny and the child of fortune the same thing? But she did not say that aloud. Runaway maiden, is there actually a difference between them? Little beggar, a child of destiny is practically spoon-fed by the heavens themselves, while a child of fortune isn't even worthy of carrying their shoes. What do you think the difference is? It's like comparing a lowly beggar like me to the chief of the beggar sect. We're both beggars, but would you say there's a difference? Hanli, brother beggar, don't lose heart. Once you become the chief of the beggar sect, I'll send you a red envelope. Little beggar brotherly, are you serious? Hanli, absolutely. Xiao Qiao Linglong, can you two talk less and focus on the business at hand? Dajidang, runaway maiden. Runaway maiden, apologies, I was just thinking about his background. I'm not entirely sure if he is a child of destiny, but his fortune is definitely far more formidable than that of an ordinary child of fortune. Zhang Xiaofan typed out everything she knew, filling the screen with a dense wall of text. Hanli, what? Starting out as a useless trash with a mother somewhere out there, and a father who can slay a spirit condensation cultivator with a single strike. Tai Shang Huang, you're saying, he actually uttered the words 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not look down on a youth for being poor. Kuan Tai Bao, runaway maiden, this is undeniably a top-tier child of fortune, and he might very well be a child of destiny. How on earth did you provoke him? Don't tell me you transmigrated via soul possession into a villain. Dajidang, awesome. Xiao Qiao Linglong, did you guys read carefully? There's also someone named Lu Rian. Sister, did you transmigrate into the major villain Lu Rian? Zhang Xiaofan had just rapidly listed all the children of fortune and villains in Xianyang City, both real and rumored. Sure enough, Lu Rian was among them. Zhang Xiaofan explained further. Runaway maiden Lu Rian seems to be a child of fortune as well. She's the useless trash type from a broken engagement trope. Hanli, what? Tai Shang Huang, so you aren't Lu Rian. In that case, how did you provoke the other child of fortune? Everyone's curiosity was piqued. They all wanted to know how this sister could be so audacious. When these transmigrators first started out, they had also encountered individuals with immense fortune. Some chose to build friendly relations with them, while others chose to keep their distance. However, none of them had ever encountered such an absolute titan of cliché web novel tropes like the one Zhang Xiaofan described. At this moment, within a dilapidated cave dwelling in the territory of the Dian dynasty, Han Li opened his eyes. He chose to silently close the chat. Damn it, that fellow transmigrator was probably beyond saving. He could only wish her the best. Since transmigrating, he had played it safe for nearly a century, barely reaching the early stage of the spirit condensation realm. As a rogue cultivator, he was naturally impoverished, lacking background power or significant connections. How could he possibly dare to clash with a child of fortune? If he had been granted a powerful cheat, he might have tried to test his mettle against a child of fortune. But the problem was he didn't have one. He had started with only a treasure gourd that could infinitely generate spiritual spring water. Although it wasn't as heaven-defying as the legendary little green bottle, the quality of the spiritual spring would become increasingly formidable depending on the higher grade of natural treasures thrown into it. This was the very opportunity that allowed someone with ordinary mortal bones like him to cultivate to the spirit condensation realm. In truth, every transmigrator possessed their own opportunities, it was just that their cheats were not particularly powerful. For instance, Zhang Xiaofan's cheat was the longevity physique. Yet she was completely unaware of it. Perhaps only across the endless flow of time would she finally find her answer. Seeing that the group members had all fallen silent, it felt as though they were pronouncing her death sentence. All because she mentioned being targeted by Chen Lingtian, a suspected child of destiny. The group members had deemed her case utterly hopeless. For they were merely ordinary transmigrators. Lacking heaven-defying systems, even their cheats were pitifully weak. For example, the little beggar possessed a broken bowl. As long as he begged, it would return rewards. The more precious the alms bestowed by others, the better the returned items would be. But as for how difficult it was to beg in this cultivation world, only our little beggar knew the true struggle. Taishang Huang had transmigrated by seizing the body of a dynasty's ancestor. He was the strongest member of this chat group, boasting a cultivation base at the late stage of the heaven-prying realm, yet he was ancient and decrepit. Although his life force was nearly depleted, he could still drag out his existence for over a century, as long as he avoided intense battles. Xiao Linglong had started out as the top courtesan in a brothel affiliated with the Hahuan sect. Fortunately, having been in the trade in her previous life, she found nothing to be ashamed of. As for her cheat was the exquisite physique. Every romantic encounter allowed her to extract the opponent's essence to fuel her own cultivation and even transform her skeletal structure. Although her original body was beautiful and delicate, she had received far too many clients in her early years and contracted a venereal disease, one that was extremely difficult to cure. Even if she offered herself up for free, no one would dare touch her. After transmigrating, she lived aimlessly day after day. Just as she was sinking into despair, the All-Heaven chat group was activated. Through repeated daily check-ins and exchanging items for points, she finally managed to obtain a bottle of elixir that could cure her venereal disease. Although she was cured and wanted to start receiving clients again, her looks had faded. She had grown old. She had become an unwanted old crone. Fortunately, she knew how to run a business. Now she had become the madam of the brothel, commonly known as the old procuress. Dajidang was pure trash. His cheat was extremely literal, the Midas touch able to turn stone into gold. Of course, this cheat was also the type that grew infinitely alongside his own cultivation. However, Dajidang was still struggling to make his way. He was the last newcomer to join the group 3 years ago. After 3 years of hard work using his Midas touch, he had been constantly selling gold in his dynasty, ultimately sending the gold prices in the entire mortal realm into absolute chaos. Barely scraping by, he could now turn stone into spiritual fragments, though it consumed his own spiritual energy. Finally, there was Kuan Taibao. He was the Tao protector of a villainous young lady with his strength at the early stage of the spirit condensation realm. Over the years, he had been constantly thinking of running away. His cheat was highly mediocre, a few ancestral manual techniques, namely Jiehua Fa redirecting force, 5 consecutive lightning whips, crushing fist, and 13 blades of primordial chaos. These were all unranked techniques with no upper limit. But their lower limits were incredibly abysmal. Only by cultivating them to the point of perfection could they rival heaven-grade manuals. Currently, he had only cultivated a single technique, Jiehua Fa, to the stage of grand accomplishment. Yet even so, it was comparable to an earth-grade manual. Combined with his own cultivation, his true strength was certainly not to be underestimated. Tian Kanda chat group assistant. After the judgment that the fugitive girl would have little chance of survival, the group fell silent. Zhang Xiaofan stared at the screen, heart sinking with every beat. Lured that she might have to accept her fate. After a moment, a message popped up from Xiao Linglong addressed to the fugitive girl. None of us possessed a system-boosted edge, and we dared not face the Chosen One directly. Previously, many in our group had died at the villain's blade or collided with the Chosen One's sword. So we should lay low for now and run if possible. I suggest you check the shop, there might be something that helps you. Tian Kendo, a designated red envelope, had been granted to the fugitive girl. The fugitive girl thanked them. Zhang Xiaofan had already expressed gratitude, but she held a favorable impression of Xiao Linglong and had consistently urged things in a positive direction. Immediately she claimed it. She wanted to see what good things the group leaders had sent, When the package opened, the system panel displayed a small heap of spirit stones exuding spiritual energy. Tian Kendo announced that the fugitive girl had claimed the red envelope. Zhang Xiaofan did not read the item notes. From the picture alone, she could tell this pile of stones were spirit stones, the low-grade kind. Obtained 1000 low-grade spirit stones. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. She already had plenty. Their family's business currency was the low-grade spirit stones, and this item seemed useless to her. Xiao Linglong advised that the Destiny Child would not be very strong at the start. Buy some teleportation talismans to vanish. What I provided should be enough to purchase a yellow-grade mid-level teleportation talisman covering 100 li, so hurry and run. Little Beggar offered good luck. Tai Shanghuang warned that he had lived long and rarely seen anyone brave enough to oppose the Chosen One, and such people seldom left their graves undisturbed. My advice is this: if you can endure, endure. If you can run, run. If you can kneel, kneel. Never clash head-on. Kuan Taibao suggested that if things grew hopeless, she should align with him, beg to become his follower, pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, and wait until he ascends before turning back. De Ji Dang said he had sent her some coin as running money. Tian Kendo announced that De Ji Dang had sent a designated red envelope to the fugitive girl. Zhang Xiaofan did not hesitate. These were the group members' heartfelt gestures, and if a powerful figure had not claimed it, it might still be useful. After claiming it, a wry smile tugged at her lips. Gold. Is that what she lacks now? Could this thing help her escape the Chosen One's grasp? Not a chance. Such mortal things are hardly worth considering. Yet she still offered thanks. Next, Zhang Xiaofan opened the shop, and looking at these tear-streaked items, she drifted into a daze. Basic auxiliary items lined up one after another. There happened to be the teleportation talisman, Xiao Linglong mentioned, but its grade was yellow grade low. Items above yellow grade low appeared in a gray locked state, so Zhang Xiaofan tapped to view. It turned out that unlocking required matching cultivation level. Still, she could buy more low-grade teleportation talismans. The 100 low-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for 100 points, so she bought 5 yellow-grade low teleportation talismans. Teleportation talisman yellow-grade low could move the user up to 10 li instantly. The options on the screen were not enough, and she longed for more. Next, Zhang Xiaofan poured gleaming spirit stones from her small golden storage bag into her personal storage, then exchanged them for system points. Her personal storage was not as vast as the system's infinite space, but it was still sizable and would expand as cultivation grew. She kept a few useful spirit instruments and pills in her own treasury and converted the rest into points. Current points stood at 152000. After exchanging 5 more teleportation talismans, she scanned the other items again. Heavenly materials carried no cultivation restrictions, but high-tier spirit items demanded more points than she could afford. Yellow Zhong Li several 9 ginseng fruit mini emerald jade shoots 1 palm, Wanian spirit fruit 999999999. Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed that she could not afford them. Even selling her family would not cover the price. Looking at the spirit weapons, each carried restrictions, and she herself already owned yellow-grade high-quality spirit artifacts. Now she could only obtain supportive items. In the yellow-grade low fortune section, teleportation talisman 2001, invisibility talisman 1001, good luck talisman, thunder talisman 3001, fire talisman 2801, water talisman 2801, good luck talisman. Zhang Xiaofan's heart leapt as she read the item description. Item good luck talisman. Grade yellow grade low. Effect for the duration of 1 incense stick, the user's luck doubles. The description was concise and easy to understand. Zhang Xiaofan understood at a glance. Luck would double, and as a traveler through lifetimes her luck would surely be extraordinary. Using this good luck card would likely help her escape the grasp. But what about my family? This left Zhang Xiaofan in a dilemma. If she ran away, what would happen if the other side grew furious and implicated her family? She was not a body snatcher, but a womb transmigrant and native to this world, only awakening memories from her past life. These womb transmigrants and the great cultivator's reincarnations were not so different, so she felt affection for the family that bore and raised her. Otherwise she would not ponder so much. By the time she swapped for the run talisman, she had already escaped, but now she had no good way to cope. Was she doomed to sacrifice herself? Zhang Xiaofan was deeply torn. Her thoughts whirled in circles until exhaustion overcame her, and she collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Over with Chen Lingtian, the others had already separated. They had all come to know each other. The Yi family brothers were familiar from childhood, and Wang Ling spoke highly of him, praising him. Her remark that he was truly talented at a young age made Chen Lingtian shiver, and the surrounding air seemed to chill several degrees. Even knowing it was him with his build and the way his form leaned, there was no deception. Since ancient times, men have been drawn to beauty and heroes are prone to the beauty barrier. Chen Lingtian was a heroic man. As for Lu Ruyan, she remained silent from start to finish, with a coldness that emanated from her bones. Chen Lingtian would later warm this aloof elder sister. Ahem, I am getting talkative, it don't read mischief into it. Now good times and scenes day and night. Only the two of them will share this night. Mengming, could you be my Dao partner? Wu Mingming was first stunned, then blushed, and lowered her head in shyness. Lingtian, are we moving too fast? Mengming, in a few days I will be leaving. I do not want you to belong to someone else, you can only be mine. Wu Mengming's thoughts turned to Chen Lingtian's words earlier. Is he leaving? Where will he go? Why did he speak to her like that? Oh, Wu Mingming whispered. After hearing the following words, her heart trembled. Could it really be his? Was this a declaration of the main stage? Afraid that after he leaves she would seek others, Lingtian feared she would treat him as a passerby once he is gone. So that was the reason. Wu Mingming mentally imagined Lingtian, if you do not mind, I would be willing to be your Dao partner, but before she could finish, Chen Lingtian grabbed Mengming's hand. Her hand was small and soft. After a moment of contact, the girl's body temperature rose, and Chen Lingtian could feel only the warmth of that small hand. Affinity 1. Mengming, since you agreed to become my Dao partner, I will listen to any request you have. Chen Lingtian spoke softly with affection. I. Wu Mingming still felt shy, but inspired by love, she finally spoke. I want to stay by your side forever, but I. Voice was very soft, as if she were begging for something, and by the end it became a mute plea. I know. I don't want to become a burden. You won't. Don't say it. I know. My grandfather. Wu Mingming's eyes dimmed as she wanted to speak, but could not find the words, not wishing to make her grandfather suffer embarrassment. Somehow she felt torn, as if at a crossroads, inwardly questioning, have I acted too impulsively? Chen Lingtian took her small hand. Wu Mingming pulled into that embrace, wanted to wrench away from the lecherous hand, but no matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free. The distance between them drew closer. Chen Lingtian's guiding hand slid around Mengming's arm with practiced ease, while the other hand stroked her cheek, conveying a deft touch. The girl whispered, don't. Before Mengming could refuse, her entire small frame pressed into Chen Lingtian's embrace, at her neck turned red, her heart racing. Lingtian, aren't we still Dao companions? Chen Lingtian smiled. You promised to be my Dao companion. Could it be that you're lying to me? I haven't. Not yet. Not yet. Could it be you haven't decided? Mengming's cheeks burned and her eyes reddened. The thought of a forceful kiss came to mind. She feared she might cry. Mengming stammered for a long moment, her sweaty palms, and she could not utter a single word in protest. Clearly she had been the first to loosen her grip, agreeing to become the other's Dao companion, even declaring herself mortal with a lifespan of only 100 years, which was plainly a rejection. Yet these intimate gestures made her feel more as if this was a stolen love, unreal. Chen Lingtian lowered his head, gazing at the girl in his arms. Her lashes trembled, her rosy nose flaring with breath. Her shy, fearful reluctance softened his heart, and he offered a gentle reassurance. Don't overthink it, okay? I didn't. Then why are you crying? I wasn't crying. Chen Lingtian's lips curved. With a bent finger, he lightly traced Mengming's nose bridge and smiled. Still say you didn't. I was just thinking about something. Since you intend to leave. Mengming explained. Leaving, the word had just left her lips. Mengming seemed to become someone else as inner voices of her echoed. Yes, he is deceiving you. He will go abandon you like your parents. Leaving you behind. The sweet voice of the girl vanished, and an emotionless voice spoke. You say you want to leave? Chen Lingtian recalled his earlier words about leaving this place, and instinctively said, yes, I will leave in a few days. Leave? But why make me your Dao companion? Are you lying to me? Like my dad and mom? Her voice carried two different tones, sometimes cold, sometimes desolate, as if two people had woven the same sentence, but with different starting points, producing divergent emotions. The scene shifted. For some reason the girl before him changed moods so rapidly Chen Lingtian was left staring in astonishment. Yes, Chen Lingtian was a liar. Since obtaining the system, he had become utterly selfish, acting only to gain rewards, and for a moment, he could not distinguish right from wrong. What is happening? Chen Lingtian fell silent. Before he could escape the shadowy depths of his heart, the girl's cold words rang again. So, all of this was to fool me. Chen Lingtian, met by her icy gaze, knew this was no longer the love-struck girl he had known, and suppressing his own confusion, opened his eyes wide in sudden fear. Current intimacy 0. Current constitution 1 body 2 souls. 1 body 2 souls. Good heavens, before Chen Lingtian could react, the girl's eyes grew sharp and fierce. Intimacy -1, current intimacy -1. Target Ling ran murderous intent. Chen Lingtian could not stay seated any longer. He quickly steadied his resolve and declared, Mengming, my love for you is visible to heaven and earth. What a love that heaven and earth can see. Then how will you prove it to me? Very well, I will prove it to you now. Chen Lingtian bent down swiftly, tilting his head, and pressed his lips against Mengming's lips. Ugh! He threw caution to the wind, using his ultimate move, Kiss of Fate, in an attempt to end the dark side of their twin souls. Mengming, shall daddy and mommy play hide and seek with you? Okay. Then you must hide well, don't let Daddy and Mommy find you. I won't. Dad, Mom, don't abandon Ming Ming. Don't. Go. Boss, there's still a little mouse here. Haha, the little mouse hid so well. Ooh, I finally found you. Oh, you even have a spiritual root. Dad, Mom, where are you? Ming Ming hurts. It hurts. Then as their lips met, a sharp chill ran through Chen Lingtian. Something ominous loomed, and this kiss felt like a nuclear trigger. A bone-deep chill drilled from between their lips into the spirit. Chen Lingtian felt that if he did not part his mouth now, he would be finished. He stared into those lifeless eyes and was stunned. From the eyes of breaking delusion within the depths of the pupils, two souls, one gentle, one fierce, raged and clashed in the sea of consciousness. Get out! A sudden shout exploded. Before Chen Lingtian could react, a violent cold erupted from the girl's body. He hastily circulated spiritual energy to break free, and in an instant, he was knocked back 3 feet and fell to the ground. Fortunately, they met again atop the balcony and did not trigger a great scene. Chen Lingtian rooted. If he had known it would be like this, why did he ever do this? He wished he could cut off his own lying mouth. Before he could stand up, system prompts were intimacy -10, intimacy -20, intimacy -30, status soul rampage, current cultivation, rising drawing spirit body refinement peak. No password. This cultivation progress grows as if one drinks water. System, hurry up and deploy the summoning card, the purple one. Ding, summoning card activated successfully, summoning in progress. Deployed. Expected to reach the host in 1 hour. System, are you kidding me? 1 hour. My ashes will scatter to the 4 winds. System, save me. Chen Lingtian panicked, completely forgetting his life-preserving cave. Am I about to die here? My once clear-sighted brilliance will be ruined. Oh, I will surely be carved into the historical steel of system transmigrators, a laughingstock. His mind spun rapidly. Before long, a mountain of items lay on the ground, pills swallowed in a frenzy and spiritual treasures and magical equipment strapped to his body. Just as Chen Lingtian strained to find any solution, Wu Mingming spoke. Are you like them, deceiving me, seducing me, and then abandoning me? Is that it? Memories surged in Wu Mingming's mind. The gentle smiles of her parents, their backs turning away, and the pain of being uprooted by demonic cultivators. Yet none of those compared to the deepest wound, the moment of abandonment. You will go. You will abandon me too. All of you are liars. Wu Mingming's aura ran rampant, her hair floating as if blown by wind. Hatred-rooted lotus roots formed in her bones, demon roots sprouting. One body, 2 souls, one bright, one dark, merging. Her cultivation rose again, now at the condensing spirit stage. The bright soul is the innocent, soft Wu Mingming. The dark soul is the temperament buried by pain within her heart. This was her grandfather's hand. Long ago, Wu Qingyuan, in an effort to shatter his granddaughter's memory, forcibly manipulated her foundation to refine pills for transform realm cultivators, wrecking her Dao path. Now, by Chen Lingtian's unintentional actions, the long-sealed memory fragments are coming together and stirring. The dark side has taken a lead, but the bright side remains. For over 90 intimacy points counterbalanced the dark's hatred. She looked at Chen Lingtian with a cold, bone-deep hatred and asked, whether he kissed you or made you his Dao companion, it was all a deception, but you can't fool me. When he leaves, he'll forget you. Lingtianji, you should go now. Come, let our minds merge, imprison him so he can never escape. He will forever be yours. No. He will be ours. She is mad. She is sad. She giggles madly. She suffers. Ha ha ha. He never loved you. In merely 3 or 5 days he has deceived you completely. You say you love him. It is utterly ridiculous. What's happening to me? It's so hot, so hot. Chen Lingtian was on the verge of screaming. His entire body burned with fever, a raging fire in his lower abdomen threatening to erupt. Hot. If he didn't find relief, soon Chen Lingtian feared his body would burst apart. His eyes bloodshot, he inched his way toward Wu Mingming, one painful step at a time. Watching the young woman before him, his soul wavering between desire and restraint, Chen Lingtian collapsed at her feet, seeking the chill radiating from her body to quell the scorching heat consuming him. Brother Lingtian, what's wrong with you? The frenzied demonic fire suppressed the cold energy she could emit. Only then did the genuine Mingming resurface. She squatted down and embraced Chen Lingtian tightly. Mingming, I'm sorry to you. I'm dying. Before I go, I want live. Cough. But I can't stop this now. Mingming, can you promise me one wish? This fellow Chen Lingtian would say anything to survive, nearly revealing too much. Fortunately, the pure-hearted Mingming had detected nothing amiss. Otherwise, the young master would have perished before his mission was half complete. Brother Lingtian, tell me. I'll promise you anything. Tears streaming down her face, Mingming choked out the words. Chen Lingtian held back the surging fire within, reaching out to gently wipe her tears. Don't cry. You'll ruin your beauty. Brother Lingtian, go on. In this life, I haven't taken a wife yet. I want to marry you. Brother Lingtian, I promise. What are you doing? This isn't just your body. You have no authority to decide. Don't move. The dark soul's roar erupted from deep within his consciousness. Meng Meng, can I have a kiss? Okay. Chen Lingtian quickly extracted a round golden pill from his system space. It had been hidden in his mouth. Pervert, shut up. The dark soul screamed. She was merely a heartbeat away from seizing control of his body, yet that single heartbeat remained beyond her grasp. Lips met the lingering scent of the pill slipping past his teeth and down his throat with a gulp. Pervert, I'll kill you. The dark soul reasserted dominance. With one hand, she gripped Chen Lingtian's throat. With the other, she condensed a flurry of ice spikes that rained down. The biting cold was razor-sharp. But in the next instant, the ice spikes melted and dissolved. She felt a sudden heat spreading through her own body. What did you do? Her entire body burned. Gazing down at the unconscious Chen Lingtian, her eyes transformed, fire blazing within, utterly enchanting. Her frail frame went instantly limp. Cough. Just a kiss, nothing more. The moment Chen Lingtian spoke those words, his entire body grew heavy and collapsed onto the ground. Wu Mengming's mind was completely clouded. The dark soul quietly withdrew from control, fully aware of what Chen Lingtian had given her. It's better to let the other side handle this. She was exhausted. Brother Lingtian, I'm so hot. The young woman's hands grasped wildly at the man's body. I'm sorry. One kiss sealed their fate, and they shared the night together. The rest is left to the reader's imagination. When Chen Lingtian awoke again, he discovered he hadn't died, but he had given up something precious. The young woman's head rested against his arm. Chen Lingtian knew he had erred, he had been careless. He retrieved a pillow and cushioned her head, then slowly withdrew his arm, careful not to make a sound that might wake her. He dared not risk guessing which version of Wu Mengming now held control. Just then the system chime rang out. Ding. Congratulations to the host for your devoted efforts. Your bonded partner Wu Mengming is now gestating a spiritual embryo. System reward parenting gift package awarded. Chen Lingtian rose to his feet, but found no joy in the reward, only stunned disbelief. Heh, is this truly what I wanted? Not at all. After a cold laugh, Chen Lingtian finally remembered that yesterday he had consumed every healing pill from his system's category in one reckless gulp. Among them had been mixed a 6th-grade aphrodisiac pill, one so potent its name was barely spoken aloud. Its devastating effects were self-evident. Coming to his senses, he surveyed the surroundings. The noon sun blazed overhead in a cloudless sky. This chamber within the Jade Pavilion was sealed with privacy arrays and concealment spells. Unless someone forced their way in, no one would know what had transpired within. Chen Lingtian exhaled in relief. Thank the heavens. I haven't ruined everything. If word of this spread, it would be disastrous. At that moment, Meng Meng opened her eyes. She remained still, watching the silhouette of Chen Lingtian, lost in thought. As Chen Lingtian turned to address the situation, he found himself locked in the gaze of wide, startled eyes staring directly at him. It made his heart race. Oh, awake. Yes. Now that you're awake, don't you have something to say to me? Her voice was eerily calm, bearing no trace of the frenzy from the night before. Meng Meng, is that really you? Chen Lingtian asked. Yes. And no. The next moment, Chen Lingtian activated his eye of truth to examine her. He hadn't used it upon waking due to his groggy state and scattered thoughts. Bonded target Wu Mengming, cultivation, early spirit gathering stage, spirit root, water ice, spiritual root, physique, emotion-bound soul, physique, dual soul fusion, current state, gestating spiritual embryo, intimacy, 69, conflicted. Soul fusion. Chen Lingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After the convergence of light and darkness, the intimacy score remained near 70. The actual value being 59. The additional 10 points came from the spiritual ring she wore. Without it, a score of 59 would classify them as mere acquaintances. Given that Chen Lingtian had deceived her in every way possible, body, mind, and spirit, he had no right to expect kindness from her. Had he succeeded completely, she would have belonged to him entirely, and their intimacy would have shattered past 99. But he had failed. That single kiss had nearly cost him his life. Have you decided what to say? Wu Mengming pressed again, her voice cold and edged with unspoken resentment. She offered him no mercy. After all, this was his making. Who could blame her for giving him a cold shoulder? Mengming, listen to me. I didn't deceive you. Chen Lingtian clung to his usual small-minded excuses. She saw through his web of lies, completely recalling every moment from their first meeting to now. This man spoke nothing but falsehoods. Not a single word was true. Now that her souls had merged, she possessed heightened perception and could discern truth from deception with ease. Every word he'd spoken before had been riddled with contradictions. She couldn't fathom how she'd ever fallen for them. It wasn't merely deception. That spiritual ring dampened intelligence. Wu Mengming said nothing, rising quietly to change into fresh clothes. Her storage bag contained only one garment, the heavenly flame rainbow skirt he had gifted her. Though she despised it, she had no alternative but to wear it. It fit surprisingly well. She was no longer the same woman. Her body had transformed, taller, more developed in all the right places. She whispered to herself. I remember it felt loose before. Did I imagine it? Beside her, Chen Lingtian stared paralyzed. Was he really allowed to watch? His eyes never left her as she dressed completely. When she looked up, their gazes met. She recognized that face instantly. It would haunt her dreams forever. Last night's events replayed in her mind on loop. Teeth clenched in fury, she marched over and delivered a sharp slap across his face. Pervert. Then she stomped hard on his thumb. Chen Lingtian howled in agony, clutching his face and gasping for air. Thank fortune she hadn't employed her cultivation. If she had, he would have been dead or crippled. A lesson was deserved. Who else but a liar would deceive for wealth, sex, and affection? So you feel pain now. How could it not hurt? Chen Lingtian muttered to himself. Looking at Mengming's expressive talking eyes, he instinctively shrank back his neck. Why is she so fierce? You scoundrel. What did you say? Wu Mengming heard him loud and clear. With her cultivation in the heaven spirit condensation realm, even if Chen Lingtian had not spoken aloud, she could easily read his lips to decipher his words. I didn't. Chen Lingtian quickly defended himself, thinking, wait, why have our roles reversed? Heavens, she is no sweet girl, she is a fierce tigress. Give me back my sweet, gullible Mengming baby. What are you thinking about? Nothing at all. Hearing his words, Wu Mengming found him thoroughly unlikable and deceptive. She had clearly seen him dazing off, yet he still made excuses. Truly, he was a stubborn liar who refused to mend his ways. Honestly, had they not spent that intimate night together, her affinity toward him would have been even lower. After all, Chen Lingtian was her first man, and it would be somewhat of a pity to kill him. When someone harbors the intent to silence another forever, their gaze cannot be hidden, just like her eyes right now. You scoundrel, where are you looking? Wu Mengming closed her eyes, utterly annoyed by the way Chen Lingtian stared at her chest. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she stepped lightly, and in a flash raised her right leg to deliver a swift downward kick. She had intended to strike his face with her delicate foot as a punishment. However, Chen Lingtian reacted with lightning speed, blocking with his right hand before opening his fist to grab and squeeze her incoming foot. Scoundrel, how dare you? In the next instant, a pink five-finger print manifested on Chen Lingtian's left cheek. He let go of her delicate foot and stared blankly ahead, completely dazed. Look at this scoundrel, Chen Lingtian, still harboring indecent thoughts. He truly deserved to be disciplined. Now, having been slapped, he looked absolutely pitiful. Chen Lingtian felt his face burning hot, almost smoking. Touching his cheek, he instinctively looked down. Still looking? You're still looking. Smack, smack, smack. Wu Mengming unleashed her full fury, slapping away with her small hands. But Chen Lingtian was already prepared. Deflecting her blows with circular motions of his hands, he leaned in and kissed her directly. MMPH. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the young maiden's face was flushed crimson. Though she looked puffed up with anger, she secretly felt a lingering desire for more. Yet recalling how she had helplessly engaged in such intimacy the night before, her anger flared up instantly. Without another word, she lunged at him, initiating a fierce scuffle. The two clashed in the most primal manner. Chen Lingtian remained on the offensive throughout, leaving Wu Mengming with no choice but to defend. Even her defenses were utterly breached, completely dominated by his advances. Their battle carried absolutely no dignity of cultivators. It was chaotic and raw, a physical clash of fists and flesh. They traded blows for hundreds of rounds, fighting from the corners to the center, from under the table to on top of it, eventually breaking a leg of the chair. Mengming had already been exhausted from the intense encounter last night, with drops of blood, like plum blossoms, staining her thin white robe. Driven by sheer anger, she pinned Chen Lingtian down and took her frustration out on him repeatedly. Perhaps Mengming grew tired. Placing her hands on her hips, she walked over to the chair and prepared to sit down. Chen Lingtian spoke up to warn her. Mengming, don't sit there. The anger she had just suppressed flared up again instantly. What? You think you can order me around? Do you think I'm still foolish enough to believe your lies? I'm going to sit here, so what? Crash. The chair collapsed to one side. Wu Mengming nearly tumbled to the ground, but thanks to her cultivation, she managed to save herself, avoiding the embarrassment of letting Chen Lingtian see her fall. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Since you knew the chair was broken, why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Lingtian was at a loss. Whether he spoke or stayed silent, he was bound to get blamed. He decided to simply give up. Let her hit or scold him, and after all, she was already the mother of his child. As the saying goes, bickering is a sign of affection. Chen Lingtian stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, swallowed a healing pill, and with a wave of his hand, changed into a proper set of attire. It was a crimson robe adorned with intricate mystical patterns, designed in a style modeled after the burning heaven five-colored skirt that Mengming was wearing. Seeing Chen Lingtian's new clothes, Wu Mengming found them somewhat familiar. She looked at her own outfit. If any transmigrator were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly take them for Dao companions, given how conspicuously matching their outfits were. They looked like a couple performing their wedding vows, and this pavilion seemed like their bridal chamber, especially since they had already consummated their union. Having stayed awake all night, and feeling completely drained, Chen Lingtian felt a sudden wave of dizziness and succumbed to deep sleep. Wu Mingming, however, was completely fine. Her cultivation had actually stabilized in the spirit condensation realm, her lotus root bone-refining foundation had become deeply rooted, and her damaged meridians were fully restored. What an idiot. But why does my body uncontrollably desire? Wu Mingming pondered for a moment, then stood up and walked over to Chen Lingtian, nudging him with her foot. Hey, wake up. Seeing no response, she squatted down and gently poked Chen Lingtian's cheek with her finger. Still no reaction. How boring, you weakling. She muttered, her gaze inadvertently falling upon the clothes Chen Lingtian had just changed into. The mystical patterns on his robe echoed hers perfectly, and the colors complemented each other beautifully. At a glance, they truly resembled a deeply affectionate immortal couple. Feeling her cheeks warm up, she quickly averted her gaze. How could I have feelings for this scoundrel? He is clearly a liar. I shall spare you for now. If we meet again in the future, you will pay for this. Farewell. With that, Wu Mingming prepared to leap out of the window. Wait, Chen Lingtian called out to stop her. He then untied a bulging storage pouch from his chest, which contained over 3 million spirit stones. Over 2 million of these spirit stones were obtained from selling the spiritual herbs harvested from his grotto heaven. Feeling it was not enough, Chen Lingtian had added another 1,000,000 spirit stones from his system warehouse. 3 million was neither too much nor too little. He intended it as a child-rearing fund, hoping Wu Mingming would not hold a grudge against him. Wu Mingming took the pouch. Thanks. Take care of yourself. I will come find you. Before Chen Lingtian could finish his sentence, Wu Mingming had already jumped out of the window. A soft response drifted in from outside. All right. I will come find you. And our child. Chen Lingtian kept these words in his heart, leaving them unspoken. After leaving, Wu Mingming headed straight for the prince's mansion to ask her grandfather about the events of the past. She refused to be kept in the dark forever. There was bound to be a hidden truth. With only fragmented memories remaining in her mind, she had to personally seek out her grandfather to get a clear answer. Meanwhile, as Wu Mingming departed, a figure materialized outside the pavilion where Chen Lingtian was staying. This individual was the subordinate summoned by the purple summoning card Chen Lingtian had used yesterday. Standing loyally in front of the door, he guarded the entrance, waiting for his master to awaken. In the meantime, the chief pavilion master, having heard that the heir prince was still on the top floor of the pavilion, came to inspect the area, fearing some mishap might have befallen him. But upon reaching the top floor, he saw the man standing at the door. His cultivation was immense, unfathomably deep. Throughout his life, the chief pavilion master had encountered a few great figures in the late stage of the spirit condensation realm, but none possessed such a terrifying aura. Moreover, this man was surrounded by a palpable, overflowing killing intent, marking him as someone not to be trifled with. This man's strength was likely beyond the late stage of the spirit condensation realm, perhaps the peak of spirit condensation. He dared not speculate further, setting aside those 1,000-year-old ancient figures. In Sangzhou, the top-tier powerhouses on the surface were merely at the peak of the spirit condensation realm, while the pinnacle experts were at the heaven-prying realm. Any level above that would be the creation realm, composed of ancestor-level figures who had lived for hundreds of years. Judging solely by his appearance, this man was exceptionally young for someone in the spirit condensation realm. Furthermore, the immense vitality and surging blood energy within him clearly indicated he was not of the older generation of cultivators. Seeing the man guarding the door, the chief pavilion master grew intrigued. To think such a formidable figure was the heir prince's subordinate. Could the rumors be true? Rumor had it that the heir prince had been accepted by an immortal sect, and in a few days a secret contact would descend upon Nanyang City to escort him away. As early as yesterday, the northern pacifying King Chen Lingtian had boasted about this after drinking, and the various clans had secretly spread this piece of inside information. Consequently, every prominent figure was already aware of it. While others were still watching from the sidelines, he had unexpectedly run right into the truth. He prided himself on being clever and privy to the inside story. Unfortunately, just like everyone else on the outside, he had guessed entirely wrong. The whole affair was merely a self-directed, self-acted play. In Nanyang City, at the Wangjiang Tower Pavilion, Master Xie Yinda stepped forward, bracing against the immense pressure. The summoned figure did not make things difficult. Sensing no killing intent from the other party, his sole duty was to guard the gate and await the awakening of his lord. As long as no one trespassed, he would not resort to forceful suppression. Summoned figures were flesh and blood, not cold, emotionless machines, and they possessed absolute loyalty to their summoner. Senior, please forgive this junior's intrusion. Xie Yinda bowed deeply with clasped hands, showing the utmost respect. No matter, the other replied, his voice deep and resonant, penetrating the very soul. The sound struck fear into Xie Yinda's heart, prompting him to quickly state the purpose of his visit. Senior is the young lord. Well, the summoned figure merely cast him a look, leaving him to interpret it himself. Xie Yinda understood instantly. He would be permitted to know what he ought to know, and he should not pry into what he ought not. This junior shall take his leave. Having read the look, he knew the young lord was safe. Xia Yinan bowed and took his leave. He had no desire to learn secrets he shouldn't. Without matching strength, knowing too much was never a good thing. Those who knew too much rarely lived long. Having received tacit permission from the senior's gaze to pass on the word, Xia Yinan immediately reported the matter to the king of Jinbei. Upon learning that his son was unharmed and guarded by a mysterious powerhouse, Chen Yinan was overjoyed. It proved his suspicions correct and kept his boasts intact. At noon today, Alchemist Wu's granddaughter had returned to the residence. After the grandfather and granddaughter offered their gratitude, they departed with Alchemist Wu practically being pulled along by his granddaughter. Chen Yinan had noticed something unusual about Wu Mengming. Her cultivation had skyrocketed from that of a mere mortal straight to the spirit condensation realm, which left him deeply unsettled. Coupled with the fact that his rascal of a son had not yet returned, he as a father was fraught with anxiety. The reason was simple: he had only this one son. With his spirit condensation realm cultivation, fathering more children was still well within his capability, as long as he tilled the fertile soil diligently, a harvest would surely follow. However, Morong Yueli would never allow it. When she entrusted their son to him, she had warned Chen Yinan explicitly, if he ever gave Toner a stepmother, she would make him pay dearly once her affairs were settled. She had left him with these words: "My name is Morong Yueli. Take good care of Tianer and wait for my return. If you break this oath, I will surely sever your manhood." Chen Yinan had indeed sworn an oath, vowing never to touch another woman besides her, and to raise their child well. To this end, he deliberately leaked the news of having a child out of wedlock, braving the scorn of the world, while dedicating himself entirely to his son. Since then, he had lived in retirement. Chen Yinan originally had a marriage alliance. Though his frequenting of pleasure houses had failed to dissolve the engagement, the news of having a son would undoubtedly ruin the match. Now that the pavilion master of Wangjiang Tower had delivered the message, he knew his rascal of a son was safe, and the weight on his heart was finally lifted. "Yueli, when will you return?" "I do not know when I must depart." Alas, Chen Yinan was filled with worry. His greatest fear was that with only one son, if he were to fall, his lineage would end entirely. Once cultivation broke through to higher realms, conceiving offspring became exceptionally difficult, which was why powerful cultivators rarely had children. He had been suppressing his cultivation for years, otherwise he would have reached the peak of the spirit condensation realm long ago. Meanwhile, at the Zhang family residence in Nanyang, Zhang Xiaofan was begging and pleading with her grandfather for hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, all to exchange for more fortune talismans. The old man doted on her. Without a second thought, he handed over 1,000,000 spirit stones. After all, one must spoil one's own granddaughter. The moment she received the spirit stones, she vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving the old man all alone, sighing. That child. Back in her bedchamber, Zhang Xiaofan shut the doors and windows tightly. After ensuring no one was around, she chanted in her mind, "Open system panel." A pale blue light screen appeared as expected. Without hesitation, she stored all 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones into the system warehouse, converting them directly into points. Points 100 current points 13500. Staring at the 7-figure points balance, she did not hesitate. She clicked on the talisman section of the shop, her fingers flying across the panel. Invisibility talismans, teleportation talismans, lightning talismans, fire talismans. Without even looking, she tapped rapidly. Yellow grade low rank invisibility talisman X 10 deducted 100 points. Yellow grade low rank teleportation talisman X 12 deducted 200 points. Yellow grade low rank lightning talisman X 6 deducted 180 points. Yellow grade low rank fire talisman X 7 deducted 1960 points. Points drained rapidly, but she did not blink, once utterly possessed by her spending spree. Stopping her frantic tapping, her gaze locked onto the fortune talisman. Fortune talisman, yellow grade low rank. Within the time of an instant, stick luck is doubled. Stacking still provides a bonus, though it diminishes with quantity. Price 100 points. She screamed, she roared, "Buy it! Buy it! Buy them all!" Yellow grade low rank fortune talisman X8 deducted 800 points. Current points balance 801 talisman after another was added to her inventory. Amidst the white, gray, and purple variety, the 8 golden glowing yellow talismans were, by far, the most dazzling. They lay quietly in the warehouse. With these talismans, her luck would skyrocket once activated. Combined with the other auxiliary talismans, she believed they would be enough to help her temporarily avoid the brunt of the protagonist's threat. This brought her immense joy, as she devoured several bowls of spiritual rice at the dinner table until her belly was completely round. She even shared pictures of her feast in the chat group, a feature of the chat system that allowed members to generate images using points. Based on one's thoughts, images could be sent for 10 points each. Zhang Xiaofan captured and uploaded photos to the chat group in rapid succession. Maiden on the run. P.S. I'm so full today. Group members popped up. Little beggar, maiden on the run. Sis, you're amazing. Even after being targeted by the son of destiny, you're still feasting. This little brother is truly impressed. Kudos to you. Flowers, 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 the other group members chimed in with likes. Petite and dainty, maiden on the run. I assume you've already used a teleportation talisman to flee far away. This is worth celebrating. I'll have a drink with you. With that, she sent a selfie showing an elegant elderly woman holding a cup of wine between two fingers, her lips curled in a charming, mesmerizing smile. Absolutely stunning. If the peak cannot be held, then retrace the path of the past. She had discovered that refining the high-quality essence within her body could beautify her skin and preserve her youth. Though her body was old, her countenance had transformed, now taking on the appearance of a refined old quail. Zhang Xiaofan found it too difficult to explain, so she simply gave up trying and began to chat casually in the group, asking about the history of the chat group's development. Han Li also chimed in. Zhang Xiaofan gathered a lot of information about the chat group. At the beginning, there were many transmigrators. Their Cangzhou chat group alone had over 100 members, but later they all perished. The 3 members in the group, Taishang Huang, Han Li, and Kuan Taibao, had already joined the Kangling Continent chat group. They knew far more. Only after one's cultivation reached the spirit condensation realm would the chat system automatically send an invitation, granting them the freedom of choice rather than forcing it upon them. It was of course highly user-friendly, one could choose to accept or refuse. In the Cangzhou chat group, messages constantly flooded the screen. A group chat of just a few people managed to create the bustling momentum of 100. Han Li, indeed, there were many early transmigrators, but most of them couldn't survive past 3 years. They either died directly on their path of cultivation, or they touched karma they shouldn't have and were erased by the heavenly Tao. Just like the children of destiny we often talk about. As long as your luck isn't as high, as there's no matter how you struggle, you can never defeat them. By the way, the luck cards in the system mall are somewhat useful. We transmigrators are anomalies to begin with, born with our own destiny. As long as we don't actively seek death or end up like a certain fellow who possessed a major villain, we generally won't be eliminated. Taishang Huang over in the main group, a powerhouse, has already successfully slain a child of destiny. However, he was also gravely injured, and I haven't seen him post any updates in a long time. Xiao Qigai, once I break through to the spirit condensation realm and go to the main group to beg, surely some kind souls will take pity on me. As long as it was something given as alms, Xiao Qigai's broken bowl could trigger a rebate on absolutely anything. However, there were limitations. It couldn't be maliciously reset to exploit repeatedly, and the person giving the alms must not know about his ability. Therefore, Xiao Qigai had to act as a genuine beggar, pleading for handouts in the chat group every day. Over the years, some group members had died while others went into secluded cultivation. Without any generous benefactors to give him alms, he could only wander the mortal realm to beg. Go to the cultivation realms. Those rogue cultivators are stingier than the next, and with his meager starting strength, he wouldn't even get to lay eyes on members of the great sects and clans. Begging there. Wishful thinking. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan watched the conversation among the group members and began to make her own calculations. The children of destiny were not invincible. As long as her destiny was greater than theirs, she could slay them without consequence. She sent a message. Zaitao Shenu. So as long as our cultivation reaches the spirit condensation realm, we can enter the main group, right? Xiao Qigai, yes, once your cultivation reaches spirit condensation, the chat group will automatically invite you. But you just joined the group, so your cultivation level is probably not very high. You'll have a long wait ahead of you. Taishang Huang, remember this, on the Kangling Continent, the identity of a transmigrator is both a blessing and a curse. Never expose your identity as a transmigrator. Because we are anomalies, our destiny can be plundered. Zhang Xiaofan's heart trembled, almost frightened out of her wits by this message. She realized that being a transmigrator was truly a hazardous occupation. It was far better to remain a homebody. Taking a deep breath, she thought, fortunately, I hid my identity. At this moment, Xiao Linglong had just finished hosting a guest. Lying in bed, she had just refined the impurities within her body. She opened the chat group and scrolled through the messages. Xiao Linglong, oh, is the sun rising from the west today? Why is everyone suddenly active and chatting? Answer me, look into my eyes. Zaitao Shenu's sister, add me as a friend. I'll arrange a great job for you. Zhang Xiaofan's heart sank. What? Arrange a job for me? Is she trying to play me? However, that thought was instantly snuffed out, as the other party had even gifted her 1/0 low-grade spirit stones. She hadn't expected herself to think so ill of someone, which felt truly ungrateful. Zhang Xiaofan quickly typed a reply. Zaitao Shenu, thanks, but I don't want to work. I hated working in my past life, and I want to do it even less after transmigrating. Also, there's no need to call me sister. My strength is too weak, and my cultivation is only at the spirit induction realm. Xiao Linglong, sister, you transmigrated at 28, while I transmigrated at 20. I just love calling you sister. Xiaojidang, you're already so old, yet you're still acting young. Having transmigrated for so long, I've never seen anyone older than you. Cough, cough. Truth be told, in terms of appearance, Xiao Linglong looked even older than Taishang Huang, mainly because Taishang Huang possessed a high cultivation level and an incredibly long lifespan. In comparison, one looked like a middle-aged white-haired uncle, while the other resembled an evil old crone. Xiao Xiao Linglong Xiaojidang, drop your location. This old lady will find you and fight you for 300 rounds, I'll drain you dry. Xiaojidang, I won't tell you. Let me tell you, I have a golden finger. Xiao Xiao Linglong, stop bragging. I might as well say I have an old grandpa in a ring. As the two bickered relentlessly, Zhang Xiaofan closed the chat group and began planning her escape route on her own. She even wrote down the steps with pen and paper. Escape Plan I. Escape Plan 2. Escape Plan 3. Escape Plan N. If Chen Lingtian ever found out, he would surely laugh his head off. Planning an escape in such meticulous detail, to anyone else it would look like playing house. With this matter temporarily settled, the scene shifted. Chen Lingtian had already awakened from his coma, no longer feeling any pain anywhere. He only felt his entire body brimming with power. If he were to fight Ming Ming again, he believed he could battle her for another 3,000 rounds. Pulling his thoughts back, he was just about to leave when the system prompt rang out. Ding. The summoned character has arrived and is on standby nearby. The host may view the character's information at any time. Chen Lingtian silently chanted, open the summoned character panel. Summoned character Shun Sandao. Race human. Age 40. Cultivation 9th layer of the creation realm, late stage. Technique, 3-blade style. Divided into 3 secret arts. First blade, severing dust. Movement technique. Second blade, severing emotion. Heart method. Third blade, severing life and death. Ultimate move. Introduction establishes his Dao through 3 blades, eschewing complex cultivation techniques to focus solely on the power of these 3 strikes. He can fight across realms using blade intent, making him invincible among those of the same rank. Out of 10 who witness his 3 blades, not even one survives. Life motto, I Shen Sandao, draw blood with the first blade, sever the soul with the second, and bring annihilation with the third. To directly summon a follower of the creation realm, and a blade cultivator who could rival sword cultivators at that. Invincible among those of the same rank. This is absolutely insane. 3-blade style? Are you Zoro? Chen Lingtian couldn't help but exclaim in awe. A single epic summoning card had directly yielded such top-tier loot. Closing the panel, he left the place. The moment he stepped out of the chamber, he saw a dark-skinned, heavily bearded, rugged man with 3 scars on his face. A textbook, burly warrior. On his upper back rested a blood-colored bone blade, its blade long infused with blood, radiating an awe-inspiring, baleful aura. This man was indeed the summoned character, Shen Sandao. Seeing Chen Lingtian awake, Shen Sandao turned around abruptly, his eyes filled with deep reverence. Bowing respectfully, he lowered his head and said in a deep voice, Shen Sandao pays respects to my lord. No matter. In the future you may call me young master, and simply protect my safety. Let's go, Sandao. Return to the prince's mansion with me. Yes, young master. Chen Lingtian looked back at the aftermath of his actions from last night. The embarrassing state of the chamber made him feel quite awkward, so he instructed. Sandao, clean this up. Shen Sandao drew his bone blade and swung his arm, unleashing a strike. A visible white glow slashed out a thin line, slicing through everything on this floor of the pavilion. In that instant, the tables, chairs, and utensils on this floor, along with all the unsightly scenes, were sliced in half, then into quarters by that effortlessly unleashed blade glow. With a gust of wind, they finally dissolved into a flurry of drifting dust. The pavilion, which had been a complete mess just a moment ago, vanished before his eyes in the blink of an eye, as if nothing had ever happened here. A powerhouse of the creation realm is indeed terrifyingly formidable. Shen Sandao sheathed his blade over his shoulder, stood with his head bowed, and nodded. Young master, I have fortunately not failed my mission. You did well. Let's go. Protected by a creation realm powerhouse and utterly jaw-dropping with Chen Lingtian's current setup and his authoritative air, he mused, if this look went out into the world, it would sweep of maidens. No, not just maidens. Along the way, whether great or small cultivators, all held their breath, not daring to exhale. The sound of swallowing filled the air. This is blade intent. When did the Dayan Huangchao produce such a master of the blade? Even that outward aura made hearts tremble. Could he be a formidable figure from another state? Some whispered in awe, others cheered. In the crowd, a ragged old man muttered, this youth to wield such protective power, the force behind him is probably more terrifying than a dynasty. This man was named Zhou Tongfa, a wandering cultivator by origin. His cultivation was not to be trifled with. 500 years of concentration, 100 years in seclusion, stepping into the Heavenseer realm. This grand undertaking, he departed from the distant Nanling to this Beihan region. The purpose is obvious. No one would travel so far for idle mischief. You say he came to tour and learn. This is the world of cultivating immortals. Have you watched too many online videos? Like a delivery rider braving wind and frost to deliver meals just to see the scenery along the way? Then you're truly full of it. Zhou Tongfa in his youth accidentally obtained a secret treasure atlas, which records a hidden realm left by a creation realm powerhouse within Shuangtian Yuan. Back then in the Great War between humans and demons, creation realm cultivators were but foot soldiers. The map Zhou Tongfa obtained could be seen as a family letter, a treasure left to future generations by that creation realm soldier. But the creation realm in today's Zhangzhou stands at elder level. They used to be called the Great Frontline Troops, but now try calling one and you'll die. Even peering heaven can found sects for the creation realm. You should call them old ancestors. Shuangtian Yuan lies on the edge of frost and snow, a mere 100 li from Henjianhai. Though within human territory, it is home to many demon beasts, and rumors say several nascent soul-tier beasts have carved out territories there. Because it is so freezing, human cultivators cannot linger. Even those venturing to slay demons and seek treasures dare not go deeper. Thus it has become the demon's territory. If human cultivators tread here, even with great power, unless surrounded, they can only die. Of course, crushing matters aside, this region forbids demon emperor level powers from crossing the border, but the demon emperors are on par with the human Guiyuan realm. Yet that was 10,000 years ago. Now in Zhangzhou, spiritual energy is exhausted, unable to breed great powers. Many with good aptitude have headed to other states to cultivate, while those who stay in Zhangzhou locally. Besides those half-dead immortals, their cultivation shows that they can dominate mountains. Establish sects by peering at heaven. A creation realm underling could become an old ancestor. Moreover, in Zhongzhou, where spiritual energy is richest, Gui Su are ancient prodigies from ages past. It's not that contemporary talents are non-existent, but the path forward is broken. Thus one can see the horror of the desperate heaven crossing. Fortunately, artifacts like spirit stones and spirit veins support the operation of this world, otherwise the heavens would fall to mortals. That was the true, desperate heaven crossing. With Chen Lingtian strutting about like this, once he leaves Nanyang City, becomes even more tranquil. Some people know a few whispers, but trouble comes from words. You all are sly old foxes. Live long, and you'll grow wiser to say nothing you shouldn't. Take a snack of melon seeds. When the wind shifts later, you can tell your tales and brag about it for fun. It's not too late. Jinbei King's Mansion Grand Hall. The council chamber was already full. Those present were all the generals under Chen Lingtian's father. Each one has fought countless battles in perpetual combat with demons, their nightly duty to guard the city. In recent years, demon disturbances have grown more severe. The strength of these generals is at most body-tempering realm completion. Though his troops are all low-tier body-tempering cultivators, warfare has its own methods. 1 million lower-tier soldiers gathered can still cut down a higher-tier strongman. The way of the army must not be despised. Father, what happened? Tiana, you're back. At the main seat, Chen Yin and saw his son safe. He was about to speak, but upon seeing Shun Sandao behind him, his expression brightened. Blade cultivator. The two blade cultivators share the same lineage. A single glance reveals their common origin. Their eyes sharpened as they swept their gazes across one another. A voice broke the stalemate. Father, this is the guardian senior brother I mentioned earlier, senior brother Shun. Shin Shixiang has come to fetch me back to the mountain gate. Shin Sandao merely scanned the hall with a calm gaze, did not speak, and stood at Chen Lingtian's side, exuding an unshakable authority. Chen Yin and's heart trembled. He too was a blade cultivator, and after decades immersed in the blade, he had finally understood blade intent. In a single glance, he could tell Shin Sandao possessed supreme blade intent. Compared to his own, it was as if a mighty sorcerer faced a minor goblin. Utterly incomparable. Great blade cultivator. He is definitely a great blade cultivator. Chen Yin and's heart roared, yet on the surface he remained composed, rising to his feet. So Tianer's senior brother has arrived. My apologies for the distant welcome. I hope you will look after my son in the future. Then he produced a small treasure pouch from his belt, intending to present a gift, but Shen Sandao declined with a wave of his hand, a clear gesture that spoke volumes. Without further words. Father, there is no need for ceremony. Senior brother is taciturn, he only protects my safety. Chen Lingtian said. Cough. Tianer, please have your senior brother take a seat. Chen Yin and coughed, signaling Chen Lingtian not to be so impetuous. Inwardly, he thought, my son is truly lacking in tact. In front of a true powerhouse, he should learn humility. Although he is your senior brother, you act as if you're his vassal. I must teach him again, lest he go to an immortal sect and be ground to powder. Chen Yin and suppressed his mounting emotions, waved his hand, signaling the generals to withdraw, and ordered that the matter be revisited tomorrow. After arranging the senior Shun, he planned to privately question his own son Chen Lingtian. In the study, only father and son remained. Chen Yin lowered his voice and asked, Tianer, honestly tell me, what realm is this senior brother of yours in? And which sect or lineage does he belong to? Not to mention, do you want to ask about everything? I don't have the leisure to spin 7 or 8 tales. I was just speaking offhand. Since that's the case, you can bluff a bit, to spare father anxiety. Chen Lingtian held back a smile, then feigned profundity. Father, do you really want to know? Knowing too much would be bad for you. You little brat, you still care about your father. Speak quickly, are you trying to drive me mad? Chen Lingtian fumed inwardly as the brat remained stubborn and defiant in front of him. Seeing his father angry, Chen Lingtian only pretended to be profound. Father, it's not that I won't tell you. Oh, I simply don't know what realm Shen Shixiang is in, but what? Hurry up. Chen Lingtian and really wanted to strike this kid, so shamelessly pretentious. He said 1 blade to cut down a creation realm, 2 blades to kill a creation realm, 3 blades. Cough cough, he didn't say. He didn't say. Chen Lingtian's eyes widened. Didn't say? Do you know what creation realm is? Our founding ancestor was in the creation realm. Chen Lingtian pinched his ear, not caring about his father's words at all. Left ear and right ear out, his face full of disdain. That look was pure arrogance, as if flaunted before him. He boasted, my master, that elder, said that as long as he's around, no one in the Kanglan continent would dare harm me. You little brat. What did you say? Chen Lingtian did not respond, only said with a dry smile, Father, are you from Erdalong? You rebellious son. Polar Ice Plains Demon Clan Palace. This was precisely the demon territory across the Trace Sword Sea. Within the Demon Emperor's throne hall, the Blood Sky Demon Emperor leaned against his royal seat. The Blood Sky Demon Emperor's figure seemed ill-suited against the throne. This was not crafted to his proportions, but rather passed down through generations. The ice throne of Frost Heaven, forged from 100,000-year cold stones, carved and sculpted using the ice spirit root of human experts, and finally condensed into this sacred seat. Its rank reached the pinnacle of heaven itself. Sitting upon such a throne doubles one's cultivation speed, enhances comprehension of ice and water attributes, and tempers the physical body to strengthen the constitution. 100,000 years ago, the ancestors of the Demon Clan clashed with humanity in fierce battle, ultimately defeated and retreating to the Frost ancestral lands. Thereafter, the Demon Clan was subjugated beneath humanity's feet, their demon cores excavated as medicinal ingredients, their sinews and skin stripped to refine magical treasures. Just as the Demon Clan faced imminent destruction and complete enslavement, a powerful elder from their ranks, old ancestor Zhishur, emerged from seclusion and slew multiple human luminaries in swift succession. The demons believed that under their ancestors' leadership they could reverse the tide and enslave humanity instead, yet humanity, too, possessed its own formidable warriors. War between the two sides hung imminent. At that very moment, an unfathomably deep sword scar cleaved downward, dividing the land. Humans claimed 7 parts demons, but 3. Humanity held 7/10 of the territory. The Demon Clan was left with but a third. That sword strike approached the realm of Nirvana itself, unleashed by a human sword cultivator who had reached the zenith of Goetio. Later, beneath that sword ravine, waters gathered to form an underground dark sea known as the Trace Sword Sea. This roused a major figure among the Demon Clan's powerhouses. Unexpectedly, peace negotiations followed. What made headlines was that the Demon Clan's supreme being crushed a human spirit vein of 10,000 zhang in length. Ultimately, a peace accord was reached with mutual non-aggression between humans and demons. Those who held the title of Demon Emperor could not set foot on another's territory. From that point forward, 7/10 of Zhangzhou fell under human rule, while 3/10 remained the domain of the Demon Clan. Later, when the heavens and earth were severed, humanity gradually declined. Some foreign races migrated here and took root in Zhangzhou. Currently, human rule encompassed only 5 imperial domains, claiming 40% of Zhangzhou. Seated upon the throne was the ruler of this demon territory, Blood Sky Demon Emperor Yunjing. His power had reached the 9th layer of creation, and his true form was the sky-soaring cloud leopard, the direct bloodline of old ancestor Zhishur from ancient times, though that bloodline had since diluted from its ancestral purity. Old ancestor Zhishur was a cloud-devouring leopard, placing them in entirely different leagues. A chasm separated them, as distant as clouds from mud. Yunjing bore the human form with beastly features. Unlike half-demons, his shape was human, yet his nature lacked the essence of humanity. His frame was tall and straight, his expression stern and cold, his body covered in white fur. Sharp eyebrows framed blue-pupiled eyes. With a leopard's head and tiger's gaze, a golden cloud pattern subtly emerged upon his forehead. That was the innate demonic sigil of the sky-soaring cloud leopard. Below the great hall, 6 demon generals knelt upon their knees. They were respectively leopard head, bear head, tiger head, eagle head, ox head, and pig head commander. All maintained the appearance of human bodies with demonic features when facing others. After a long silence, the Demon Emperor on the throne finally spoke, his regal authority sweeping through the entire hall. Have you found her? As soon as the words left his lips, the air seemed to freeze solid. Leopard head commander stepped forward and knelt. Your Majesty, we have sent agents to search every inch of demon territory, but thus far, we have been unable to recover the 9th princess. As a member of the royal clan and leader of the 6 generals only, he dared to report truthfully. The hall fell into sudden, deathly silence. In the next moment, demonic energy erupted from the emperor's body, forcing the gathered generals to prostrate themselves, trembling in fear. Yunjing raised his hand to rest upon the armrest, his claws pressing down hard as a vicious aura swept through the air. "My daughter, if anyone dares to hide her or lay a hand on her, I will give you 3 more days. If you cannot find her within 3 days, all 6 of you will answer with your heads." "Yes, your majesty." The oppressive pressure lifted, and the demon generals retreated awkwardly, daring not to look back. Within the vast demon hall, only Blood-Sky Demon Emperor Yunjing remained seated alone upon his throne. As the generals departed, his domineering ferocity that once looked down upon the world gradually dissipated, leaving only barely concealed exhaustion in his eyes. After a long while, this emperor who ruled over the demon lands finally let out a deep sigh. "Linger, what am I to do?" He raised his gaze to look out toward the desolate demon territory beyond the hall. From that moment on, he fell silent. The person he spoke of was his 9th princess, Yunling. She was the most pure-blooded descendant of the demon clan and 10,000 years blessed with innate divine powers and ancestral bloodline restoration, representing the hope for the demon clan's resurgence. Yunjing closed his eyes, his ice-silver pupils filled with regret. "Linger, your father, is truly afraid." Just days prior, the young princess Yunling had expressed a desire to visit the other side of the sword abyss. Upon learning of this, her father Yunjing made an immediate decision and ordered her confined. To which Yunling replied with a single question, "Father Emperor, would you be afraid?" Yunjing assumed she was merely joking. As the supreme emperor of the demon clan, with cultivation reaching the heavens and earth, possessing the highest creation. Within Songzhou's heavens and earth, he stood at the very apex of the pyramid, earning his title through step-by-step slaughter. The Blood-Sky Demon Emperor, slaughtering all who dared to oppose his ascension to the demon lord throne. Afraid? Who had he ever feared? Before leaving her confinement, he had declared, "Your father fears nothing." But now, he was afraid. What he feared was not losing the opportunity for the demon clan's rise, but rather, his daughter's departure. Only in this moment did he realize what he truly wanted. His son died in battle, his daughter perished prematurely. Had everything he did truly been right? For the sake of his race, he had lost her. Meanwhile, on the opposite shore of the sword abyss, the little snow leopard had already stepped into human territory. This was a small hill within Nanyang City's territory. If Chen Lingtian were present, he would find it strangely familiar. Indeed, the land here was filled with spiritual grains, medicinal herbs, and abundant spiritual plants like flowers and grasses. At first glance, oh, what a surprise! This was exactly the medicinal field behind the Jinbei prince's mansion. The little one lay on her back, belly up, sprawled in the 3-foot-tall spiritual rice paddy, complaining. "Father Emperor always says it's for the demon clan, for the demon clan. Other than that, he has never cared about me. It's just that I wanted to see the outside world. Was it really necessary to confine me?" The little snow leopard muttered to herself. Now her stomach was growling with hunger, for using her divine power had taken a tremendous toll. This was her first time employing such an ability. Her fur was pure white all over, resembling a large cat, with 3 golden patterns adorning her forehead. 2 of them gleamed brightly, while the central one between her eyebrows had dimmed. Each line represented a divine power. Her escape had relied on the second power she had just awakened, spatial leap. It allowed her to ignore any barriers and jump across space with greater distances, consuming more of her own energy. And so the little snow leopard successfully escaped. She had been leaping continuously during her flight, wanting to get as far away as possible from her father, the Blood-Sky Demon Emperor. Now she had not a trace of energy left, every last reserve completely drained. So hungry, the little snow leopard lay sprawled on her back, constantly calling out, though what came out was merely wolf-like howls. Her eyes gradually grew hazy. The next moment she fell into a deep sleep. She no longer had the strength to even turn over, completely exhausted and starving. She had broken down. Quick, quick, quick. Change her batteries. Well, she couldn't do that. As the little snow leopard called out, 2 spiritual farmers guarding the medicinal field, Zhang San and Li Si, heard the commotion. Li Si spoke first. "Lao San, did you hear something just now?" "Brotherly, I thought I was the only one who heard it. It sounded like something was calling out." "Indeed. Then, was it calling like this?" Zhang San imitated the little snow leopard's earlier cry. Ao woo, huh? Lao San, you sound just like it." Li Si laughed, but the next moment his expression turned serious. "That's the cry of a young leopard cub. It seems a little one has wandered into the medicinal field. Let's go, Lao San, will split up and search." All right. These 2 foolhardy pair only had this energy because of Chen Lingtian's influence. A few days earlier, Chen Lingtian had sneaked into the field and gone undetected for half a day precisely, because these 2 had been slacking off and sleeping. Afterward, Uncle Fu had properly disciplined them, making them obedient and careful, so they hadn't dared to slack off since. Now they worked with twice the efficiency of one man, listening to all directions and watching every angle, much like the 2 celestial beings from heaven, 1,000-mile eyes and wind-listening ears. The little snow leopard needed to hide well. Inside an inn. My dear granddaughter, what happened that night? Wu Qingyuan asked as he looked at his granddaughter. He did not understand why she seemed like an entirely different person ever since she returned that day. Not only had her skeletal constitution been reshaped, but he could not even see through her cultivation base. Had they not departed in such a hurry, he would have asked her on the road. Not wanting to deceive her grandfather, Wu Mengmeng disclosed everything that had occurred that night, albeit with a mix of truth and falsehood. Grandfather, Very well. Since your soul has been recast, it is time I tell you about the events of those years. Wu Qingyuan let out a soft sigh. Alas. When you were nearly 3 years old, evil cultivators held sway, their oppressive aura sweeping across tens of thousands of miles like a fierce tiger, and all who crossed their path were like sheep walking into a tiger's den. That year. So, father and mother did not lie to me. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Piece by piece, she connected the fragments of her memory. Wu Mengmeng had long deduced the truth, but hearing it from her grandfather's own lips made her tears flow uncontrollably. She vowed in her heart, evil cultivators deserve to be executed. Muming, what exactly happened between you and that boy? Nothing. He just helped me reshape my skeletal constitution. She replied, her heart steady and her face showing no sign of embarrassment. Her grandfather continued to press, for there to be such a miraculous method in this world that can reshape your skeletal constitution and even elevate your spiritual root to a higher level is truly wondrous. Tell me, how did that boy know of this? Grandfather. Wu Mengmeng recalled what had transpired between her and that man that night. She certainly could not tell her grandfather that they had rolled around on the floor and that in her days she had received many injections, only to wake up with everything changed. Cough. She meant her skeletal constitution was reshaped, of course, though she was indeed pregnant now as well. At the thought of the scenes from that night, her face flushed crimson. Understanding the situation, Wu Qingyuan chose not to pry further. Let us go, child. On the other side, after an arduous search, Zhang San and Li Si finally located the traces of the fat cat in the middle of a spiritual field. Third brother, look at that gap in the spiritual grain. Li Si pointed at the empty patch in the center, a slight smile playing on his lips. I bet that little fellow is lying right there. Brotherly, your eyesight is incredible. Of course. Come, let's go take a look. Parting the spiritual grain ears, the two of them slowly made their way inside, moving with extreme caution for fear of startling the little creature. Before long, they reached the center. Keeping their movements gentle, they stood a short distance away, craning their necks to peer down into the empty patch. What they saw left them utterly astounded. A tiny leopard cub enveloped in a spiritual aura lay flat on its back, with its limbs splayed. It was so small, barely the size of a domestic cat. It had shrunk significantly compared to its previous appearance. Pulling their heads back, they began to whisper. Zhang Sen leaned close to Li Si's ear and murmured, Brotherly, this seems to be a spiritual beast cub. What did you say? MMPH. Li Si nearly cried out in shock, but fortunately Zhang San was quick enough to cover his mouth. Hush. Spiritual beasts are not easy to catch. Li Si trusted his companion's judgment, as Zhang San came from a clan of spiritual ranchers who specialized in breeding spiritual beasts and taming demon pets. However, Zhang San preferred the spiritual farming profession. Spiritual ranching was far too difficult, as it required dealing with demonic beasts. Without sufficient strength, one could easily be killed by them. Taming them, even having multiple lives, would not be enough. Spiritual farming was much better and more stable. Caring for low-grade spiritual herbs did not require high cultivation. As long as one possessed the necessary skills, even high-grade spiritual plants could be cultivated successfully. Zhang San had used a bit too much force. Li Si was left gasping for air, his face flushed red. With one hand covering his mouth from behind, and the other arm pinning his shoulders, Li Si was completely immobilized. Fortunately, his feet could still move. After Li Si delivered a few kicks, Zhang San finally realized what was happening and let go. Damn it, why is Zhang San's grip so strong? He nearly choked me to death. Li Si took a few deep breaths. Instead of shouting, he merely cursed in his heart. He knew that if they made any noise and startled the spiritual beast, causing it to flee, the loss would far outweigh any gain. Li Si quickly waved his hand and whispered, Third brother, go fetch Butler Fu quickly. We are not capable of capturing it ourselves. I will keep watch here. They possessed self-awareness. Judging by the spiritual beast's appearance, it was clearly no ordinary creature. They did not dare to act rashly, knowing that it was better to be safe than sorry. Zhang San turned and hurried away, his footsteps scraping against the rough soil of the field. After a while, he reported the matter to Butler Fu. Since the young prince happened to be there, as well, they all came along. Before long, the group arrived. Chen Lingtian naturally wanted to see if this spiritual beast was male or female. Since it could infiltrate the spiritual field protected by the array his father had set up, there might be a pleasant surprise waiting. Zhang San and Li Si were well aware of their young lord's passion for spiritual pets. Knowing from his history of raising spiritual fish and playing with white rabbits that the young prince had a soft spot for cute creatures, They had paid special attention to this matter. If the little fellow caught the young prince's eye, they would undoubtedly be rewarded with a handsome fortune. Zhang San led the way while Butler Fu walked beside him with his hands behind his back, his steps light and steady. Chen Lingtian followed swaggeringly behind, his hands never resting as he continuously gathered spiritual grain into his pocket dimension for sowing. As the three of them approached, they saw someone standing outside the spiritual field where the leopard cub was hidden. It was Li Si. To avoid startling the little creature, he had scrambled out of the field. Upon seeing them arrive, Li Si immediately bowed and reported in a hushed whisper, "Your Highness, Butler Fu, the little fellow is inside. It seems to be asleep." Chen Lingtian's gaze pierced through the dense spiritual grain, focusing on the empty patch as he activated his heavenly eye to investigate. Through the thick spiritual plants, a panel of information popped up. Name Yunling. Race Demon Clan. Age 19. Gender female. Cultivation second order, body tempering realm consummation. Bloodline heaven swallowing cloud leopard. Natal divine ability heaven swallowing. Natural divine ability space leap. My goodness, I've struck gold. A demonic beast with divine abilities. Surely only those of imperial bloodlines can awaken such powers, Chen Lingtian marveled internally. Furthermore, it has awakened 2 divine abilities. Could this heaven-swallowing cloud leopard possess a peak-tier bloodline? Chen Lingtian possessed some knowledge of the demon race. Books recording demonic bloodlines were kept in the prince's study. How any demonic beast designated as royalty had ancestors who were at the very least demon emperors. Although demonic beasts could not cultivate as quickly as human cultivators, they would awaken divine abilities as their strength progressed. Those with high-grade bloodlines could even awaken them during their infancy. Yet this little creature possessed a natal divine ability which was categorized as a primordial divine ability. Primordial divine ability. Innate from birth, naturally awakened, uniquely endowed by heaven, and flawlessly formed. Unlike acquired divine abilities, a primordial divine ability can lead directly to the great Tao. Any demonic beast possessing a primordial divine ability tens of thousands of years ago would undoubtedly have been a supreme demon powerhouse capable of undergoing nirvana, transforming into human form, and stepping into the heavenly astral realm. Why specify tens of thousands of years ago? Precisely because of the present era's severing of heaven and earth. As Chen Lingtian stood lost in thought, staring at the information, Butler Fu did not rush forward. Remaining where he was, he swept his divine sense gently over the area, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Butler Fu was already at the consummation of the body-tempering realm, and had condensed his spiritual intent, leaving him only a single step away from spirit condensation. Observing this, he murmured, enveloped in spiritual rhythm, without a single trace of malicious blood or demonic aura. Though this leopard-type spiritual beast is but a cub, its aptitude is extraordinary. It is indeed extremely rare. His voice was not loud, yet it brought joy to the hearts of Zhang San and Li Si nearby. We indeed made the right bet. Butler Fu was highly experienced and knowledgeable. Since even he was full of praise, the grade of this spiritual beast was likely far higher than they had imagined. Previously they had merely thought it to be a peculiar spiritual beast cub. Of course, even Butler Fu was mistaken. The spiritual beast before them actually possessed a renowned peak-tier bloodline. This only goes to show how crucial discernment truly is. How adorable. As Chen Lingtian gazed at the little baby leopard's endearing appearance, he grew increasingly fond of it. He deeply yearned to hold and pet it. Having loved petting cats in his past life, doing the same to a leopard in this life was certainly not out of the question. He was determined to have this little creature. Beside him, Uncle Fu noticed his young master's eyes gleaming with excitement. Seeing that the young master was highly fond of this spiritual beast, he made a prompt decision. Young master, let this old servant handle it. Just as Uncle Fu was about to make his move, Chen Lingtian spoke up to stop him. Wait. Uncle Fu, you might not be able to capture this spiritual beast. I must subdue it myself. Yes, young master. Uncle Fu retreated several paces to let Chen Lingtian act freely. Meanwhile, he focused his soul strength to remain highly alert, ready to intervene with lightning speed should his young master fail. However, under the scrutiny of the Eye of Insight, this baby leopard's cultivation was on par with Uncle Fu's. Moreover, it possessed an innate divine ability, spatial leap, which was far from a mere parlor trick. Who gave Chen Lingtian the courage to take action himself? Was it blind confidence? Of course not. It was the system. Through days and nights of arduous effort, he had long since cleansed his marrow, tempered his bones, and broken through to the body-refining realm. Yet he was still a weakling in actual combat, likely unable to withstand even a single claw strike from the baby leopard. But such audacity naturally stemmed from confidence. He had already devised a foolproof plan, the 10 Directions Grotto Heaven. A few days ago, Wu Mengming's arrangements had utterly bewildered him, causing him to forget his invincible Grotto Heaven. Now he had finally remembered it. Just yesterday, he had visited his family. Under the operation of the spiritual veins, the first Grotto Heaven had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Not only had the space expanded several times over, but the spiritual veins had also stretched and piled up into mountains spanning tens of thousands of miles, dividing the entire grotto heaven into distinct regions. These regions, varying in size, were scattered and separated by mountain ranges. Furthermore, through Chen Lingtian's intervention, mist barriers were established to prevent his family from wandering aimlessly. Every land nurtures its own people. Thus, Chen Lingtian's plan was to use the grotto heaven's absorption power to place the little baby leopard into one of these regions and then domesticate it. He refused to believe that affection would not grow over time. He stepped forward slowly and soon approached the soundly sleeping baby leopard. He watched as its 4 tiny paws kicked aimlessly in the air, emitting soft rumbling snores from its mouth. Thinking he had startled the little creature, Chen Lingtian quickly lowered his posture. After waiting a moment and seeing no reaction, he stood up to observe its movements. It seemed to be dreaming given how fast its legs were kicking. A nightmare perhaps. He had thought he was discovered. The little creature kept kicking in her dream. She was being chased by a colossal snow leopard. She fled. And he pursued. The soft whimpering from earlier was her saying, "Father, no, don't chase me. Linger doesn't want to be grounded." Sobbing. This sight brought a smile to Chen Lingtian's face. The corners of his lips curled up as he teased, "This little thing is actually daydreaming. Sleepwalking and sleep-talking, she has it all." After a brief calculation, Chen Lingtian made a wild guess that this little creature possessed quite a high level of spiritual intelligence. Following that, he leaned down and reached out tentatively. Seeing that nothing happened, he gently placed his index finger under the little creature's soft chin, lightly scratching along its curve. The baby leopard, who had been sleeping completely unguarded with its legs spread wide, twitched its ears slightly. Its small head tilted upward involuntarily as it began to purr softly. Chen Lingtian grew increasingly delighted as he stroked it. His hand traveled from the soft chin all the way to the back of its neck, and then down along its belly, gently rubbing. The baby leopard's purring grew louder and louder. Its 4 tiny legs spread even wider, and its entire body went limp like a puddle of water, with glistening drool even trickling from the corner of its mouth. "This little thing certainly knows how to enjoy itself," Chen Lingtian chuckled. He rubbed it with even greater enthusiasm, completely forgetting the 3 people standing not far away. He simply sat cross-legged, scooped the baby leopard's soft body onto his lap, and used both hands to knead and massage it from left to right. Holding the fluffy ball in his arms with its warm little belly pressed against the back of his hand, the sensation was indescribably pleasant. It was far more satisfying than any catgirl or furry he had ever petted in his past life. Chen Lingtian squinted his eyes in sheer comfort and sighed with emotion. "Petting cats in my past life, petting leopards in this life. My life is finally complete. No, wait. I still haven't touched a little tiger yet." He secretly resolved to arrange that for himself once he went out, for his itching hands simply couldn't resist. Oh no. In her dream, the baby leopard was caught. She had initially fled into a small cave that was warm and comfortable, offering her an ultimate sanctuary. But then a leopard's head appeared at the cave entrance. It was none other than her father, who was determined to capture her. The little creature let out a cry and clawed at the air, but caught nothing as her dream shattered at that very moment. She woke up. Her ears twitched violently, and her tightly closed eyes suddenly flew open. A pair of silver-gray pupils stared directly into the man's face. Their eyes met. It was as if the surrounding air had frozen. Roar. Human. This mighty roar shook the earth and echoed across the horizon. The baby leopard's fur puffed up instantly, and she leaped 3 feet high into the air from where she lay. Her previously soft body was now arched like a fully drawn bow, her 4 tiny legs tensed straight, and her entire body bristled like an unusual hedgehog. Once she regained her senses, she did not hesitate for a second and immediately activated her divine ability, Spatial Leap. Chen Lingtian, having been on high alert, simultaneously activated his grotto heaven absorption ability, determined to succeed at all costs. Previously, he couldn't absorb her unawares due to restrictions, as her strength far exceeded his, which was why he resorted to this strategy. Now, as she utilized her spatial talent, he would exploit the situation to trap the little creature. Yunling circulated the spiritual energy throughout her body and activated her innate divine ability. In the next instant, a majestic spatial force swept over her. Simultaneously, the power of the grotto heaven manifested. The little creature was puzzled, as she did not recall spatial leaps feeling like this. However, since both forces shared the same spatial origin, she did not overthink it, assuming it was a mere illusion, and readily accepted it. In the next moment, the baby leopard growled at Chen Lingtian in a babyish voice. To make herself appear more ferocious, she even knit her brows, as if to say farewell to you. Chen Lingtian was taken aback for a moment before he burst out laughing, secretly delighted. This little creature actually agreed to enter the grotto heaven. What an unexpected surprise. With such an adorably fierce look, far from being intimidating, she was simply cute to the extreme. Hearing that cry, Chen Lingtian really wanted to ask her, "Have you even been weaned yet?" I am a monster beast. And a very fierce one. The human before her was not only unafraid, but actually mocking her. What was the meaning of this? Yunling grew furious. She was of the supreme royal bloodline. Roar. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She roared once more, attempting to bolster her intimidation, which only deepened the smile on Chen Lingtian's face. Even Uncle Fu and the others marveled at the sight. The young master is truly an extraordinary man. Seeing that the little creature had not left yet, Chen Lingtian did not rush to force the grotto heaven's absorption. Instead, he simply took a step forward. The baby leopard shuddered and dashed straight into the grotto heaven entrance that had materialized behind her. As her entire body slipped inside, joyful whimpers echoed back. Still laughing. What a headache. A little one with wolves ahead and tigers behind you certainly are carefree. Huh. You've fallen right into the trap. After a bout of dizziness, the baby leopard successfully landed on an open clearing within Chen Lingtian's grotto heaven. This was the spot where Chen Lingtian had intentionally teleported her. It was far away from his Shuer and the Babeo, and with barriers isolating the area, there was no chance of an accidental encounter. Phew. I finally escaped. Father said that humans are all big bad guys. Yunling slumped onto the ground, mumbling indistinctly, baby's tummy is so hungry. Just now, in order to escape, the remaining energy in her body had been depleted once more. The spiritual energy she had absorbed during her slumber was barely enough to satisfy her. Not only was her stomach completely empty, but her body had also shrunk significantly. She was now in urgent need of natural treasures to fill her belly. Within the grotto heaven, Chen Lingtian had sown many spiritual seeds that he had collected over time. The little creature possessed an incredibly sharp sense of smell, and indeed, she followed the scent to search for food. She possessed the innate divine ability, heaven devouring. There was no need to worry about her overeating and bursting her stomach. Any excess absorbed energy would automatically convert into spiritual energy and be discharged from her body. The little baby was essentially a mobile, innate spiritual vein. In ancient times, such monster beasts were known as auspicious beasts. What is an innate spiritual vein? Innate spiritual vein possesses an endless breath of respiration, nourishing heaven and earth by releasing spiritual energy. For instance, after a cultivator perishes, the essence that dissipates into the world is absorbed by innate objects. An innate spiritual vein, however, does not merely absorb, it also releases. Uncle Fu, that little one has been subdued. Let us depart. As you command, young master. Chen Lingtian casually retrieved a storage pouch containing 1,000 spirit stones from his system space and handed it to Uncle Fu. It is merely their reward. The pouch held 1,000 spirit stones meant as a gift for Zhang San and Li Si. Without them, that little one would likely have vanished within days. The scene shifted. Chen Lingtian returned to his chamber, and in the blink of an eye stepped into the heavenly realm. Before him lay a cave dwelling, a cultivation ground specially carved out for his subordinate Shen Sandao. The previous night he had used heavenly sacred water to elevate Shen Sandao's spiritual root and placed him within the realm to cultivate. Chen Lingtian had also conducted experiments discovering that Shen Sandao could be summoned from the spatial pocket at any time, anywhere. This discovery was simply magnificent. Chen Lingtian made himself at home, opening the system panel to inspect his asset reserves. Low-grade spirit stones, 8022. Mid-grade spirit stones, 1091. Sigh. The road to wealth was long and arduous. 8 million low-grade stones, since they were useless sitting idle, he might as well use them for the lottery draw. Currently, upgrading cultivation methods required mid- or high-grade stones, so only the lottery could put these to good use. System redeem 800 lottery draws. Low-grade spirit stones -800. Lottery draws redeemed. Chen Lingtian didn't hesitate. Too lazy to tap repeatedly, he went all in just like last time. 800 consecutive draws. Give me golden rewards. 1,000 needles materialized upon the wheel. The instant the command was issued, they began to spin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dense array of needles spun at blinding speed. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. Ding, ding, ding. A relentless string of thank you for your patronage grated on Chen Lingtian's nerves. What the hell? Why so many duds? Give me a golden teardrop, damn it. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted. Chen Lingtian's face lit up with joy. It dropped. It dropped, ha. Finally, a golden pull. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a golden rare Guangxiu Lucien skirt, grade immortal. What the hell? System, if you're going to give me a golden pull, give me something good. I'm a man, a goddamn man. Ding. Host's irritable mindset detected. System reminder, though the host is male, an immortal skirt may still be worn. Do not defame this system. No products of the system are invariably exquisite. Forget it. This young master won't bother arguing with a cold, heartless system. But if you grant me another golden pull, I'll call you System Daddy. The words left his lips without a hint of hesitation or blush. His thick skin was legendary. Though the Guangxiu Lucien skirt was fine, he was a full-grown man. How humiliating would it be to wear it in public? He actually swallowed his pride to beg the system. Barely seconds after those words left his mouth, a dazzling golden light flashed upon the wheel. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a golden rare 1-mount scale dragon immortal palanquin Great Immortal, equipped with 2 Nirvana stage dragon-scaled flying horses, capable of traveling 10,000 miles in a single day. System Daddy. Chen Lingtian roared it aloud. Thank heavens he was currently within the heavenly realm inside a separate cave dwelling. Otherwise he would have truly lost all face. Moments later the 800 draws concluded. Most yielded white common items, some green superior ones, a few blue rare ones, and 5 purple epic drops. Only 2 golden rares appeared, one born of luck, the other snatched by sheer audacity. Afterward the system realized Chen Lingtian's shamelessness. No matter how loudly he begged until the end of time, it was futile. Meanwhile Chen Lingtian began sorting through his gains. Low-grade spirit stones 205000. Mid-grade spirit stones 10000. Spirit herbs blue 50 stalks. Spirit fruits blue 120 pieces. Spirit or blue 300 units 3000 tons. Demon beasts blue 2 heads. Chen Lingtian examined the rare loot and praised, not bad. We actually got over 200,000 low-grade stones back, plus 10,000 mid-grade stones in exchange. An absolute fortune. This lottery draw was incredibly worthwhile. Chen Lingtian planted the spirit herbs and medicinal plants throughout the heavenly realm and released the 2 spirit beasts. One was a thunder tiger, the other a spirit Jew. Both were adult males, 4th-ranked great demons of the heaven-piercing realm. Their aptitude was decent. With proper cultivation, they could reach the creation stage. Chen Lingtian intended to sell the 2 beasts. They were system-generated creatures anyway. Since he felt no emotional attachment, he might as well part with them and exchange them for resources. Next he inspected the epic tier prizes. Cultivation manual fragments, purple 2 scrolls. Guard summon card, purple 1 card. Formation flags, purple 1 set. The 2 manual fragments were indeed the remaining portions of the sacred grade technique classic of subjugating women previously drawn. First stage, Spirit Charming Chapter. Summary: enchant the mind and spirit. Master the charming gaze to captivate heart and soul, and even disturb the Tao heart. First stage, Emotion Locking Chapter. Summary: shackles of passion. Gradually bind another's mind, planting seeds of desire with each encounter. Ha ha ha. This technique truly lives up to its reputation as supreme sacred. Chen Lingtian grinned widely. Against cultivators of the opposite sex, the spirit charming technique could even bridge a full cultivation realm to disrupt their mental state. The longer the target's heart wavered, and the lower their cultivation, the longer the control would last. The emotion locking chapter was equally extraordinary. As long as dual cultivation occurred, the partner would repeatedly receive seeds of passion until their heart was forever bound, loving the practitioner deeply and turning against everything else once separated. These 2 chapters were purely offensive. The earlier pleasure-desire chapters still served dual cultivation purposes, but these 2 were entirely self-serving. But he liked it. Moving on, he examined the set of formation flags. Item name: 4-quadrant formation flags. Grade: sacred rank. Summary: the phantom silhouettes of the 4 sacred beasts merge into 4 flags capable of deploying a killing formation, capable of slaying all beneath a saint, and even trapping saints themselves. This is useful. It can be used to set up defensive formations when establishing a faction in the future. I'll store it for now. As for the epic summoning guard card, Chen Lingtian had no intention of keeping it. He activated it immediately. By his side, a figure materialized from thin air. This guard card summoned the person directly beside him, far surpassing the previous character summoning cards by more than a degree. Summoned character: Duan Sijian. Race: human. Age: 30. Cultivation creation stage: 8th layer late. Technique: 10,000 swords return to 1 heaven rank high grade. Introduction: this method encompasses sword control, sword domains, sword chi. A perfect unity of offense and defense encompassing all rivers. Life maxim: all things under heaven and earth can become swords. 10,000 swords return to 1, 10,000 transformations unified into 1. Chen Lingtian studied the name and found it somewhat similar to Shin Sandao's. One wielded a blade, the other a sword. He wondered if system summon guard characters always bore weapon markers in their names. Never mind, he'd ponder it later. He decided to nickname Shin Sandao as Shin San, and since this one was Duan Sijian, he'd simply call him Duan Si. That sounded much smoother. My lord. Duan Si knelt on one knee and bowed his head. Chen Lingtian helped him rise. In the future, simply address me as young master. This cave dwelling is yours now. Cultivate diligently. Yes, this subordinate will obey young master's commands. Chen Lingtian stepped out of the cave dwelling and, based on his preferences, cleared new spirit fields and medicinal gardens for the herbs. Once everything was planted, he would wait to harvest in due time. First nurture them for a while. After tending to affairs, Chen Lingtian would inevitably visit his wife, children, and elders, play with the baby, and tease his wife. It wouldn't take long. However, Baishua seemed to be giving him the silent treatment, refusing to let him touch her. Chen Lingtian had no choice but to leave the heavenly realm. He went to clear out the mundane items stored in his warehouse. He sent them to displaced refugees. Many commoners in the outer city had received favors from the Jinbei mansion. These people had already begun to reassess their views on the unlearned heir of the mansion, feeling guilty about the kindness and offering more praise. Yet they knew nothing. Chen Lingtian had long since soared to unprecedented heights and was no longer the mediocre waste they once dismissed. Only great Confucian scholars would debate scriptures on his behalf now. Frost Heaven Abyss, one of the 10 desolate lands. How is this possible? How could a Tier 4 great demon appear here? Just as the old man stepped out of the cave, he saw something that struck terror into his heart. He rapidly circulated his cultivation technique, the Fleetfoot art, to flee, his dark, hairy, thin legs turning into a blur of afterimages as he dashed away. At this moment, a silver-gray leopard beast emerged. Before the old man could even sense its presence, the beast had already detected him, completely turning the tables. As the saying goes, two kings do not meet. With a contemptuous sneer, the leopard beast bared its blood-stained fangs. In an instant, its form shifted, transforming from a humanoid demon into a bestial shape. Looking closely, it was none other than Xiaofeng, the kneeling palace leopard commander, whose cultivation stood at the early tier for the 4th layer of the heaven-peering realm. Seeing the old man flee, the leopard commander sneered disdainfully. Hey, you want to run? Have you asked your grandpa leopard? With that, frost and falling snow swirled around the leopard's body. Shifting shadow. Afterimages flickered, turning into a freezing wind that instantly swept toward the direction where the human old man was fleeing. This was Xiaofeng's innate divine ability, shifting shadow. While ordinary leopard beasts possessed speed-based divine abilities, without exception, by Xiaofeng's execution of this technique was the pinnacle among his clan. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the spot where the old man had stopped his escape. Twisting his head, his vertical pupils constricted like needles, locking onto his target. Whoosh! With lightning-fast movements, he leaped into the sky, treading upon the snow. At this moment, the old man felt a sudden pang of dread and a chill down his spine. He thought to himself, not good. A sneak attack. Turning around, he pulled a stack of spiritual talismans from the ragged sack at his waist, immediately forming hand seals to infuse them with spiritual energy. Under the control of his spiritual energy, the talismans instantly spread out, arranging themselves in neat rows to form a Qinquan talisman shield layered 3 times deep on both the inside and outside. As the spirit-controlling seal was activated, the runes rotated orderly in a clockwise direction, surrounded by golden spiritual patterns. At that moment, frost and snow began to fall from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the icy rain condensed into sharp, freezing arrows. In the next second, the torrential rain of arrows fell, with a deafening clatter, converging and shooting toward the talisman shield, aiming directly at the old man. Clang, clang, clang. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. In just 3 breaths, the outer 3 layers of the golden shield formed by the spiritual talismans instantly shattered under the onslaught of the icy arrows. Human, this is no place for you. The leopard commander materialized in midair, looking down at the little mouse below. His gaze was filled with cold, murderous intent, his face painted with disdain. You vile beast, your arrogance knows no bounds. This is human territory. You demons have crossed the line. An almighty master of our human race is about to arrive. Why haven't you scrammed yet? The old Taoist, clad in tattered robes, cursed at the leopard demon in the sky. Yet his heart was filled with anxiety. There was no almighty master, he was merely trying to intimidate the beast. Buying even a single second would grant him a chance to escape. Upon closer inspection, this smelly old man in patched, tattered clothes was none other than Zhou Tongfa, the old beggar who patrolled the streets that day. In truth, he held another identity, the chief of the beggar sect who took the sky as his bed, the earth as his pillow, the sun and moon as his lamps, and the mountains and rivers as his companions. Zhou Tongfa had hoped to make his opponent hesitate, but his scolding backfired, infuriating the leopard commander. Silence. That roar unearthed the demon's memories. This was the land where his ancestors had lived for generations, but one day it was lost. The legacy passed down through the ages was severed. His ancestors were enslaved and slaughtered. He could never forget. This was undoubtedly provoking the demon commander. Xiaofeng's murderous intent materialized into a tangible force. Frost and snow danced wildly as his rampaging demonic power erupted. At this moment, the wind died down. Human territory? Tens of thousands of years ago, my demon ancestors thrived here. The mountains and rivers were our cradle, and the forests were our home. Regardless of right or wrong, you humans invaded, slaughtered, enslaved, severed our legacy, and seized our ancestral homeland. And now you have the audacity to claim so righteously that this is human territory. Don't you find it hilarious? The leopard commander laughed maniacally. Since that is the case, let your blood be an offering to my ancestors. The moment the words left his mouth, Xiaofeng slashed his sharp claws. The wind surged, and the snow fell, summoning a hurricane that seemed to howl at the sun. The freezing wind blew snow that blotted out the sky, obscuring the blazing sun high above, plunging the area into endless darkness. Human die. This cold declaration was a death sentence. Zhou Tongfa bellowed, "Beast, how dare you!" He pulled out a withered wood dragon head staff from his back and slammed it fiercely into the icy ground. Immediately he formed a hand seal. Even withered wood may find spring again. Suppress. A barrier of shimmering green light formed around him, wrapping his entire body securely. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaofeng gathered his strength, his silver-glowing claws tearing through the scattered talisman shields outside. The talismans, fragile as paper and soft as beans, were naturally unable to withstand this fierce strike. Wind blades and snow chains. Crossing his leopard arms, he struck out violently, shaking the heavens and earth. Tempest, nebula, rift. The astral wind from his claw blades swept up heaps of snow. Zhou Tongfa's face paled instantly. Not good. His face, previously flushed red from the biting cold, turned deathly pale. He quickly bit his fingertip, offering a drop of essence blood, and dabbed it onto his tattered sack. The blood seeped into the treasure sack, bursting with a dazzling light. Countless tattered talismans, ancient plaques, and broken weapons flew out in unison. Whatever could be summoned surged forth, clinging to the inner wall of the barrier to form a second line of defense. Boom. The two forces collided, one attacking and one defending. Crack. Within one breath, the green barrier was covered in cracks. By the second breath, the barrier shattered completely, tearing through the second line of defense along with it. By the third breath, the strike hit the target directly. Zhou Tongfa was struck, flying backward like a kite with a broken string. His already tattered clothes exploded into shreds. The old man crashed heavily onto the ground. Snow stained with blood, frost filled with chill. Cold. An endless cold invaded his heart, while the tattered sack greedily sucked the blood flowing from him. This item was a treasure he had brought out from a creation cave dwelling. The secret realm of the creation-grade powerhouse recorded on the map was merely an inconspicuous small cave. Inside the cave there was only a skeleton dressed in tattered Taoist robes with nothing but this tattered sack resting on the pile of bones. He deeply regretted his past actions. Though this treasure was extraordinary, it came with a heavy price. Having been refined by a predecessor, its fortune could not be easily claimed by successors. Previously, Zhou Tongfa had to use his essence blood as a catalyst just to extract the withered wood dragon head staff from it. Had his essence blood not been depleted, he would not have been caught so quickly given his superb fleet-foot art. It was truly a lamentable tragedy. Before long, Zhou Tongfa's body, deprived of the nourishment of spiritual energy, began to grow stiff. With only a single breath left in him, he was on the verge of death. Xiaofeng stepped across the snow, his vertical pupils cold as blades. He walked toward the fallen old man step by step, his voice chillingly cold. You humans possess a uniquely blessed innate physical form. Yet, you are far too greedy. How pathetic. The victor takes all. If you want to kill me, then do it. The leopard commander raised his claw and brought it down. A minor heaven-peering expert and chief of the beggar sect perished just like that. He was a tough nut to crack. However, our demon race will surely rise in this chaotic world by stepping on the humans. Humans are nothing but remnants of the old era. The victor takes all, the heavenly cycle rotates, and the strong prey on the weak. Such are the laws of this world. The confrontation between races harbored unspoken grievances. The truth of the great world was not something a mere heaven-peering realm cultivator could glimpse. Heaven-peering was merely a clever theft of the world's vitality. Even if you stood at the absolute pinnacle of the pyramid, you still could not know the true reality of the world. Unless you are an outsider who can leap beyond the three realms and exist outside the five elements, perhaps, then you might glimpse the hidden undercurrents. All living beings on the Kanglan continent are divided into three major factions: the humans, the saint race, and the demon race, each with countless species under their banner. The saint race consists of the supreme powerhouses among all species. Regardless of their original race, once they undergo nirvana, they transform into the saint race. This race undoubtedly represents the ultimate powerhouses. They are further divided internally. However, their forms are all infinitely close to the so-called human shape. The human form is the ultimate vessel for cultivating the great Tao, and the legendary immortals and gods all traverse the path in this state. Why is it said that humans are unworthy? It is simply because the troubles of Zhangzhou began with the conflict between the human and demon races. Humans use demons as mounts, using their bodies as materials and their blood as formulas. Intelligent demons do not need to consume humans to grow stronger. They possess the innate advantage of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As long as their bloodline is pure, they are born as the darlings of heaven and earth. The reason why the demon bloodlines have grown increasingly thin is due to chaotic intermixing and because their various tribes have been torn to pieces. For the sake of alchemy and weapon refining, humans slaughtered demons and beasts. As pure-blooded lineages dwindled, demon beasts were forced to interbreed to ensure the survival of their offspring. Over time, the bloodlines of their descendants became chaotic and diluted. How could a new generation born from such mixed breeding ever rival their ancestors? They could only hope for an extraordinary prodigy to emerge. And the youngest daughter of the Crimson Heaven Demon Emperor was precisely this uniquely blessed new generation of the demon race, possessing pure blood and heaven-defying talent. What was wrong was not them, but this world. Those of a different race are bound to have different minds. Red flowers seep through drifting snow while cold, fragrant grass surrounds Zhou Tongfa. Xiao Feng did not cross the abyss this time to slaughter human rogue cultivators, but to retrieve Her Highness the Ninth Princess. The demons had turned the demon heaven realm upside down, yet they failed to find even a single trace of the Ninth Princess. Consequently, they had no choice but to risk crossing the Henjian Sea to reach this so-called human territory, hoping to try their luck. Your Highness, you have truly made things difficult for us, Huh. The leopard commander forced out a tear, pretending to be filled with gratitude. Oh no, he had miscalculated. It wasn't gratitude, but sorrow. Standing atop the frost-covered peak, he unleashed his divine sense, sweeping across a 100-mile radius. Yet even after examining every inch of land, he found not a single clue. They knew all too well the importance of the Ninth Princess. She was the hope for the rise of the demon race. If they failed to bring her back, the demon emperor would not give them any chance to explain. After all, it was this miserable lot of theirs that had failed to keep watch over a mere 9-year-old cub. Yet it wasn't that they were weak. Every single one of them was a formidable demon that had stepped into the 4th rank of demon beasts. Once they unleashed their innate divine abilities, they could easily crush any human rogue cultivator of the same rank whom they viewed as mere scavengers. Why refer to them as scavengers? Because some rogue cultivators love to play the pig to eat the tiger. In truth, they were filthy rich, possessing magic treasures for protection and a plethora of hidden trump cards. Even if they could crush them, it was extremely difficult to keep them from escaping. Only the true scavengers of the cultivation world, such as corpse looters, tomb raiders, and flower thieves, had no choice but to flee when encountering a demon of the same rank. Indeed, Old Man Zhou was one such beggar-like rogue cultivator belonging to the ranks of corpse looters. Had he not been affected by the freezing weather, even with his essence blood depleted and his spiritual energy damaged, he would have long since fled using his supreme movement technique, the Fleetfoot Art. But what he never expected was that to unleash the full potential of this technique, one had to cultivate their leg hair. The thicker, darker, and coarser the leg hair, the greater the enhancement, vastly increasing one's speed. Old Man Zhou was never one for hygiene. He would often scratch and rub his legs together, trying to untangle his knotted leg hair with his other foot. Because cultivating this technique caused excessive hair growth, his leg hair often became tangled. Furthermore, the hair was incredibly stiff, constantly irritating his body and mind. Over time, he degenerated into the appearance of a beggar. It was truly tragic for this senior to meet his demise. Having only recently made a breakthrough, he perished before he could even enjoy the fruits of his labor. The death of this lonely beggar brought the greatest joy not to the leopard commander who killed him, but to his fellow member from the Myriad Heavens group, the little beggar, who was busy begging far away in the mortal realm. Even without looting the corpse, the leopard commander could have devoured him, as the demon race was capable of refining flesh and blood. However, Xiao Feng looked down upon this filthy beggar. Looking at the ancient relics scattered across the ground, each one more battered than the last, he felt almost embarrassed to have killed him. Moreover, seeing how filthy and excessively hairy the beggar was, he truly couldn't bring himself to eat him. Reverting to his demon form, Xiao Feng trod through the snow and departed from the mountain peak, leaving the lonely, freezing elder Zhou Tongfa alone on the frozen earth, his blood turning as cold as a winter cicada. Heavy snow drifted down, burying him from sight. Ascending to the spiritual altar atop the peak of the frost heaven abyss, the leopard demon let out a long howl that echoed into the distance. He was summoning a demon beast tide. The earth trembled as demon beasts rushed in from all directions, led by 3 leopard-type demon beasts. Commander. The 3 leopards spoke in unison. They were all Xiao Feng's juniors, yet they addressed him by his official title. It has been a long time. You little fellows have done well. Your strength has improved significantly. It seems you have feasted on many human cultivators. Xiao Feng saw through them at a glance, yet he did not blame them. If humans hunted the demon race, why should the demon race not devour humans? It was the law of the jungle where the strong preyed on the weak. The 3 beasts bowed their heads slightly. Although their clan did not forbid feasting on humans, ancestral records warned that consuming intelligent races would taint them with blood-fiend energy. Over time, if they failed to control it, they would degenerate into bloodthirsty monsters, a fate documented across all races in their inherited records. Such bloodthirsty monsters were known as vicious beasts within the demon race, whereas humans spoke of evil cultivators and the demonic path. Of course, the demonic path could be both good and evil, and some self-righteous orthodox cultivators in the cultivation world were no better than demons themselves. Unleash the demon tide and sweep through the northern territory. With those words, Xiao Feng vanished into the mountain peak, leaving the three demons bowing their heads. At first they were bewildered, but then excitement took over. Finally, we are going to war with the humans. What awaited them was endless flesh and blood. By devouring the flesh of human cultivators, they could boost their cultivation. Receiving their orders, the three leopard demons raised their heads toward the frosty sky and let out a roar that shook the mountains. The roar echoed like thunder, spreading wave after wave. Within less than the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, the earth began to tremble once more. Countless unnamed low-grade demon beasts gathered into a dense dark demon tide, surging southward along the snowy ravines toward the human territory. Devour every human cultivator you encounter, and raze every human city to the ground. Leave no survivors. The three demons split into three routes, sweeping across the mountains and rivers. Within the demon tide, blood-fiend demonic aura surged into the sky. The resentment accumulated from being hunted, having their cores harvested, and being skinned and deboned by human cultivators for so long erupted completely at this moment. The humans have finally met their day. Damned humans. They used my father's whip to brew wine, his tendons to string bows, and his teeth to fashion blades. I hate them. Today I, Huba, shall avenge my father. The tiger demon roared, venting its fury. As for me, old pig, I want to eat 2 female human cultivators. A green-faced fanged pig demon held up a hoof, flashing a peace sign. I want to fight 10 of them. Across the land, the demon beasts roared into the heavens with magnificent momentum. The 3 leading leopard demons exchanged glances, each silently understanding the other's hidden motives. Though they knew that feasting on intelligent races would eventually taint them with blood-fiend energy and cause them to degenerate into vicious beasts, what did such a minor risk matter in the face of the demon race's rise and their own cultivation? Are humans the meat, and we the fish on the chopping block? Why should that be? With the demon tide fully assembled here atop the peak of the frost heaven abyss, Xiao Feng had not truly departed. Instead, he remained hidden within the mist, his cold leopard-like eyes looking down upon the world. This time the 8 commanders had split up, each heading to the ancestral lands of their forebears to unleash a demon tide. First, the demon emperor had sensed a faint trace left by the 9th princess through their bloodline connection, and the direction pointed right across the sword abyss, into human territory. Yunling had used her innate divine ability of space leaping, which prevented her from being tracked directly through bloodline connection. When she reappeared, she was sleeping in the herb garden of the Prince of Jinbei's mansion in Nanyang Town. During her escape, she had used her innate ability again, leaving behind a residual aura. Consequently, the demon emperor ordered the demon commanders to bring the young princess back at all costs, even if it meant bathing the human territory in blood. This was undoubtedly an absolute command. These 8 demons were merely commanders, not the top combat forces of the clan. Above them were the grand commanders. Previously, they still had some reservations regarding the humans, but now that the demon emperor had personally issued the decree, all 8 demons trembled upon hearing the news. Their trembling was not out of fear, but sheer excitement. The demons rubbed their hands in anticipation. Our demon race finally no longer has to endure in silence, guarding this desolate, ruined land. This time, as they crossed the abyss, they were going to do something massive. Thus, the plan to unleash the demon tide and march south was born. If they were to make a move, they would make it big. There was no turning back once the arrow was shot. As the demon tides gathered and converged, they split into 18 routes. The leader of each route was a 3rd-rank demon general at the spirit condensation stage. A vast dark mass, they swept southward. Humans, masters of the old era, prepare to welcome your kings. We come from the supreme demon race. Hey father, what's the great hurry? Summoning my uncles for a meeting so early in the morning. Chen Lingtian's lazy voice echoed from outside the hall, reaching the ears of everyone inside and instantly dissolving the solemn atmosphere. Looking at his son's punchable face, Chen Lingtian truly wanted to thrash this rebellious child. This was simply preposterous. Yet this rebellious son possessed a heaven-defying momentum. He could not beat this devilish child now, so he had to play the part of a kind and loving father. Composing himself, he said, "Ahem, Tianer, it is just that demonic beasts have been frequently appearing near the border city, lately worrying your uncles to no end." Demonic beasts. Chen Lingtian thought to himself, every part of a demonic beast was a treasure. Their hides could be crafted into robes, their bones refined into weapons, and their blood, fur, and claws. They were simply walking treasure troves. Father, they are just demonic beasts, a trivial matter. I'll just have senior brother Shen handle it, Chen Lingtian said casually. His father rolled his eyes at him and snorted coldly. Humph, easy for you to say. The power of the demon race is by no means weak. He was clearly implying that even if his senior brother was an unparalleled genius, he was still not qualified. They had to get the power backing him to intervene. Chen Lingtian discerned the hidden meaning in his father's words and said arrogantly, "They are just a few demonic beasts. No matter how many there are, they are nothing more than a few meager dishes on a plate." A few dishes? What utter boasting, Chen Yinan muttered to himself. This foolish son of mine. I have shielded him far too well over the years. However, with Shun Sandao's silent assent, everyone's anxious hearts finally settled. With such a formidable figure taking action, victory would surely be easily within grasp. Report. At that very moment, a scout suddenly rushed into the hall from outside. The beast tide has erupted and is surging south. They have already breached Shu Pass. What? The demon race is marching south in full force. Within the grand hall, the voice of Chen Lingtian, the prince of northern pacification, shook the pillars till they trembled slightly. The demon race is invading. Everyone present gasped in shock. Just a few days ago, the demon race was merely flexing their muscles, but now they had openly crossed the boundary between the two races. Could they be declaring war? Below the dais, the scout knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse, yet resolute. Reporting to your highness. The border defense line has collapsed. The beast tide blots out the sun, breaching 3 passes in succession, and is charging straight for our heartland. I fear. Within 7 days, they will reach the gates of Nanlan City. Before his words could fully fade, the scout's eyes lost focus and his body swayed precariously. The extreme exertion had completely depleted the spiritual energy in his dantian. The next second, he collapsed to the ground. Someone fetch a spiritual physician to treat him, Chen Yinan commanded in a deep voice, watching the heavily injured scout being carried out by attendants. Within the hall, the atmosphere grew as cold as ice, blanketed in dead silence. For thousands of years, although the demon race had staged occasional rebellions, they had never launched a world-ending beast tide. With the demon race marching south in such massive numbers, the world was in grave peril. The Prince of Northern Pacification furrowed his brows, his cold eyes flashing as he spoke in a chilling voice. Pass down my command. Dispatch 800 swift scouts to deliver an urgent report to the Imperial City within 3 days to inform them of this matter. All generals heed my command. Retreat 3 stages and defend Nanyang City with your lives. Yes, sir. The generals below roared in unison. They all knew that their descendants, relatives, and friends were rooted here. Flee. Where could they possibly flee? This was a war of survival for the entire race. Even if they could escape today, they could not hide forever. The city immediately sprang into motion as forces gathered from all directions and garrison troops from every path poured into Nanyang City. Nanyang City was no ordinary mortal city. Circled by hills and blessed with flowing lakes, its territory was vast and boundless, capable of stationing millions of troops. Everything was set in motion. At this moment, only 3 people remained in the hall: Chen Lingtian, his father Chen Yinan, and his Dao protector Shin Sandao. Father, what is there to fear about the demon race? Didn't they decline tens of thousands of years ago? Chen Lingtian asked, exasperated. Chen Yinan saw that Shin Sandao remained expressionless, and he had assumed his son's senior brother would answer for him. Shin Sandao was a character summoned by the system, not a native of this world. Though his cultivation realm had been converted, his strength was only at the creation realm. How could he possibly know the secrets of this world? Thus Chen Yinan began to explain unhurriedly. Tianer, the demon race has indeed declined, but has our human race not suffered the same? Do you know why? At this moment, Chen Lingtian was completely clueless. Crucially, the system lacked a historical query function, so he could only wait for his father to enlighten him. Chen Yinan did not beat around the bush and began directly. They say that 100,000 years ago. The moment these words left his mouth, Chen Lingtian interrupted. You are dragging this out too much, father. Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Why should I listen to you ramble on about such trivialities? Just cut to the chase. Ahem. That is exactly how your grandfather told it to me. If you do not want to listen, cover your ears. Fine, fine, fine. Only then did his father continue. 100,000 years ago, a great war erupted between the human and demon races. The demon race suffered a crushing defeat and retreated to defend their ancestral land. The demon race's ancestral land lies on the opposite shore of the Sword Abyss Dark Sea. That sword abyss is actually a magnificent sword scar slashed open by the ancestor of our lineage. On that day, mountains and rivers shattered, and a massive rift tore through the earth. Father, our ancestor was that powerful. As long as you know. If our ancestor had not ascended to the upper realm, would our lineage have declined to this state? Chen Yinan said, exasperated. This set Chen Lingtian's imagination wild. So my background is actually this formidable. With such an ancestor in the upper realm, once I ascend, I must cling tightly to his thighs and have the old man arrange a few marriages for me. Just as Chen Lingtian was daydreaming, his father shattered his fantasy in the next second. What are you thinking about, you brat? Chen Yinan sensed that something was off with the boy, assuming he had been shocked by his words. It made sense, so a figure like their ancestor would be a top-tier genius even in the upper realm. Back then, their ancestor had ascended to the upper realm by slicing open the heavenly gate with a single sword stroke. Father, I'm fine. Please continue. Few brat. Chen Lingtian composed himself and continued to listen to his father's tale back then. When our ancestor struck with his sword, 1,000,000 miles of mountains and rivers shattered and the earth was torn open to reveal a bottomless chasm. Afterward, the demon race went into seclusion and our two races minded our own business. Now that the demon race has returned, they must be planning something big. Hearing his father's explanation, Chen Lingtian came to a sudden realization. So that was how it was. He immediately asked, Father, that ancestor must have left behind some trump cards, right? Chen Lingtian said, with deep meaning, Tian'er, there is something you do not know. Within just a century of that ancestor departing for the upper realm, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth plummeted and the world source was sealed. Our human race began to be shackled by heaven and earth, and the trump cards left by our ancestor have been nearly exhausted. If not for a few ancient existences who sealed their sources and slumbered in their coffins, our Sangzhou would have long since followed in the footsteps of Guzhou. Sangzhou, Guzhou, your senior brother will tell you about that in the future. Except for Zhongzhou, racial conflicts have erupted in all other provinces. Our Sangzhou is the most severely affected, which is why our spiritual energy is among the poorest. All right, Father, I need to head back to my room and rest. No need to go back. Tomorrow I will send someone to escort you to the imperial city to temporarily avoid this trouble. In any case, you have to return to the immortal sect with your senior brother, so you might as well leave early. The current situation is unstable. Once this matter settles down, you can return. Perhaps your mother will be back by then too. My mother. Chen Lingtian recalled the past. When he first transmigrated, he had become a golden tadpole, wandering and groping in the endless abyss. In the infinite darkness, there was only him. With no brothers or sisters to compete with, he was entirely alone. Evading the annihilation of the heavenly Tao time and again, he finally survived merging into the reincarnation of the great Tao to form a fetus. But the good times did not last. Just as the golden tadpole took shape, whether out of playfulness or the influence of the heavenly Tao, he did not realize he had transmigrated into a fetus, resulting in him tossing and turning, playing around inside his mother's womb. On a dark and windy night, he stumbled upon a path leading to an unknown destination. Like a rat in a sewer, he stubbornly squeezed his way inside. Upon reaching the end, a sudden feeling of suffocation washed over him. To survive, he risked everything, mustering every ounce of his strength to desperately squeeze out. Although he survived, he was born prematurely. His immortal path of the great Tao was abruptly severed, his innate Tao body reduced to a useless constitution possessing a chaotic mix of all 5 elements of spiritual roots. This child of the womb was Chen Lingtian. After birth, he pestered his mother day and night for milk. He drank looking up, he drank looking down, drinking for 3 whole years. His mother's immortal spiritual aura, which she had just cultivated and recovered, was completely drained by him. The memories of those 3 years were filled entirely with the scent of milk. He would never forget it. Love you, Mom. Your mother isn't dead, so don't go letting your mind wander, kid. His father Chen Lingtian did not elaborate further. Perhaps there was some hidden truth that could not yet be revealed to his dear son, or perhaps it was inappropriate to speak of with outsiders nearby. Yet both assumptions were entirely wrong. In truth, it was simply because he himself had no idea what his unwed wife, the boy's mother, had gone to do. She had only left behind a single warning: take good care of the child. If anything happens to him, you will be held solely responsible. At this moment, Chen Lingtian was utterly bewildered. When did I ever think my mother was dead? Does this old geezer really think I'm clueless? As a transmigrator, how could he not sense the hidden mystery within this? However, he too was unable to guess what his mother was actually up to. For during those 3 years, no one had ever disturbed the mother and son. In the beginning, Chen Lingtian had even believed he was fatherless because his mother had claimed his father had passed away early. But later, cough cough, this unwed couple turned out to be exceptionally skilled at lying and cajoling, specifically targeting their own son. Chen Lingtian thought no further of it, lowering his brows and nodding, Father, I understand. Staring at his dear son's behavior, Chen Lingtian felt a lingering sense of unease. He wondered if he was merely hallucinating. When did this kid become so serious? Could he be missing his mother? To be honest, I miss her too. Pulling himself out of his reverie, he instructed in a solemn voice. Tian'er, your mother said you must not suffer even the slightest scratch. Therefore, you must depart first. If your mother finds out, she will surely have my cough cough. Your mother would surely worry about you. Chen Lingtian spoke in such haste that he had nearly let the truth slip. Yet was he not also eagerly anticipating this moment? The great war between humans and demons was a prime opportunity to grow stronger. The demon clan could grow stronger through devouring, while humans could temper their physical bodies with demon blood, and demon cores could be used to refine heaven-seizing pills. This could be considered the dawn of a golden age. Father, are you not leaving then? Ha ha ha. Tian'er, are you worried about your father? I am no pushover. Back then your mother gave me plenty of treasures. In the next instant, Chen Lingtian suddenly realized his mistake. Wait, no. But it was already too late. That rascal of a son had already heard every single word loud and clear. Chen Lingtian had long known that his father feared his mother, but he had never expected that his old man was actually living off his wife. He had assumed his father was someone extraordinary. After all, in the stories of many transmigrators, living parents were usually supreme powerhouses, each hiding their true strength deeper than the last, only revealing themselves when the protagonist was on the brink of death. Alas, he had overthought it. As it turned out, his father was just like him. Both relied on women. Wait, that's not right. I rely on the system. The mechanical voice of the system chimed in. Host, you are also relying on a woman. System, screw you. Fuming with rage, Chen Lingtian returned to his room and entered his grotto heaven. He was incredibly exasperated and desperately needed to cool off. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the various clans were all shocked upon receiving the news that the demon clan had unleashed a beast tide heading south. They immediately made arrangements for their descendants to leave Nanyang City and seek temporary refuge in the imperial capital. As for why they did not all evacuate, it was because this presented a monumental opportunity. Some of the elders who had spent their entire lives unable to break through their bottlenecks wanted to take a gamble to turn their fortunes around. One might wonder why the clans here were all incredibly wealthy and why they chose to take root in such a desolate and bitterly cold wasteland. It was precisely because this place bordered the demon lands. This was an ancient battlefield from 100,000 years ago. Not only was it teeming with demonic beast resources, but the legacy manuals left behind here were also exceedingly abundant. Beneath the sword abyss lay boundless opportunities where countless mighty experts of both the human and demon races had perished. Although later generations had explored it time and again, the treasures hidden there had only accumulated rather than diminished over tens of thousands of years. Why was that? To grow stronger, cultivators had no choice but to risk their lives venturing there to seize opportunities and snatch fortune. Consequently, conflicts erupted where the weak perished and the strong survived, leaving no small number of powerful cultivators buried within. The sword abyss was boundless, containing a world of its own. Great cultivators who had failed to pass down their legacies perished within, which was also a key factor in the decline of the human race. With their inheritances severed and no successors to carry the torch, coupled with the depletion of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, even the birth of peerless geniuses could not restore the era to its former peak. When geniuses were born in the lower provinces, most were immediately recruited by major powers upon discovery. The strongholds of these major powers were all located in the central continent, where spiritual energy surged abundantly. How could those geniuses ever fall into the hands of minor sects? They simply could not afford to nurture them. Even though the central continent boasted many strong experts, they were merely the outstanding figures of a declined era. The terror of the sword abyss was such that even if the grandmasters of the central continent ventured into its depths, they would face a near certain death. According to rumors, it contained great terror. 80,000 years ago, a visitor from the heavenly sword mountain of the central continent, an old sword cultivator of the Guishu realm, came to this place to comprehend the Tao rhymes of the sword abyss in order to break through his bottleneck. In the end, he never returned, reportedly perishing there. In later generations, cultivators frequently ventured into the sword abyss to seek opportunities, yet none returned alive. A peerless genius backed by an immortal sect once declared he would conquer the sword abyss that struck fear into the hearts of all, but in the end he failed. His Tao protector perished, and his Tao heart shattered along with it. Unable to make any further progress in his cultivation, he eventually passed away in meditation within the ancestral grounds of his immortal sect, vanishing into the long river of history. A genius who was meant to undergo nirvana and ascend to the upper realm had died just like that. No one knew what he had experienced inside the sword abyss. Perhaps only he himself knew. Yet despite this tragedy, more and more cultivators surged into the abyss, though only a mere handful managed to survive. From then on, the sword abyss was left neglected and ignored. However, on the surrounding lands there were still undiscovered treasures left behind by the so-called fortune grunts, heaven-peeping scouts, and various generals and commanders. Even if the area had been thoroughly scavenged, there was always a chance of finding leftover scraps. For instance, a rogue cultivator of the spirit condensation realm once found a treasure in the looted ruined cave dwelling of a deceased origin return realm expert. Such occurrences happened in many places. Over tens of thousands of years, the spiritual items nurtured and grown from the remains of deceased cultivators made this place the most abundant region in Songzhou. In the past, no one would have spared a glance at these treasures, but now they were coveted by all, turning this place into a paradise for rogue cultivators. This border was shared not only by the Great Yin dynasty, but also by several other empires. However, being the closest, Great Yin was the first to receive the news of the demon clan's southward advance. This undoubtedly granted the Great Yin dynasty ample time to prepare. Yet what they did not know was that this impending catastrophe had been triggered by nothing more than a lost beast cub. Big brother, the beast tide is imminent. Perhaps we should retreat. I feel this tide is far from ordinary. I fear what? It is merely a beast tide. This is a monumental opportunity for wealth. The rise of our Longhu gang is just around the corner. Big brother. Get lost. If you want to run by yourself. The brothers are still waiting to feast. What a spineless coward. Truly, as timid as a mouse. You might as well get out of the Longhu gang and become a corpse-looting rogue cultivator. You are an utter disgrace to our gang. The brothers who had once shared life and death bonds now mocked him as a coward and a spineless insect. It was truly ironic. The male cultivator said no more. Good words cannot persuade those bent on doom. It was not that he feared death, but that he had a wife and children depending on him. At this moment he thought, how wonderful it would be to be free of attachments. If only I possessed the strength would I be able to change all of this. Yet there were no such ifs in this world. He silently withdrew, leading his family away from Nanyang City. Such scenes were playing out all across the city. Indeed, it was the cautious rogue cultivators of the Tao of survival who fled the fastest. This was the path of cultivation, fraught with hardships and perils where every loss was balanced by a gain and endless journey. Yet how could cultivating immortality be so simple as to achieve godhood and become a patriarch? Cultivation. Is it the cultivation of humanity, of the heart, of the body, of nature? None of the above. It could be said that one cultivates the Tao. The Tao, everyone's Tao is unique. As the saying goes, those of different paths do not walk together. Within the city, various factions large and small began preparing for battle. The timid fled first, leaving behind the bold. As the saying goes, the courageous feast while the cowardly starve. Although the beast tide boasted a massive number of demonic beasts, the vast majority were merely ordinary Tier 1 and Tier 2 beasts. Cultivators with only body-tempering realm strength could slaughter hordes of Tier 2 beasts. This was primarily because these beasts lacked intelligence, relying solely on brute force. With low bloodline purity and no innate divine abilities, they were akin to brain-damaged human body cultivators. Furthermore, they had auxiliary tools like magical treasures, spiritual talismans, medicinal pills, and secret treasures. It was akin to an armed hunter tracking tigers, who, as long as they were used well and ammunition was plentiful, they could slay them as they came, whether individually or in packs. The Xia family of Nanyang. The younger generation of the Xia family had fully assembled. Carriages and horses were prepared, and they had packed everything they could carry. Now the only obstacle was the young girl Xia, he who adamantly refused to leave. Xia Jiting wore a look of utter helplessness. He knew exactly what his daughter was thinking, that brat had completely stolen her soul, and now she was throwing a tantrum, refusing to leave. He stepped into the room. Upon seeing her father arrive, Xia, he asked, "Father, has brother Lingtian left yet?" Xia Jiting's face darkened, but he still advised her patiently, "My daughter, that Chen boy naturally has his father to make arrangements for him. Besides, now that he has entered an immortal sect, he is no longer from the same world as you. Why are you still thinking about him? Pack up quickly. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to. Father, if brother Lingtian doesn't leave, I won't leave either." Xia Jiting's temper flared. He had raised his daughter for so many years, yet now she refused to listen to his counsel. Since persuasion failed, he would resort to force. "You truly lack discipline. Someone tie the young lady up and put her in the sedan." "Yes." Patriarch. Two guards stepped forward and without a word bound the young lady securely. "Father, no, I don't want to leave. I want to wait for brother Lingtian so we can leave together." Her resistance proved futile, and Xia, he could only shout in protest, though it was all in vain. Sigh. Meanwhile, at the Zhang family of Nanyang, a rapid knocking sound echoed, followed by the old man's voice, "Xiaofan, are you awake yet?" Inside the room, Zhang Xiaofan was fast asleep. Yesterday she had dug until the well ran completely dry, and now she was sleeping soundly. This minor disturbance was far from enough to wake her. "My dear granddaughter." "Dear granddaughter." Seeing that he couldn't wake her, Zhang Qingshan pushed the door open and glanced toward the bed where Zhang Xiaofan lay. Good heavens! She was sprawled out in a completely unseemly posture, the mattress tangled in a messy heap, with several crumpled pieces of paper strewn beneath the bed. Zhang Qingshan walked over to the bedside, picked up a crumpled ball of paper, and smoothed it out to inspect it. "Escape plan 1 max. Escape plan." Zhang Qingshan read the words aloud, but he did not recognize the characters that followed. With such bizarre symbols, what on earth was wrong with his granddaughter? Could she be possessed? Only these few words were written on the paper, accompanied by symbols the old man did not recognize, compounded by the deeply sleeping girl on the bed. This instantly made the old man suspect the work of evil cultivators. Who is it? Who dares touch my Zhang Qingshan's precious granddaughter? Show yourself. This thunderous roar startled Zhang Xiaofan, who was sleeping like a log on the bed. Shivering violently, she bolted upright. "Grandfather! My dear granddaughter, what happened? I thought you had been cursed by an evil cultivator. Quick, get up and let grandfather take a look." "Grandfather, I'm fine. Why are you here?" Hearing this, Zhang Qingshan finally remembered his purpose, having nearly forgotten the important matter at hand. He patted his head and uncharacteristically said with a solemn expression, "My dear granddaughter, get up quickly. Your mother is waiting for you outside the door. Pack your things at once." "Mother, didn't she just visit?" Zhang Xiaofan lay back down. She had thought some major crisis had occurred, but it turned out her mother was just looking for her undoubtedly to make her go outside. She was a homebody and had no desire to go out. Closing her eyes as she lay down, she said weakly, "Grandfather, my entire body feels sore right now. I need to rest. Let father go instead." Up, up, up. The old man grabbed one of Zhang Xiaofan's hands and pulled her upright, saying crossly, "Grandfather cannot spoil you this time. Even if you do not want to leave, you must go." With that, he pinched his fingers to channel spiritual energy, wrapping Zhang Xiaofan along with her bedding before carrying her out of the room. "Grandfather, I'll go. I'll go all right. Put me down, I haven't even changed my clothes yet." Just like that, Zhang Xiaofan was packed up and sent away, placed into a grand sedan arranged by the family, drawn by 3 white spirit horses and escorted by 10 armed guards of the body-tempering realm. Fortunately, her mother was accompanying her, otherwise she would have truly believed her grandfather had seized her to be sent as a bed warmer for that young lord. She was still young and had no desire to marry. Still crying. "Xiaofan, your grandfather simply dotes on you too much, spoiling you terribly. This time mother is taking you to the imperial city to visit your maternal great-grandfather. He misses you dearly." "Really? Really? Mother, you aren't lying to me, are you? How could mother ever lie to you?" "All right then." Zhang Xiaofan's anxious heart finally settled. So she wasn't being sold off after all. Going to the imperial city meant she could fly far away and avoid facing that man altogether. Hee. Zhang Xiaofan was lost in her beautiful fantasies. Once she left Nanyang City, the other party would no longer be able to pay her a visit, and she would be free from his threats. As she thought about it, she began to laugh. Seeing her daughter cry one moment and laugh the next, her mother instinctively touched the girl's forehead, thinking to herself, "It's not hot. Mother, what are you doing?" Aside from them, the Wang family had long been prepared and departed first, while the Yi family remained as immovable as a mountain. Now only the Lu family had yet to make a move. At this moment, in the main hall of the Lu family, "Yiner, are you truly not leaving?" "Father, I am not leaving." Lu Shiji knew his daughter was a woman of her word. Having arranged her marriage against her will was his failing as a father. Although his daughter said nothing, he still felt indebted to her. He had come to understand that her past pride was still her pride, therefore his daughter's path would be walked by her alone from now on. If that is the case, then stay. I doubt those monsters can breach Yang City in a short time. Luce and Lu, see you two take the younger generation of the clan and leave first. Catch up with the main forces of the other families, just in case. "Yes, Patriarch," the two replied in unison. After they departed, Lu Shiji let out a deep, long sigh. "Yiner, their path ahead. I fear it will not be easy either." The next morning at dawn, Chen Lingtian sat cross-legged on his bed, circulating the Yunu heart scripture. This time he finally did not collapse from exhaustion. The aphrodisiac pill he had taken earlier had truly been a timely savior. Coupled with his extra cultivation sessions with a mind concentration female cultivator, he was now utilizing this technique with effortless mastery. Few 2.5 minor cosmic cycles. My progress has improved significantly once again. Just a few days ago, he could barely complete half a minor cycle. Now dual cultivation was truly the ultimate path. He could feel his own transformation. The impurity level has actually decreased. Immediately after, Chen Lingtian summoned the system panel to inspect it. System character panel. Host Chen Lingtian. Cultivation, second layer of body tempering. 5 elements, impure spiritual root, impurity level 85. Click to view detailed data. View. Metal 92. Wood 89. Water 50. Fire 96. Earth 98. Aptitude evaluation, lower middle class, impure spiritual root. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth have all decreased, especially water. This water. Could it be? Caressing his chin in deep thought, an answer dawned upon him. With a smirk, he asked, "System, does the element of my partner determine which spiritual root gets repaired?" "Yes, host. So that's how it is. Mengmeng has a water spiritual root, and Baixue is an ice attribute demon beast, which is derived from water." Delighted, a joyful smile spread across his face. "If I remember correctly, Ruyan seems to have a fire spiritual root, Linger has a metal spiritual root, and that fellow transmigrator seems to possess dual earth and wood spiritual roots. Heaven is truly on my side, absolutely wonderful." Yet what he did not realize was that 2 of his 3 wives had already fled, leaving him completely in the dark. "Oh," he called out toward the courtyard. In the next instant, a dark shadow knelt on one knee before the entrance, his silhouette cast upon the window lattice. "Your subordinate is here." The newcomer was Ahu, his personal guard. He had been sent away by Chen Lingtian these past few days. In the past, given Chen Lingtian's meager strength, he would have insisted on Ahu accompanying him everywhere out of fear of being bullied. "Ahu, make a trip to the Xia family. Tell them that the gift I promised Miss Xia has arrived," he instructed, thinking to himself, "with that young girl's deep affection for me. Reasonably, she should come right." After all, this was something he had promised her before, and he took no pleasure in making empty promises. But in the next moment he was utterly dumbfounded. Young Master Miss Xia has left. The younger generation of the Xia family has departed Nanyang City ahead of schedule, seemingly heading toward the imperial capital. I heard that Miss Xia was bound and forced onto the carriage by her clan. What? She's gone. Chen Lingtian's little scheme fell through, but upon hearing the latter part of the report a wave of melancholy washed over his heart. That silly girl. Pulling his thoughts back, he continued to inquire, what about the Wang Zhang and Lu families? Have they also departed? Yes, young master. Those three families have all withdrawn, leaving behind mostly the older generation of the clans. However, the young mistress of the Lu family chose to stay. Ahu reported truthfully, without a single word of falsehood. That Lu Rian remained did not surprise Chen Lingtian. After all, she was the chosen daughter of heaven in this world. This beast tide was likely the catalyst for her awakening. Perhaps the remnant soul of her old mentor had already awakened. Chen Lingtian lost his leisurely mood. He was not close to Lu Ruyan, and since she was a favored child of fortune who might have regained her confidence by now, she would not be easy to deal with or manipulate. Previously, the Lu clan had agreed to Chun Yinan's proposal to let their daughter become Chen Lingtian's concubine. Judging by her attendance at the banquet, she had been lost at the time, unable to see her future path. But now, things were going to be difficult. His suspicion was correct. Within the empty courtyards of the Nanyang Lu residence, inside Miss Lu's private chamber. Master, I do not resent you. Without you I might have married and been reduced to a mere housewife. My disciple, this old woman, is the one who must thank you. Otherwise my spiritual sense would have perished long ago, leaving me to wander as a lost soul. This is the flame mantra, a cultivation technique of the human immortal rank. It fuses thousands of raging flames and can lead one to the path of immortality. I shall impart it to you now. The illusory figure of the old woman was hunched, her white hair dry as straw, her face etched with deep wrinkles and sunken eye sockets. With a flick of her finger, a crimson light condensed at her tip. The residual crimson mist drifted toward Lu Rian's forehead, sinking into the space between her brows and entering the depths of her consciousness. Thank you, master, she said respectfully. This was an immortal technique. The mere word, immortal, sent tremors through her heart. Cultivating the Tao to attain immortality was no casual matter. She silently vowed, 3 years from now, I will personally crush the Shao family and reclaim my honor from past humiliations. That memory flashed through her mind. Lu Rian, you are nothing but a piece of trash unworthy of entering the gates of my Shao family. Today I shall annul our engagement with this letter of divorce. Her father Lu Shiji pleaded, Brother Shao, is this your intention? Shao Han's father Shao Yin replied, Brother Lu, your daughter's cultivation has regressed, and she can no longer carry on the bloodline of our Shao clan. Our Shao family does not accept a daughter-in-law of such poor aptitude. Good, very well indeed. Haha, Brother Lu, you jest. If you are willing, Rian may serve as a bedwarming maid for my son. Bedwarming maid? What a bedwarming maid? The humiliation of the past shall be repaid 100-fold. Lu Rian's gaze turned fierce and ruthless. She hated her own weakness, which had forced her father to bow and scrape. Sensing her disciple's turbulent emotions, the old woman could only sigh. Alas, this disciple of mine is excellent in temperament, aptitude, and character, but she is far too cold. Just like Milady, she holds grudges deeply. The remnant soul Granny Ku was named Lin Luo. She was once a follower of a supreme existence in the immortal realm. She had resided in this lower realm for 1,000,000 years, tasked with guarding the young lady sealed inside the immortal coffin. However, when the great trend arrived, the heavens fell. The heavenly Tao was to descend divine punishment, dividing the original world into the upper and lower realms. During that catastrophe, she was envied and targeted by the heavenly Tao, ending up with her body destroyed and her Tao extinguished. Had it not been for the profound heavenly Tao runes carved onto the sealed immortal coffin by her master, Granny Ku's soul would have been completely obliterated under the bombardment of the heavenly Tao's furious lightning. Just as Granny Ku sighed softly, a wisp of blazing flame erupted from within Lu Rian. The old woman gasped in utter disbelief. This is the heaven-burning divine body. Streams of crimson flames burst from Lu Rian's body, completely incinerating her white silk garments. Her porcelain snow-white skin was laid bare, surrounded by swirling flames that danced around her exquisite curves. The flames burned fiercely, yet they only consumed external objects, leaving not a single strand of her hair harmed. The surrounding temperature surged rapidly as the raging fire suddenly transformed into a Taotai flame beast, opening its massive maw as if to swallow everything in its path. Not good. This sight startled Granny Ku, sending a tremor of fear through her. The blazing fire seemed intent on attacking her. Yet even though she was reduced to a remnant soul, with less than a fraction of her strength remaining, she was no pushover. She swiftly marshaled her soul power to suppress the awakening of Lu Rian's constitution, for this was no laughing matter. Withered spirit, frost flame, go. As the old woman chanted, a cluster of orchid-colored cold flame surged from the depths of her soul, instantly enveloping the area. In a mere flash, the wild, chaotic flames were suppressed. As time passed, the heaven-burning flames transformed into streaks of crimson fire flowing back into the space between Lu Rian's brows. In the next instant, the wisps of flame gathered to form a natural blazing immortal sigil, faintly visible between her brows, adding a touch of breathtaking allure to her lovely face. With the heart fire suppressed, Lu Rian slowly opened her eyes and murmured in a daze, "Master, what happened to me?" "My disciple, rest easy. This is simply the awakening of your unique constitution. There is nothing to worry about. Combining your constitution with the flame mantra I gave you, as long as you cultivate diligently, attaining immortality is merely the beginning." "Immortal?" Lu Rian asked blankly, this being the second time she had heard this word from her master. Your master spoke too much. You will understand in the future. For now, cultivate well. Your master needs to enter a deep slumber." Granny Ku smiled, seeing the bewilderment in her disciple's eyes. After all, an immortal was a distant existence far beyond what a young girl like her could currently comprehend. "Master." Lu Rian's voice grew urgent. She had not expected her master to fall back into a slumber so soon after awakening. "My disciple, in order to suppress the awakening of your constitution, your master has overexerted her soul power. The time has not yet come. My disciple, you must suppress that power within your body and never use it unless absolutely necessary." Granny Ku's voice grew increasingly faint. "There are many ways to suppress it, but the most effective is venting." "Master, how should I vent it?" "Capture male cultivators to vent the fire." Granny Ku's voice drifted off, falling into a deep sleep before she could finish her sentence. Left alone in the room, the utterly bewildered, unclothed girl called out again, "Master." Her face flushed redder than anything, whether from shame or anger. The rosy glow on her cheeks spoke volumes. Lu Rian's cheeks burned, master's final words echoing repeatedly in her mind, "Capture a male cultivator." To relieve that urge, her lips moved slightly, whispering, "Master, I can endure it." The wind at the window slapped against the table, a cold gust slipping into the boudoir and scattering the ash of garments on the ground. A tall, graceful figure emerged from among the ashes. Jinbei Wang's mansion within the study. Father and son were conversing inside. "Father, I'll depart in a few days. Have you made up your mind?" "I have. You've grown up now. Many matters require you to think things through for yourself before making decisions." "Understood, father." "Sigh. With that person protecting him, I needn't worry as much." He sighed. He had arranged everything properly, planning for his son to depart with the larger force organized by those clans, but now he says he won't be leaving. What should be done? Does he want to imitate the Xia family and cling to someone's coattails? He simply cannot bear such humiliation. Chen Lingtian knew his son's nature well. He yielded to gentleness, but not to force. Over the years, the brat had been raised under his strict discipline. How could he not know? No telling what schemes that rascal was brewing. With a greatsword cultivator whose blade intent had reached perfection serving as his protector, he had worried unnecessarily. Forget it, let him go his own way. Chen Lingtian returned to his room. He had no intention of heading to the imperial city at present, for he intended to extract some benefits first. With Shun Sandao present, his safety was assured, and moreover Lu Rian was also there, so he was in no hurry to depart. First, let us see what great opportunities this woman of boundless fortune might encounter. What Chen Lingtian needed to do was simply follow behind her. Picking up scraps from behind would suffice. Who knows, if he seized the opportunity to win her over, he might just rise to prominence. Entering the heavenly realm, his eldest son was cultivating alongside Bitesai, while Mother Rabbit led the 7 treasures in a line grazing. Due to the limited duration of the transformation pill, Baishue could not maintain her half-demon form and had reverted to her original rabbit form. She seems to have gained more weight. Could she be with child? Chen Lingtian murmured, gesturing up and down over Baishue's belly several times. She's grown considerably larger than before. Is she pregnant? He then summoned the system panel to check. Bound entity, Baishue intimacy, 99 cultivation, 3rd tier spirit, beast form, rabbit status, not pregnant system. Reminder, the reproductive capacity of the currently bound entity has declined significantly. Host is urged to allocate additional points and increase frequency to facilitate breeding at the earliest opportunity. So she wasn't pregnant after all. It appeared she had consumed quite a bit during her postpartum period. Yet why did her fertility rate keep declining? What on earth is going on, he complained. Over these past few days, the little white rabbit had been frequently in heat, and Chen Lingtian had not held back, yet she simply would not conceive. Chen Lingtian was equally anxious. Currently, she was his only viable mate, though he had attempted to seek other partners during this period. System note: as his strength grows stronger, if the host cannot withstand the essence baptism, they will be unable to gestate a spirit offspring. Moreover, he could not even establish bindings with them. One could say he had exhausted every desperate option. He considered seeking out those capable of bearing numerous offspring for reproduction. Though the quality might be inferior, at least the quantity would be substantial. Quantity yields quality transformation. Chen Lingtian was well aware of this. As long as the numbers were sufficient, he could accumulate them to reach the pinnacle. For instance, fish offspring, snake offspring, rabbit offspring. These all reproduced readily and were easy to nurture. He had also considered insects such as ants and spiders along with arthropods. However, in this world he had never heard of any powerful beings among such creatures. They were almost entirely mortal beasts of the lowest order, utterly weak. As for snake offspring, Chen Lingtian was also searching for them. But he simply could not find any. Perhaps the cold climate of the northern waste was unsuitable for cold-blooded demon beasts like serpents. As for pig offspring, Chen Lingtian had not dared to attempt it. He feared that even after administering the transformation pill, it would prove useless. If an 800-gene loli emerged, could he really go through with it? There was no need to mention toad offspring, but if it were a golden toad, he might still give it a try. Now Chen Lingtian found himself in a dilemma. Was finding a mate truly this difficult? Should he resort to forced affection? Perhaps he should abduct female cultivators. Actually, that might work. However, Chen Lingtian had been a gentleman of fine character in his past life. How could he resort to such schemes? He always used persuasion through intimacy to gain the other party's consent. Bai Shue, I went willingly. Mengming, right, I was the one who took the initiative. By the way, didn't I release a spirit fish into the heavenly realm before? Chen Lingtian suddenly remembered that the fish offspring he had been eagerly seeking was right at hand. He recalled that fish offspring was a koi, its talent named something like good fortune comes. He wondered whether it might bring good luck with pregnancy. Chen Lingtian was in no rush to seek out the koi offspring. The purpose of his visit was to see the adorable kitty. Snow leopard offspring. This was his prized treasure with top-tier bloodline. Even if it bore few young, if it could produce one, he refused to believe the rewards would not be extraordinary. The system had explained that the higher the qualification of the bound entity, the stronger the offspring would be and the richer the rewards, though there was always a chance to achieve great results through modest means. For instance, the 8 offspring born to Schwer were remarkable from the start. Chen Lingtian even suspected that his little snow rabbit might have been swapped or was the reincarnation of some great power. Yet examining her with his broken illusion eye and checking the system interface revealed nothing amiss. Therefore, there was indeed a probability of producing potential offspring likely tied to the resources invested during gestation. He recalled that during her gestation period, Schwer consumed spiritual herbs and medicines, he cultivated, drank sacred spring water, and was fed numerous child-rearing pills. The gestation period had also doubled, indicating that as long as the mother could endure it, she could nurture the embryo and give birth to offspring. At that moment, Chen Lingtian comprehended. This method was like the multiple offspring novels he had read in his past life. By using spirit stones, lifespan, and heavenly treasures, one could strengthen the descendants. This was closely connected to the maternal lineage's qualifications, but what about Schwer's offspring? Chen Lingtian was puzzled. Could she truly be the reincarnation of a great power like the jade rabbit in Chang'e's embrace? Although he had never heard of any immortal or divine names, this world did have immortals. Otherwise, why call it a cultivation world? Without immortals, what was there to boast about? It seemed he would need to study the rabbit offspring carefully in the future, for she had given birth to a child with immortal-grade qualifications. Schwer has already borne children for me. Even if she turns out to be the reincarnation of a supreme being, she should show mercy. When the time comes, we'll see. Chen Lingtian stopped speculating. To move forward steadily, one must not aim too high prematurely. His current mission was simple: produce more offspring to grow stronger. That was the true path. Chen Lingtian surveyed the heavenly realm sector and finally located that little one in a dense forest. Not only did it not run away, why has it also grown several rounds fatter? Gazing at the enlarged snow leopard cub, Chen Lingtian's face fell. What? Different waters raised different beasts. Before entering, they were all more delicate than the last, but now they have all become deformed after coming in. Had he been feeding them too much? Chen Lingtian had planted the spiritual plants drawn from the lottery wheel along with the rewards obtained from bearing children within this heavenly realm, aiming to sublimate it and unlock the next one. At that moment, the little leopard was lying beside a 9-foot-tall spiritual tree, the lower-grade heaven-rank Bodhi fruit tree. But now the sapling had grown more than just a little on top of it, had actually sprouted a thumb-sized emerald green bud. Chen Lingtian muttered, I recall the Bodhi fruit tree takes 100 years to bloom and another 100 to bear fruit. It was planted not long ago. Why has it grown so fast with buds already emerging? Curiosity drove him to activate his heavenly eye to inspect. Name Bodhi fruit tree, rank lower heaven rank, growth cycle 200 years, current cycle 112 years, status auspicious, beast returning to aid gathering the breath of heaven and earth, cycle shortened, accelerating. Auspicious beast returning to aid. Does this mean this little one is also an auspicious beast? What a treasure I have found. Sigh. When fortune arrives, none can stop it. At the far side of the cavern, the rabbit mother rested with her babies when a small one bounded over to her side. The little bunny asked about Father Rabbit, wondering how could he go again. She is Ba Bao Mi Do. Just now Chen Lingtian appeared in the grotto and was sensed by her. In the blink of an eye he was gone. Mi Do frowned and asked if Father Rabbit had come to play with her and left again. She was thinking. At that moment Bai Shui lifted her rounded belly, swallowed the spiritual herb she had stuffed in her mouth, and asked Mi Do if the big bad had just come. The little bunny sighed that Father Rabbit had come, but left again. She did not believe it. Bai Shui stood up, ears erect, listening in all directions with eyes alert and watchful. Mi Do wailed. Seeing there was no sign of that man, Bai Shui bent down and whispered that Father Rabbit is the big bad. The big bad will imprison us. She could not tell what trick he used to put you into her belly, but he is truly bad. Bai Shui patted her belly and added that every time the bad comes he would eat her little belly, and when you all grow up he will eat you one bite after another. The surrounding little ones fell silent, blinking their big eyes in disbelief at their silly mother. They wondered if Mother Rabbit had lost her mind. There was food and shelter here, everywhere delicious things to eat, and they could not understand their mother's ways. As for Bai Shui's odd reasoning, every time Chen Lingtian drew near and touched, he liked to kiss her belly and fiddle with it, making her dizzy, and when she woke the belly was gone. It had become a hollow belly. The cause was that its contents had been digested, transformed into spiritual energy to nurture her. Previously they had accumulated inside, which made Bai Shui think Chen Lingtian had eaten it. To stay safe she ate until her belly felt bloated every day, hoping to avoid being devoured by the big bad. She did not fear death, but feared pain. Each time the big bad ate her little belly it hurt there, but afterward it recovered, so she had to keep the little belly intact. Only eat, eat, eat. Yet these little ones are innately intelligent spirit beasts. They are not mindless tubers. If Mother Rabbit tells them this, the little ones would not despise her. They would feel more sympathy and protectiveness toward her, because she is their mother. Although she is foolish these days, the little ones follow behind Tu Nyang to pick up food. Tu Nyang eats the most, and is the happiest. Every time the rabbit mother finds something tasty, her saliva would flow freely, and the little ones watched. To please her, they would gather spirit objects from all around, earning praise. As for Chen Lingtian, the roving elder, he was rarely seen in their memories. Initially his appearance thrilled Tu Nyang the most, and she even sent them away. But later there was a reversal. The first to run away was their own mother. The little ones were puzzled by this. They all carried inherited memory, knowing some of the world's rules from birth, such as reproduction and recognizing father and mother. These are like Blue Star's children, who can discern which are their lifelines by sense, sound, and appearance, and can distinguish right from wrong. In this world of cultivation, the sense of bloodline resonance is even more pronounced. There is no need to worry about who is the rightful parent, because spiritual energy draws blood and makes lineage traceable. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger the sense of bloodline. There is no need to mistake lifelines, hence the little ones have an innate affinity toward Chen Lingtian. Mi Do, Father Rabbit is not the bad guy. Mi Do, tiny and downcast, tears circling in her eyes. If Chen Lingtian knew, he would be heartbroken. This little one is especially close to her father. He is the bad guy, the big bad. Bai Shui, furious, lifted her blue eyes and turned them red, then swung away without looking back. She is also a child at heart, not very old. Having been treated by Chen Lingtian as a child bride, her feelings have long been tied to harsh discipline. Disobedience meant a beating. Bai Shui had had enough. She claimed she wasn't imprisoned yesterday. She had tried to lead the children to forage on that hillside, but they were knocked into a daze by an accident. She was imprisoned. Like before, she remembered everything with that human man and whispered the word cage. Perhaps she belongs living in a cage. With every encounter she wonders why she grows bigger than smaller. When she grows bigger, the man speaks many sweet words and lets her do things she desires. When she shrinks, he becomes a different person. She is like a caged bird, living with almost no meaning. For these babies she feels little emotion, for she is a demon, a rabbit demon. If not for the endless food here, she would not hesitate to eat her own children, just as that man claimed he would eat her. Bits of intelligence begin to awaken. She is not human, lacking abundant maternal love, only the instinct to survive. Bai Shui suppressed the flare of anger, twisted her body, and ran away, saying, Do Bao is not my child either. They are not. He forced them onto me. Bai Shui fled far away, not looking back. After the rabbit mother left, a group of little rabbits remained. Sambao and Red Date pressed close, while Erbao and Lotus Seed whispered near his ear, asking second brother whether what Mother Rabbit said was true, whether Father Rabbit was really the big bad. The youngsters listened attentively, each cleverer than the last, their conversation heard clearly by all of them. Then they spoke up in unison, second brother, please tell us. The babies all wanted to know. Lotus Seed was asked and replied that he didn't know, but they could ask big brother. I'll go find Tu Nyang first, soon she might not recognize us. Second brother, I'll go too. Me too. In the end, only Ba Bao stayed behind, not understanding why Father Rabbit is good when Mother Rabbit speaks of him this way. Father Rabbit is the best, he's not the big bad. The little one misses her father, but she does not harbor a grudge toward Tu Nyang. and follows the older siblings as they depart. Father Rabbit said you should be more cared for. That father is out to find medicine to cure Mother Rabbit. Doubao always remembers Lao Deng's words. Why not tell the other siblings? Because this is a secret between her and father. It is not selfish, it is a vow. Father said not to tell anyone. So this secret must be told to Mother only when she recovers. She must be a honest and trustworthy good child. Rubbing her eyes, she keeps moving forward. She walks slowly, the most useless baby in Tunyang's eyes, yet in Chen Lingtian's eyes, she is a source of pride. Why defend Chen Lingtian, this rotten father? It's like a filter to a newborn that is something hard to resist. As the saying goes, a father's love is as solid as a mountain and as tender as water. Don't follow me anymore. Although from my belly you are not my babies. Bai Shui said unhappily, then added, my babies are all obedient good babies. You are bad babies not listening. Bai Shui thought that if they were her own babies they should listen to her just as she listened to him. This wasn't her fault. From a small cage to a large one, now she didn't understand why he would lock her up. She truly couldn't comprehend. She wanted to ask, but could not express it. She liked him, yet hated him, and that was why she could not break through 100 in intimacy. Who that him was goes without saying. In truth, the more you love someone, the more you overthink. Isn't that so? The little ones had grown used to Rabbit Mother's demeanor, for this wasn't her first time in this mood. Looks like Rabbit Mother is thinking of Rabbit Father again. These are the inner thoughts of the little treasures. Chen Lingtian had been away one day in the outside world. The Dantian had passed 10 days, and there were many things he still did not know. Soon the little ones began to pacify the mother on their father's behalf, each more eager than the last. The silly mother has silly luck, and she loves to eat. Rabbit Mother, this is for you. Mother, this one. And mine. The little babies, each with a spiritual herb or sacred fruit in mouth or in paw, presented treasures to Rabbit Mother, piling up into a small mountain before her. They knew pleasing Rabbit Mother would keep her stomach full, for these were things she liked to eat. Rabbit Father had said to eat is a blessing. Seeing this, Bai Shui's previously raging temper completely faded. Her crimson eyes returned to blue, and she regained the image of a loving mother. She laughed. Very good, very good. Apart from Ba Bao, you all are mommy's good babies. Rabbit Mother Ba may know she was wrong. Please calm down and forgive her. This is spoken by Bao. Seeing Rabbit Mother about to get angry, he hurriedly pulled a fresh Qingling bamboo shoot from his pocket. Qingling bamboo. This bamboo shoot had been found near the bamboo hut a few days earlier. He just happened to dig it out. He knew Rabbit Mother loved this most. The fragrance was crisp and refreshing. Bai Shui asked instinctively, Xiao Yin Bao Bei, where did you get it? Tell Mother, okay. She grinned with exaggerated delight, showing 2 snow-white fangs. Tell Mother, and Mother will forgive Ba Bao. Okay. Lianzi nodded repeatedly and replied, right beside our home in the small bamboo grove. Bai Shui could not stop laughing, delighted beyond measure. Beside our home, shoots are sprouting again. Hooray! She jumped up with excitement. She hopped even higher. Now Bai Shui was a rank 3 spirit beast. Though her combat power was low, she had awakened a celestial talent, moon power affinity. Effect innate draw of moonlight and absorption of moon essence for cultivation. At night her strength soars, and on a full moon, she can undergo bloodline transcendence. She had just awakened, and Chen Lingtian did not know about it yet. If he did, sleep would be impossible. This kind of celestial power, whether it can evolve infinitely, remains unclear, yet the path of bloodline transcendence is already astonishing. After devouring the little one's sacred foods, she belched, little ones go home. Mi Do arrived just then, holding a small carrot, bouncing toward Rabbit Mother and apologizing. Rabbit Mother, this is from Rabbit Father for you. Actually, this is Chen Lingtian's gift to Ba Bao. The carrot was drawn in a previous lottery, and it is green quality. Bai Shui swiftly took it. Her anger had subsided, so she gave the treasures to the babies and did not pay attention to whose item it was. The carrot went down the little one's throat, and she heard the rest of the sentence clearly. Was it given by a big bad guy? She stuck out her tongue, trying to spit out what had entered her mouth. Tui! She hissed, but it was to no avail. Only saliva spread across the floor. What a useless Rabbit Mother she was. Her anger rekindled. The babies surrounded their mother, rubbing against her fur, and spoke one by one. Bao spoke first. Rabbit Mother, you heard wrong. It was my sister who stole it. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes, Sanbao added. I saw it too. Wu Bao chimed in. I even stole one and ate it. How could I not know? Lu Bao retorted brokenly. Qi Bao shoved Liu Bao, gritting his teeth. Shut up already, you. Ouch, that hurts. The little ones were united now. They would not abandon each other. Liu Bao, the silly one, wasn't quite quick-witted, and even his name is weird. Lu Bao. That's great. Bai Shui huffed softly, declaring that stealing was indeed the big bad guy's doing. Now she was pleased as she gathered the babies and headed home. Over there, Chen Lingtian watched the brief scene of the little snow leopard and noted that she didn't intend to run, and there seemed nowhere for her to slip away. The innate power seemed useless here. Moreover, the little cub was not yet mature. That kind of thinking would be improper. For now he had matters to attend to. His form vanished, slipping into the void. In the next moment he appeared above the Tian Shan's peak, a place Chen Lingtian had forged as the Tianqi's sacred mountain. The summit rose above the clouds surrounded by mountains. At the top lay an altar lake, and below there lay an eye named Tian Shengqi. The mountain's summit drew in spiritual energy, gathering qi. The pool's waters flowed endlessly, feeding the spiritual stream and fertile soil, nourishing all things in the Dongtian. Hia. The Tian Shan bent, and a crimson carp spirit flapped its fins, climbing the current upstream. It blew bubbles from its mouth and kept muttering encouragement to itself. Keep going, work hard. When you push, you should release a fart. Booer-3- This scene Chen Lingtian watched clearly. The little fish is none other than the koi he once brought into the Dongtian on a whim. Information check: name none, gender female, bloodline red-tailed red carp, 91. 91 crimson dragon 4. 89 mixed 4. 2. For age 24, cultivation second stage peak, innate celestial power, luck, blessing, intimacy, 80, current state, fish leaping over the dragon gate, capable of becoming a dragon. Who? End of record. My goodness, she surpassed me so quickly. Second stage peak, already nearing the third stage. That is a state of focus, not a cabbages. The sight made Chen Lingtian envious, his eyes reddened. If he had such cultivation speed, he would wake laughing in his dreams. Decisively he conveyed his request to the system. System, I want to have a baby. Transforming. Uninstalling QQ. No, I want to have a baby with her, not myself. Stop this at once. Stop it. Chen Lingtian roared inwardly. The system chimed ding. The host's request has been stopped. Damn, that was close. I almost became Moon's sister. Chen Lingtian instinctively touched his Tao ball, glad it was still a pair. Phew, that scared the baby out of me. Chen Lingtian exhaled a long breath, sweating profusely. He nearly said goodbye to Dandan. The system was too obedient. Had he said one fewer word, he might have ruined himself. What he intended to say was, system, I want to have a baby with her. But he left out one pronoun, nearly causing a disaster. After a long while he finally steadied himself. At this moment the koi baby had scaled the mountain's crest, still 1,000 feet from crossing Tian Shan to enter the sacred pool. The koi baby continued to blow bubbles, clinging to the cliff, pressing forward against the current. The heavenly waters poured into the pool, waves crashing onto the shore as emerald scales splashed with water. Gully. People say heaven and earth are heartless and treat all things as straw dogs. Yet all living things have spirits and words. Communing with heaven and earth, stepping onto the Tao, one can hear its voice and speak its language. Thus all things share a common language. The Tao script, the great way, is simple words become speech. It can be said that different races in this vast world understand each other without translation. Chen Lingtian heard the koi baby's joyous sounds, observing and cross-referencing with its information panel. He whispered, does this world have Dragon Gate? If there is, then, can a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate truly become a dragon? An ancient saying holds: snake after 10 years shedding its skin to become after 100 years of frost shedding become a dragon-like anaconda. The python guards for 1,000 years, drawing thunder to temper its body. A horned crest grows on its head, and its body hundreds of zhang long becomes a horned dragon. The jiao lies hidden for 10,000 years, dwelling in abysses and roaming the seas. It can summon winds and rain, drawing heaven and earth to transformation. It requires immense qi to empower its rise, breaking bones to sprout limbs. Those who succeed are called Dragon Walker. Those who fail perish in oblivion. Crossing the Dragon Walker nirvana can transform into a dragon. The fish leaping the Dragon Gate. By gathering spiritual energy and shedding mortal form, defying heaven, crossing the heavenly gate, inviting the tribulation, and if victorious, reborn anew. Once the fish has transformed its bones, it roams the 9 heavens at ease between heaven and earth, no longer a creature of the pond. The great Tao advances in cultivation with no end, shedding mortality to enter the Tao. From guiding qi to birthing spirit to ascending to immortality, there are no shortcuts, no luck. Only self-delivery. All cultivation is a rebellion against fate. At this moment the fish leaping the Dragon Gate takes shape. The little one retreats a hair's breadth and advances a full zhang step by step. The koi cub stands just one stride from the heavenly pool summit. Suddenly a phantom gate forged from a golden pillar appears, radiating sacred light. The mystic pillar bears dragon carvings, a crimson candle glows. Such grandeur. Chen Lingtian was startled. What is this? The koi spews a large multicolored bubble. It leaps its tail, lashes using the momentum to surge toward the gate. With a crack the heavens shift, furious thunder roars overhead, like a primal drum, clouds darken, lightning crisscross. Chen Lingtian watches the gathering of heavenly punishments overhead, a thought arising. Indeed, the fish dragons crossing the heavenly gate invite the Tao's tribulation. Yet this is my domain. How can I control this tribulation? Chen Lingtian speaks, then attempts. With his mind, he commands it. At this moment, he is the Thunder King, the supreme ruler of this realm. Raging thunder roars on, gathering from beyond the heavens, striking the beam of light in the void. Within the cavern's void crack, The great Tao strikes directly. In an instant the raging thunder coils into a serpent, horns become a dragon. The body is hundreds of zhang long and thousands of bolts flash. Bring it on, Chen Lingtian roars. At that moment he feels the whole world rejoicing, welcoming the dawn of the darkest hour. The dawn approaches. The heavenly cavern is wrapped in the Tao's thunder. Tribulation rules not only here, but everything within this place. Little cub leopard is awakened by the raging thunder. It looks up at the sky, then down at the ground, frightened. Is this a tribulation? Who is crossing the tribulation? She did not intend to intrude into this space. Originally, she planned to wait for her energy to recover and then use her powers to return. But this place is too wonderful. Everywhere lie heavenly materials and treasures, and inexhaustible essence and spiritual aura. There is also the grand opportunity she seeks, ripe with fruit. She wishes to lie here and sleep with the world. At this moment fear grips her. Dark clouds press down, fierce thunder and lightning. She instinctively believes a great power is crossing the tribulation. The little one trembles, wailing, I do not want to die, I have not eaten enough. As to why the little one thinks this is a tribulation of some divine being, it is because when her father Shui Tian, Yao Huang, broke through creation, heavenly thunder descended. Hundreds of miles around fall into darkness. Now this is not merely hundreds of miles, some say millions. Yun Ling, the little treasure, curls under a Bodhi tree trembling. Run. Run where? She has space abilities, but she dares not gamble with this million-mile domain. If she emerged from a spatial leap and collided with a furious thunder, she would surely die. So she waits. When the raging thunder falls, she will again use her powers to dodge. The little one tenses, ready, eyes fixed on the heavens with no trace of lucky thinking. Father, I won't come out again. Oh, will you come fetch me home? Yunling, little one, wants to cry, but cannot, for this is of her own making. On the other side, Bunny Mother is digging tinder shoots with her babies. She and the children are halted by the world's changes. Bai Shui is tired too. After digging so many shoots, she does not want to get wet, then tells the babies, it's going to rain, let us go home. Yes, the babies chorus in unison. They are now well-behaved little ones. Each carries a small bamboo basket and hops along after Mama Rabbit. Those bamboo baskets were tailor-made by Debeo. A rabbit mother loves Debeo most, for Debeo resembles someone's child itself. In just a few days Debeo has grown to the size of a 4-year-old, not sure what he ate to grow so fast. Yet Debeo rarely stays with Rabbit Mother and the little ones, for he has a guardian Bai Kai, arranged by Chen Lingtian. Every day Debeo must complete Bai Kai's training demands. These are orders from Chen Lingtian. Debeo will surely be sent to venture out, as a father Chen Lingtian does not want his child to grow forever under his wing. Moreover, Debeo is the eldest son to lead. He must not tarnish his father's name. Although Chen Lingtian currently has little standing, in the future it may not be. As the eldest, he must stand alone to help his father. At this moment Debeo is training in a cultivation field Chen Lingtian had opened for him. Guiyuan asks Guiyuan's sister, Bai Kai, do you think this is my father's triggering the thunder punishment? Yes, young master, the master is peerless. This heavenly cavern's blessed land all belongs to the master. Bai Kai explains honestly. Although Bai Kai is a system summoned being bound to Debeo, she remains under Chen Lingtian's command and can sense his aura. She is addressed as master. Guiyuan muses inwardly, so father is this formidable, oh, my life's goal is to surpass him. Debeo silently resolves to surpass his father, though he has already surpassed him. At this moment his cultivation stands at the second stage, peak 9-fold body tempering. Note early, mid, late, peak 9 levels, completion 10 levels. Sister Bai Kai, I want to intensify training. He tightens his tiny fist, as if a small sandbag. Good. The scene shifts. The sky grows dark with clouds. Chen Lingtian rises into the air, intent on showing off his grandeur. Crackle. System Nirvana opportunity activated. Ding, activation successful. System Nirvana in progress, storing energy. Heaven and Earth energy reserves ready. Earlier Chen Lingtian had wanted to seize the Nirvana opportunity, but Nirvana timing must be seized during the tribulation. Only by peering into heaven, into the creation realm, will there be a thunder tribulation. So would he have to wait until some distant year? Moreover, the Nirvana opportunity can be used only once. He still has several chances. Does that mean he could give it to others? Chen Lingtian also wants to try. The raging thunder continues to converge under his control. Beneath the vaulted sky, 10,000 thunder dragons lock onto their targets and rush in from all directions. Dragon roars roll like thunder. Boom. A dragon formed from violet lightning and cold gleams peaks above the clouded heavens. Dragon eyes shine like daylight, purple lightning coiling around, thunder cracking. It stretches tens of thousands of zhang in length, its body twisting, its gaze is fierce, crackling with electric arcs, staring down at the laughing ant below. The so-called ant is Chen Laogo. Ha ha ha, bring it on. Far below, the koi cub had already fainted under the gathering of 10,000 thunder dragons, now floating belly up on the Saint Heaven pool. The thirsting fish, She did not expect the divine punishment from memory's legacy would unfold like this, and this is not even crossing the heavenly gate. She only wished to cross mountains and seas to bathe in the heavenly lake. Unexpectedly, it triggers a heavenly gate. The koi cub is shaken into unconsciousness. Bubbles continue to escape its mouth a sight like a dying fish after ingesting poison. At this moment, Chen Lingtian brazenly pins his gaze to the heavens, his stance outrageous. He says in a deep voice, 10,000 raging thunders converge upon me. Nirvana begins. Wild thunder raged as heaven and earth paled. Purple lightning tore through the void, a cold gleam flashing as the dark clouds dispersed. The entire grotto heaven welcomed the dawn. Chen Lingtian's robes fluttered without wind, his entire form enveloped in winding lightning, truly resembling a venerable sovereign wielding world-ending thunder. In the next second, the mechanical voice of the system chimed. System is absorbing great Tao laws, continuously charging. Great nirvana in progress, please wait patiently. Spiritual root reconstructing. Physical body consolidating. Divine soul sublimating. Ding. Nirvana successful. Nirvana chance -1. The system's notification faded swiftly amidst the vast roaring of the sea of thunder, yet every piece of information that arrived brought Chen Lingtian sudden enlightenment, filling him with ecstatic joy. I, Chen Lingtian, am finally going to rid myself of the title of trash. Chen Lingtian laughed maniacally. The wild thunder charged continuously. Chen Lingtian intended to fully utilize this opportunity to activate all 3 of his nirvana chances. Meanwhile, in the heavenly pool, the baby koi still floated on the lake with her white belly upturned, surrounded by piles of bubbles. Chaining together, they wrapped around her entire body. The baby koi's hope had utterly perished on the eve of this world-ending tribulation, thunder's descent. Having awakened early, she had already forgotten how to struggle. The little fish felt so bitter inside. Right now, she just wanted to quietly be a fish that would never turn over, waiting for the descent of the thunder tribulation. Woohoo, Grandpa Turtle lied to me. Tears fell from the koi while mackerel clouds patterned the sky. On the other side, beneath the Bodhi tree, the baby leopard Yunling curled into a ball, her fur puffed up like a sphere. She tightly covered her eyes with her tiny paws, though she left a tiny crack just in case. Yunling cried out in her heart, her voice trembling. It's over. That human is doomed. He definitely won't hold out. Once that wild thunder spreads to the surroundings, I'll be the one in trouble. Father, the outside world is so terrifying. The celestial bamboo house. The baby rabbits were all fast asleep in their mother's embrace, save for Babeo Midu, who leaned by the window, staring straight up at the sky. Her lips parted slightly. Daddy Rabbit, is that you? The celestial bamboo house was no ordinary structure. Arranged by the system, it was an immortal-grade treasure that isolated external sound, while combining utility and defense. A bona fide divine artifact. On the training grounds, Dabeo Guiyuan ceased his cultivation. Looking up at the most intense part of the sea of thunder, his face was filled with shock. He whispered, Sister Tsaitsai is my dad, directly confronting the wild thunder. Baikai bowed slightly. Lord is unparalleled under heaven. Guiyuan clenched his small fists tighter, his tender voice exceptionally resolute. I must become strong too. As strong as Daddy Rabbit. Boom. The myriad-foot thunder dragon let out a low rumble, then swooped down to coil around Chen Lingtian, opening its massive maw to swallow him whole. Thunderous light soared into the heavens. In the next instant, it dissipated between heaven and earth, leaving only the Tao shadow of a single man upon the firmament. His name was Chen Lingtian. System, make it extra numb and spicy. At this command, the wild thunder filling the sky suddenly froze. In the next second, 10,000 lightning bolts converged, swimming around his body. They surged frantically into his body. In an instant, the myriad-foot wild thunder completely vanished from this world. The dark clouds dispersed, and the celestial light shone once more. Chen Lingtian slowly opened his eyes, arcs of purple lightning flashing across his gaze. Clenching his fingers into a fist, he felt his entire body brimming with boundless majestic power, momentarily losing himself in the sensation. Ding! Congratulations to the host on a successful nirvana. Realm promoted to peak spirit condensation realm. Acquired new physique, indestructible wild thunder physique. Divine soul, undying attribute. Finally. These few words sighed away all the despondency of his past life. At this moment, his voice had changed, no longer that of a youth, but of a young man. He was no longer the laughable boy from before. Chen Lingtian calmed his mind and murmured, so this is the real me. The previous me was truly a fool. His original self had been born with a congenital defect, breaking through his head to forcibly separate and emerge prematurely had damaged his Tao foundation, even leaving his mind impaired. Now he only recalled seemingly being squeezed during birth, and then. There was no then, the subsequent him was merely a product of gradual unconscious influence. A brave man does not boast of past exploits. That incident back then could only be blamed on his own playfulness. How foolish. Chen Lingtian lowered his head looking at the baby koi in the heavenly pool, who was still playing dead with her belly up. He smiled faintly. So you get to leap the dragon gate while I bear the thunder tribulation. But thanks anyway. I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. Chen Lingtian pointed his finger communicating with his sea of consciousness. System use a Nirvana chance on this little fellow. Ding. Nirvana chance -1 used successfully. It actually worked, Chen Lingtian said coolly. I thought it couldn't be used on unbound targets, but it turns out it can. Nirvana capability transferring. At this moment the baby koi sensed something. With a splash, she flipped over, her eyes rolling as she scanned the changes in her own body. Strands of purple spiritual aura enveloped her entire body with irresistible force. Instantly her vision went dark. What is happening to me? In the next second she understood. Although a fish's memory is said to last only 7 seconds, she was a spiritual fish, so her memory was excellent. Recalling the scene of the wild thunder descending, just now she realized she had been targeted by heavenly punishment. The little koi simply flipped over again completely, losing herself, fully prepared to be blasted into ashes. She had thought playing dead earlier had allowed her to escape, but she hadn't expected the heavens to pull a feint as she had been tricked. Witnessing this scene, Chen Lingtian found himself speechless. Watching the baby koi in the heavenly pool tossing and turning, scaring herself, a smile curled on his lips. What an interesting little fellow. Yes, a little fellow indeed. The lightning around Chen Lingtian had not yet dissipated. He resembled a newly born emperor of thunder tribulation, of bystander to the world. The system prompt sounded once more. Target is undergoing transformation. Just as the words fell, the spiritual energy above the heavenly pool surged violently. A beam of crimson-colored auspicious light soared into the sky, instantly spreading in all directions. During her nirvana, the baby koi's entire body began to transform in a certain direction. Her red fish scales shed piece by piece, followed by new ones growing in, yet they were not the previous red, but a blazing crimson fire color. The spiritual veins on the newly grown scales were clearly visible, surprisingly, emitting traces of dragon majesty that did not belong to her. The originally small fish was now continuously transforming and growing within the spiritual light, evolving toward another species. Horns began to bud on the fish's head, her fins took the shape of claws, her tail unfurled, and her body wriggled, elongating and extending. Ding. Target nirvana successful. Name none. Species crimson-tailed dragon carp. Bloodline red carp, 62 crimson dragon 38. Cultivation early stage of the third order. Innate divine ability blessing riding the wind and praying for rain. Status infancy currently transforming. Click to view details. Chen Lingtian did not check the details. He merely smiled as he watched the pond fish transform, whispering, "Not bad, she's really big. The kid won't go hungry in the future." The nirvana continued. The newly formed scales on Fish Treasure's body peeled away once more, one then another then another. Crimson scales detached from her form and drifted down to settle at the bottom of the pool. At that very moment the transformation into human form began. Every inch of her skin from head to toe underwent metamorphosis as though searching for a new equilibrium, gradually taking on a human silhouette. As her form was sketched in, a small patch of pink-tinged scales emerged above the soft mound on the left side of her chest, right over her heart, shielding the heart meridian, shimmering with a crimson radiance. This was the reverse scale of a dragon. Suddenly a pair of small bumps swelled on her head. Itch. An intense itch. Fish Treasure couldn't resist rubbing against it with her claw fins, but she simply couldn't reach. Yet in the next instant her original fin bones stretched and elongated into the rudiments of claws, crystallizing into skeletal hands with sharp talons for fingers. 2 chubby little hands forged before her very eyes. Wow! Fish Treasure let out a startled cry and couldn't help but pinch a few more times. However, the itch on her head surged through her chest once more, and she pouted her little mouth, muttering, "It's so itchy." She immediately raised her hand to feel the bumps on her head, her face filled with utter disbelief. I. Did bumps grow on my head? They felt hard and bulging. 2 of them. Fish Treasure instantly pouted, wearing all her discontent on her face. For whoever she was performing for, she cried out loudly, "I don't want to turn into Grandpa Turtle." Woo woo. The mermaid's tears fell, each rolling droplet transforming into crystal-clear pearl tears that tumbled from her cheeks into the pool, sinking to the bottom. "I don't want to become an ugly monster." The Grandpa Turtle she spoke of was an ancient green-shelled old tortoise who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. A dragon turtle at the Nirvana realm. It usually wandered about, fond of telling stories to the little ones. With head bumps and a green carapace on its back. Its appearance resembled the turtle ninjas from the American blockbuster Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, only missing the cloth strips tied across its eyes. Grandpa Turtle also had similar bumps growing on his head, though fish babies were not as large as his. Fish Treasure gave a little chuckle and wiped the tears from her eyes with her hand. She remembered what Grandpa Turtle had said. He had taken tens of thousands of years to achieve human form, and he had claimed that even if the little fish and shrimp like them pushed themselves to the heavens, transformation would never come to them. But now Fish Baby was smiling brightly, no longer weeping over the bumps on her head. She had already begun to transform. Fish Baby's current form resembled a mermaid from ancient Greek mythology. Human upper body, fish tail, her entire figure bathed in crimson. Yet the Nirvana transformation stage was still ongoing. Her fish fins began to wither and shed. The tail fins split apart decisively and then elongated into long strips. Immediately the tail vanished, replaced by two legs as fair and slender as fresh scallions. Her skin luminous as frost, her jade-like feet glistening, blooming like flowers as they touched the water. Before Fish Treasure could even marvel at the sight, her feet lost their footing, and the next moment, she sank to the bottom of the pool. She instinctively opened her mouth, but ended up choking on several mouthfuls of water. Cough, cough, cough. She quickly closed her mouth and began breathing through her nose. Unexpectedly, her nose could breathe underwater, but her mouth could not. What a curious phenomenon. Fish Treasure swam nimbly, her legs moving as though they had been born specifically for her, grown just for her, with not a trace of awkwardness. Kicking through the water felt like an innate mastery. Fish Treasure had completely transformed into human form. Alas, the bumps on her head had not disappeared. Oh, if anything, they had become harder still. She continued swimming upward, wanting to first try walking like a human. This reminded her of a certain human cultivator, the so-called master. The water's surface gently parted with a ripple, and the young girl rose slowly from the green waves, her feet resting upon the lake's surface. Water droplets rolled down her smooth shoulders and slid back into the pool along her slender waist. Her pink hair bore a frosty sheen, her skin surpassing snow, her features shrouded in misty loveliness. Despite having just taken human form, Fish Treasure was extraordinarily lively and charming, her figure tall and graceful. She casually ran her fingers through her hair and shook off the water droplets clinging to her body. Two snow-white mounds swayed gently with her movements, tender as a lotus just emerging from the water. Human females all seemed to wear beautiful clothes. Baby is suffering. I have no clothes to wear. Fish Treasure crossed her arms over her chest to shield herself, hiding her breasts while conjuring water to cover her modesty. A blush spread across her face, adding a touch of endearing shyness. She was so cute. The pair of small bumps atop her head were barely visible beneath her thick hair. Without parting it, no one would notice. Fish Treasure lowered her gaze, hoping to see her graceful figure reflected in the mirror like water below, but there was nothing to be seen. With her arms wrapped around her chest, she could see absolutely nothing. She had no choice but to release her hold and carefully admire her beauty through a narrow gap. She smiled. Hee hee, I'm much bigger than that silly woman now. I wonder where Master went. The silly woman Fish Treasure referred to was Wu Meng Meng. That day Meng Meng had stepped on her head with her foot, and little Fish always held grudges. She was already gossiping about Wu Meng Meng. But what Fish Treasure could not have imagined was that Meng Meng had also grown larger. If the two were to compare, they would be quite evenly matched. Oh right, it was that silly woman who stepped on my head. Could she be the reason I grew these bumps on my head? Yes, it must be her. Fish Treasure clenched her tiny fists, bared her teeth, and muttered to herself. But that was mere absurd reasoning. It was not Fish Treasure's fault. She was still young, her heart pure and innocent, an easily deceived maiden. Meanwhile, atop the mountain peak, Chen Lingtian scratched his head, carefully observing the transformation details and diligently taking notes. He channeled the spiritual energy within his body to suppress the swelling of his blood vessels, preventing his nose from bleeding uncontrollably. What he had just witnessed had nearly overwhelmed him. He almost couldn't hold back the stream of blood. Since his body tempering had advanced to the yang divine body, the vitality within him had grown even more vigorous. After seeing things he should not have, his blood flow accelerated, and his physique operated on its own. If left uncontrolled, the consequences would be unbearable. His eye of insight and the external heavenly eye activated simultaneously. Focusing on Fish Treasure, he wanted to see what had changed. Name none, gender female, age 24, measurements 36D, appearance 98, race holy race, bloodline red koi 62, crimson dragon 38, cultivation peak 3rd stage, innate abilities blessing riding winds to prey for rain, current intimacy 85. Chen Lingtian pondered for a moment and asked the system in his mind, System, what race is the holy race? System prompt: the holy race is a general term for innate beings after they transform into human form. The holy race encompasses all things and is the seed of divinity. Note there is a distinction between humans and the holy. When humans undergo nirvana and shed their mortal coils to ascend to immortality, they become the immortal spirit divine race. Chen Lingtian understood. So that's how it works. He continued scrolling down. Peak 3rd stage, cultivation. Indeed, the nirvana opportunity is extraordinary. When I return, I'll have Schwerer try it too. Looking at the measurements data again, Chen Lingtian's eyes could not look away. He measured everything with his own eyes. The system data was clearly incorrect. It should clearly be 36F. Chen Lingtian was too lazy to argue. This system was far too improper. How could it even record a girl's measurements, and on top of that the information was wrong? This was simply outrageous. In fact, the measurements data was something Chen Lingtian himself had flipped through to examine, yet he was shifting the blame onto the system. Truly unparalleled. Chen Lingtian sprang upward, his figure swift as a startled swimming the water, suddenly appearing before Yu Bao. He is the master. Master. Yu Bao looked at the man before her, and with a single glance recognized who he was. The master who had raised her for 10 years. 10 years spent in the pond, the courtyard terrace alive with flowers tossing stones, and feeding koi. The koi could offer nothing in return. In this life I seek only to accompany, to be together, to vow, and to stay. Seeing this, Chen Lingtian's fingers moved slightly. He drew a spirit skirt from the space of the system, and let it drift through the air toward the crimson-dressed girl who had fallen into the water. A peach-pink luo-xian skirt embroidered with koi patterns, its fabric gleaming with radiance. Chen Lingtian spoke in a low voice to Yu Bao. Put it on first. Yu Bao's face brightened as she quickly accepted it. Master, he is so good to me. She whispered softly, then a touch embarrassed gathered the bare white fur, and swiftly draped the luo-xian skirt over herself. The peach-pink hem hung down her pink tresses, cascading over her shoulders, loose and flowing. With a sweep of her arm, her silky hair brushed across her chest like smooth silk. After she was properly dressed, Yu Bao rose on tiptoe and stepped across the pool toward Chen Lingtian. Yu Bao studied the one who had accompanied her for more than a decade with curious eyes, her gaze bright, almost motionless in astonishment. Chen Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Dao, you please forgive me, I saw something I should not have today. Let this spirit skirt serve as my apology. Oh! Yu Bao exclaimed with joy, thinking the master knew her identity, only to realize he did not. She smiled inwardly. If I cling to the master, and we become a devoted pair, then I can remain by his side forever. Yu Bao wandered in thought, momentarily lost in reverie. Seeing her like this, Chen Lingtian looked down at this brazen, air-headed girl, and called out, Miss, what is your name? Yu Bao hesitated for a moment, and refused to answer. Yes, Yu Bao had no name. After a long moment she whispered, I am called Chi Yu, the Chi for pond, the Yu for fish. Chen Lingtian had suspected Yu Bao would say she had no name, that had piqued his interest. After all, he was the master of names. For example, names like Zhang San, Li Si Wang, Zhao Wu. Those are his forte. Yet Yu Bao chose a name for herself. Chen Lingtian hummed, Chi Yu, born in the pond of fish of the water. What a good name. He paused, then named himself softly Gu Yuan. Yu Bao listened to Chen Lingtian's words, and smiled, her heart secretly blooming. Could this be my master's name, Gu Yuan? Gu Yuan. What a lovely sound. In the moment of their bond, Chi Yu felt a warmth rise in her heart, thinking, is this love? I like it. I like my master very much. The moment the two of them sealed their bond, Chi Yu felt her heart warm, thinking, is this what love feels like? I like him very much. I like my master. Chi Yu's face reddened. She gazed at him with bright, water-bright eyes, eager that Chen Lingtian would not suddenly change his mind. Chi Yu's cheeks flushed pink, her body twisting bashfully, her hands caressing her thighs. After a while she whispered, Gu Yuan. What is it, Chi Dao Yu? I've lost my memory. I don't know where this place is. Could you take me with you? Chi Yu trembled with shyness, her cheeks turning even redder, her eyes shining as she looked at him, afraid he might retract his words. Yes, I will come with you. Chi Yu nodded eagerly, her smile bright, her large liquid eyes full of joy as she watched him, fearing that he might change his mind at any moment. I'm sure. In that moment Chen Lingtian's mischievousness returned. He spoke with calculated calm. Dao Yu, since you agreed, tell me this. Do you know what consequences come with traveling together with a cultivator? Chi Yu pondered a moment, admitting she did not know, but Grandpa Turtle had said, if you don't know, ask. I don't know, she whispered, then tucked her head into her chest, ears reddened with embarrassment. Then I will tell you one thing. Chen Lingtian began to weave another tale, saying, in the world of cultivation, we contend with heaven and earth. We must uphold our own Tao. The pair who travel together must guard against chaos. Dao Yu, your amnesia, could it be false? You cannot fool me. That last remark pierced Chi Yu's heart, as she hadn't expected him to reveal her lie so quickly, and she grew even more unable to lift her head. She timidly replied, I don't have it, or I really am amnesiac. I didn't lie to you. Oh, Dao Yu, you keep mentioning amnesia. With countless explanations you still haven't convinced me. We are strangers who have only just met. What right do I have to trust you? These words sank into Chi Yu's heart. She knew her own flaws were many. She hadn't expected such consequences. She wanted to explain, but found no words. Ultimately she was but a fish in the pond, not the pond's sole inhabitant. What should I do? If only I'd listened to Grandfather Turtle's stories when I was young, perhaps I could answer these words, but there are no ifs. Chi Yu fell into a brief reverie, regretting that she hadn't simply admitted she was the master's little fish. But if she had, the master might not have believed her anyway. She knew there is a divide between humans and demons. He is human, she is a demon, and if the master learned she was a demon, there might be no future for them. What she did not know was that Chen Lingtian did not care about such things. So even if she transformed into her demon form and her true body were revealed, would the master still fail to recognize that she was the same little fish? Moreover, with such a drastic change, recognition would be even harder. Year after year there are fish in the pond, and she is not its sole inhabitant. Chi-Yu stood on the water's surface flush with embarrassment, tears welling up again. Pearls of tears rolled down, slipping along the hem, and into the pond with a soft splash. One drop, then another, then more. Have I dropped a little pearl? Chen Lingtian sensed something amiss and watched as each crystal bead rolled from Chi-Yu's body into the water. Then she opened her heavenly eye to inspect these pearls, curious to understand what was happening. What she saw shocked her. Item: Dragon Carp's Tear. Rank: Sacred Spirit Item. Effect: increases fortune, immune to all evils. Note: the beloved tear pearls shed by the Dragon Carp sacred clan before it transformed, extremely rare and precious. The tear fell into the pond, ripples spreading across the surface. Chi-Yu did not know how precious her tears were. She only felt a sour twinge at the tip of her nose, a mix of embarrassment and grievance. Chi-Yu was not the sort to lie, as she was a good little girl. Over 24 years after more than a decade of wandering, Grandfather Turtle blessed her with wisdom, turning her into a spirit fish. Later, she was fished up by cultivators and reduced to a mere dish. Another person saved her, bought her, and kept her in a home pond for 10 years. Year after year there were fish, and she longed to take a human form to repay this fate. But now, Chi-Yu was still shedding little pearls of tears. Judging by the current rate, however, it was considerably slower than before. Perhaps with a few more drops Chen Lingtian could collect them. The fish baby cried for quite a while. Now she had stopped weeping, but her head remained bowed like a child who had done something wrong. Her tiny hands had nowhere to rest, and she blindly rubbed at her eyes. Chen Lingtian gazed at the teardrop pearls sinking to the bottom of the pool, then looked at the grievous little fish baby before him. It left him at a loss. Neither laughter nor tears would suffice. Chen Lingtian pondered that every girl he had encountered, whether human or spirit, seemed prone to shedding tears. Now a creature producing actual pearl tears had appeared. He realized he would need to study this carefully. A partner who constantly wept posed a problem. What if this tendency were inherited by future generations? Chen Lingtian made up his mind this had to be rectified. He had merely been teasing the fish baby, wanting to see what elaborate tale she would weave. After all, the system had already confirmed the bonding was successful. How could he fail to recognize this as the very fish he had sent inside? Enough, stop crying. Chen Lingtian's figure flashed forward, instantly appearing beside Chi-Yu. He raised his hand to stroke her head, but the next moment he froze. It was Chi-Yu's baby form that had moved. She lifted her head, eyes brimming with tears, her expression so pitiful that one might squeeze water from her very cheeks. Chen Lingtian acted swiftly, his fingers finding their way into her pink tresses, gently stroking them. Chi-Yu offered no resistance. Her voice trembling with sobs, she murmured, "Guyu, were you teasing me on purpose?" Chen Lingtian nodded. "Yes. I knew it." Wah. Seeing her about to cry again, Chen Lingtian sighed. Such mood swings required soothing. He then retrieved a pink embroidered handkerchief from the system space, adorned with a design of a koi chasing a pearl, glanced at it briefly, and offered it to the fish baby. "Little crybaby, wipe your tears." Chi-Yu took the handkerchief and softly thanked him before obediently dabbing at her eyes. Yet the more she wiped, the more teardrop pearls fell, leaving tiny fragments upon the fabric. "Why are you crying again?" I'm not crying." Chi-Yu stubbornly denied it. It was only because Chen Lingtian had called her a little crybaby that she burst into tears again. But the baby quickly added, My eyes got sand in them. This is heavenly pool. Where would sand come from?" Chen Lingtian retorted, giving her no opportunity to explain. Upon hearing this, Chi-Yu fell speechless and wiped even more frantically. "Wah, I'm not a crybaby." Chen Lingtian could not help but laugh aloud. "Ha ha ha." Upon hearing the laughter, Chi-Yu paused, then realized her master was mocking her. She grew even more aggrieved, her cheeks puffing up, face turning red. All right. Then you must not laugh." Chen Lingtian waved his hand to stifle his laughter. Very well, fish baby. I'll stop laughing, is that all right?" Chi-Yu threw herself into Chen Lingtian's embrace, weeping with joy. "Master, you finally recognize me, Wah." Since childhood, Chen Lingtian had often called her by that name. Later, there had been so many fish in the pond, and her master rarely visited. Now she had finally spoken the title long buried deep within her heart. "Master." A faint smile graced Chen Lingtian's lips. He lifted the fish baby in his arms and nodded. "Of course. You little fool, I was the one who sent you in after all. Do you not remember? When Chen Lingtian had originally gathered the spirit fish into the celestial abode, it had taken considerable persuasion to coax her inside." Chi-Yu paused briefly, then recalled. Hadn't Master told her to enter some cave? No, the celestial abode. He had said life inside was 10,000 times more pleasant than outside. And so she had vaguely agreed. Inside life truly was more joyful. 100,000-fold even. Within this celestial abode she enjoyed bliss surpassing that of an immortal. Chen Lingtian had indeed not deceived her, and she had long held gratitude in her heart, having already pledged her loyalty to him in secret. She pondered for some time before composing her words. Master, I have always kept it in my heart. I did not forget. Chen Lingtian raised an eyebrow and smiled. Ha ha ha, your words stumble so. Were you lying again? I was not. Then who was it that spoke of lost memory just now? Nonsense. Chi Yu buried her face in Chen Lingtian's chest, her muffled voice humming. It was not me who said it. Fine. Not you then. Must have been silly spring, right? Definitely not me. The fish baby giggled. Anyway, it wasn't me. All right. I suppose I can believe you, Chen Lingtian said, teasing Chi Yu as one would a child. Chi Yu was overjoyed. She could finally be close to her master once more. If only they could remain together forever. She clung to Chen Lingtian like an octopus, holding on ever tighter, as though hoping to merge herself into his very body. Her small face was damp with tears, yet she cared nothing for it, only burying her head deeper into Chen Lingtian's embrace. She was irresistibly adorable. Thankfully, Chen Lingtian possessed sufficient strength, otherwise he would have grown weary. Embracing such a large baby was no trivial task for ordinary people. The fish baby's soft warmth pressed against him from all sides, nearly stirring trouble within him. His young soul physique revolved silently. His heart began to pound with thunderous force. Were it not for the body tempered by the indomitable thunder physique subduing his restlessness, he would have lost control. After a long while, Chen Lingtian could no longer restrain himself. He quickly pressed his hand against the fish baby's head and gently pushed. They created some distance between them. Chi Yu let out a soft moan. No. Chen Lingtian patted her head soothingly. All right. We shall cuddle later. Master is the best. I simply love being close to Master. The fish baby was stubborn. Saying so, she pressed herself against him, once more toppling Chen Lingtian onto the ground. She straddled his thighs and leaned close. Chen Lingtian looked up, and their eyes met. In the spark of a moment, he took the initiative, reaching across her slender waist with one hand and applying a touch of skillful force. The next instant their lips met completely. MMPH'd. The fish baby attempted to speak, but Chen Lingtian sealed her words with a firm kiss, leaving her unable to utter a sound. The collision of their passion left Chen Lingtian unable to resist. Combined with his already rising heat, it became unavoidable. There was no enduring it further, no need to endure at all. By the poolside they lingered in passion, among the forest they played like lovers. Truly like a caged bird yearning for its old woods, a pond fish longing for its former depths, reclaiming the wild fields once more. The meeting of their spirits sparked flames. Chen Lingtian subtly activated the art of governing women. Both were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Yet the fish baby surrendered first. Her cheeks burned with heat, her breathing gradually steadied, and her body grew limp, lacking even the slightest strength. After resting for a brief while, the fish baby turned to the side, her finger tracing circles upon the man's back. She softly called, Master. The fish baby wants more. This time, do not cry. Wah. After a long while, Chi Yu was exhausted, yet her hand remained tightly clasped around Chen Lingtian's arm, terrified that he might slip away. Once Yu Bao fell into a deep slumber, Chen Lingtian began to contemplate the path of his life, letting his mind wander into the philosophy of the cosmos. Suddenly, the system's joyful notification chimed. Congratulations to the host. Successful sewing complete. Please await the good news. Upon hearing this, his back no longer ached, his legs were no longer sore, and his entire being was instantly revitalized, filled with boundless energy. He opened the system interface to inspect the information. Bound partner Chi Yu. Current status: spiritual fetus gestating. Gestation period 20 days estimated. Intimacy value 99, willing to follow to the end. The system's settlement voice followed immediately. Settlement in progress. Distributing rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following rewards. Reward 1, Crystal Palace, Immortal Grade X1. Reward 2, Tao Enlightenment Tree, Sapling, Immortal Grade X1. Reward 3, Intimacy Gift Pack, Gold X1. Reward 4, Flood Dragon Orb, 9-turn Nirvana X1. Reward 5, 5 Elements Impurity, reduced by 10. After reviewing the reward details, Chen Lingtian finally prepared to get up. But just as he moved, he realized one of his arms was tightly locked in Yu Bao's crossed embrace, rendering him unable to budge. However, this was no difficult feat for him. Chen Lingtian carefully slipped his arm free and stood up. Looking down at the sleeping Yu Bao, he let out a soft laugh. Haha, truly. So weak yet so eager to play. Chen Lingtian summoned the system interface, preparing to extract the Crystal Palace to settle his new bride. Take her outside. That was absolutely out of the question. Currently, the outside world was far from peaceful, with a beast tide looming on the horizon. He had no intention of letting his wife get hurt. Not even letting her get tired was acceptable. A woman of Chen Lingtian must be thoroughly spoiled. Next, he began to examine the details of the Crystal Palace. Item name: Crystal Palace. Category: Treasure Tool. Grade: Immortal Artifact. Description: crafted from extraterrestrial cold stone, immortal for 1,000,000 years. Indestructible for 10 million years. It contains the Tao of ultimate water and serves as an auxiliary defensive treasure. Best placed in water, it can absorb water essence to feed back energy. Click to open for more details. The system is truly catering to my every need, arranging even the bridal chamber so perfectly and so fittingly for my wife's identity. Chen Lingtian pondered for a moment, his thoughts becoming clearer. From the immortal bamboo house, gifted by Tu Bao, to this crystal palace, everything aligned perfectly. Could this be considered a dowry? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a certain beautiful figure appeared in his thoughts. None other than Ming Ming. She did not seem to yield such abundant rewards. He communicated with the system, inquiring, "System, why did my previous partner not yield any rewards?" System notification: reward acquisition is based on 1. Affection, intimacy. 2. Aptitude, maternal bone structure. 3. Cultivation, ancestral heritage. 4. Spiritual fetus, quality and quantity. N. Trivial matters. And other influences. I see no wonder. Chen Lingtian pulled back his thoughts. System: deploy the Crystal Palace at the center of this lake bed. Formulating. Meets deployment requirements. The moment the system pop-up vanished, a brilliant blue light materialized out of thin air, then plunged straight into the depths of the Tianqi. Boom. Instantly, the entire mountain range began to tremble. The pool water surged as spiritual mist boiled. A dull rumbling sound echoed, followed by the system's notification. Crystal Palace deploying. The sudden appearance of the structure caused quite a stir, and it took a long while before the waves on the lake's surface completely subsided. A faint blue halo could be seen at the bottom of the water, suddenly bursting outward. Immediately after, the eerie light expanded with lightning speed, with upturned eaves and interlocking brackets, winding corridors, and soaring rafters. A palace stood majestic and upright in the center of the pool bed. The entire structure was crystal clear, shimmering with a faint blue light. Embedded at the top of the grand hall were 9 water-repelling orbs, pushing away the pool water for 100 zhang around, forming an independent underwater palace. How magnificent! This crystal palace is far grander than Tu Bao's immortal bamboo house. Truly wonderful. Just as Chen Lingtian was marveling in admiration, Yu Bao was awakened by the noise. Rubbing her eyes, she pouted and mumbled, "Master, you are so noisy. Yu Bao is so sleepy. Master, come over. Hold me to sleep." Chi Yu raised both hands, stretching them open as she begged for a hug. Chen Lingtian walked over slowly. The moment he reached Yu Bao, she wrapped her arms tightly around him, slurring, "Don't leave Yu Bao behind." Her voice was soft and sweet, as if she were talking in her sleep, completely dazed and devoid of energy. "Don't." Yu Bao's hand drooped slightly, her voice fading into silence as she spoke. Chen Lingtian listened to the steady, even breathing of the girl in his arms. The unique scent belonging solely to Chi Yu intoxicated Chen Lingtian. He took a few deep breaths and sighed softly. "It smells so good." It was quite miraculous. The loud vibrations from deploying the palace earlier hadn't awakened Yu Bao, yet his soft words had. Chen Lingtian was utterly perplexed. What is she clinging to me now? Chi Yu's actions said yes. Exactly, I am clinging to you. Chen Lingtian exerted force in his wrists, lifting Yu Bao up steadily. In a princess carry, no less. He then carried her in his arms toward the pool. As if sensing something, Yu Bao clutched Chen Lingtian's sleeve, gripping it tightly and refusing to let go. She did not want to be alone again, nor did she want to return to that cold pool where everyone fought against the world. "Don't leave." Chen Lingtian leaned down, whispering softly near her ear to comfort her, bowing. "I won't leave." Only then did Yu Bao obediently loosen her little grip slightly, though she still held on. Who would want such a clingy little fish? Carrying Chi Yu, Chen Lingtian arrived at the edge of the Tianqi and stepped in. Unexpectedly, a water path parted right through the middle of the Tianqi. Like a natural chasm in the water, Chen Lingtian walked downward. The water behind him gradually flowed back into place. By the time he stepped into the Crystal Palace, the water path had completely vanished, and the lake returned to its usual calm and tranquil state. Arriving before the main entrance of the Crystal Palace, the double crystal-clear, giant doors slid open to both sides on their own, revealing the interior decor. The main hall was not large, but was decorated with extreme elegance. A fist-sized night-luminescent pearl was embedded in the dome, illuminating everything inside. The floor was paved with milky white jade, warm and silent underfoot. Right in the center lay that very pool of Tianqi holy water. Its original light golden hue had already transformed, becoming thicker and pure gold. Chen Lingtian stepped through the hall doors and carried Chi Yu up to the second floor of the palace, where a soft cold bed came into view. It was laid with a cold silkworm ice silk mattress upon which frost jade dragons and fiery phoenixes were carved in wild sweeping strokes, intimately intertwined. It was truly a sight that stood proud above all. Chen Lingtian gently laid Yu Bao onto the bed. The moment Yu Bao lay down, she immediately reacted. She rolled over her small hands, flailing in the air twice. Finding nothing to hold on to, she furrowed her brow and sniffled. Do you no longer want Chi-Yu? Chen Lingtian hurriedly stepped forward, gently settling Chi-Yu's restless hands. Caressing her face, he murmured, I'm here. Hearing his soothing voice, Yu Bao finally calmed down. She even rubbed her face against his hand, letting out a satisfied soft hum, and then fell into a deep sleep. Looking at Yu Bao in this state, Chen Lingtian wanted to laugh, but couldn't make a sound, and wanted to cry, but had no tears. Gazing at his lovely wife on the bed, he shook his head helplessly. It seems I have another little ancestor to pamper. Yu Bao, Chen Lingtian called out softly. Chi-Yu squirmed, twice muttering under her breath as she covered her ears with her hands. She didn't wake up. Seeing this, Chen Lingtian couldn't help but steal a gentle kiss on Yu Bao's cheek, whispering, Yu Bao, your dowry has been confiscated by your husband. He now regarded the rewards bestowed by the system as his bride's dowry. How much he could obtain depended entirely on his own capabilities. Just as he suspected the system's rewards might be linked to implicit requirements such as appearance, intimacy, and aptitude, with the absolute priority being destiny. He summoned the system panel once more to inspect his rewards. Item details. Name Enlightenment, T-Tree. Grade Immortal, Grade Growable. Origin Innate Spiritual Root. Current status Seedling Stage. Description: the ancestor of all T, the origin of Tao rhyme dedicated to enlightenment. A supreme treasure of enlightenment nurtured by the innate heavens. Special effect: enlightenment. Within a 100-meter radius, the efficiency of enlightenment is increased tenfold. As the grade rises, the range and efficiency. Omitted. Grade classifications: Mortal, Yellow, Black, Earth, Heaven, Saint, Immortal, God, Chaos, Tao Source. Staring at the dazzlingly detailed description, Chen Lingtian murmured in his heart, an enlightenment tree seedling. This is a frequent guest in web novels. I must taste it to see what it's truly like. As a fantasy transmigrator, it would be far too disappointing if I didn't get to taste this enlightenment tea. Every part of the enlightenment tree was a treasure sitting cross-legged beneath it, cleared the mind, and revealed one's true nature, aiding in sudden enlightenment, shattering inner demons, and enhancing spiritual roots. Its leaves could be brewed into tea, its trunk could serve as tool handles, its roots could be used in alchemy, and its sap could condense into dew to cleanse the marrow and refine the body. Even in the immortal realm beyond the heavens, this item was a rare heritage and a supreme, peerless treasure. Although the enlightenment tree rewarded by the system was merely a seedling, its grade was remarkably high, starting off at the immortal grade. Its growth potential was truly immeasurable. System extract. Chen Lingtian communicated with the system in his mind. In the next instant, the information of the enlightenment tree seedling materialized as a green orb of light resting upon his palm. Though the orb of light was small, the Tao rhyme it contained and the vibrant halo of life it radiated were truly breathtaking. Chen Lingtian's mind and soul were nourished in that instant, and even the fading life force within his body was completely replenished. This is perfect for nurturing the little ones. With a thought from Chen Lingtian, the green orb of light soared into the air, darting toward the dome. It broke through the water and sped toward the cultivation grounds of his eldest child, Gun, right beside the celestial bamboo house in the grotto heaven. Chen Lingtian intended to forge a blessed grotto heaven dedicated solely to the cultivation of his descendants. For now, however, he still needed to keep striving. Chen Lingtian cried out in his heart, "Children, when will you grow up, so you can help ease your father's burden?" The many children, many blessings system did not stipulate that only he could propagate the lineage. Grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and great-great-grandchildren were all considered descendants. Thus, Chen Lingtian planned to raise generation after generation, passing down the legacy and endlessly exploiting the system. Truly a man of divine ingenuity. As the saying goes, the more the merrier. Chen Lingtian continued to take inventory of his rewarded items. Item name: Flood Dragon Bead. Grade: Fragmented Saint. Description: a flood dragon bead nurtured for 100,000 years by a 9 transformation Nirvana flood dragon. This bead contains the lifelong essence of that flood dragon, as well as its insights on transforming into a dragon. Note: after a single transformation of Nirvana, a flood dragon can shed its form and become a true dragon. If one cannot resist the temptation and steps into the threshold of divinity without undergoing Nirvana, they will remain merely a flood dragon demon. A flood dragon is ultimately just a slightly larger worm. A dragon, however, is entirely different. Compared to a flood dragon, the dragon race possesses peerless, innate, divine abilities, utterly crushing flood dragons in both physical strength and soul. Hence, many flood dragons would rather face absolute demise than miss a chance to gamble for that sliver of hope to transform into a dragon. Furthermore, dragons also differ in the strength of their bloodlines. The most perfect form is the true dragon. If a flood dragon wishes to sublimate and become a true dragon, the soul path is to undergo 10 transformations of nirvana. With each successful nirvana, the purity of their bloodline rises, bringing them one step closer to a true dragon. A 10 transformation true dragon achieves bloodline ancestral return. The dragon race is a supreme clan in the upper realm. Even in the immortal realm, they are a top-tier power that looks down upon the world. In their arrogance, they have long sealed themselves off as an independent clan. They refuse to associate with common beasts. There are many such self-isolated clans in the world. Within the beast race, aside from the dragon race, there are the phoenix and Qilin clans who refer to themselves as divine beasts. The human race is no exception, with its clans, sects, and royal lineages, such as the longevity imperial clans, immortal clans, dynasties, and immortal sects. Simply put, they are forces formed by various factions. Without further ado, Chen Lingtian immediately extracted the flood dragon bead from his inventory. A golden bead the size of a human head materialized. Hovering above the ground, it flew around the palace before finally coming to rest beside baby Qiyu. Right at that moment, the system notification rang out. System prompt: Flood Dragon Bead is a designated item. It can only be used on those possessing dragon bloodline. Upon use, it allows the recipient to directly complete the 9 transformation nirvana, bypassing the life and death trials of traditional nirvana. It can also be used for forging, alchemy, etc. Upon detection, the bound target Qiyu possesses the red dragon bloodline, meeting the requirements for use. Recommendation: the host may wait until the target's spiritual fetus is fully formed before use. However, using it during the early stages of gestation will yield unexpected results. What kind of results? Chen Lingtian asked. Please explore on your own, host. Chen Lingtian raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, explore on my own? This system is getting more and more mischievous. If the system could take human form, I'd definitely have my way with her and breed a few mini-systems. Indeed, the system's voice was that of a sweet female. Chen Lingtian blindly guessed, she must be a great beauty, definitely not some catfish. What a pity the system isn't a little fairy. Chen Lingtian sighed, letting the thought fade. For now, his focus was on studying the flood dragon bead. Chen Lingtian murmured in doubt. Unexpected results. If I guess correctly, it might conceive a dragon baby. But obviously there would be far fewer babies, and... Never mind, let's just try it. It might not go according to my expectations anyway. There was no harm in trying. Without hesitation, Chen Lingtian communicated directly with the system. System, apply this flood dragon bead to baby Qiyu. With a single thought, the flood dragon bead shattered, transforming into wisps of golden light that surged into baby Qiyu, who was sleeping soundly on the couch. The golden light coursed through her limbs and bones, eventually gathering in her heart and condensing upon her reverse scale. In the next second, a pair of horn tips suddenly broke through the skin of the 2 inconspicuous bumps on Qiyu's head. Initially only an inch long, they shone with the color of amber. They grew slowly. The tips of the horns did not stand straight up. Instead, they curved inwards, splitting in the middle like velvet antlers. By comparison, this pair of horns appeared far more fierce and sharply defined, embodying the majestic presence of a dragon. The 2 horns continued to grow until they were over 3 inches long, finally coming to a halt. At the same time, the original demon core within Qiyu's body, enveloped in the golden light, solidified into an amber bead the size of a fist. With the bead condensed, the dragon revealed, and her bloodline elevated. Qiyu began to evolve into a purebred dragon girl. Looking closely, one could see that the spot where Yubao lay had risen significantly. If Chen Lingtian were bold enough to flip Yubao over and take a closer look, he would surely discover a crimson dragon tail. But contrary to expectations, Chen Lingtian was far too lacking in attention to detail and paid little heed to Yubao. Failing to notice even such a detail, he was truly a scumbag. Chen Lingtian gazed at Yubao's transformation, momentarily lost in a daze. He had not expected her to alter her form so rapidly, even sprouting dragon horns. Could transforming into a dragon truly be this simple? Immediately after, he checked her information. Name: Qiyu. Race: Dragon Race. Bloodline: Torch Dragon. 1 Scarlet Dragon 99. Cultivation: 4 Extremities Consummation. Innate Divine Ability: Nanming Li Fire. Talent: Divine Ability: Fire Virtue Destiny. Minor Divine Abilities: Sky Incineration, Sea Boiling Wind, Riding Rain, Praying Cloud, Seizing Fire, Control Scale, Protection, Purification. Intimacy: 99. Note: 10 turns of Nirvana, a true dragon is formed. So that's how it is. The chance of Nirvana itself counts as 1, and combined with that 9-turn Nirvana Flood Dragon bead, it makes exactly 10 turns. Chen Lingtian realized, suddenly realizing he had let his grand visions of the cosmos cloud his mind. The Torch Dragon. That was the primordial ancestor of the Scarlet Dragons. Mythological legends of his past life recorded the Scarlet Dragon had an ancestor named Zhu, also known as Juyin. Startled, Chen Lingtian blurted out, a creation-grade dragon bloodline. Yubao's bloodline has actually undergone atavism. As soon as the words left his mouth, baby Qiyu on the bed slowly opened her eyes, raising her gaze to glare fiercely at the man who had disturbed her slumber. She was notorious for her morning temper. Yet the moment she saw his face, Yu Bao's gritted teeth and furrowed brows instantly softened. She murmured softly, "Yuan Bao. Hug." Chi Yu opened her arms wanting a hug. Chen Lingtian was startled. Her gaze just now had been incredibly sharp, burning with endless fury. She had almost slain her own husband. With his current strength, he was simply no match for her. If they were to fight, he would likely be utterly thrashed by Yu Bao. After all, the four extremities consummation was equivalent to the heaven-prying consummation realm. One might think Chen Lingtian's ultimate constitution would allow him to crush opponents of a higher realm. But that was wishful thinking. Yu Bao had already transformed into a dragon possessing the bloodline of a scarlet-blooded true dragon. Coupled with her cultivation rising by an entire major realm, it was she who would crush Chen Lingtian instead. Hug. Chi Yu insisted. All right. Chen Lingtian said as he stood up and walked to the bedside. The two embraced in a warm bear hug. Yuan Bao, Yu Bao is so sleepy. Chi Yu murmured softly. Yu Bao is out of battery. Chen Lingtian gently patted her back. Go to sleep, sweetie. Chen Lingtian cooed softly, rhythmically patting Yu Bao's back, as if soothing a toddler. Okay. Yu Bao mumbled in response. Chi Yu lay limply in Chen Lingtian's embrace. Her head rested against his shoulder, while her newly sprouted dragon horns pressed against his chin, their surfaces shimmering with ripples of crimson gold Dao patterns. They felt warm and smooth to the touch. Instead of the expected rigidity, they were soft, likely because they had only just grown. Chen Lingtian could feel Yu Bao's body temperature. It was scorching hot. Fortunately, the cold stones of the Crystal Palace suppressed the heat, otherwise Chen Lingtian truly would not have been able to endure it. Lowering his head slightly, his peripheral vision swept across the bed. He wanted to adjust his posture, but the moment he shifted, he noticed something amiss. He seemed to have touched something. Long, soft, warm, and covered in fine down, with an exquisite texture of scales overall. Chen Lingtian cautiously turned his body, casting a sidelong glance behind Chi Yu. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Good heavens." There a crimson dragon tail peeked out from beneath Yu Bao's skirt. The tail was about 2 feet long and entirely fiery red. It was covered in scales, and at the very tip there was a tuft of fiery red fluff resembling the tip of a calligraphy brush. It swayed gently with Yu Bao's breathing. "This is a dragon girl. This tail is so cute," Chen Lingtian whispered. Disregarding Chi Bao's feelings, he actually reached out and began to stroke it. He stroked it along the grain, then rubbed it against the scales. Chi Bao's brow furrowed and relaxed. Chen Lingtian was truly shameless, behaving so outrageously. This was outright taking advantage of a sleeping dragon. MNH. Yu Bao let out a soft moan. Startled, Chen Lingtian instantly withdrew his hand. It turned out that by rubbing against the grain, he had ruffled her dragon scales, prompting the sound from the sleeping girl in his arms. Because the dragon scales had only just grown except for that single reverse scale, the rest were soft rather than rock solid, as one might expect, which was why this had happened. After a long while, seeing that Yu Bao remained silent and motionless, Chen Lingtian sighed in relief. She didn't wake up. Only then did he take a deep breath and let it out. Phew, I got a bit carried away. Fortunately, I didn't wake her. I must exercise some self-restraint next time. Chen Lingtian had truly behaved recklessly this time. But honestly, who could resist such a fatal temptation? This was a dragon girl after all. What is that? At this moment, the little rabbit Midu was nodding her head sleepily up and down like a printing press. It was a clear sign of drowsiness, yet she still clung to the windowsill, gazing into the distance where her rabbit father had once appeared. The other babies had already fallen asleep with their mother. Only Midu fought off her sleepiness, her eyes fluttering open and shut as she held onto the hope of waiting for her father to return home. Suddenly, a green orb of light soared into the sky. The green orb pierced the heavens, radiating a dazzling brilliance that dyed the very sky emerald. "So beautiful," Midu said with a smile. Having never seen such a wondrous sight, curiosity welled up within her. Involuntarily, she reached out her front paw to trace it. The green light hovered in the sky for a brief moment before, with a sharp whistle, it bolted toward a specific direction. Midu was still tracing it, utterly mesmerized, when she noticed the green orb move, and it was heading straight toward her. Her pupils dilated instantly, her drowsiness vanishing. She cried out, "Why is it coming this way?" At the same time, as the green orb drew closer to the cultivation grounds, the eldest baby Guen, who was in the midst of cultivating, snapped his eyes open. The moment he sensed the majestic force of life force, he stood up, looked to the heavens, and asked his Tao protector, bite-sized sister Tsai, "What is that?" Bai Kai raised her eyes, the worry on her face melting away as the boundless life force washed over her. "It is the venerable lord." Sensing the bottleneck of her cultivation loosening, she smiled knowingly and replied to Guen, "The young master is unharmed." "That is the venerable lord's doing." As expected of Rabbit Father, Guiyuan had anticipated this, yet hearing it from Bai Kai brought him greater peace of mind. "Rabbit Father, just how strong are you? How can I ever surpass you?" Clearly the boy had been humbled by his father. By now the green orb of light had descended over the celestial bamboo house. Observed from such proximity, it resembled a vast celestial star. The visual impact made it appear unimaginably colossal. In the next second, the green light poured down. There was no thunderous roar, no violent tremor. Only an endless, infinite tide of life force radiating outward from the center of the orb in all directions. Wherever the halo of life force passed, spiritual plants grew rapidly and spiritual energy surged. At this moment, all creation was revitalized, brimming with vibrant life. For 10 miles, then 100 miles around, ordinary grass was imbued with spirituality, and spiritual objects transformed into treasures. The closer one was to the green ring, the stronger the feedback and enhancement. Even the rabbit babies' foundations were refined, and their cultivations began to soar step by step. The entire grotto heaven was completely revitalized. Time flowed, and the radiant glow faded. Before him rose a towering emerald sapling, standing 100 zhang tall, suddenly appearing within the secluded paradise grotto heaven. From a height of 100 zhang to over 300 meters. Good heavens! What sort of sapling is this? It would not be an exaggeration to call it a sky-piercing giant. The tender leaf spirits, each leaf bearing Tao patterns, the roots and veins cascades spanning heaven and earth. This is the true face of the enlightenment tea tree. Over there inside the fairy bamboo dwelling. Mido mused. That green light flew toward Big Brother. I wonder how he is faring now. Right, with that elder sister protecting him, he should be fine. I'll wait until tomorrow morning when the elder siblings wake up, and we'll go check on him together. The little one clearly knows that Big Brother Guiyuan has taken human form. His strength should not be underestimated. Nowadays, shape-shifted great demons are rare, but ancient records say you can gauge a cultivator's strength by how close their form is to a human. The nearer the resemblance, the stronger the power. Mido, guided by a hazy bloodline heritage, instinctively believes that the transformed elder brother is formidable. And indeed, so Dabao among the sisters has the fastest growth and the strongest power. There is no other reason half-demons are born human-shaped. With enough cultivation resources, increasing one's strength is as easy as drinking water. Yet the half-demon clan is restrained by the laws of heaven and earth. Until now, no half-demon in this world has undergone nirvana transcendence. A half-demon is neither human nor demon, but a new species born from union. Even with extraordinary talent, one cannot make up for innate deficiencies. Thus, it is an ancient grievance, 100 lifetimes of cause. To break this fetter is, one might say, harder than ascending to the heavens. Throughout the ages, those half-demons at the same level who reached the return to ruin grand perfection could not ascend to nirvana. Ultimately, they perished under the wash of time, reduced to ruined bones. The enlightenment tree stood atop the mountains, and below lay the training paradise Chen Lingtian had prepared for the little ones. Young master, this is enlightenment. Bai Kai cried out, incredulous at the sight before her. From the aura swirling around Guilin, any cultivator could tell this was the legendary enlightenment state. While Bai Kai marveled at her master's prodigious talent, a thunderous roar echoed within her mind. Have I also enlightened? Bai Kai, aided by their master-servant partnership, entered the enlightenment state as well. In her heart, she was grateful. Your subordinate thanks you, master. Young master. She knew well that with her own gifts, enlightenment would be out of reach. Even with such divine aid, her aptitude could not fill the deficit. Enlightenment. Such a luminous 2 words, yet without talent, enlightenment remains a mere fantasy. The master and servant thus entered the enlightenment state. On the other side, within the crystal palace, Chen Lingtian closed his eyes to sense the grotto's changes, peering with his spirit into everything there. A quiet delight arose. The enlightenment tea tree has been planted. I did not expect it to bring so many benefits. Immortal grade indeed, not mediocre. I thought it would take a long time to nurture, but this sapling is so astonishing. Apparently, I underestimated it. Putting aside his thoughts, Chen Lingtian continued to claim rewards. The next reward, 5-element disarray reduction by 10. Will I claim it? He inwardly whispered, claim. The panel's light curtain faded as the system spoke on cue, disarray reduction in progress. 1, 2, 5, 10. Rewards dispensed. With the system notification ended, a surge of spiritual energy poured in from all directions, gathering finally in his dantian. Bones and marrow healed. Cultivation rose steadily with signs of an impending breakthrough. Not wishing to leave a hollow foundation, Chen Lingtian directed his own physique to refine the dantian's spiritual energy. After the time it takes to burn 1 incense, the effort concluded. He could sense his cultivation was being restrained at the concentrating spirit to perfection stage. Yet he had reached the limit of the current suppression, leaving no room for further tempering. Chen Lingtian could only press through here. He gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed, and whispered inwardly, break through. In the space of a breath, the dantian split and spread into countless Dan rivers, which finally converged into a Dan sea. This is the sky-seeing realm. Chen Lingtian opened his eyes, curled his fingers into fists, and felt the power shifting. This is the sky-seeing realm, so mighty. Chen Lingtian now felt that the self who once stirred the spiritual energy with a single glance could be crushed by a mere look. Even the previously unattainable concentrating spirit to great perfection could be suppressed at will. This is the absolute crushing power of a higher realm. Since the system had activated, Chen Lingtian had not checked his personal panel in a long time. Now as he prepared to assess his current strength, he inwardly whispered, "System, open the personal panel." Personal information panel shows host Chen Lingtian, a race human, age 18, appearance 99. 99 only 0. 01 below those on screen such as Yifei and Yin Zhu. Gender male. Cultivation Skyseer realm 3rd layer early. Spiritual root 5 element spiritual roots metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Note water and fire dominate. Physique, thunder quenching, unextinguished body, great saint body, yang god body, small saint body, learned techniques, Lianxi Ju great perfection, UNVXI and Jing small accomplishment. Click to view more details such as how many hairs length etc. System evaluation. You can go out and fetch soy sauce now. Chen Lingtian glared at the system's final remark, "Go fetch soy sauce. I'll smash your head." After cursing the system, Chen Lingtian first checked how his 5-element spiritual roots had recovered. Metal 92-82. Wood 89-79. Water 40-30. Fire 61-51. Earth 98-88. Reading the panel, Chen Lingtian murmured, "The disarray levels have fallen across the board, especially water and fire. This should be related to Yu Bao's attributes." He thought carefully, "The wives I've taken all seem linked to water, Shui Mingming Qi Yu, and Yu Bao's traits as well. All three share a few features they cry easily shed a lot of tears." Considering the earlier quarrel with Yu Bao, Chen Lingtian wondered whether this attribute could influence personality. This kind of dragon is notorious for explosive tempers. The more he thought, the more his heart pounded. He is not afraid of his wives, but he wonders what would happen if they meet in the future. If they ever fought, he could not bias toward any of them. They are all heart's treasures of Chen Lingtian. Stop them. Not possible now. To prevent such a situation, Chen Lingtian must carefully plan, or the harem will ignite in future trouble. Suddenly a bright idea strikes him. As long as the wives stay in a nurturing pregnancy state, such troubles won't arise, and he won't have to think about all that nonsense anymore. "Excellent," he exclaimed. "Haha, I am so clever." Chen Lingtian boasted a self-praising flourish worthy of a master schemer. Just as Chen Lingtian was secretly rejoicing, the system's magical out again. Currently, Heaven's nurturing had reached the and testing the host's cultivation partner and offspring. Chen Lingtian thought he might be dreaming. He was about to open a blind box gift when the system delivered a big surprise. Second heaven. The first heaven granted at the start was already monstrous enough. This second heaven would surely be even more incredible. Second heaven has opened. Name Jiazufuti. Description: a domain exclusive to the family. Time flow rate 1-1 with the outside world. Within the domain, celestial spirit breath is self-supplied. The Jiazufuti can be subdivided into functional zones, such as cultivation areas, spirit plant garden, scriptures, pavilion, and alchemy room. Each Jiazufuti must bind a corresponding matriarch and offspring before it can be inhabited. Within the domain, family members train, comprehend, engage in dual cultivation, and procreate, all with greatly enhanced efficiency. Note, this is the family's foundation. No outsiders are not permitted to enter. The realm is generating. It has generated successfully. The host may explore it on his own. "I want to see what this Jiazufuti's generated heaven and earth is like," he said as Chen Lingtian connected to his consciousness. In the depths of his spirit, see, indeed there appeared a Xuanjin gold teleportation portal. Chen Lingtian did not hesitate. He used his divine sense to enter and probe first. Cut to inkwash painting. In this realm, there is no land or mountains, no objects at all, only a vast white expanse. It was a silent, formless, breathless, and empty realm, as if one stood in a chaotic void. Chen Lingtian tilted his head and asked, "System, are you fooling me? Didn't we agree this is Jiazufuti? Then where is the land? Where the hell is the land? Here, besides the vast space, there isn't even a patch of ground to stand on. Tell me, God, what the hell is Jiazufuti?" Chen Lingtian challenged the system. If he hadn't been peering with his divine soul, his mortal body would likely have fallen onto the divine altar. Speaking of which, isn't Chen Lingtian's mind sharp? Yet his temper when cursing the system hasn't changed a bit. By the way, he's lustful. In truth, that is the male. Some things never change. "System, speak. Don't pretend to be deaf, though I know you're there." Seeing no response from the system, Chen Lingtian cleared his throat again. Finally, the system's prompt sounded, "Host, don't howl at me. If you won't read the detailed data yourself, don't bay here. The second heaven is Jiazufuti. Bound to a partner, you can forge a family world, providing a perfect dwelling for offspring of different types. Host, bind a partner." This time the system's voice was loud enough to make Chen Lingtian's ears ring. For some reason, he felt the system was becoming more humane. Could this be the sensation of ears pregnant? Maybe someday the system will truly become pregnant. Chen Lingtian, that sycophant, dares to imagine With his brazen insolence, even the system can't outwit him. No more jokes. To the point Chen Lingtian now understands how the second heaven works, it turns out you must bind a family partner. Then bind. With a thought he planned to first provide a home for his currently distant wife Meng Meng to test the effect. It's you, the heart-stealing thief Meng Meng. Thus Chen Lingtian, who speaks with a double tongue because Wu Meng Meng stole his storage bag and even took away his first time of assault, the title heart-stealing thief belongs to her. She is currently on the run with the child. Chen Lingtian had checked. When he returned to the manor, he asked Fu Bo where Wu Dan Shirya and Sun Rin had gone. Turns out they had run away. Although Wu Meng Meng did not realize she was already carrying his child, Chen Lingtian, a system-equipped man with a cheat, knew the outcome would come. As for Wu Meng Meng, if she knew she carried his child, she would likely run even farther. Thinking of that girl, Chen Lingtian longed for her, muttering, I wonder how Meng Meng is doing lately. Has she perhaps slimmed down? Indeed, this is the essence of a man who is insincere. At this moment, Wu Meng Meng was happily bidding at a small auction house with her grandfather. 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. 20,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Inside a third-floor private chamber, Wu Meng Meng lounged, crossing her legs as she pinched a jade spirit bead between her fingertips, her lips moving as she bit down and offered 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The auction hall's atmosphere instantly heated. Murmurs rose. A cultivator exclaimed in shock, 100,000 spirit stones could buy the lives of my 18th-generation ancestors. How can it be something so light a phrase? Another cultivator rejoiced, that's 100,000 spirit stones. Another cultivator disparaged, check the card. Yet the host on stage paid no mind to these murmurs. With his hammer he struck 3 times in rapid succession, his words flowing so fast that his lips nearly wore away. Then the host added 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones 1 time. 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones 2 times. Sold. It was a late dramatic move that left everyone stunned. Who would play like that? But no one dared to say it aloud. The stage host is the auction house's female owner. Yes, a woman. A 20-year-old maiden, fair-skinned, beautiful with long legs, a stunning beauty. Her name is Gu Nianqing, a transmigrant who activated the auction god system at the start. That system, as its name implies, refunds items sold at auction to the host at different multipliers. Completing daily auction tasks yields cultivation essence. The cultivation essence can directly increase one's cultivation. Beyond that, there are no other features. Gu Nianqing is a transmigrant. Upon arrival, her parents were gone. Her family is not a famous clan, only an ancestor who reached a fortuitous realm. Now it is in decline. Only one concentration realm old ancestor remains to sustain the family. As a transmigrant, she has no backing. With mediocre aptitude, her cultivation speed is slow, and the resources allotted by the family for her cultivation are pitifully few. Slowly marginalized by the family, Gu Nianqing thought she would be a background character in the cultivation world, an extra in the long road to death. Yet with the system, she longs to ascend to immortality. Once she becomes an immortal, she will be youthful forever, possess endless lifetimes, and roam freely. She doesn't want to grow old. In her previous life, she was a beauty influencer on the Douyin platform, very fond of beauty, and she also read tomato novels on the same platform. She is not unfamiliar with the system. After activating the system, she resolved to leave the family to strike out on her own. After all, idling within the family would not complete the system's tasks. Thus, she submitted her application to the family. A few days later, the family granted 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Gu Nianqing successfully left the family, with no melodramatic twists along the way. After leaving, she established an auction house, called Xinghao Auction. With the system's starter gift package, Gu Nianqing earned her first significant fortune. Gradually, she began to rise to prominence. By exploiting the system's auction profits, Gu Nianqing amassed wealth. Now her cultivation stands at the body tempering perfection stage. If she completes this auction task, she may reach the concentration realm. So her haste earlier caused a sloppy 3-stroke hammer. The hammer struck and smoked, and she forgot to speak her lines. 3 years of wandering outside, Gu Nianqing rarely encountered anyone in the concentration realm. She had only heard of one clan member who had reached that tier. To reach this realm, she persisted for 3 years. Now she is about to succeed. Can she not be happy? Yet with her body tempering perfection in this small domain, she is an existence no one dares to offend. Thus among the assembled cultivators, few dared to shout. If anyone spoke disrespectfully, now Gu Nianqing would have to utter that line to quell the scene. I am the foremost in the concentration realm. You petty folks, how dare you slander this seat? Today, if you do not give me a satisfactory result, Gu Nianqing will lose her temper. Congratulations to this bidder for winning the low-grade Xiantier spiritual weapon, the Qingyu sword, for 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. On the stage, Gu Nianqing solemnly announced the ownership of the spiritual sword before addressing the entire audience. With that, this auction has come to a successful conclusion. Fellow Taoists, our Xinghao auction house will host the next auction in 3 days. No sooner had her words fallen. A voice rang out from a private room on the third floor. Auction Master Gu, isn't it a bit abrupt to seal the deal with the gavel like this? The cultivators below erupted into a clamor. Indeed, Auction Master Gu's actions just now do not align with auction regulations. Yes, I have never seen any auction house act in such a manner. One cultivator after another spoke up with righteous indignation. The one leading the outcry was a young master from an influential family. That spiritual sword was meant to win the heart of a lady. He had just been reassuring the female cultivator beside him, promising to secure this grand finale item as a gift for her, upon which she would agree to become his Tao companion. Yet before he could even bid, the auction master had struck the gavel 3 times upon hearing a bid of 100,000 spirit stones, leaving him utterly humiliated. Hey, I was right in the middle of wooing a girl, and it just fell through like this. The boast he had just made was shattered before it could even be fulfilled. He could not swallow this insult. Gu Nianxing, admitting to herself that she was in the wrong, quickly tried to smooth things over. Young master, I was indeed too abrupt just now. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. I guarantee on the reputation of the Xinghao auction house that the items in the next auction will certainly not disappoint you. Heh. Auction Master Gu, the rules of this auction house have already been broken, yet you still wish to pledge your reputation. How laughable, the young master scoffed. A barrage of criticism from numerous cultivators followed immediately. Indeed. Auction Master Gu, do not ruin the rules. Gu Nianxing gritted her teeth. Facing the cold accusations of 1,000 pointing fingers, she found herself utterly without a leg to stand on to rebut them. 1 strike and 1 inquiry, requiring 3 strikes to seal the deal. This had been the rule of auctions since ancient times, and she had just violated it. Just as Gu Nianxing was searching for an excuse to explain herself, Wu Mengmeng spoke up. Oh, rules. Let me ask, at 100,000 spirit stones, is there anyone else willing to counterbid? Her voice carried a trace of disdain. Currently what she despised most were these men from self-proclaimed prestigious families, such as that scoundrel Chen Lingtian. He had claimed that his father did not care for him since childhood, and gave him no spirit stones to spend, yet a random storage bag he carried held over 1,000,000 spirit stones. How utterly detestable. The young master of the influential family was instantly enraged, but he suppressed his anger. After all, the other party was also on the 3rd floor. Unsure of their background, he feared that if he offended someone, he and his father would break his legs. Thus he inquired, fellow Taoists, since ancient times auctions have always been won by the highest bidder. Paying 100,000 spirit stones for a low-grade Xiantier spiritual sword indeed far exceeds its actual value. However, I happen to favor this sword immensely, yet Auction Master Gu sealed the deal with 3 quick strikes. Is this not a violation of the rules? Wu Mengmeng easily caught the underlying implication of his words. Did he not just want to counterbid? Did he want to act like a wealthy spendthrift? Scions of prestigious families are truly all the same. In that case, I shall let you make an absolute fool of yourself. She immediately replied, so what do you propose? According to the rules, we resume the bidding and the highest bidder wins. He also addressed Gu Nianxing, who was dazed on the stage. Auction Master Gu, you were too hasty just now. How about we resume the bidding now? On the surface it seemed he was offering her a way out, but in reality, it was pushing her into the eye of the storm. How could Gu Nianxing not realize this? She did not agree to his request, offering her apologies instead. My apologies, everyone. This was indeed a mistake on the part of our Xinghao auction house. However, once the gavel has fallen, the item belongs to the buyer. Therefore, Auction Master Gu, very well. At these words, Gu Nianxing's temper flared. Despite her utmost patience, she truly could not swallow this insult. Why are there so many absolute idiots in this cultivation world? Seeing this, none of the cultivators below uttered a word. They all knew in their hearts that this auction master was not someone to be trifled with. Someone had made things difficult for her before, and now the grass on their grave was probably several feet high. That person had lusted after Gu Nianxing's beauty, audaciously boasting in the auction hall about wanting to share a bed with her. The result was predictable. The man was no more. In truth, the auction house's rules were merely industry jargon, which auction master wouldn't want a higher bid. They simply assumed that Auction Master Gu had been overly eager upon encountering such a high price. After all, did an auction house that consistently offered top-tier treasures even need to rely on such trivial reputation? As long as there were treasures, there would never be a shortage of patrons. Making a profit was simply a matter of course. These minor figures understood this perfectly. They would still attend regardless, and they certainly couldn't afford to offend this auction master. By now, Gu Nianxing was already seething with rage. She had made herself so clear. Was he incapable of understanding? She roared inwardly, you don't understand, do you? Then have a taste of my fists until you do. She immediately utilized the cultivation essence she had just acquired from completing a system quest, instantly elevating her cultivation realm to the spirit condensation stage. Just as she was about to unleash her aura and fury, a voice resonated directly within her mind, soothing her soul. Fellow Taoist, Gu, since you say this sword now belongs to me, may I request to continue the auction? I will still bid 100,000 spirit stones. As soon as Wu Mengmeng spoke these words, everyone present was shocked. This person addressed auction master Gu as fellow Taoist, which spoke volumes about her strength. They had initially assumed she was merely a young lady from some noble family, but now it seemed a good show was about to unfold. Some cultivators whispered among themselves while others remained silent, yet none left the venue, all eager to watch the drama unfold. Gu Nianqing's rising anger was instantly extinguished by this gentle voice. Snapping back to her senses, she stammered, "A fellow Taoist, once the auction is finalized, the item belongs entirely to the buyer. If you are dissatisfied with this auction, I am willing to issue a supreme VIP card for you, granting a 20% discount at the Xinghao auction house. Let us put this matter to rest, shall we?" Gu Nianqing was after all someone bound to a system. She had previously investigated this individual's information. The system had only displayed her name, while her cultivation level was represented by 3 large question marks with nothing else shown. This meant her level was at least 1 major realm higher than hers. Now that Gu Nianqing had broken through to the spirit condensation stage, she checked once more. The information panel appeared. Name Wu Mengmeng. Identity unknown. Age 18. Cultivation 4th layer of spirit condensation. The panel displayed only this much, but her cultivation was indeed revealed. As expected, she was 1 major realm higher. But how could she be only 18 years old? Gu Nianqing's heart pounded in shock. Spirit condensation at 18. She had assumed the other party was an old monster who had lived for at least several centuries. Although she looked very young, this was a cultivation world where disguise techniques and youth-preserving methods were quite common. For instance, beauty-retaining pills, youth-preserving elixirs, as well as the longevity restored upon breaking through realms. All of these could grant eternal youth, allowing one to regain their youthful appearance. Yet the system scan revealed that she was only 18, 2 years younger than herself. Her cultivation was actually higher than hers. Gu Nianqing was a woman with a system, yet the so-called geniuses she had encountered while traveling over the past 3 years were merely at the body tempering stage at 18. What on earth was this spirit condensation stage? Could she be a daughter of fortune? A daughter of destiny, without a doubt. Once this thought took root, Gu Nianqing, relying on her unerring intuition, knew her immediate priority was to firmly cling to this figure's thighs. Thus she immediately offered an empty promise, a supreme VIP status concocted on the spot. Her system was not some villain plunder system. She had no need to grow stronger by suppressing the children of destiny. What she possessed was the auctioning to divinity system, which required vast amounts of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Meanwhile, the sons and daughters of destiny possessed countless opportunities, and the treasures they acquired were naturally far more abundant. If she could extract even a small portion of benefits from them and auction it off, wouldn't the returned rewards soar to incredible heights? Although the system did not allow infinite recursion, the items could still be used for system missions or bartered for other treasures. Her system missions required the total value of each auction to reach a specified threshold, with the system calculating the precise value based on the items she put up for auction. As long as she met the minimum requirement, the mission would be considered complete, and exceeding the threshold would grant additional rewards. These rewards, such as divine empowerment and sudden enlightenment, were all directly related to her cultivation base rather than flashy, useless novelties. Having now found an individual of immense destiny, how could Gu Nianqing not be thrilled? Her mind was already filled with grand, fanciful visions. Wu Mengmeng spoke again. "My thanks, fellow Taoist. However, I cannot let this matter slide. In this life I detest nothing more than such pretentious fools." So, hearing this, Gu Nianqing understood her intention. She clearly couldn't stand that young noble. She immediately replied, "Naturally, you may do as you please, fellow Taoist." Hearing those words, the young noble chimed in. "If that is the case, I bid 130,000 low-grade spirit stones. This sword is mine." His words were grandly spoken. Even the female cultivator beside him sidled over, pressing her chest against him, wrapping herself around his arm and clinging tightly. In a cooing voice she said, "I knew you were the best brother. Once you win this spiritual sword, I shall be your Tao companion for a day. It shall be ours." The young noble was arrogant beyond measure. Their exchange brought a smirk to Gu Nianqing's face on the stage as she sneered inwardly, "Ha! Putting on airs. I'd like to see how you pull off your posturing in front of a daughter of destiny." Before the crowd below could even begin to gossip, Wu Mengmeng dropped a bombshell, uttering just 3 words, 200,000. Her tone was utterly nonchalant, showing complete disregard for the spirit stones. After all, she had acquired them for free, so spending them caused her no pain. However, her words startled her grandfather Wu Qingyuan, who was resting beside her. He sat up and whispered, "Mengmeng, this earth-grade mid-rank spiritual sword is simply not worth that much. Grandfather, I know what I am doing. I just cannot stand that man. He is truly infuriating. Besides, it is only 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, not 2 million. Is there any need to lecture your beloved granddaughter like this? Fine, fine. You are grown now, and your grandfather can no longer sway you, Wu Qingyan grumbled, closing his eyes once more to rest. Truth be told, the private suite of this auction house possessed marvelous effects capable of soothing the soul and calming the mind, and the concentration of spiritual energy here was remarkably high. It was well worth the 1,000 spirit stones. Wu Qingyuan remained lying down, speaking no further. At this moment the entire auction hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone had heard that line. Is it not just 200,000 spirit stones? Not 2 million. Wu Mingming had spoken those words intentionally, sending shockwaves through everyone's hearts. At this moment they had all guessed incorrectly. This was likely the descendant of some colossal faction. To speak of 2 million so casually, that was 2 million. Even a spirit condensation clan could not produce 1 million low-grade spirit stones on short notice. From her mouth the weight of 2 million sounded like mere child's play, as she undoubtedly possessed an extraordinary background. The bidding young noble fell utterly silent. Only after a long while did he lean forward, opening the barrier of his private box, and bowed with clasped hands. Junior Zhang Xiaoyan, son of Zhang offers his sincerest apologies to Senior. His attitude was deeply respectful, his previous wild and unbridled demeanor vanishing instantly as he bowed his head in apology. Below the stage the cultivators who recognized Zhang Xiaotian fell into a flurry of whispers. So it is young Master Zhang, no wonder. I knew it. It really is young Master Zhang. A cultivator inquired of someone nearby who recognized Zhang Xiaoyan. Fellow Taoist, who is he? Move aside. Did you not hear the latter half of young Master Zhang's words? Zhang is his father. The cultivator understood instantly. Zhang the Pishio of the Nanyang Zhang family. Every cultivator present knew of Zhang's great fame. He was a figure wealthy enough to rival nations, backed by the Nanyang Zhang family. His strength was formidable, being at the early spirit condensation realm. Beyond that, the true background of the Nanyang Zhang family was not to be underestimated. Rumor had it that this Nanyang Zhang family was merely a branch of the hidden Zhang clan of Zhongzhou. What did it mean to be a hidden clan? A hidden clan resided permanently within a pocket world created by their ancestors, rarely interacting with the outside world. Such families were of extraordinary significance. To forge a pocket world, one had to reach the Nirvana realm. This was the sheer weight behind a hidden clan. This explained why the Nanyang Zhang family, though not possessing top-tier strength, was wealthy enough to rival nations. Their financial power was not inferior to any of the 5 great empires. No one dared to touch the Zhang family precisely out of dread for the power behind them. The ancient main Zhang clan, which still endured in the world. Every branch of the Zhang family possessed a sound-transmitting jade talisman to communicate with the main lineage. If a talented youth was born, they could use the talisman to contact them, and the clan would dispatch experts to bring them back to the ancestral land for proper nurturing. Many hidden clans operated this way because the grotto heavens created by their ancestors could not accommodate all of their descendants. Many years ago, some hidden clans completely secluded themselves, allowing even those with ordinary talent to multiply and thrive in the ancestral land. Over time, as the population swelled, the supply of spiritual energy fell short, leading to the depletion of spiritual energy in the ancestral land. Ultimately, the pocket world decayed, and even the hidden grand arrays could no longer function. Thus they were scattered across the world. Seeing the other party's sincere attitude, Wu Mingming was surprised. She had expected him to fly into a rage. Forget it. Those words were spoken with the same indifference, calm as still water, yet the surrounding cultivators interpreted them differently. Is this the magnanimous demeanor of a truly great figure who pays no heed to minor offenses? Such magnanimity is beyond the reach of cultivators like us. Even Gu Nianqing on the stage was astonished. She had not expected him to back down so easily. She hadn't even enjoyed the spectacle fully before it ended. Although she had successfully established a connection with the Daughter of Destiny, something she ought to be thrilled about, she now felt a strange sense of disappointment. How unpredictable. She sighed softly. Alas, a good show ended just as it began. It wasn't satisfying at all. Forget it. Gu Nianqing rationalized it to herself, thinking that Zhang Xiaotian is just a coward, not even worthy of being a minor villain. Could it be? Could he become a lackey to the Daughter of Destiny in the future? Gu Nianqing's overthinking was comparable to those cautious transmigrators who, despite possessing invincible power, feared everything under the sun. Such transmigrators constantly worried that a more powerful existence would crush them with a single finger, leading them to overanalyze every detail. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Indeed, Zhang Xiaotian did have a connection to a Daughter of Destiny, though it was not the Wu Mingming that Gu Nianqing was currently imagining. This auction is hereby concluded. As the auction house master announced the end of the event, the spectators departed one after another, leaving only the buyers who were redeeming their items. Once word of this event spread, it would undoubtedly stir up a great storm. In particular, the next opening of the Xinghe auction house would surely draw in even more cultivators. After all, the auction master had declared beforehand that the next batch of items would feature treasures no inferior to that low-grade profound rank weapon. The profound rank corresponded to the spirit concentration realm. Grandmaster weapon refiners were exceedingly rare in Zhangzhou, while talisman masters were abundant. Because it was easy to get started, most cultivators typically relied on consumables like talismans in their daily lives. Cultivators possessing spiritual tools were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Even if they had magic tools, their grades were generally low. Furthermore, these tools required constant nurturing, and the maintenance costs were astronomical. For instance, even the finest divine weapons of the mortal realm, relying solely on raw strength, could not compare to an utterly ordinary damaged magic tool. Even if a magic tool were forged to the peak heaven rank, it would only gain additional effects and quality, whereas the forging cost alone would be enough to craft several low-grade spiritual tools. Fellow Taoist, please stay your steps. Gu Nianqing softly called out to Ming Ming. She still could not resist the temptation of the Daughter of Destiny. Seeing the other party stop in her tracks, she continued, Fellow Taoist, would you care to have a chat in a private room? Very well. Wu Mingming was also curious about this auction master's secrets. When she first entered, she had probed the other party's strength. She had been merely at the peak of the body-tempering realm, yet just a moment ago, she broke through to the spirit concentration realm in an instant. Although it was not as impressive as Wu Mengming's own feat of crossing 3 realms through accumulated preparation, there was definitely a secret behind it. Both of them harbored their own little calculations. Seeing that the other party agreed, Gu Nianqing familiarly walked over, took Wu Mengming's hand, and said with a smile, My name is Gu Nianqing, and I am 20 this year. Looking at your skeletal age, you seem to be only 18. May I call you younger sister? Wu Mingming did not grow angry at the other party's sudden intimacy, for she saw genuine sincerity in her eyes. This gesture lacked any trace of hypocrisy, which pleased Wu Mengming, and she did not pull her hand away from Gu Nianqing's grasp. She froze for a second before replying, Sure. My name is Wu Mengming, and I am indeed younger than you, sister. Since you have a favor to ask, please speak frankly. I am more than happy to listen. At this moment, Gu Nianqing was ecstatic in her heart. She called me sister. I've already gotten closer to the Daughter of Destiny. Keep going. Keep up the good work. Mengming, let us talk in the private room. Gu Nianqing smiled warmly. To draw closer, she deliberately changed her form of address from younger sister to her more intimate name. Wu Mengming complied, all right. At this moment, she behaved like the girl next door, her tone devoid of her usual coldness, leaving only a sense of gentle compliance as she allowed herself to be led. The two of them walked into the private booth of the auction house. Gu Nianqing even brewed 2 cups of milk tea, a premium creation she had recently developed using ingredients from this cultivation world. She had developed dozens of different flavors. As the tea was poured, a rich aroma of milk drifted through the air, accompanied by a subtle floral fragrance. Wu Mengming took an immediate liking to the scent. Inside the private room, a warm and sweet fragrance greeted their senses. Gu Nianqing pushed a cup of milk tea toward Wu Mengming. Atop the wheat-colored spiritual milk in the cup, a few unknown petals floated, gently swirling with the motion. This is a spiritual milk flower tea I made myself. Mengming, you can give it a try. Gu Nianqing retrieved a jar of honey from her storage bag. This is 100-year honey nectar. If it is not sweet enough, you can add a spoonful and stir it in. Thank you. Wu Mengming expressed her gratitude, lifting the cup to take a gentle sip. Upon entry, the rich, milky flavor of the spiritual milk filled her mouth, followed closely by the sweet fragrance of flowers, leaving only a faint, almost imperceptible hint of astringency at the end. As it slid down her throat and into her stomach, it felt simultaneously warm and refreshing, an indescribable sensation. It tasted just like mint green milk tea from the modern world. Delicious, Wu Mengming praised, her eyes lighting up, clearly amazed by the flavor of the milk tea. Gu Nianqing rejoiced inwardly, another step closer. She held a cup of her own and sat opposite Wu Mengming, her tone casual and friendly. If you like it, come drink it often. You are always welcome to drop by any time, Mengming. With that, she took out a small sandalwood box from her storage bag. Though the box was small, it was filled with various flavors of spiritual tea powder she had made. The sandalwood box was engraved with the words, milk tea, a gift box Gu Nianqing had specially prepared for gifting. Since you like it so much, Mengming, consider this a gift from your sister. Inside are various types of milk tea. You only need to steep them in spiritual spring water. Seeing the other party treating her to tea and offering gifts, Wu Mengming understood her intentions and got straight to the point. So, sister, surely inviting me here wasn't as simple as just having tea. Sigh. Indeed. It is mainly because our Xinghe auction house has not had any decent treasures to present lately. Gu Nianqing sighed, her face filled with helplessness. Our Xinghe auction house used to hold daily auctions as a rule, but this time I have auctioned off all of our inventory. So, I wanted to ask you, sister, if you have any treasures you wish to consign or sell to help me resolve this pressing emergency. Of course, she was telling the truth. This was the current plight of the Xinghe auction house. Because her own strength was lacking, even though she had broken through to the spirit concentration realm, she could not gather high-quality treasures in a short period of time. Buy them from commercial firms. She might as well forget about it. The truly good treasures were already in the hands of major factions, and the items sold there were utterly mediocre. Those trashy items would simply be a waste of her system rebate attempts. Moreover, now that her strength had improved, she no longer needed to trade low-tier items for sale. She actually possessed many treasures within her system space, all obtained through rebates, but she could not easily show them to others. She understood the principle that possessing a jade ring invites misfortune. Thus, she could only pitifully plead with this suspected daughter of destiny, baby Mingming, hoping that she would lend a hand. To be honest, if Gu Nianqing hadn't just met Wu Mengming, and if they were a bit closer, she might have confessed her feelings on the spot. She was absolutely smitten by Mengming's looks. She was devastatingly beautiful, possessed an extraordinary temperament, and was like a lotus rising unsullied from the mud. To tell the truth, what Gu Nianqing was thinking at this moment was, I really want to snuggle with Meng Meng and have a passionate, heart-pounding clash of spheres. This was truly unhinged. Could she have been a lesbian in her past life? If girls loving girls weren't so rare in the cultivation world, Gu Nianqing would have made her move long ago. Perhaps they would have become best friends by now. If she could become besties with the daughter of destiny, she would truly soar to greatness. With the combined help of her system and the daughter of destiny, why would she ever worry about not ascending? Then sister, if you tell me one thing, I will help you with this favor. Go ahead, Ming Ming. I want to know how you broke through to the spirit concentration realm in an instant just now, yet your foundation remains incredibly solid, without the slightest hint of instability. Wu Mengming's tone was calm, but the curiosity in her eyes could no longer be concealed. Gu Nianqing set down her teacup. She knew it. The daughter of destiny was indeed not as easily fooled as those minor side characters. She couldn't very well say it's the system, could she? After much thought, she realized she couldn't completely brush her off either. The daughter of destiny was extremely sensitive to such matters, and lying would only arouse her aversion. She didn't want the favorability she had just built up to go down the drain. She slowly spoke. Have you ever heard of the essence of the sun and moon, sister? Gu Nianqing's words were half true. In reality, she had used the cultivation essence rewarded by the system, but the two had identical effects. The only difference was that cultivation essence could directly elevate one's power, whereas the essence of the sun and moon was a primordial spiritual item born within the spiritual morning dew through the baptism of the sun and moon. Spiritual morning dew was rain formed naturally from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, not an artificial creation. By absorbing this spiritual morning dew, one could hear the Tao in the morning and feed on the moon in the evening. After a long period of nurturing, it would become the essence of the sun and moon. Once refined, this substance could directly elevate one's cultivation, allowing for a flawless breakthrough. It could be considered a top-tier primordial divine dew. However, given the dilapidated state of this world, coupled with the inherent barrenness of Zhangzhou, it was difficult to even turn spiritual energy into mist, let alone rain. Lacking the advantages of time and place, the efforts of mortals could not make up for it. As a result, the essence of the sun and moon could only occasionally be found in Zhangzhou, where spiritual energy was abundant. As Gu Nianqing spoke, she retrieved a wisp of cultivation essence, merely the size of a pinky finger, from her system inventory. The bay's spiritual aura swirled like rich brocade, its milky luminescence dense and hazy. Wu Mengming thought to herself, it truly is the rumored essence of the sun and moon. She did not deceive me, but seems I was overthinking. Had she been a second slower, she would have exposed the other's lie, for the essence of the sun and moon was certainly not something such a minor figure should possess. Even after traveling far and wide with her grandfather for so many years, she had never seen this item, having only heard of it in passing. Let alone a minor auction house master who had only recently advanced to the spirit condensation realm. To her surprise, she actually beheld the physical object today. Perhaps it was merely the other party's good fortune, and she refrained from passing judgment. After all, everyone possessed their own destiny. Just like herself, who had transcended 3 realms overnight from a mere mortal to break through to the spirit condensation stage. Had it not happened to her personally, it would have seemed utterly fantastical. This is the essence of the sun and moon, though only this small amount remains. Gu Nianqing introduced. She was indeed speaking the truth. The cultivation essence rewarded by the system had indeed dwindled to this amount. She had merely given it a different name. Truth be told, this cultivation essence truly resembled the essence of the sun and moon, albeit more viscous, looking somewhat like white shampoo upon closer inspection. Wu Mengming's mind was as clear as a mirror. Since her mirror flower water moon physique had previously shattered and split her soul, she could now easily perceive the subtle body language of others. Simple deceptions of that nature were now utterly transparent to her. Yet Gu Nianqing was an absolute master of deception. Her smooth talk played right into Wu Mengming's expectations. Thus, she crossed the sea under camouflage to bypass scrutiny. She was pondering whether she could win over the daughter of destiny. Meanwhile, Wu Mingming also kept her promise, retrieving the newly refined pills of her grandfather from her storage bag and handing them over to Gu Nianxing for consignment auction. These pills were all without exception top-grade Tier 3 elixirs. Wu Mingming accepted the box of milk tea and returned the favor with a gift of her own. She presented Gu Nianxing with an entire bottle of Tier 2 eye skin pills containing a total of 10 pills. These eye skin pills were used for beauty enhancement and held immense appeal for female cultivators who valued their appearance. Their market price was no lower than that of ordinary Tier 3 pills. Thank you, Mingming. With that, Gu Nianxing accepted the gift, pocketed it, and then took Wu Mingming's hand, saying in a carefree manner, "Mingming, you are truly my lucky star. To celebrate, why don't we go shopping together?" Once again, Wu Mingming was swept up by her free-spirited words. Before she could reply, she was pulled out of the door. Let's go, my treat." "What does my treat mean?" "It means paying the bill. Whatever you want to buy, it will be paid with my spirit stones," she hastily explained. "I see. That phrase is actually quite fitting," Mingming replied. She suspected the other party was not a native of Zhangzhou, as the people here did not say paying the bill. Instead, they said buying it all out. At this moment, Gu Nianxing let out a long sigh of relief. "Phew, I almost forgot that my current identity is a transmigrator. I should use fewer catchphrases from my past life in the future." Gu Nianxing was quite tall, standing over 7 feet. Wu Mingming, though also tall and slender, was half a head shorter. The two of them exited the auction house and locked the doors. And so they went off to shop. Although Wu Mingming's soul had merged, her core disposition remained unchanged, aloof to the outside world, yet tender and passionate to those close to her. Indeed, despite having only recently met, Gu Nianxing's proactive nature quickly brought them together in comfortable companionship. "Sister Nianxing," Mingming. They called each other with sweet affection. For a brief moment, while shopping, Wu Mingming felt as though she had forgotten something. Shaking it off, she decided to focus on shopping. She had forgotten her grandfather inside the auction house. At that moment, Wu Qingyuan was pounding on the grand gates of the auction house, shouting, "My dear granddaughter, where have you gone? Someone quick open the door for this old man. Is anyone there? Open up." Thud, thud, thud. The pounding continued relentlessly. No matter what methods he used, how hard he beat the gate, or how much he strained his voice, no one responded to him. The auction house seemed entirely isolated from the world. As for the reason, one would have to ask Gu Nianxing's system. Although binding the auction house did not grant an invincible domain, it came with an additional function, anti-theft. Once this function was activated, the auction house would automatically seal itself to ensure the safety of the treasures within. It featured soundproofing, and without the host's personal authorization, no one in this world could breach it. Truth be told, this system was also incredibly defiant of heaven. As long as one did not court death, they would not die, slowly growing the auction house through auctions, much like farming. The scene shifted. Chen Lingtian was currently still constructing the family's hinterland. In this void, he was the creator. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, heaven, earth, water, and soil were all fashioned from his palms, though he could only create things that already existed in this world. Under these existential constraints, nothing created could be taken out of this space, and they were defined as inanimate matter. After studying it for half the day, Chen Lingtian understood it meant he could neither create life nor forge equipment. Initially, Chen Lingtian had wondered if he could fashion a few wives out of thin air, sparing him the trouble of searching for a wife outside. He could have been entirely self-sufficient within this grotto heaven, which would have been marvelous. Unfortunately, this method was unfeasible. Forget it. I should just focus on building the family's hinterland. Chen Lingtian sighed, looking utterly dejected, as if someone owed him money. Magnificent jade pavilions and towering structures rose. A massive, majestic, floating island materialized, its base bound by crisscrossing chains of profound iron. The iron chains linked together, their ends anchoring into the heavenly abyss. In the next instant, the chains tautened and suddenly pulled back, dragging smaller floating islands of various sizes and shapes forcefully into view. Chen Lingtian truly had nothing better to do, enjoying himself immensely in creative mode, building his home. His main objective was to test whether these profound iron chains were sturdy enough. After all, this was the essential path his future children would walk upon, so he could not afford to be careless. As time slipped away, the general layout was constructed, though the only flaw was the lack of vitality. Chen Lingtian connected with his sea of consciousness and asked, "System, can I transfer other items into this place?" The system replied, "Yes. However, except for your wives and children, nothing brought inside can ever leave this place. Please proceed with caution, host, and do so at your own risk." "That works. But could you stop lecturing me in that mechanical tone? Hurry up and change your voice. I want to hear a lowly voice." Chen Lingtian remained the same pervert, not even sparing the system. The system baby fell silent, offering mute resistance. She was truly exasperated to have such a master. Seeing this, Chen Lingtian said grumpily, "System, you are getting more and more out of line. It seems I will have to properly discipline you in the future. Drawing his mind back, he pondered that according to the system, items could be stored but never retrieved, a truly tyrannical clause. Nevertheless, with this world, he could directly provide his descendants with an infinite resource cheat. One could only describe it as unimaginably extravagant. Yet what saddened Chen Lingtian was precisely this: since nothing could be taken out, he felt as though he had lost hundreds of millions. Resources, my infinite resources. I haven't enjoyed any of them. System, you are unfair. I want infinite spirit stones for gacha. What use is this system to me? What use is this grotto heaven to me? Chen Lingtian wailed and howled inside the grotto heaven for a long time, yet the system remained utterly silent, clearly choosing to slack off. Having exhausted his curses and tantrums, he ultimately had no choice but to admit defeat and resume his role as the creator. With a mere thought in the blink of an eye, a majestic main hall towered upon the floating island. A celestial spiritual aura drifted gracefully as ethereal dragons circled around. Vast stretches of top-tier spiritual herb gardens rose from the ground. Resplendent alchemy chambers, weapon-refining pavilions, and scripture libraries manifested in succession. This chaotic, void-like grotto heaven was instantly transformed into a majestic, ancient, sacred ground of the immortals. However, it was merely a grand facade devoid of actual substance. Strictly speaking, cultivation techniques could also be created, but they required Chen Lingtian to design and delineate them himself. For instance, a chi refining scripture required structured rules and fundamental principles, otherwise the created technique would be unusable. Of course, if he possessed an original copy, he could directly copy and paste it into the grotto heaven. During this time, Chen Lingtian had also asked the system if he could create cultivation techniques, hoping to adapt the supreme methods from the web novels he had read in his past life. He tried everything from the great desolate heaven imprisoning art to the flame mantra, but what he ended up creating was nothing more than a blank scripture. After all, in his past life, he had never read the detailed tenets of these techniques. Even if he had only skimmed through them, so how could he possibly remember them? So I forget it, I can't remember them. One could hardly blame Chen Lingtian. If those web novels from his past life had detailed the full outlines of every technique, they would easily have exceeded tens of millions of words. No ordinary person could possibly commit that to memory. Just as Chen Lingtian was about to give up, an idea flashed through his mind: the Daedejing. He still remembered a few passages of it. Deciding to give it a try, he chanted under his breath, "The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao, the name that can be named is not the eternal name. Heaven and earth are ruthless, treating all things as straw dogs." Heavenly phenomena manifested, and the resonance of the great Tao echoed. The system's notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully creating a cultivation technique. The great Tao has bestowed the name Supreme Wuji Xianyuan Art. The host may view it at your leisure. Chen Lingtian clicked to view. Technique: Supreme Wuji Xianyuan Art. Grade: Tao Grade. Category: Supreme Heart Sutra. General outline: the Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao, the name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the origin of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Cultivation: core accordance with nature. Holy crap. It worked. It worked. This Taoist master has succeeded. Ha ha ha. Chen Lingtian laughed maniacally. The heavenly phenomena dissipated, and the fading golden light receded. The supreme technique floated in the void, drifting gently into his hand. From its appearance alone, it seemed like an ordinary weathered book showing its age, but upon looking at the 7 majestic characters on the cover, Supreme Wuji Xianyuan Art. With just a single glance, Chen Lingtian's vision went black as he plunged into a state of sudden enlightenment. Where his gaze fell, the path ahead was pitch black, yet looking back, thousands of lights shone brilliantly. It was as if Chen Lingtian stood at the very end of the great Tao, the pinnacle of the immortal path, and he was the trailblazer moving forward within it. This vision lasted for 15 minutes. Chen Lingtian opened his eyes and slowly uttered 2 words: mind-blowing. He never expected to actually create a Tao grade technique. The name Tao grade alone sounded incredibly formidable. It was bound to be far superior to the immortal grade. Chen Lingtian planned to continue creating techniques. He thoroughly enjoyed his role as the creator, and the feeling of bringing all things into existence was truly magnificent. Yet time waited for no one. When he activated creation mode, his physical body was already present here, meaning time was passing in a one-to-one replication of the original world. The creation process had taken a whole day and night. Time flew by so rapidly, yet Chen Lingtian had not noticed at all. Here he was the absolute master, devoid of any concept of time. Yuanbao, where are you? Do you not want Yubao anymore? Sob. At that moment, the weak, delicate crying of a girl echoed loudly in Chen Lingtian's mind. This was a function of the system, allowing him not only to sense the emotional and physiological states of his bound partner, but also to overhear her voice. Chen Lingtian was having a blast playing the creator when he suddenly heard his wife's whimpering. His nerves tensed. Oh no. Yubao is awake. He hurriedly withdrew from the second grotto heaven, traversing back to the first. Sob. Who is it? Who stole my yuanbao? The young girl's whimpers shifted from soft to fierce, her final words carrying a wave of endless rage. Her natal true fire, the Nanming Li fire, completely incinerated her silk garments. Her body became covered in dense scales, and a blazing dragon tail appeared. Her crimson dragon pupils narrowed into vertical slits, her fingers turning into claws as her body transformed. In the next second, a massive crimson dragon body over 30 meters long manifested, manic and restless as dragon flames erupted everywhere. Fortunately, despite the terrifying aura, nothing within the palace was damaged. This crystal palace was of the immortal grade, durable enough to withstand such havoc. Just as Chen Lingtian appeared, he witnessed the raging transformed Qiyu. His heart twinged. I'm still too late. Indeed, Yu Bao had waited for 10 days and nights. Unlike Tu Bao, she did not have Xiao Bao to keep her company, and Tu Bao did not even want to see Chen Lingtian during this period. As for Yu Bao, she had waited in isolation within this empty palace, anticipating her master's arrival. 1 day, 2 days she could still endure, but 10 days. The accumulated disappointment in Yu Bao's heart had long since breached her defenses, coupled with the boundless tyranny of the Crimson Dragon. Over time, her mental barrier could no longer suppress her longing, leading to this sudden eruption. Through their intimate bonding, a new connection was forged. Consequently, Qiyu's reliance on Chen Lingtian grew even stronger, and their intimacy reached its absolute pinnacle, a love that was an indescribably wild passion. Love was like a surging tide from beginning to end. It is the nature of dragons that once they set their sights on something, they must claim it as their own. To tame a dragon as a mount, one must suppress it with absolute power, otherwise it would never submit. Thus, for any cultivator since ancient times who wished to ride a dragon, without absolute crushing power, it was nothing but pure fantasy. Furthermore, an assertive dragon possessed a terrifyingly intense possessiveness. Witnessing Qiyu's distress, Chen Lingtian dared not be careless. He immediately activated the Crystal Palace's auxiliary function, using water as the spirit calm the heart and suppress restlessness. After a short while, the raging Yu Bao finally quieted down. Her pupils unfocused and her gaze gradually cleared. The vertical slits of her pupils vanished, replaced by round, bead-like dazed eyes. She hovered beneath the dome in a daze. After a moment, the natal Nanming Li fire swirling around her receded, the dense crimson scales withdrew, and her body contracted instantly, transforming back into human form. However, her spiritual dress had been completely incinerated by her natal true fire, leaving only her flawless snow-white skin exposed. Bewildered Yu Bao did not understand why she had transformed that way, gently caressing her chest with her small hand. She felt as if a ball of fire was trapped in her chest, making it hard to breathe, but lowering her gaze, she saw that familiar figure. It was the very master she cherished and longed for. Instantly her heart ached, and her eyes turned red as tears rolled down uncontrollably. Aggrievedly she parted her lips and sobbed, Yuanbao, where did you go? Yu Bao was so scared. Her voice was soft and sweet, carrying a tearful whimpering tone completely devoid of the ferocious aura she had displayed during her transformation. Now Yu Bao was a good girl, and she would accept no arguments to the contrary. As she drifted down from the air, Chen Lingtian caught her steadily in his arms and whispered, There, what are you crying for? Yu Bao isn't crying. Did you get some sand in your eyes? Yes. Ha ha ha. Chen Lingtian wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes, pinched her little cheek, and laughed. How adorable. He did not even need to use his heavenly eye to check. The tear pearls were no longer forming. Indeed, once she transformed into a dragon, the sacred tears would no longer be produced. Chen Lingtian had long anticipated this. The description had stated clearly the tears of the dragon carp shed by the golden carp sacred clan before transforming into a dragon. Yuan Bao, I'm itchy. Where does it itch? My backside. It's so itchy there. Yu Bao instinctively scratched it, only to feel a long tail. How did I grow a tail? Wah, I don't want to grow a tail. Yu Bao burst into tears. At this, Chen Lingtian held her close, kissing and hugging her while gently patting her back. Whimpering and sniffling in his embrace, she sobbed, Master. Is it because Yu Bao grew a tail that you don't want me anymore? Of course not. Then why? Don't overthink it. I love Yu Bao. No matter what you become, I will always love you. Chen Lingtian fabricated his words with a straight face. Hearing these sweet words, the clingy Yu Bao finally buried her head in his chest. Her body temperature began to rise, and her little face flushed a rosy red. Beyond the Dantian realm in Nanyang City, that night dark clouds pressed heavily upon the city and a dead silence reigned. Tonight marked the second day since the onset of the beast tide, and the vanguard of the demon race had already laid siege to the city walls. These demonic beasts were all swift and fierce birds and beasts. Moving with extreme velocity, they served as the pioneering scouts dispatched to probe the area. Dark silhouettes of various sizes and forms darted through the pitch-black night, some soaring through the skies, others racing across the earth. They watched every movement of the human cultivators with predatory intensity, biding their time to strike. By sheer misfortune, a band of cultivators collided head-on with a demonic beast. The leading cultivator recognized the beast at a single glance and roared in terror. "Oh no, it's a blood eagle." Making a split-second decision, he fled into the mountain forest. Behind him, several seasoned rogue cultivators followed suit without a second thought. Blood eagles were pure white all over and inherently bloodthirsty. Belonging to the lower-tier demonic bloodlines, most were Tier 1 beasts with only a rare few reaching Tier 2. Yet their speed was terrifyingly swift. "Fellow Taoist, it is merely a Tier 1 blood eagle. I can handle it alone," sneered one of the cultivators. Before the boasting cultivator could even finish his sentence, a sharp squelch echoed, and he collapsed instantly into a pool of blood. A razor-sharp feather pierced through his body from head to toe, scattering shredded flesh and splattering blood across the ground. "Fool," someone cursed under their breath. Only then did the others snap out of their daze. Seeing the horrific sight, the remaining cultivators turned deathly pale. Realizing the danger, they hastily circulated their cultivation techniques, desperate to escape. But it was too late. In a mere breath's time, an overwhelming tide of demonic beasts emerged from the darkness. Bearing their bloody maws, their relentless roars shook the heavens. Some of the lower cultivation practitioners felt their legs give way, collapsing instantly to the ground, though their desire to survive remained incredibly strong. Covered in dirt, they clawed the ground with their hands and kicked with their feet, crawling forward in a desperate, undignified scramble, frantically searching for a place to hide. The scene was profoundly pathetic. Yet the demonic beasts grew even more ecstatic. Perched on mountain peaks and hovering in the sky, their blood-red eyes glared down at the fleeing human cultivators. In the next instant, the most powerful blood eagle let out a sky-piercing screech, commanding the lesser beasts under its rule. In a flash, a deluge of sharp feathers tore through the air, sweeping down like a torrential storm of steel needles. "Arg! Arg!" Agonized shriek after shriek echoed from below. In an instant, within a 100-meter radius, a tempest of blood and slaughter erupted, leaving severed limbs and shattered bones scattered everywhere. As the volley of feather arrows rained down, every cultivator present was riddled with holes like a sieve. A few still clung to a thread of life, wailing in excruciating agony. "I don't want to die yet. Mother, it hurts so much." The faint murmurs of the dying cultivators faded like kites with severed strings, their consciousness slipping away as their souls departed for the afterlife. After a moment of silence, the air thick with the heavy stench of blood, the Icefield Gale wolves, renowned for their incredible speed, arrived in succession. A white wolf king stood atop the mountain peak, howling at the heavens. "Awoe!" Hundreds of wolf demons transformed into phantom killers of the night, determined to slaughter everyone present. In response, fire talismans flared into the sky, accompanied by the cold gleam of swords and sabers. The group of cultivators fought back desperately. Yet they were not only outnumbered, but also lacked the necessary strength. The longer they fought, the heavier their casualties grew, while the demonic beasts seemed utterly endless. There was no end to them. Simply no end. In a nearby thicket, a cunning opportunist lay low, hiding in secret. This man was the very leader of the cultivator group. Relying on his mastery of the aura-observing technique, he had been the first to spot the blood eagle, seeing the danger with absolute clarity. He was not weak, possessing a cultivation level at the 4th layer of body tempering. Had it been an ordinary Tier 2 beast, he might have stood a chance at slaying it. But the moment he laid eyes on that particular creature, his immediate instinct was a single word: flee. That blood eagle has a wingspan of over 30 feet. It's far beyond the early stage of Tier 2. Why on earth would I risk my life? That's nothing short of suicide, the cultivator grumbled inwardly. This blood eagle had long surpassed ordinary Tier 2 beasts. With its 30-foot wingspan, its speed rivaled that of a Tier 3 creature. It was clearly a blood eagle leader at the late, or even peak stage of Tier 2. Had he not reacted swiftly enough just now, he would have already become another lifeless soul beneath that vile beast's wings. His heart hammered in his chest. He carefully checked his body several times, and only after ensuring everything was fine did he let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. Thank goodness I wasn't marked by that beast. Any target made to bleed by a blood eagle's attack would be marked for a short duration, exposing their location to relentless tracking and hunting. Thus there was absolutely no room for carelessness. They were a band of cultivators who had stayed in Nanyang City for 2 days, hoping to profit from the situation. However, rumors soon spread that the beast tide was so massive it blotted out the sun, slaughtering every human in its path. A senior of the spirit-focused realm had ventured out of the city and vanished without a trace. It was said that in his eagerness to slay beasts and harvest their inner cores, he had collided head-on with the main demon army. In the end, he was ground down to death by low-tier beasts. The reason this was known was because someone had witnessed it firsthand. Exhausted of all his spiritual energy, that senior perished in a dense forest 100 miles north of Nanyang City. By sheer coincidence, his demise was witnessed by several professional corpse-looting rogue cultivators. Although the techniques they practiced allowed them to flee exceptionally fast, several of them still lost their lives. Seizing the opportunity, they burned their very souls to widen the distance between themselves and the pursuing beast tide, barely escaping with their lives. Otherwise, they would have truly met their doom. The survivors rushed back to Nanyang City to spread the word among the rogue cultivators. Without even packing their belongings, they immediately fled the city. Truth be told, these rogue cultivators had nothing of value in the city anyway. Nothing but pots, pans, and tattered shrouds. Shrouds were standard gear for corpse looters, with the sky as their bed and the earth as their blanket. Once the tattered cloth covered them, they were at peace with the world. Corpse looters spent their nights huddled in the corners outside the city walls, living in utter destitution. To put it plainly, they were dirt poor. Terrified of poverty, they calculated every single penny, refusing to spend unless absolutely necessary. Rumor had it that in the underworld of corpse looting there was a notorious figure who wore sandals and sported a scruffy beard. One must never accept his spirit stones. For he hid his spirit stones in the most unimaginable place, stashed away in his rear and reeking abominably. His identity shall remain unmentioned here. Once the news of the spirit-focused cultivators' demise spread, some cultivators remained skeptical and stayed within Nanyang City, while those who believed it were mostly the ones who fled into the night. These people were frightened out of their wits by the news. After all, a grand spirit-focus expert had perished just like that. Though these minor spirit induction cultivators possessed meager strength, they were all terrified of death, preferring to believe the worst rather than risk their lives. Thus they packed their belongings, readied themselves, and quickly assembled into groups to leave Nanyang City one after another. However, disaster struck. Not long after leaving the city, they ran head-on into the vanguard of the demon race. Furthermore, being dozens of miles away from Nanyang City, they had already ventured beyond the patrol range of the Jinbei army. Isolated and helpless, they became mere prey for the demonic beasts. In the thicket before the surviving cultivators could even catch their breath, dozens of white flashes darted across the sky. Blood eagles circled overhead, their once pure white feathers now stained a gruesome crimson. The talons of the largest eagle still clutched a severed human head. Tilting its head, its blood-red eyes swept across the carnage below, as if counting its spoils or searching for any prey that might have slipped through the net. The surviving cultivators knew all too well that they were completely surrounded by the beast horde. To survive, they could only pray. Along this dozens of miles stretch of desolate road, unprotected by any army, the path was littered with the corpses of both cultivators and beasts, with broken swords and shattered talismans scattered everywhere. Occasional shrieks of discovered cultivators being slaughtered echoed through the air, making everyone's skin crawl. At this very moment, regret consumed them. Had they known, they would never have made such a choice, but there was no medicine for regret in this world. The slaughter lasted for a mere few moments, the demonic beasts claiming victory through sheer overwhelming numbers. Yet a few cultivators still managed to escape with their lives. At this moment, amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, 3 cultivators lay concealed. Holding their breath, they suppressed their auras to the absolute limit. The leader was named Sun Zhe, nicknamed Tuxingson. The second was Yang Mei, nicknamed Haitu, and the third was Huang Pai, nicknamed Matzi. Among the corpse scavengers of the Dian dynasty, these 3 were prominent figures, forming the world-renowned Diamond Iron Triangle. They could be said to have taken the world by storm. This was not because of their strength, for their cultivation was low only at the tempering realm, but because each possessed unique and extraordinary talents. These talents were not the innate divine abilities of the demon race. Rather, they referred to their resourcefulness and the fact that each had mastered a cultivation technique to the point of absolute perfection. Currently, the 3 brothers lay prone in a pile of rotting leaves and mud with several corpses piled on top of them. The pungent stench of blood was as nothing to them. They did not even furrow their brows. Overhead, a flock of blood eagles swept past as a wolf's howl signaled the retreat. The deceased cultivators had been gnawed beyond recognition by the beast horde. Every corpse in sight was mangled. Their abdomens had been hollowed out, their internal organs devoured cleanly by the demonic beasts. As the horde gradually receded into the distance, the scattered sounds of gnawing faded away and absolute silence enveloped the surroundings. Only then did the 3 poke their heads out, clawing through the soil to push away the heavy corpses atop them before standing up. The sight that met their eyes was akin to a living purgatory. This scene was terrifying enough to make even professional corpse scavengers like them feel a tremor of dread. Debris and remains lay scattered everywhere, some of beasts, some of humans, and not a single corpse was intact. Blood had thoroughly saturated the earth, staining everything in a crimson hue as the remnants of trees smoldered in the flames. A scent of roasted meat drifted on the wind, which, truth be told, was rather fragrant. "Brothers, we have work to do," Sun Zhe said to his 2 newly risen companions. Right now this place is a paradise for us corpse scavengers. Hessen, don't you find this strange? Haida asked in a low voice, his brow furrowed. Matsi chimed in, exactly. These demonic beasts are highly disciplined. This doesn't look like a chaotic beast tide at all. It feels more like an organized assault launched by a high-ranking beast. Haizi Mago, why worry about all that? Can those thoughts fill your bellies? Once we finish this job, we'll have enough to live in comfort and leisure for the rest of our days, never again having to beg for a living as corpse scavengers. Sun Tzu spoke with practiced eloquence. They were loose cultivators and worse corpse scavengers, despised by all. But the two attempted to argue in unison, but their words were instantly stifled by Sun Tzu's next remark. Remember our identity. With that, Sun Tzu fell silent. Ignoring the other two, he began his work, looting the corpses. The three of them were disciples of Duan Tianda, a legendary figure in the trade of corpse scavenging. This master of the trade was said to have come from Zhongzhou. His lifelong passion was looting corpses, though the corpses he targeted were not the newly deceased, but rather those resting deep within ancestral tombs. In truth, he was a grave-robbing tomb raider, though in the jargon of their trade, it was called Majin. After arriving in Zhongzhou, Duan Tianda had plundered the ancestral grounds of all four great dynasties, making off with vast amounts of imperial treasures and heritages. However, he nearly met his downfall at the final dynasty. He had never expected that deep within the ancestral grounds of the Dian dynasty lay a hidden, undying, old monster. The two clashed fiercely within the underground palace, culminating in Duan Tianda's defeat. This incident caused a massive uproar. Once the old monsters of the other dynasties caught wind of this, they concluded that he was indeed the culprit who had plundered their own ancestral treasures. Consequently, Duan Tianda became a wanted man across all the major dynasties of Zhongzhou. Sun Tzu Huangpai and their companion had accompanied Duan Tianda on his tomb raiding exploits, picking up the basics and becoming his nominal disciples. Yet some wretched bastard leaked their connection to Duan Tianda. Once this news reached the ears of the various major factions, the three found themselves subjected to relentless, endless pursuit. But because they could never be caught, the three eventually fled to this freezing, desolate Beihuang, living as ordinary and inconspicuous corpse scavengers. During this time, they did not even dare to rob graves, terrified that they might dig up another undying, old monster like their master had. Nanyang City North Gate. Zhao Tieshan, a commandant of the Jinbei army, stood upon the city wall, staring expressionlessly into the distance. In his early 40s, with a rugged countenance, a scar ran from his left eyebrow down to the corner of his mouth, a souvenir from a life-and-death struggle with a second-tier demonic beast a decade ago. Clad in heavy armor, with his hand resting on the hilt of his blade, he stood before 3,000 elite soldiers of the Jinbei army, on night watch, every single one of whom had entered the tempering realm. Below the city walls, scattered cultivators were beginning to flee back in succession. Some were covered in blood, some had lost limbs, and others were supported by fellow cultivators as they wailed in despair. One of them shrieked in madness, "Ha ha ha! Demons! They are all demons! We are all going to die! Ha ha ha! Everyone will die!" The defending general slapped the man twice to snap him out of his hysteria, roaring, "Nonsense! Take him away!" Promptly the soldiers registered the incoming cultivators and settled them in temporary camps outside the city. Commandant Zhao, my subordinates have questioned these loose cultivators. They were indeed ambushed by demonic beasts, the vice-general reported with a low bow. Zhao Tieshan's gaze grew sharp as he stared intently at the highest distant peak. He commanded in a deep voice, "Pass down my order, all troops form ranks. Send word to the prince immediately and notify the eastern, western, and southern divisions to stand ready." "Yes, sir." The vice-general accepted the command, summoned his subordinates, and quickly dispatched the orders. Withdrawing his gaze, Zhao Taizhan looked down at the cultivators below, a sense of unease rising in his heart. Out of over 3,000 capable cultivators, fewer than 20 have returned. This beast tide is likely far from simple. Suppressing his worry, he asked, "Vice-General Li, where is that demon vanguard heading? And how far is the main force of the beast tide from Nanyang City?" "Commandant, according to the scouts, the demon vanguard has retreated over 300 miles to the rear. They also discovered..." "Discovered what?" Vice-General Li lowered his voice. "They discovered the corpse of a cultivator in the spirit condensation realm." Zhao Tieshan's eyelid twitched as a thought flashed through his mind. That rumor was actually true. His fierce eyes widened. "Is this confirmed?" "My subordinates have confirmed it. Furthermore, all of his spiritual treasures and medicinal pills were plundered, and even his storage bag is missing." Zhao Taizhan remained silent for a moment before slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. Even a spirit condensation cultivator has perished. Making a swift decision, he ordered, "Pass down the command, close the gates. From this moment on, people may only leave, but none shall enter." "Commandant, you cannot." Vice-General Li gasped in surprise. "Outside the city there are still..." Halfway through his sentence, the words were choked back into his throat by Zhao Tieshan's piercing glare. "Li Jingping, open your eyes and look at them." Do they still resemble human beings? They are crazed and hysterical. These cultivators are inherently self-serving. When crisis strikes, they care only for their own interests, clinging to life while fearing death. Look at their deranged states. Tell me, if we let them in, what will it do to the morale of the Jinbei army? What kind of shock and terror will it bring to the millions of mortal citizens in Nanyang City? Answer me. Faced with this barrage of questions, Li Jinping fell silent, finally understanding the underlying truth, the fragility of human hearts. He stood frozen in place, utterly lost in thought. Little Li, with a great war imminent, do not be overly merciful. This is of their own making. Zhao Taizhan gently patted Li Jinping's shoulder and said in a grave voice, "This is no child's play." With that, he departed from the city tower, leaving Li Jinping standing alone in the howling wind to gather his thoughts. Yes, I was wrong. The city gates on all four sides were brilliantly illuminated, and the million-strong army, like a long dusty war machine, began to grind into motion at this very moment. For centuries, the border army guarding the northern wilderness had fought year-round against demonic beasts, hovering constantly between life and death, tempering their bodies with demon blood and drawing spiritual energy with demon cores. Over time, their strength surged exponentially. Not only did their physical bodies reach perfection, possessing vitality far exceeding peers of the same realm, but they also forged a martial soul for the army, condensing their spirit through sheer momentum. As the saying goes, training soldiers for a decade is not as effective as employing them for a single day. If soldiers merely cultivate without fighting, they can hardly win battles. And this million-strong army was commanded solely by Chen Lingtian's father Chen Lingtian, the Jinbei king. Back then, it was under similar circumstances that he chose this land to train his troops. Truly a case of staying sober while the rest of the world was drunk. After a decade of tempering, this new army had completely replaced the veterans, becoming a sharp sword defending the Nanyang territory. An army composed of 1 million spirit induction cultivators, bolstered by the army's martial soul, could elevate their physical strength to the mid to late stages of body tempering. Such a colossal force was unmatched even by the elite golden armor guards of the imperial city. Fortunately, Chen Lingtian no longer had any desire to vie for that throne. Although the imperial dragon Qi was formidable, once shared among too many, it became worthless. The governing principles of the great empires were not merely about killing and warfare. The abdication of emperors was not due to old age or physical decay, but because they had all entered the ancestral lands where generations of sovereigns rested eternally. The ancestral land of the empire held both burials and hidden treasures. As for the secrets buried within, they could only be known after ascending to that throne. Meanwhile, at the Jinbei king's mansion, in the great hall, the generals stood in full armor, awaiting orders. Upon receiving precise news from outside the city, Chen Lingtian merely frowned slightly and sneered. 3,000 rogue cultivators devoured by the demons in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Indeed, rogue cultivators. From beginning to end, they are defined by their lack of unity. With their hearts divided, how can they resolve any crisis? Trying to stabilize the realm with such a disorganized rabble is nothing but a fool's dream. A general cupped his fists. Your Highness, what? What should we do about the rogue cultivators stationed outside the city? Chen Lingtian's tone was resolute as he declared, they deserve it. Pass down my order: meet soldiers with generals and block water with earth. The generals received their commands and departed one by one. Immediately after, Chen Lingtian instructed the old servant beside him, "Uncle Fu, go check on Lingtian. That brat hasn't stepped out of his room for days. He must be up to no good. Tell him not to act recklessly." "Yes, Patriarch," Uncle Fu replied as he took his leave. These past few days, Chen Lingtian had remained inside his grotto heaven, without once emerging, leaving both the inner and outer courtyards completely deserted. Had it not been for his Dao protector Shin Sandao guarding outside the courtyard, Chen Lingtian truly feared the boy might have run off to cause trouble. He was becoming increasingly out of line. Only when Chen Lingtian thought of his son's monstrous talent did his brow gradually soften. He murmured softly, "Yueli, our son is about to leave. When will you return? Your husband misses you deeply." Meanwhile, within a celestial abyss, inside the heavenly abyss tomb, amidst pillars of immortal coffins, a woman lay. She slowly opened her eyes, then gradually closed them again. Her lips parted slightly as she whispered, 3 years. Meanwhile, Chen Lingtian had just concluded his dual cultivation. Cradling the girl in his arms, he showered her with kisses and embraces. Yu Bao was utterly exhausted once again. Possessing both the divine dual cultivation art and the sacred dual cultivation physique, Chen Lingtian was like a perpetual motion machine, unable to stop. Indeed, even the dragon maiden had been completely overwhelmed. With his lovely wife panting softly in his embrace, Yu Bao's cheeks flushed crimson. Her long eyelashes drooped, and her small nose breathed in and out, her warm breath brushing against his chest. Feeling her soft curves pressed tightly against him, Chen Lingtian could not help but nuzzle against her. This sensation was truly intoxicating. Just then, Shin Sandao's voice echoed in his mind. "Young master, At this moment Chen Lingtian realized that he had been completely indulged in the gentle embrace of his grotto heaven these past few days. He had truly forgotten to stay vigilant in times of peace. Promptly Chen Lingtian settled Yu Bao into his second grotto heaven, replicating the dragon palace of his past life and binding it to his family. This would prevent any temporal discrepancies, ensuring she wouldn't become distressed and inadvertently disturb her pregnancy. Chen Lingtian was simply overthinking and making things unnecessarily complicated. Regardless, after settling Yu Bao, his figure flickered as he returned to his chambers. He pushed open the door, and Shen Sandow nodded in greeting. Seeing this, the old housekeeper Uncle Fu spoke up. "Young master, the beast tide has arrived, and will launch a general offensive in a matter of days. These coming days will not be peaceful." Chen Lingtian raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, "I have indeed grown stronger, having indulged in the grotto heaven for 3 full days and nights." Composing himself, he replied, "I understand. It is good that you know. The patriarch was worried you might act recklessly, but this old servant knows you wouldn't do such a thing," Uncle Fu said with a benevolent smile, deliberately testing him. He understood his young master all too well. Showing no annoyance, Chen Lingtian smiled and pulled Uncle Fu into the room, plucking a handful of Tao Enlightenment tea leaves from his grotto heaven. Though the tea leaves appeared simple, they were enveloped in a swirling spiritual rhythm, filling the room with boundless vitality. Truly worthy of being immortal-grade tea. Chen Lingtian then introduced, "Uncle Fu, this is immortal tea gifted to me by my master some time ago." Staring at the tea leaves in Chen Lingtian's hand, Uncle Fu was utterly astounded. His eyes widened and his mouth fell open. "This Tao Enlightenment tea?" With just a single glance, he recognized the item. A spiritual rhythm swirled over the leaves, and an intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air. Merely inhaling it made his entire body feel instantly refreshed. Even his cultivation showed signs of progress, and his inner vitality was deeply nourished. A flush of excitement rushed to Uncle Fu's face. Surprised that Uncle Fu recognized it, Chen Lingtian asked, "Uncle Fu, you know of this?" Uncle Fu did not mince words and replied, "The patriarch also possesses a few leaves of this Tao Enlightenment tea, though they have been steeped for too long and have lost much of their efficacy. My father has it too." Chen Lingtian was filled with disbelief, thinking to himself, "What else is the old man hiding from me? To think he even possesses a divine treasure like Tao Enlightenment tea." Uncle Fu coughed twice. Snapping out of his thoughts, Chen Lingtian muttered, "Well, if the old man has it, so be it. Perhaps mother gave it to him." He asked no further questions and instructed, "Uncle Fu, brew the tea." Chen Lingtian himself had no idea how to brew tea. He figured he would have to find a wife who knew how in the future, otherwise even enjoying a cup of tea would be an ordeal. Brewing spiritual tea was an art. It was not as simple as pouring hot water over it. Doing so would not only ruin the flavor, but also dissipate its inner essence. With those words, Uncle Fu untied his storage bag from his waist. His movements were slow and deliberate, as if performing a highly revered ritual. A set of blue-gray teaware was retrieved. The pot was carved from warm jade, the cups fired from ice silkworm silk, and a spirit-gathering array formation was engraved upon the tray. This set was specifically designed for brewing spiritual tea, capable of preserving its spiritual rhythm to the greatest extent while enhancing the aroma through precise brewing techniques. "Young master, please sit and watch, don't tire yourself," Uncle Fu said with a smile as he noticed his young master standing to watch. Chen Lingtian watched in fascination. The brewing technique was truly superb. Sitting down on a chair, he propped his chin in his hands and quietly observed Uncle Fu's fluid, seamless movements. To be honest, he knew absolutely nothing about the Tao of tea, but watching someone else brew, it was a genuine pleasure. It felt like watching an old master craftsman meticulously carving a work of art. Every movement was precise, neither rushed nor sluggish. Warming the pot, adding the leaves, pouring the water, all done in one smooth motion. Instead of using spiritual spring water, Uncle Fu retrieved a small jade vial from his sleeve and poured out a few drops of crystalline liquid. As the liquid fell into the pot, it instantly vaporized into a mist enveloping the tea leaves. Curious, Chen Lingtian asked, This is the nectar distilled from your spirit milk." Fu Bo, a somber tone, adding, "This tea is exceedingly precious. Ordinary water is utterly unworthy of it." Before Fu Bo could finish speaking, he was again stunned by what his young master had produced. Primordial holy water. Chen Lingtian then drew another bottle of heavenly pool holy water from the grotto. Water clung to the rim of the porcelain bottle. It was coalescing into a bead, teetering on the edge of collapse. Fu Bo noticed the golden droplet falling and hurriedly cried out, "Young master, it leaked. Quick!" His foot was braced to the floor, ready to spring forward to catch the golden bead. But it was too late. The golden bead struck the ground, splashed, and dissolved into a surge of spiritual energy that dissipated into the air. Fu Bo's hands trembled, his heart bled at this, a true waste of such celestial treasure. Chen Lingtian, unconcerned, waved a hand and smiled, "Fu Bo, this thing too. My master gave it. I heard she uses it to soak her feet. Then he pulled out 2 more bottles of heavenly pool holy water from the grotto and casually placed them on the table. The bottles were crystal clear, the golden liquid inside flowing. Fu Bo's eyes widened, his body trembling, and he was left speechless for a moment. To soak feet. Young master, this. Fu Bo's voice trembled as he barely managed to utter a sentence. Inside, he wasn't fussed about the foot-soaking line. What surprised him was the young master's words. Who could be so divine as to use such sacred water to soak feet? Truly astonishing. Yet upon reflection, that person was none other than his own master. Understanding this, Fu Bo steadied his mind. Fu Bo, no need to be surprised. Chen Lingtian spoke calmly, pushing the bottles on the table. Brew with this holy water. I want to taste it and see what charm the enlightenment tea beloved by cultivators holds. Fu Bo took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment and steadying his mind, then poured a bottle of holy water into the brew. The heavenly pool holy water entered the pot, interwoven with the 1,000-year spirit milk nectar. A surge of golden mist rose, continuous vapors spraying from the small mouth of the kettle, weaving around the spiritual vessel. Above the mouth, it condensed into a tiny golden lotus, its petals unfolding in 9 layers. Chen Lingtian watched spellbound. This far surpassed the skills of those tea masters from his past life, and in the world of cultivation, the effects were magnified to the extreme. At this moment, a bead of sweat appeared on Fu Bo's brow, yet his hands remained steadier than ever. In less than 3 breaths, he pressed the golden lotus mist back into the kettle. Then he raised the pot to brew the tea, letting it steep for a moment. The tea liquor spilled into an ice silk cup, its color golden and clear like melted amber, with a faint frost resting on the surface. The most remarkable moment was when the tea touched the cup. The cup's protective array lines lit up, devouring the surrounding spiritual energy and forming tiny whirlpools. Young master. Fu Bo respectfully handed over the cup. Thank you, Fu Bo. Chen Lingtian thanked him, raised the cup, and drank it in one go. The spirit tea entered the belly. A vast energy surged through the body minute by minute, and every meridian and vessel became extraordinarily clear. Chen Lingtian felt a moment of bright clarity. System notification chimed. Host Enlightenment 10. As enlightenment grew, the proficiency of his cultivation method began to rise. Chen Lingtian closed his eyes to feel the changes within. After the moment of contemplation, he opened his eyes and whispered, "This is the tea of enlightenment. The web novel truly does not deceive me." Fu Bo, seeing the young master so excited, smiled and explained, "Young master, the value of this enlightenment tea lies not only in boosting cultivation and restoring vitality, but most importantly in helping a cultivator attain enlightenment." Then why haven't I attained enlightenment yet? Ha ha ha. Young master, your talent is extraordinary. If I am not mistaken, you were already in an enlightenment state just now, which is why you felt it. I see. Fu Bo, another cup. And don't just stand there and drink tea with me. Young master, Fu Bo, there is plenty of tea leaves. Oh. Half an hour later, Fu Bo's face flushed with color as he strode out with several bags of tea leaves and a few barrels of heavenly pool holy water. Family, the young master has truly grown up. At that moment, Fu Bo felt a surge of satisfaction. The hidden ailment within him had vanished, cured by the celestial tea, and now he was certain to break through the concentration realm. After a few cups, his roots and bones began to transform, though slowly. It wasn't that the celestial tea or holy water lacked power. Rather, during brewing, the teapot could not retain the potency, and the holy water was diluted, not the essence found in the palace. Moreover, Fu Bo's aptitude was not top tier. Reaching the concentration realm in his lifetime would already be good. After a few cups, his roots and bones began to transform subtly, though very slowly. There are many divine treasures in the cultivation world, but enlightenment tea is only an auxiliary heavenly treasure. It can quickly generate tea leaves, but the longer the time, the better the effect. This enlightenment tea, though an immortal product, is only a sapling with a short history. Its effects are not yet pronounced. Fu Bo, carrying the large bundles Chen Lingtian brought, hurried toward the master's residence. In the room, Chen Lingtian swallowed another cup of tea. The system prompt sounded again, Enlightenment 0.5. Indeed. As expected, if enlightenment tea is used for a long time, its effects will be greatly reduced. It seems infinite improvement is impossible. System, open the character panel. Host Chen Lingtian. Comprehension 92,332 bright. Chen Lingtian checked the comprehension line. He had not looked before because he only had 9 points of comprehension, which was embarrassing. In the cultivation world, comprehension is categorized as negative, foolish 0.10, stubborn 1130, mediocre 3,150, clever 5,190, prodigy 91,100, genius. Chen Lingtian started with 9 points, not even mediocre. Though his physique has improved, his aptitude remained poor. Drinking several pots of enlightenment tea finally placed him in the clever rank. It's a sham for a transmigrant to be so dull. In 2 lifetimes, he had such poor enlightenment. Now Chen Lingtian finally smiled. Not bad, not bad. Now I am quite the smart one. This enlightenment tea adds 10 points on the first sip, 5 on the second, 2, 5 on the third. The later additions become smaller. Now a single sip yields only a fraction. Even a mosquito, no matter how small, is meat. Chen Lingtian finished the last pot of tea. His belly pressed against his robes, showing a pronounced bump. Fortunately, practitioners do not need to use the restroom. Refining to purge impurities suffices. Otherwise, Sais continued. System check my father's enlightenment. Oh, I want to see what his enlightenment is. The system function keeps backups of others' panels, but only at the moment. Not real-time reporting. Following Chen Lingtian's command, a pop-up displayed named Chen Yin and Cultivation Concentration Realm 8th Layer Aptitude Earth Spirit Root Gold Fire Affinity 95 Enlightenment 101 Monstrous. Chen Lingtian scanned the enlightenment entry and exclaimed, "What? My father's enlightenment is so high. System, are you malfunctioning?" System malfunction. Repairing. Chen Lingtian turned with a smile. Old man, I won't believe your enlightenment is so high while your cultivation is so low. Surely the system is playing tricks again. Just as Chen Lingtian fancied himself clever, the corrected panel popped up. Name Chen Yinan. Identity host father. Enlightenment 150 Peerless Demonic Immortal Bearing. Wangda Fa Ko. System get out. Meanwhile, at the Lu family in Nanyang City, here's spiritual energy condensed into winds swirling in various forms and gathering together in a nebulous haze. This spiritual energy had been accumulated by the Lu family's spirit gathering array, yet in a single breath it coalesced to become the nourishment for a single person. A young woman sat cross-legged as an endless stream of spiritual energy surged into the space between her brows, filling her withered dantian. Early stage of body tempering. Middle stage. Late stage. Peak. Great perfection. Refining the spiritual energy she had absorbed, the young woman desperately suppressed her breakthrough. Ultimately, her cultivation became firmly stabilized at the 10th level of body tempering, the realm of great perfection. Master, is this the realm of great perfection you spoke of? It is indeed extraordinary. The woman's voice echoed within the secret chamber, yet there was no response. Master. The speaker was none other than the peerless and universally adored Empress Rian, Lu Rian. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, the prominent figures of the Lu family's 3 halls arrived one after another, having detected the sudden sharp depletion of the clan's spiritual energy. Following the trail, they arrived at this very spot. Lu Rian stepped out of the secret chamber as the door opened. Yinner, you can cultivate now. Her father Lu Shiji was the first to ask. Even with his cultivation at the great perfection of body tempering, he unexpectedly could not see through his daughter's current realm. He immediately concluded that his daughter had returned to her peak. Lu Rian did not hide it either. She nodded and said softly, "Father, I can cultivate now." She did not mention anything about her master. Lu Shiji did not pry further, merely laughing heartily. Heaven blesses my Lu family. The Lu family elders present offered their congratulations one after another. Congratulations, clan leader. Miss. Our Lu family will surely return to our former peak. The grand elder of the Lu family, Lu Shimin, spoke up. Clan leader, since our niece has regained her talent, we need not meddle in this muddy water. The demonic beasts are coming with ferocious momentum. I fear this is no simple matter. Several other elders chimed in with advice. Indeed, clan leader. The young mistress is the cornerstone of our Lu family's rise. We must not be careless. Clan leader. All right, quiet down. Do you think I don't know what you all know? Lu Shiji pulled back his smile, his expression turning solemn. He turned to his daughter and said, Yinner, in a few days the Imperial Dynasty's elite forces will arrive. I will have someone escort you to the Imperial City. Father, I plan to stay and fight the demonic tide. Lu Rian naturally did not want to miss this opportunity. According to her cultivation technique, she needed to first gather exotic flames. However, Sanzhou was impoverished and only a few types of lower-grade spiritual fires had ever appeared there. To acquire a powerful flame seed, she had to either fight for it or nurture it herself, and the beast tide was the perfect opportunity. Some demonic beasts harbored beast fires within their bodies. As long as she extracted and nurtured them, allowing them to continuously devour one another, she could obtain a peerless demonic fire no weaker than a higher-grade spiritual fire. Rumor had it that the demon lord possessed a handling demonic fire within his body, which had been born through endless devouring. That handling demonic fire was by no means inferior to a higher-grade spiritual fire. Therefore, Lu Rian wanted to use the demonic tide to hunt beasts, refine their flame seeds, and gather them within herself. She had learned from her master that the true spiritual fire within her body could devour and accommodate other flame seeds. Paired with the Yen Sutra, they complemented each other perfectly. This meant that in the future, if she encountered a stronger flame seed, she would not need to extract her previous ones at all. She could simply devour it directly using her natal true fire. Furthermore, her natal true fire could suppress any flame seed of lower quality, allowing her to absorb them even across different grades. Hearing his daughter say she did not want to go to the imperial city, Lu Shiji's face filled with worry. He suspected that she was unwilling to go simply because she did not want to see that person. He said in a deep voice, "Yin'er, your father has failed you." Seeing her father like this, Lu Rian was briefly taken aback, but then it dawned on her that her father was overthinking things again. "Father, there is something here that I want, so I do not wish to leave and miss this opportunity." "Very well, your father will help you search for it." Lu Shiji did not advise her further, knowing his daughter's temperament well. As a father, he had already overstepped his bounds. Good things do not happen thrice. He had already tried to plan her life twice. The first time was with a marriage certificate, and the second was a verbal betrothal. Lu Shiji owed his daughter far too much. He was not a good father. "Clan leader, please think twice." The other elders pleaded one after another. They did not fear death, but they did not want to see their clan leader fall into decline. Now that their prodigy had returned, they did not want to repeat past mistakes. Reflecting on the past, what a formidable existence the Lu family had once been. Even in the central state, they were a towering titan. Yet everything was predestined to decline, was merely a matter of time. And the prodigy of the previous generation was none other than the current Lu clan leader before them, Rian's father Lu Shiji. Things have come to this, and once this matter is decided, there will be no regrets. If any of you wish to leave, you may do so on your own. I will not stop you. Big brother. Grand Elder Lu Shimin addressed him directly as his elder brother, still hoping to persuade him. But Lu Shiji showed no appreciation at all. "Address me as clan leader, there is no need to say anything else. If you still recognize me as your clan leader, then withdraw, and prepare well for this demonic tide. Slay one more beast for the sake of our Lu family's younger generation." Everyone bowed their heads and cupped their fists. "Yes, clan leader." As the crowd dispersed, Lu Shiji called out softly, "Rian, follow me inside." He pushed open the door and entered with Lu Rian following close behind. Once they were inside and the door was shut, her father finally spoke. "Rian, since you have made up your mind, it is time I told you about your mother." "My mother?" Lu Rian was briefly startled, then asked, "Father, wasn't my mother. Your mother was named Lin Luo. She did indeed die on the day you were born, but it was not due to difficult labor." "Father, you said my mother was immortal. If it wasn't difficult labor, then could it be?" Lu Rian was about to ask if there were external forces seeking to eliminate both mother and daughter. But her father's next words completely refuted Lu Rian's speculation. The truth was far from simple. Your mother was no ordinary person. She was an immortal. The word immortal exploded in Lu Rian's mind the moment it was uttered. An immortal. Another immortal. But Master said that even in the upper realm, very few know of immortals. How does father know? Lu Rian stumbled back half a step, completely overwhelmed by this revelation. After a long pause, she asked, "Father, then why did my mother die?" Lu Shiji was initially surprised by his daughter's reaction, for even he had only felt bewildered when he first learned of immortals, unlike her current intense response. But as he recalled that person, his brow relaxed, and he let go of his worries, murmuring in his heart, "Luo'er, is this your contingency plan?" Pulling himself back to reality, he replied slowly, "Back then, when your mother was pregnant with you, she told me herself that she was the reincarnation of an immortal. However, she seemed to have lost her memories, only knowing that she had come to this world to guard something." "Guard?" Lu Rian muttered the words softly, desperate to know what lay behind that guarding. After a brief silence, she spoke in a flat voice, "Father, then how did my mother die?" Her voice was entirely flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. "The heavenly Tao reneged." Lu Shiji moved his lips, silently replying in a wordless whisper before letting out a soft sigh. "Yin'er, do not overthink it. You only need to remember that your mother loved you very much. Perhaps you will meet again in the future." In truth, mother and daughter had already reunited, except for some reason they could not recognize each other. Under the dark night sky outside Nanyang City, at a temporary encampment established by a cultivator gang, none other than the prominent Longhu gang of Nanyang City. At this moment within the camp, their big brother was drinking and feasting with his band of followers. The demon beasts they had hunted over the past few days had filled their pockets to the brim and left them eating till their mouths glistened with grease. Just then a scout rushed in frantically to deliver a report. "Big brother, the demon tide is approaching fiercely. Before he could finish, the big brother slammed his hand on the table and laughed, "Ha. Brothers, our supreme fortune has arrived." His heroic voice completely drowned out whatever the scout was trying to say. With a burly and robust frame, the big brother drew his broadsword and led his followers outside, laughing, "Brothers, follow me to slay the demons." Seeing this, the scout trembled all over. He fell to his knees, grabbing the big brother's leg, and pleaded, "Big brother, the demon tide is endless. We should retreat to Nanyang City." "Coward, you are no different from Zhang Laoqiu. Get lost." Zhang Laoqiu was the very coward who had disrupted the gang's morale a few days ago. The big brother glared furiously, tempted to cleave this coward in half with his blade, but executing him was not worth a fraction of the fortune the demon tide would bring. I am not a coward," the scout shouted. Though he cried out with absolute sincerity, his voice trembled. The big brother felt relieved, though indeed none of the followers who remained till this day were cowards. He then patted the scout's shoulder with his other hand. Rest assured, kid. With me here, those mere minor demons cannot harm us. As the saying goes, wealth is found amidst danger. The big brother raised his arms and rallied. Brothers, grab your gear. We will launch a surprise attack on the demon tide and seize the biggest, juiciest piece of meat before the other gangs can get to it. Brothers, do you have confidence? Yes. 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 Nearly 100 brothers roared in unison, their blood boiling. These past few days following their big brother, even the soup they drank was rich bone broth. Even the bones they gnawed on were thick with meat. How could they not be excited? But in the next second, an overwhelming tide of demon beasts swept over them with a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and earth. The followers stood dumbfounded, all turning their eyes toward the big brother. Under their collective gaze, the big brother remained unfazed, sneering disdainfully. They are all just tier 1 minor demons, only slightly greater in number. Look how terrified you are. Watch me. With a great roar he bellowed, mountain-splitting saber style, first form horizontal slash. He then swung his broadsword wildly, unleashing a massive horizontal slash. The blade energy tore through the air, surging toward the demon tide. In an instant, a swath of demon beasts was sliced in half, collapsing into pools of blood. Behind him, his followers cheered wildly. Big brother is awesome. Our leader is invincible. With these shouts, the followers charged directly into the demon tide. Atop the mountain peak, a demon leader watched the human cultivators below with an amused expression. Its bloody cavernous maw opened and closed, chewing on the severed limbs of human cultivators. Delicious, truly delicious. The Lunghu gang was not the only cultivator gang stationed outside, providing these great demons with plenty of blood food before the battle. Advancing at full speed would inevitably deplete some of their blood vitality, but with this flesh and blood, they could fully restore themselves. What they needed to do was launch a surprise assault on the human city. Coming from all directions, they would surround Nanyang City so tightly that not a drop of water could trickle through. According to the powerful figures above, there were quite a few spirit condensation realm cultivators residing here. How could they not be impatient? The blood-bathed Wolf King swallowed the chewed mass of flesh in one gulp and let out a long howl to the heavens. In the next instant, it soared into the air and leaped down, pouncing toward the human cultivators below. Hearing the wolf's howl, the big brother of the Lunghu gang abruptly looked toward the source of the sound. He saw a blood-red, iron-blooded Wolf King measuring dozens of zhang in size leaping through the air toward him. The Wolf King was incredibly fast, its sharp claws slashing down. Oh no! The big brother shouted quickly, holding his blade against his chest to block the sudden attack. With a sharp metallic clang, the broadsword's edge curled upon impact. His lips turned pale and his hands trembled violently, causing the broadsword in his grip to shake as well. His heart pounded wildly as he muttered, "A tier 3 great demon." He was in utter disbelief. How could a great demon appear here? In past demon tides, the strongest were only peak tier 2 demon beasts. How could this be? During the brief moment he dazed off, the Wolf King had already flashed behind him. With a sickening squelch, its sharp claws pierced through, ripping out the big brother's heart. Its innate divine ability, heart snatching, was actually quite useless. As long as one was on guard, it was virtually ineffective. Because it was a sneak attack type ability, as long as there was a vast disparity in strength, it could easily catch the target off guard and deliver a fatal blow. Furthermore, the big brother of the Lunghu gang was only at the peak of the body refining realm. Even in a direct confrontation, he wouldn't have lasted more than a few exchanges. However, the blood-bathed demon wolf simply relished the sensation of ripping out hearts from behind. The big brother was not yet dead. Because the attack had been so swift, and he was a cultivator, he would not perish immediately. He silently stared at the heart still beating upon the wolf's claws. His eyes widened in sheer disbelief at the sight before him. The broadsword slipped from his hand, plunging into the dirt. "I cannot accept this." He roared, raged and resented, but it was all too late. Death was upon him. In the next moment, the Wolf King raised its claw and swallowed the beating heart whole. The gurgling sound of the heart sliding down its throat echoed in the minds of all the cultivators. Their own hearts could no longer bear the tension, pounding so violently that they seemed about to burst from their chests. The Wolf King murmured, "Truly delicious." By now the Wolf King had taken on a half-human, half-beast form, resembling a werewolf with thick, dense fur exuding a wild and feral aura. "Listen to your heartbeats. Let me savor your terror." The members of the Lunghu gang had long been scared out of their wits. They were torn apart and devoured by the demon beasts, reduced to mere nourishment. The Wolf King lifted the last remaining cultivator. This cultivator was none other than the scout who had delivered the warning. The Wolf King listened to his heartbeat. Hearing this exquisite sound coming from inside the belly of a dead bear demon, it grinned maliciously and slowly began to feed on the cultivator feet, first swallowing him whole. The cultivator reached out his hand, desperately gripping the wolf's fangs as blood seeped out and flowed within the wolf king's mouth. With his lower body already deep down the demon's throat, he knew he was doomed. In his final moment, he still managed to cry out, "I am not a coward." The wolf king was taken aback, but bit down anyway. A few severed fingers fell to the ground. What a pathetic human race, miserably cowardly. Your body betrayed you long ago, you were merely deceiving yourself. Humans. How ridiculous. The blood-bathed wolf king let out a loud burp. Its blood-red demon eyes scanned the scattered limbs and carnage on the ground, and its crimson tongue licked the blood from its lips, letting out a satisfied low growl. Its massive demon body, dozens of zhang wide, shuddered slightly. Its blood vitality surged as it transformed into a streak of crimson light, soaring into the sky and heading straight toward Nanyang City. The demon tide swept forward, crushing all the gangs large and small that were still dreaming of making a fortune by slaying demons. At this moment, they were all reduced to meals in the demons' bellies. Piercing screams, the shattering of magic treasures, and the roars of demon beasts intertwined, orchestrating a desperate blood-colored elegy. A tragic, lamentable, and truly pathetic end. Gazing at the endless ripples across the sky-spanning barrier, Chen Lingtian murmured, "It seems the demon race has launched their full-scale assault. Sandao, accompany me on a journey." "Yes, young master." Summoning his Dao protector Duan Sandao, Chen Lingtian stepped out the door. Once this crisis was resolved, he intended to leave this remote, desolate corner of Beiwang. If he remained here forever, how could he achieve the grand designs of his system? The scene shifted. The mortals had already been completely evacuated into the great protective city, shielded by the grand city guarding array. This grand city guarding array was powered by spirit stones. As long as a steady supply of spirit stones was provided, it could be maintained indefinitely, remaining impenetrable to anyone below the creation realm. Millions of soldiers gathered, dividing the battlefield as they clashed fiercely with the tide of demons. Amidst the clashing of swords and ringing of blades, numerous rogue cultivators joined the fray. The four great families of the city, along with several minor clans, also entered the battle, each hoping to claim a share of the spoils. Die, vile beasts! Zhang Qingshan, the ancestor of the Zhang family, had already slain 2 early third-tier demon leaders in quick succession, while the other families lagged slightly behind. Why was the old patriarch fighting so desperately? It was all to amass a dowry for his granddaughter, hoping she might secure a match with a true peerless genius. When the time came, they would have great-grandchildren. Though they would technically be maternal grandchildren, they would still carry the bloodline of the Zhang family. By taking the surname Zhang, they could enter the ancestral lands and secure a firm foothold for his lineage. It was not that the old man was traditional, but rather that his lineage truly lacked a male heir. Among the 4 great families of Nanyang, only the Zhang family had been passed down through a single line for generations. Now, with only this precious granddaughter left, the only way to continue the family name was for her future children to take their mother's surname. Yet he remained uncertain of its success. Over the years, the old patriarch had searched far and wide for the whereabouts of young geniuses, hoping to recruit a talented cultivator as a matrilocal husband. However, Tsangzhou was extraordinarily barren. Over the past century, only a handful of geniuses had emerged, and all of them had been poached by major factions from other provinces. Those with decent aptitude who were locally hailed as geniuses were not true geniuses at all. It was merely an empty title. None of them could catch his eye. Zhang Qingshan also had a nephew named Zhang Er. To the outside world, he was treated as Qingshan's son, but he was actually the child of Qingshan's younger brother. Decades ago, after his younger brother Zhang Qinghe entrusted the half-month-old infant to him, he vanished without a trace. Zhang Qingshan did not conceal this secret, having told Zhang Er long ago. Fortunately, the lad proved capable, earning a fortune across the 5 great dynasties. Yet he was not his biological son. Although Zhang Qingshan had raised him, blood was thicker than water, and when it came to lineage, Qingshan still valued his own biological descendant more. Therefore, old man Zhang was now exerting all his strength to slay the demon beasts, for each of them represented immense wealth. This was also his way of paving a smooth path for his granddaughter Zhang Xiaofan. The old man thought even if she could not find a reliable husband, he could still use these resources to force her cultivation up to the spirit condensation realm. On the other side, Lu Rian, relying solely on her own strength, slew 8 body-tempering realm demon beasts in a row, yet none of them possessed a companion beast fire. Nearby, the head of the Wang family, Wang Baichuan, boasted to Lu Shiji, "Haha, brother Lu, I didn't expect your family to produce such a phoenix as well. Her strength is not a bit weaker than my boy's." "You flatter him, brother Wang. Your son is a Qilin talent with the potential of nirvana, while my daughter is merely retracing her past steps. How could she possibly compare?" Lu Shiji spoke modestly, maintaining an easygoing demeanor. "Huh, you joke, brother Lu. My boy just sent a message a few days ago saying he needs 1,000,000 spirit stones to break through to the spirit condensation realm. And he is only 13 this year." Wang Baichuan laughed, preparing to boast further. Lu Shiji had no desire to listen to him show off any further, so he immediately interrupted. In that case, let us focus on slaying the demons. These beasts are treasures from head to toe. If we slay a few more, we will have more than enough to spare. With that, he departed with his clansmen. They were hunting body-tempering realm demon beasts, a common species, could fetch tens of thousands of spirit stones. The heads of the various families had not yet reached the spirit condensation realm themselves, so they had to work together with their clansmen to slay demon beasts of the same rank. Meanwhile, minor families and rogue cultivators mainly dealt with the demons scattered in the outer city, as the main vanguard of the demon tide was held back by the primary army. With the high-tier demons pinned down by powerful experts, their cleanup operation proceeded quite smoothly. Lu Rian moved like a drifting cloud, her long sword sweeping past gracefully as low-tier demon beasts collapsed one after another. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes locked onto her. Not good. This aura belongs to a mid-tier, third-tier demon beast. Lu Rian reacted instantly, rapidly circulating her hand seals. In the next instant, a 30-foot-tall demon wolf materialized behind her, its fangs and claws dripping with fresh blood. It was none other than the notorious third-tier great demon that relished ripping out hearts, the Bloodbath Wolf King. The Wolf King extended its razor-sharp claws, attempting a sneak attack from behind. Having already sensed its presence, Lu Rian whipped her arm around and swung her sword, slashing directly at the Wolf King's neck. With a sharp crack, the blade shattered into pieces on the ground. A sword mark was left on the Wolf King's neck, but it healed rapidly. The blade had shattered because it struck the demon's dense bone. Touching the blood trickling from its neck, the beast dithered for a moment. Seizing the opportunity of the Wolf King's distraction, Lu Rian flipped back and retreated 3 feet away. The Bloodbath Wolf King licked its chops, astonished that it had actually been injured. Roar! A deafening howl echoed across the battlefield, driving the low-tier demon wolves within a 100-mile radius into a frenzied rage. Their speed, attack power, and explosive force were all comprehensively enhanced. The previously suppressed wolf pack launched a fierce counterattack, tearing a gap in the military formation. This was the Bloodline Resonance, a special buff bestowed upon the entire pack, with the Alpha Wolf serving as the conduit. Simultaneously, the Wolf King moved. With a flash of its figure, it moved so fast that only a streak of blood-red light could be seen. Lu Rian dodged to the side, but was still struck. The sharp claws ripped through her chest defenses. Fortunately, she was wearing a spiritual inner armor, though it was torn open, exposing her snowy skin. She let out a muffled groan, using the momentum to flip backward, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she landed. A mid-tier, third-tier demon was equivalent to a mid-stage spirit condensation realm expert. Although Lu Rian was at the great circle of the body-tempering realm and possessed combat power and perception far exceeding her peers, due to retracing her past path, the gap in cultivation realms remained as vast as a chasm. Without a spiritual sword, her attacks could not even pierce the opponent's defenses, leaving her with no choice but to dodge. Human female cultivator, you cannot escape. Your heart must be delicious. Hurry and let me taste it. The Wolf King spoke in human tongue, its voice raspy and deep. Lu Rian's gaze hardened. Once a demon beast reached the third tier, its intelligence was awakened, so speaking human language was not surprising. However, the greed and mockery in the Wolf King's eyes reminded her of that disgusting man. The same sickening tone. Just as Lu Rian was about to unleash that hidden power, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Young mistress. The elders of the Lu family were terrified. Though they had run at full speed, they had been unable to catch up earlier, but they had followed her trail. Finally, they arrived. Yet upon catching sight of their young mistress, they saw the demon beast with its bloody maw wide open, speaking human words, about to devour her heart. A third-tier great demon. Quick, form the array and protect the young mistress. The Grand Elder roared furiously. Vile beast, cease your insolence. The other elders followed closely, scattering in all 4 directions to take their positions. Forming hand seals, they shouted in unison, Demon Binding Grand Array, activate. 4 demon binding chains, each as thick as an arm, were conjured and refined, wrapping tightly around the limbs and body of the Bloodbath Wolf King, locking it firmly in place. Bound by the chains, the Bloodbath Wolf King's crimson eyes flared with towering rage. Its bloody fur stood on end as violent demonic energy surged wildly, enveloping its body in a thick red mist. A mere trivial array dares to bind me. It roared to the heavens. Straining its limbs with sudden force, the demon-binding chains were stretched taut, emitting a groaning creak as they reached their limit. The array runes shook violently on the verge of shattering. Igniting its own beast fire, ghostly blue flames erupted around the Bloodbath Wolf King, burning fiercely against the binding chains. The faces of the Lu family elders paled as they cried out, not good. Yet they persisted, sacrificing their essence blood to drench the array's core. The Grand Elder's face was tense as he gritted his teeth. Hold on, everyone. We must not let this vile beast harm the hope of our Lu family. Under the empowerment of their essence blood, the demon-binding Grand Array temporarily stabilized. However, everyone present knew that with their strength, they could not truly restrain a third-tier great demon. Clutching her chest, Lu Rian staggered to her feet, her spiritual robes tattered, and torn, her eyes filled with deep remorse. Watching the elder struggle to hold on, Lu Rian felt a sharp pang of guilt. It is all my fault. Memories flashed from the depths of her mind. The sudden decline of her family, the regression of her cultivation, the humiliation of the broken engagement. The spark deep within her heart was ignited. Raging flames erupted, transforming into fire. A demonic whisper echoed in her mind. Burn all that meets the eye, annihilate everything in your path. Master, your disciple failed to plan ahead, but we shall settle this in the future. She whispered to her own soul, blazing flames. Heaven incineration. Blazing flames incinerating the heavens. Lu Rian transformed her very body into fire. Raging flames scorched the earth as molten magma erupted from deep underground. A crimson glow surged into the sky, incinerating the heavens and burying the boundless horizon. This blazing sun-like radiance appeared in the dead of night, as if a grand dawn had descended upon the world. Is the sun rising? Someone murmured. No, wait. It's rising from the west, someone screamed. That is no sun. Sunsetting in the west and rising in the east was the absolute law governing this world. Only now did the crowd realize the anomaly. What is that? Someone asked, their voice trembling. Before the words could fully depart, the entire world was illuminated by that west-rising sun, as though broad daylight had suddenly broken. The pupils of the blood-bathed Wolf King dilated in shock, every strand of its crimson first standing on end as it sensed the unmistakable stench of death. Impossible. How could a mere rank 2 cultivator possess such power? The Wolf King thrashed, frantically snapping 2 of the demon-locking chains as the grand demon-trapping formation shattered under the strain. It ignited its inner blood and chi with its beast fire, exhausting every desperate measure at its disposal. At this moment, terror seized it. It wanted nothing more than to flee this place. The elders of the Lu family coughed up blood in unison, sent flying backward by the impact. The great elder's face was as pale as paper, yet he completely ignored his injuries, his gaze locked onto the apocalyptic flames swirling around Lu Rian. Young mistress. You mustn't, he cried out hoarsely, straining his voice to the limit. Others might not know, but these old fogies knew all too well that this was absolutely not a power that could be unleashed by the body-tempering realm. Not even the spirit condensation or heaven-peaking realms could achieve this. They all believed this was a forbidden technique Lu Rian was employing at the cost of burning her cultivation foundation and overdrawing her lifespan. Amidst the raging fire, Lu Rian's countenance flickered in the light. A blazing immortal seal manifested upon her brow, her long hair drifting like dancing flames. She raised her hand, her lips parting slightly. Extinguish. As that single word fell, the blood-bathed Wolf King far on the horizon was instantly engulfed in roaring flames. It shrieked, no. It is impossible for the human race to have such a genius. Commander, save me. Its entire body was burned to ashes by the incinerating fire. In a mere breath, the blood-bathed Wolf King vanished completely from this world, its body destroyed, its path ended, and even its soul reduced to ash by the fire. A wisp of eerie blue beast fire hovered in midair. Instantly, it was swallowed by the surrounding flames. With countless fires scorching the earth, Lu Rian unleashed her full power, traversing 100 miles to plunge directly into the heart of the beast tide. Below, the members of the Lu family cried out one after another. Young mistress, do not be rash. Come back. But Lu Rian had already lost herself to the bloodlust. These old bones had long since collapsed weakly to the ground, and those with weaker cultivation had already fallen unconscious. Those who remained conscious lacked even the strength to stand. They could only watch helplessly as their young mistress charged into the beast tide, dragging a sea of fire behind her. On the horizon, the continuous roars and wretched shrieks of the demonic beasts could be heard clearly. Lu Rian slaughtered her way from night until dawn, nearly wiping out the entire beast tide of the West City. As the sun rose, the demon armies in all directions retreated in sheer panic. This time, the demon race suffered a crushing defeat. In the North City, Chen Lingtian stood atop the city walls, brimming with high spirits. Wiping his blade, he said in a deep voice, "Hear my command, soldiers. Once the demon corpses are cleared, see to it that our fallen brothers are given a proper burial. Furthermore, the compensation spirit stones shall be tenfold. Ensure they are delivered to their families. Any who dare embezzle them shall be executed." Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The generals accepted the order and set to work. Meanwhile, the Yi family of the East City and the Xia family of the South City had also concluded their battles. This time, the main force of the demon race had targeted the North City, where King Jinbei himself presided, turning the battlefield upside down in a spectacular slaughter. Following the conclusion of the great battle, some cultivators formed groups to head toward the West City, eager to see what had transpired there. After all, the battle in the West City had illuminated the sky with radiant heat for the entire night. Overwhelmed with curiosity, these cultivators harbored suspicions had some grand figure from the imperial dynasty arrived. But hearing is fleeting, while seeing is believing. Thus they rushed over to see for themselves. 300 miles out in the western suburbs. Within a 100-mile radius, the area resembled a purgatory on Earth. As the lava cooled, everything in sight had been reduced to carbon. At this moment, high in the sky, Lu Rian's body shuddered violently, her blazing immortal seal losing its luster. Like a red candle burned to its wick, her entire body tottered before plummeting from the sky the very next second. Thirsty. So thirsty, she murmured to herself. Master, so this is the price of wielding this power. But your disciple has always kept herself pure and has no liking for men. Master, your disciple has failed you. Your disciple shall depart first. Her eyes slowly closed and her entire body burst apart in midair, dissolving into a sky full of sparks that drifted down like a magnificent rain of fire. Yet after only a brief moment, the fiery rain melted and coalesced back into human form. A sleeping beauty with crimson skin, completely bare, materialized. With her arms wrapped around her chest and her knees pulled close, she lay quietly at the center of the carbonized earth. An invisible barrier formed a protective dome, isolating everything within. Sandao, guard the perimeter for me. Yes, master. Thus went the brief exchange between master and servant. The newcomers were none other than Chen Lingtian and Chen Sandao. Having sensed such a massive disturbance here, Chen Lingtian had already guessed who it was. The daughter of destiny, Lu Rian. Thus he had rushed over. He had originally hoped to play the hero saving the damsel in distress, but Lu Rian had given him no such opportunity. The moment he arrived, he saw her unleash her ultimate move. Would you believe it? That scene just now was truly terrifying. Fortunately, she had plunged straight into the demon army, otherwise the areas near Nanyang City would likely have suffered disaster. Chen Lingtian had specifically asked Chen Sandao if he could withstand this power. Chen Sandao replied that it would take him 2.5 slashes. Chen Sandao was a peak powerhouse of the creation realm, requiring 2.5 slashes meant it was likely touching the level of his own realm. Chen Lingtian asked himself, this daughter of destiny sure has a fiery temper. It was just a third-tier great demon, did she really need to unleash her ultimate? With an ultimate like this, even a fourth-tier demon king would have been instantly obliterated. Only a fifth-tier demon emperor could perhaps match her in a contest of strength. Chen Lingtian had Duan Sandao carve a slit in the barrier, then guard it so that no one could enter. He then slipped inside through the small opening. Within the barrier, the world was dead silent. The moment Chen Lingtian stepped into this area, the sensation beneath his feet felt like stepping on a brittle charred crust. Every step he took produced a series of cracking sounds that set one's teeth on edge. Thus Chen Lingtian took to the air and flew toward the center. A moment later, he arrived at the very center of the scorched earth. There the woman curled up quietly, one arm wrapped around her chest while her other hand protected her lower body. Her face was flushed and she was panting heavily. Patches of crimson blotches surfaced on her skin. To the naked eye, these were not burns, but rather a feverish glow of her body temperature. It was as if she had ingested some medicine she shouldn't have. Chen Lingtian approached and knelt to inspect her. He reached out his hand, hovering at 3 inches above Lu Rian's cheek. Yet before he could touch her, Lu Rian bit down on one of his fingers. Immediately after, she reached out with both hands to clasp his entire hand to her. Chen Lingtian was incredulous. He murmured softly, interesting. This state is actually identical to the effects of those 6th-grade passion pills given to me by the system. The next second he snapped out of it, instantly tensing up. With a highly serious expression, he muttered in confusion, I don't recall drugging her. Then who drugged her? Just then Lu Rian moved. She slowly dragged herself up, wrapping her other hand around Chen Lingtian's neck. Leveraging his support slightly, she pressed herself directly against him. Sticking out her tongue, she mumbled 2 words. So thirsty. Gurgle gurgle. The sweet, refreshing spring water poured into her throat, its pure sweetness triggering a rush of dopamine in her brain as saliva pooled between her lips, lingering and deeply entwined. How much sorrow can a person bear? It is just like a river of spring water flowing endlessly to the east. Upon the scorched earth, they performed the conjugal rites. After 3 days and 3 nights of intense entanglement, Lu Rian's thirst was finally quenched, and she dimly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was that young, promising, and ambitious man, Chen Lingtian. Following the line of his face, her gaze drifted downward. Aunt! Lu Rian shrieked hastily, covering her eyes with her hands, though a closer look revealed a narrow gap between her fingers. She swallowed hard, still savoring the lingering sensation. Chen Lingtian had only closed his eyes to rest for a brief moment when he heard the girl in his arms shriek. He knew Lu Rian had awakened. Fortunately, this young master is brilliant and well-prepared, having drafted his speech in advance. Feigning a solemn demeanor, Chen Lingtian slowly opened his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a pair of slender hands lunging toward his face. Not good. Before Chen Lingtian could react, his vision went dark, and he could see nothing. Don't look. Lu Rian's voice was filled with bashfulness. She hadn't actually struck him, she was merely covering his eyes with her hands. You scared me. I thought you were going to give me a couple of hard punches, Sister Rian, Chen Lingtian teased. Hearing this, Lu Rian immediately grew displeased, her speech turning slightly clumsy. Little brother Lingtian, you must keep this a secret, or else I will really. Go ahead and hit me, I'm not afraid of pain. Chen Lingtian spread his hands, accidentally brushing against the hand Lu Rian was using to cover his eyes. In the next second, Lu Rian's entire body pressed down upon him. Chen Lingtian thoroughly enjoyed the sensation once again. The soft, pillowy fullness was incredibly satisfying. You scoundrel. Lu Rian fumed, never expecting this brat to shamelessly take liberties with her so openly. She delivered 2 sharp thumps to Chen Lingtian's chest. Chen Lingtian deliberately clutched his chest, wailing in mock pain. It hurts so bad. In truth, it did not hurt at all. With Chen Lingtian's current physical strength, Lu Rian's meager force could not even pluck a single hair from his body. How could she possibly hurt him? Stop pretending. Give me my clothes, Lu Rian said with a serious expression, reaching out her hand. Sister, look at me, I don't have any clothes either. Chen Lingtian had long since stored his own garments inside his system space, leaving him completely bare. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian was on the verge of losing her temper. I said, my clothes. Give them to me quickly. Sister, you don't seem to be wearing any clothes either. 1, 2, 3. Lu Rian was poised to strike, and Chen Lingtian instantly backed down. I'll give them to you. I'll give them to you. I'll give them to you, alright. He casually retrieved a spiritual garment brimming with spiritual rhythm from his system space. The white silk, falling jade gown. Lu Rian took it. Although it wasn't her own set, she had nothing else to wear at the moment. She wondered why this kid carried women's clothing with him, but thinking back to his behavior, just now she grew angry again. He truly was a scoundrel. Stand up and turn around. Oh. Lu Rian commanded, and Chen Lingtian obeyed. Once she put on the spiritual garment, she found it to be a perfect fit, which improved her mood considerably. Looking at her little brother standing there like he was being punished, she called out softly, alright, you can turn around now. Chen Lingtian turned around. Lu Rian instantly covered her face with her sleeves, gritting her teeth as she hissed, can you please put some clothes on? Oh, I forgot. Chen Lingtian's brain hadn't actually short-circuited, it was primarily due to his innate intelligence reduction. He believed himself to be highly intelligent, yet before he could remedy his bone structure defect, he remained in this goofy state. It was truly hard on him. In the next second, garments materialized on Chen Lingtian's body. This instant clothing change utterly shocked Lu Rian. Wait, what? She wondered if this fellow had been putting on an act all along. It was common knowledge among cultivators that high-level cultivators could instantly swap items, and techniques like casually dressing or undressing in the blink of an eye were commonplace. Lines of vexation covered Lu Rian's forehead. She truly had not expected to be played like this. Not only had she lost her chastity, but she had also been deceived. It turned out his obedience was entirely fake, and the man before her was simply taking advantage of her vulnerability. For some reason, she felt like a changed person, now becoming much more talkative. Let's go, my wife, let's go home. Who is your wife? We've been in the bridal chamber for 3 days and 3 nights, Sister Rian. Are you trying to deny it now? You captured me and brought me here. Could it be just to drain my body and mind? Didn't we agree that you would become my Tao companion afterward? Was it all a lie? Chen Lingtian spun one lie after another. Utter nonsense. How could I possibly do such a thing? Lu Rian protested indignantly. Yet recalling the hazy, lingering fragments of memories in her mind, she realized that while she had indeed done those things, she had never uttered such words. It was clear that he was full of nonsense. She remembered unleashing that power within her body to slay the demon wolf before charging into the beast tide, after which she lost most of her consciousness. No, wait. Didn't I detonate myself? Lu Rian's eyes widened as she stared at Chen Lingtian in utter disbelief. Reflecting upon it again and again, she realized, it was him. He brought me back to life. How is that possible? I was clearly dead. Chen Lingtian, seeing her reaction, continued. Lu Rian, you are something else. Since that's the case, let's part on good terms. You take your single plank bridge, and I'll take my broad road. You liar. He continued to exaggerate, acting truly shameless. A liar. Lu Rian was taken aback. What did I lie about? Clearly he is the one who has been deceiving me all along. Instantly flying into a rage out of shame, she demanded indignantly, tell me, what did I lie to you about? My feelings. Chen Lingtian declared shamelessly, you said. Lu Rian immediately cut him off, her ears practically growing calluses from hearing his nonsense. Cut it out, I never said that. You did. I did not. The two remained at a standstill for quite a while. Lu Rian had grown exhausted from shouting, yet Chen Lingtian, without a hint of hesitation or breathlessness, recited, may we live long and share the beauty of the moon together even from 1,000 miles away. Sister, just yield to me. My father said he wants to hold a grandson, and I want. Get lost. Fine, I yield. I'll marry you. But no babies. I don't want my child to have such an idiotic father. In the end, Lu Rian still compromised purely because Chen Lingtian had relentlessly worn her down with his incessant pestering. He had been buzzing in her ear like a fly, driving her absolutely mad. On this day, Lu Rian spoke more words than she had in her entire life, and she would remember it forever. This personality shift seemed like a massive contrast, but in truth it was not. Lu Rian was naturally cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Chen Lingtian's antics had simply coaxed out her hidden side. Through these playful squabbles, the affection between them quickly warmed up. Meanwhile, Chen Lingtian grinned foolishly to himself, cheering in his heart. Oh yeah, another one secured. As expected of a daughter of fortune, the system actually allows forced binding. I'll check the rewards once I get back. Lu Rian said crossly, what are you dazing off for? Let's go. Coming, wifey. Chen Lingtian eagerly trotted after her like a goofy pup, his intelligence indeed seeming to deteriorate further and further. Chen Lingtian darted ahead, then lagged behind, weaving left and right. Lu Rian rolled her eyes, utterly speechless. Seriously, why is this guy acting like a monkey, bouncing back and forth? Does he have a screw loose? In truth, this was merely Chen Lingtian's way of expressing his excitement, for the system prompt had just chimed. Congratulations to the host for achieving glory once again. Bonded partner Lu Rian. Spiritual fetus successfully conceived. Woo, we are taking off. Just 3 days ago, Chen Lingtian had intended to hold back and build up their intimacy points first, but the system had directly prompted. Daughter of Heaven's mandate. Can be bound through forceful consummation, yielding richer rewards and offspring with even more astonishing innate talent. Judging by the title used by the system, a daughter of Heaven's mandate was clearly a darling of heaven and earth, a grade far superior to a daughter of fortune. This was simply going with the flow. Haha, heaven is truly on my side. It came with absolutely no effort at all. Chen Lingtian, I really didn't mean to force myself on her. She was the one who initiated it. Lu Rian, you scoundrel. Even if I moved, it was purely passive. Chen Lingtian, blah blah blah. Lu Rian, I am counting to 3. Lu Rian's face was dark and sullen as she quickened her pace, desperate to shake off the pervert tailing her. Chen Lingtian clung to her like a stubborn plaster. No matter how she tried, she simply could not shake him off. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Rian stepped beyond the 100-mile boundary. The ethereal barrier manifested only to shatter with a crisp sound, transforming into spiritual breath that surged into her forehead. What is this? Lu Rian murmured, reaching out to touch it. It felt warm and incredibly comfortable to the touch. She closed her eyes to feel it. In the next instant, the energy within her body could no longer be suppressed, bursting outward in a flash. A cluster of eerie blue fire erupted from her forehead. This was none other than the companion beast flame of the Tier 3 blood-bathed demon wolf king, the blue nether ghost flame. Witnessing this, Chen Lingtian exclaimed, good heavens. He immediately activated his heavenly eye to inspect it. Name: blue nether ghost flame. Category: beast flame. Grade: high, Tier 3. Description: a beast flame is a seed of fire nurtured by the vital energy and blood within a demonic beast. It is equivalent to a cultivator's magical art, but possesses far greater intensity. It provides immense assistance to alchemists during their cultivation. Yoho, my wife is dropping loot. A beast flame. Could it be? Her character profile is Xiao Huahua. At this moment, Chen Lingtian was ecstatic. A broken engagement manipulating fire. Everything matches up. He could not help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. As expected of the daughter of destiny. Now, you are mine. Meanwhile, Lu Rian sat cross-legged, absorbing the vast spiritual breath and gathering it into her dantian. Instead of swallowing the blue flame directly, she utilized it temporarily to strenuously sustain her natal divine flame. The reason was that she could not control the wicked fire within her body, although that power was formidable, its side effects were immense. If you don't believe it, ask Chen Lingtian, he knows. Young master, the voice of Shin Sandao from not far away echoed in Chen Lingtian's mind. There are no fewer than 1,000 cultivators gathered here. Among them are 3 in the heaven-prying realm, 10 in the spirit condensation realm, while the rest are mere small fry. There is also one. Return to origin realm expert. This was the utility of a system summon character, allowing direct master-servant telepathic transmission. Chen Lingtian sneered. Heaven-prying. What petty scoundrels dare to? Before he could finish his sentence, he heard Shin Sandao's subsequent words. Return to origin. How could such an old monster appear? He immediately transmitted back, Sandao, are you confident? Young master, though I am no match, if the opponent strikes, I can buy 3 breaths of time for you. Your subordinate will spare no effort to escort you safely into the grotto heaven. Duan Sandao's voice was steady without a trace of fear. With his cultivation at the 9th layer of the creation realm for him to guarantee holding out for 3 breaths under a return to origin realm powerhouse meant he must be absolutely confident. This could be considered unprecedented and unmatched. The further one progressed in cultivation, the wider the gap became, turning into an insurmountable chasm. Even for peerless geniuses, attempting to slay an enemy across a major realm was like an angry mantis trying to stop a chariot or an ant trying to shake a giant tree. In the world of cultivation, supreme experts had once established a rule. Elders who surpassed juniors by a major realm were forbidden from arbitrarily executing undeveloped youngsters. In other words, the older generation could not use their power to bully others. However, if a genius behaved with utter arrogance and disdain, that was another story. Whether they lived or died was left to fate. Of course, geniuses always had powerful factions backing them. As long as the enemies did not use their superior age to bully the young, conflicts between peers regardless of cultivation level could be settled among themselves. If an elder intervened because their junior was beaten, then the elders of the other side regardless of cultivation level could strike with thunderous wrath. Naturally, might makes right. Rules were only meant to constrain the weak. Respect for the strong. This was the ultimate law of the cultivation world. At this moment, Chen Lingtian looked at the cross-legged Lu Ruyan and made up his mind. I want both my wife and child and no one can take them away. System, use the character summoning card. A golden card materialized before his eyes, and the system's mechanical voice arrived as expected, followed by the appearance of the interface. Please select the character's Dao lineage. 1. Alchemy Dao. 2. Talisman Dao. 3. Sword Dao. 10,086. Myriad Daos of the Heavens. Chen Lingtian took one look and instantly set his eyes on the Myriad Daos of the Heavens. Clicking to confirm, he said, I choose Myriad Daos of the Heavens. In the next second, the card shattered and 10,000 rays of golden light forged her body as a vivid character was summoned by the system. Name Yiqinxian. Age 18. Cultivation 6th layer of the illusion-breaking realm restricted by the host strength. Current host cultivation is 6th layer of the heaven-prying realm. Constitution Chaos, Celestial Spirit, Dao Embryo. Aptitude Immortal Emperor Potential. Origin shrouding the heavens plane. Background granddaughter of a certain immortal emperor. Omitted. Note the host cultivation determines the lower limit, while the summoned character's own aptitude determines the upper limit. Chen Lingtian scrutinized the summoned character's panel over and over again, his mouth opening and closing stiffly as he mumbled a name. Yi. Qing. Xian. Hovering proudly in the void was a woman clad in snow-white garments. Her dark hair fluttered gently in the wind, and her eyes like black crystals flowed with divine light, making her look like a fairy stepping out from a painting. Her grace was peerless. With ice skin and jade bones, she was ethereal and untainted by the mortal world. Though young, her slender frame was pure and translucent, radiating endless vitality. Such devastating beauty could captivate all living beings and leave them spellbound with just a faint smile. Clad in white, devastatingly beautiful and untainted by dust. What a magnificent banished immortal. The young girl came to her senses, her head buzzing. Was I not in the Zhuang Dao? How did I end up in an unknown plane? Where is this place? The girl's voice was like heavenly music. Her deep, beautiful eyes flickered as she scanned the crowd, finally landing on Chen Lingtian. She asked in a low voice, was it you? Who summoned me here? Who are you? At first, the young girl seemed full of compassion, possessing a solemn and sacred aura that was incomparably holy. But now she changed her demeanor, her expression turning cold as snow and frost, projecting an aura that warned everyone to keep their distance. Chen Lingtian paused, then replied with a deadpan expression, never change my name or surname. I am the one loved by all, adored by flowers, the one who causes carriage tires to blow out. I asked you, what is your name? The young girl was highly impatient, as she was after all the granddaughter of an immortal emperor possessing an innate imperial aptitude. Now, having been inexplicably dragged into this plane, she found it incredibly annoying that the other party kept beating around the bush when asked a simple question. Chen Lingtian straightened his back and said boldly, my name is Huang. In the next instant, the young girl revealed her pearly white teeth, her lips curling slightly. A hint of cunning flashed in her eyes, harboring a touch of lively playfulness beneath her sacred demeanor. Huang as an emperor, or Huang as in desolate. With just one word, the girl's dress fluttered as her graceful figure glowed with a faint precious luster, and golden runes of the great Tao surfaced in her pupils. I shall see for myself what manner of creature you are to be able to summon my true self here. With just a single glance, she peered through endless epochs, seeing only absolute void before that person. Looking back, she saw that his behind was filled with beautiful confidants, all of whom had swollen bellies holding infant after infant in their arms. Among them was unexpectedly herself. No. Impossible. The girl's pupils contracted sharply as she cried out, you are not Huang at all. Who on earth are you? Chen Lingtian was left speechless. He had originally wanted to borrow a famous name to play a role, so how did he get exposed so easily? This is truly troublesome. Chen Lingtian looked up at the sky. Through her white dress, he saw something he shouldn't have, and a descriptive word slipped out of his mouth. White. The young girl standing in the sky was indeed the summoned character Yi Qinxian. Seeing Chen Lingtian like this, she instantly became overwhelmed with shame and fury, her anger burning hot. You degenerate, die. Yi Qinxian waved her hand, and an immortal divine manifestation materialized. Although it appeared minuscule under the laws of this shattered world, its power was not to be underestimated. Facing her attack, Chen Lingtian did not panic in the slightest, because the system guaranteed that a summoned character could not harm the summoner even a tiny bit. Just on the eve of the barrier's shattering, on a flattened mountaintop, Chen Sandao stood silently on guard, his arms crossed as he leaned against a massive boulder. Aside from him, several high-stage cultivators had also gathered here. Though this place was tens of miles away from the barrier, the high altitude granted a commanding view. It was an exceptional vantage point. In the suburbs not far from the southern city, cultivators of all levels stopped in their tracks, staring at the devastated earth in utter astonishment. Heavens, everyone look over there. There is a row of demon beasts hanging from the tree that haven't been carbonized, shouted a cultivator pointing at a charred carbonized branch. The surrounding cultivators asked one after another, Where is it? The crowd looked in the direction the cultivator was pointing, only to see rows of demon beasts hanging from the tree branches. Golden brown and tender, they were incredibly eye-catching. They are all second-order demon beasts, black-bone chicken pigeons, a knowledgeable onlooker claimed. Black feet and dark bones shaped like a chicken. There is no mistake. A second-order demon beast. Good heavens. I wonder which mighty figure did this. To think demon beasts at such a distance were collateral damage. It is truly terrifying. Opinions buzzed among the crowd. Low-level cultivators like them had rarely seen a spirit condensation powerhouse strike in their entire lives. Witnessing it today was a feast for the eyes, a true revelation. Surely when these people roam the martial world in the future, many would bring up this incident to boast, perhaps even giving rise to countless exaggerated versions. Young Junior, which faction do you hail from? This old Taoist is an outer chores elder of the Xian sect, Xiang Zhili, a gray-haired old man wearing a yellow robe and a jade hairpin, asked Chen Sandao with a chuckle. This man came from the Xian sect of Zhongzhou. The Xian sect was not an immortal sect, but merely a minor faction, yet its strongest member was in the creation realm. While considered a low-tier faction in Zhongzhou, it would be deemed a first-rate force in other provinces. Xiang Zhili practiced the Tao of keeping a low profile, hiding his depth profoundly. On the surface, he traveled the world with a cultivation of the 9th layer of spirit condensation, but in truth his cultivation had long reached the peak of the Guiyuan realm, just a step away from a breakthrough. He was a master of deception. Although Chen Sandao was formidable, the fact that he was certain he could withstand 3 breaths of time across such a massive gulf in cultivation realms proved his immense confidence in his own strength. Senior, if you wish to enter, feel free to do so. This junior cannot stop you, Chen Sandao spoke candidly. For some reason, he sensed that the other party harbored some reservations. At this moment the king of the north, Chen Lingtian, nodded and said, Senior Xiang, this is my son's senior brother from his sect. Oh. Xiang Zhili returned the salutation. In that case, excellent. This old Taoist can afford to wait for this brief moment. Xiang Zhili's cautious posturing was naturally because he knew the terror of the great Yin dynasty, a supreme existence, sat within the imperial tombs. The Xian sect was originally not weak. Before its decline, its fighting force boasted several inter-sect elders in the late stage of the Guiyuan realm, as well as a supreme elder in the delusion-shattering realm. However, a century ago a man barged into the Xian sect. Boldly boasting, he demanded everyone hand over all their treasures. The low-level cultivators surrendered theirs out of fear of death, but the stubborn elders refused, resulting in their bones being shattered and their cultivations crippled. Even the supreme elder, who was in the Guishu realm, was heavily injured in a single strike, left clinging to life in a secret chamber. After that man plundered the Xiantian sect, the faction fell into decline. Xiang Zhili only joined the Xian sect later on. Pulling the wool over everyone's eyes, he stayed in the Xian sect for over a century, rising through the ranks to become an outer chores elder. Just a few years ago, that half-dead supreme elder of the Xian sect miraculously recovered and emerged from seclusion. Although Xiang Zhili did not fear him, he left to avoid exposure and came to Zhongzhou. To his surprise, upon his arrival, he heard that the very person who had once heavily injured a Guiyuan realm cultivator with a single strike had suffered a setback in the ancestral lands of the Great Yin. The man he spoke of was none other than Duan Tianda, the corpse plunderer. It was obvious that the Great Yin dynasty was far from simple. Thus Xiang Zhili lowered his posture, not to mention he was always highly low-key. Otherwise he wouldn't have concealed his cultivation. Lu Shiji stepped forward, his voice trembling as he asked, Senior, my daughter is within this barrier. I wonder if Senior At this moment, as a father unable to protect his own child, he was overwhelmed by a sense of deep self-reproach. That night, raging flames engulfed the sky. Lu Shiji and the others were locked in a stalemate with a peak second-order demon beast unable to extricate themselves. They had assumed a mighty expert had intervened, but that direction turned out to be exactly where his daughter was. After suppressing the demon beast, he rushed over to investigate only to find a scene of utter devastation. Several clan elders lay unconscious and his daughter had vanished. He eventually traced her to this place only to be blocked by the barrier of heaven and earth. There was no sign of her dead or alive. With his cultivation, he was powerless to breach this barrier, and even pleading with the king of the north yielded no results. However, Chen Lingtian had ordered Shin Sandao to guard this place, and Lu Shiji had learned from him that his daughter was safe, but needed some time. Now desperate to know his daughter's condition, and seeing how approachable this senior was, and that his words carried deeper meaning, he stepped forward to inquire. Xiang Zhili stroked his beard and smiled. This is the barrier of heaven and earth, a protective shield manifested when a chosen prodigy breaks through their shackles. These so-called prodigies are those whose bone age is under 30 and who possess the aptitude to break through to the Guiyuan realm. Do not underestimate this soft barrier. Though it appears ordinary, none but those of great fortune may force their way in. None but those of great fortune may enter. Does senior refer to one's cultivation realm? Chen Yinan asked. This was also his first time learning of this, though he too had been protected by such a barrier when he was younger. Yes and no, Xiang Zhili replied. Truly, a single word from a master leaves one more confused than before. His words left the surrounding crowd utterly bewildered. They were only in the spirit condensation realm, and their talent was nowhere near as heaven-defying as Chen Yinan's. Thus they asked in low voices, Senior, could you enlighten us? Ha ha ha. No harm in that. Xiang Zhili followed his whim and explained, since the closing of the heavenly gate, this world has sought to save itself. When the nurtured prodigies encounter their shackles, a select few will gain the favor of the heavenly Tao, which bestows a Tao-protecting barrier. This is the heavenly Tao barrier. Furthermore, these barriers of heaven and earth are categorized. Based on the prodigy's own cultivation, the barrier's isolation power will not exceed 2 major realms. This is a defense established by the world according to different levels of threat. And this particular barrier, even ordinary cultivators of the creation realm cannot trespass. Only those of extraordinary talent or those blessed with immense providence may enter. Lu Shiji bowed respectfully. Thank you, Senior. This junior has one more question, though I know not if it is appropriate to ask. Speak. What other doubts do you have? Xiang Zhili did not take offense. Had they encountered certain hot-tempered high-stage cultivators, they would have been slapped to death long ago. To dare pester a powerhouse so endlessly, where was the dignity of the strong? It was simply courting death. Fortunately, Xiang Zhili was not that kind of person. Lu Shiji asked, Senior, you mentioned waiting. Xiang Zhili glanced at Shen Sandao, quickly withdrawing his gaze, and chuckled softly. This old Taoist is not one of great fortune, so I can only wait. However, this young friend here might be able to enter. Clearly, everyone present had guessed who it was, their minds pointing to one person, Shen Sandao. Right at this moment, the barrier shattered, transforming into pure spiritual aura that surged toward a single direction. In the next second, the heavens and earth underwent a drastic change. Not good. A mighty expert has descended. Xiang Zhili cried out in alarm. Rapidly channeling his hand seals, he vanished in a flash to flee. He vanished in an instant, leaving the bewildered crowd behind. Someone muttered, what just happened? Lu Shiji, without hesitation, rushed toward the center of the apparition. Shin Sandao also flashed forward with the rest closely following behind. Far in the distance, Yi Qingxian's eyes were dazed, her face filled with disbelief. Impossible. Even if this world suppresses my power, how could he possibly block that move? Yi Qingxian staggered backward half a step. How could this be? Her figure trembled as her foot slipped, sending her sliding through the air. Clearly, she had overexerted herself and grown weak. She had actually overused her immortal techniques, causing her spiritual energy to become chaotic within her, a mere fleeting moment of brilliance. Chen Lingtian, witnessing this, licked his lips, then spread his arms wide, quickly positioning himself below. Always ready. His heart swelled with joy like honey flowing through him. What a magnificent coincidence. Yi Qingxian falling from the heavens into his arms. In his past life, he would never have dared to dream of such a thing. Treasure, I'm here. Chen Lingtian suddenly launched himself upward, catching her steadily. Her soft body fell into his embrace, carrying a faint aura of immortal spiritual clarity that refreshed his heart. Yet Yi Qingxian was now consumed by both shame and indignation, her face flushed crimson. The truth could not be hidden. Anger and frustration welled up within her. She struggled desperately to break free from Chen Lingtian's embrace, but her immortal spiritual energy was in complete disarray. Every limb and bone felt powerless, unable to summon even a fraction of her strength. Pervert, let me go at once. Yi Qingxian scolded sharply. The remnants of her immortal Tao energies surged around her, attempting to strike Chen Lingtian, but an invisible barrier repelled it entirely, leaving him unharmed. The system's extraordinary power was fully displayed at this moment. Chen Lingtian looked down at the maiden in his arms, her shyness barely concealed, and his smile grew bolder as he deliberately leaned closer to catch her scent. So fragrant. This fairy fell in such a desperate state, and I came to her aid out of kindness. Yet I'm labeled a pervert. Could it be she intended to fall into my arms, all along testing me on purpose? You're speaking nonsense. Yi Qingxian gritted her teeth in fury and immediately channeled her chaotic immortal Tao fetus, yet she could never break through that ethereal confinement. Her shock deepened. What secret did this man conceal that allowed him to completely suppress her immortal power and disregard her Tao attacks? As they grappled, sounds of splitting air rang out. Shin Sandao arrived first, landing beneath them and bowing with a calm voice. Young master, I apologize for my delayed arrival in protecting you. Right behind him came Lu Shiji, the head of the Lu family. His gaze immediately swept to the ground, where Lu Rian sat cross-legged, surrounded by phantom blue flames. Seeing his daughter unharmed, the weight lifted from his heart. Lu Shiji's eyes reddened, his mouth opened, but no words came. He simply stood silently beside her, guarding her cultivation. At the same time, Chen Lingtian, the king of Jinbei, along with cultivators from the Yizhang and Xia families, arrived at the scene. When they saw the two embracing in midair, everyone froze, their eyes filled with astonishment. But the most shocked was Chen Lingtian, Chen Lingtian's father, who muttered to himself, wondering who the woman in his son's arms could be. How could she possess such bearing? Could she be someone from the upper realm? Yi Qingxian's aura far surpassed that of Chen Lingtian's mother Murong Yueli, with countless Tao threads coiling around her body and immortal grace flowing through her. A single glance, and one would forget the woman's face. She seemed like someone who didn't belong to this world, ethereal and otherworldly, more like a moonlit fragrance than an April day on Earth. Chen Lingtian knew little, but based on these extraordinary phenomena, he was certain that woman was of the same kind as Chen Lingtian's mother, not belonging to this world. But reality surpassed his guess. The upper and lower realms were originally one, and even Murong Yueli was not from the upper realm, but from the immortal realm that transcended all beings. Chen Lingtian snapped back to reality and sent a voice message to the lovebirds in the air. Brat, when will you return home? How long do you intend to hold that girl? If you don't leave now, where shall I hide my face? Chen Lingtian hesitated for a moment. He had planned to kiss her directly, but his father's sudden voice message ruined his moment. Forget it, doing so in public would be inappropriate. Chen Lingtian slowly landed and set Yi Qingxian down. Now her face burned with shame, wishing she could erase these people from existence. However, in this world, she couldn't wield her true power. Even her natal immortal weapon, the Bell of Infinity, couldn't be summoned, let alone crossing planes. For now, she could only take things one step at a time. She definitely didn't want to bear children with this pervert standing before her. Yet Yi Qingxian was curious about Chen Lingtian's secrets. How dare he use the name of Huang, and what was that void she saw in the river of history and herself? She even bore two daughters. One was named Chen Yaoyao, the other Chen Nannan. These were what she had witnessed. Just as she was thinking, Chen Lingtian spoke, leaning close to her ear. Mother of our children, have you even thought of names for our future offspring? Yaoyao Nannan, what wonderful names. You can actually read my thoughts. Yi Qingxian, furious beyond measure, raised her hand to slap him. Chen Lingtian, quick and practiced, had anticipated her next move. With swift reflexes, he caught her wrist mid-swing. Woman, you're playing with fire. Chen Lingtian smirked, having successfully blocked the strike. Yi Qingxian, seeing this, swiftly raised her other hand, and a sharp slap echoed through the air. A bright red handprint appeared on Chen Lingtian's handsome face. He covered his cheek, hissing in pain. Damn. It hurts. No honor. The crisp sound of the slap reverberated everywhere. The crowd fell completely silent, forgetting to breathe. No one expected that this ethereal woman of extraordinary origins would resort to slapping. At that moment, Yi Qingxian felt a spark of hope. She had only intended to test whether physical attacks could affect him. It worked. But slapping someone in public truly damaged her dignity and was completely inconsistent with the image of a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. Just as she was about to leave, Chen Lingtian dropped to his knees and said solemnly, Master, why did you strike your disciple? What wrong has your disciple committed? His voice was perfectly pitched, not too loud, not too soft. None of the cultivators present were deaf. They heard every word clearly. She is that rascal's master. Chen Lingtian's heart pounded wildly. He had just seen his son attempt to dominate and offend his master mere moments from actually kissing her. Sweat poured down Chen Lingtian's face as he pondered how to resolve the situation. That wretched lad has grown bold enough to disrespect his master. Yet perhaps there's still a way out. He had intended to intervene and reason with her, but Yi Qingxian spoke first. With a cold sneer and exasperation, she declared, who in their right mind would claim to be his master? However, considering her options, taking him as a disciple might actually help her alter the future. After all, no matter how shameless he proved to be, he wouldn't dare betray his master. She quickly responded, I never claimed you as my disciple. I struck you because you failed to respect your elders and teachers. Hearing this, Chen Lingtian's heart swelled with delight, thinking to himself, she took the bait. By creating a false master, he could build his own faction and establish a background. The summoned characters possessed independent thought, and Yi Qingxian was unlike figures such as Shen Sandao. Whether it stemmed from individual personality or the summoning cards ranked, Chen Lingtian was contemplating these possibilities. Having summoned only 3 times through the system so far, he couldn't draw definitive conclusions yet and needed extensive practice to explore the truth. One thing was certain, the inability to harm the host was genuine, but the absolute loyalty of the characters summoning cards, their refusal to betray, seemed absent in this moment. Yi Qingxian simply refused to listen to Chen Lingtian at all. Not only did she possess a rebellious nature, but she also resorted to violence. Just as everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, a bizarre black mist swept in from the distance, drifting to the spot in the blink of an eye. The black mist slowly coalesced, gradually taking a human shape, as a withered skeletal elder materialized out of thin air. He was clad in a blood-colored robe with deeply sunken eyes and a face heavily furrowed with deep ravine-like wrinkles. In his hand, he leaned on a bone cane. Its shaft was silvery white, wrapped in an indescribable, ominous black mist. It was utterly terrifying. Upon witnessing this, a cultivator instantly paled with horror. He raised a trembling hand to point at the elder, his body shaking uncontrollably as he stammered, the blood-robed, evil cultivator. An evil cultivator? Originally, the crowd had still been spectating the feud between the heir of King Jinbei and his master, completely oblivious to the impending crisis. Hearing this title now, everyone's pupils contracted sharply, their faces twitching uncontrollably as cold sweat instantly drenched their clothes. The threshold for an evil cultivator was far higher than that of a demonic cultivator. Anyone bearing the title of evil cultivator possessed a cultivation level at the spirit condensation realm at the very least, and the unorthodox methods they practiced were exceedingly bizarre and sinister. Hearing this, every cultivator present shuddered with fear. Holding a bone cane, wearing a skull necklace, and clad in a blood-red Taoist robe. This person is the blood-robed Taoist Feng Wuya. Chen Lingtian spoke in a low, heavy voice, his brow deeply furrowed with gravity. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect this sovereign of evil cultivators who had vanished for over a century to suddenly appear here. At this moment, Chen Lingtian remained kneeling on the ground. Glancing at the suddenly materialized elder, he activated his heavenly eye and illusion-breaking art to investigate. Name Feng Wuya. Age 2500. Cultivation Gui. Note: host is unable to probe precise data. The moment he saw this character information, Chen Lingtian's heart leaped in shock, and he thought in horror, no way. How did we attract such an old monster? I can't even probe his exact cultivation level. Currently, Chen Lingtian's cultivation had reached the heaven-prying realm. Once a target's cultivation exceeded his by more than a major realm, precise probing became impossible. Seeing only the character Gui displayed in the cultivation column, Chen Lingtian could only blindly guess, was it the Guiyuan realm or the Guishu realm? Judging by the elder's imposing aura, he was almost certain it was the latter. This demeanor, this attire was absolutely not something an ordinary powerhouse could possess. Looking at the blood-robed old man again, shrouded in black mist with a primitive bone ornament around his neck, he seemed all the more mysterious. Right now, only one thought occupied Chen Lingtian's mind: how to escape. He wished he could extricate himself and flee immediately, but there were 3 people on the field who were of vital importance to him. Yi Qingxian, Lu Rian, and his own father. He could not shelter all 3 of them within his grotto heaven at the same time. If he were alone with his usual style of doing things, he would have long since slipped away like a cicada shedding its skin, escaping into his grotto heaven. Now he could only rely on his newly acknowledged master. This legendary sky-shrouding mighty figure surely had a contingency plan, right? Chen Lingtian was gambling. It seems Sandao's judgment was flawed, Chen Lingtian thought. This wretched old man's cultivation can't possibly be just the Guiyuan realm. He must be a mighty figure of the Guishu realm. He had originally thought Feng Wuya was the Guiyuan realm expert mentioned by Shen Sandao via soul transmission, but the reality was quite the opposite. The two were simply not on the same level. The mere aura the man exuded was enough to prove that he was by no means an ordinary figure. The blood-robed Taoist Feng Wuya had only just arrived, and had not witnessed the scene of Yi Qingxian's prior appearance. The immortal charm surrounding Yi Qingxian could only be perceived with the naked eye, and did not trigger any earth-shattering celestial phenomena. Moreover, she had now completely restrained her aura, so Feng Wuya remained entirely unaware of her presence. Had he known beforehand, he would never have shown himself so easily, and would have retreated far away like those before him. He had come this time solely to investigate the source of the blazing sun-like celestial phenomenon that had erupted here 3 days ago. Feng Wuya lowered his eyes, his gaze landing directly on Lu Ruyan, who was currently tempering her cultivation. A raspy laughter suddenly rang out, propagating across 100 miles, so that every single person present heard it clearly. Ha! What a fine seed. This little girl is mine. He did not open his mouth, yet his voice resounded directly in everyone's ears, a voice transmission technique exclusive to high-level cultivators. Many low-level cultivators even thought they were hallucinating, unable to locate the source of the voice at all. In the cultivation world, once one's cultivation reached the spirit condensation realm, they could employ voice transmission. The stronger one was, the wider the transmission range. The early stage of spirit condensation could transmit within 100 feet, while the late stage could extend it to 100 jong. Yet Feng Wuya's single move directly covered 100 miles, proving his cultivation was unfathomably deep. As his words fell, Feng Wuya raised his hand and made a clutching motion in the air. A giant crimson hand shrouded in dark mist materialized out of thin air, clawing straight toward Lu Ruyan. The momentum was fierce, leaving absolutely no room for negotiation. How dare you? At this critical juncture, several powerful auras pierced through the sky, rapidly approaching. There were 3 newcomers in total, 2 men and 1 woman. Leading them was an elder with snow-white hair, clad in a blazing dragon robe. It was he who had uttered the stern rebuke. With just a single angry shout, the giant hand in the air was instantly shattered. Feng Wuya frowned slightly. Upon seeing who had arrived, a cold sneer curled on his lips. Ha! I wondered who it was. So it is you, Junior. Senior's memory is as excellent as ever. Humph. Kid Chen, do not quibble. I originally thought a genius like you would have perished there. I never expected that you would not only be reborn, but even break through in your cultivation. Truly incredible. Inwardly he cursed. It seems that person made a move. Back then, Chen Xianling was hunted down by 3 great masters of the demonic path in the central continent, eventually escaping back to his native Sangzhou. Those who knew of this affair originally thought he would have turned into dry bones, but against all odds he survived the disaster, destined for greater fortune. Old monster foam, spare me the nonsense. Since you are here, do not think of leaving easily. Before Chen Xuanling's voice could fade, his aura surged violently, and he charged straight at Feng Wuya. In a flash, both of their figures soared into the sky, engaging in a fierce battle above the clouds. The other 2 who had arrived with him were Daoist Qinjin Gao Chun and Daoist Luoling Songqiu. Both possessed early-stage Guiyuan realm cultivation and were the sect masters of 2 top sects within the territory of the Great Yin dynasty. As for Chen Xuanling, as could be seen from the dragon robe he belonged to the direct lineage of the Great Yin imperial family. Though his cultivation was also at the early-stage Guiyuan realm, he was blessed with the imperial dragon qi, giving him strength comparable to the mid to late stages of the Guiyuan realm, which was why he firmly held the leading position. His status was exceedingly noble. He was the biological father of the current emperor of the Great Yin dynasty, making him the grandfather of King Jinbei, Chen Yinan, and the great-grandfather of the protagonist Chen Lingtian. Above the clouds, golden light and dark crimson energy collided with a resounding boom. The imperial dragon qi and the sinister evil qi intertwined, tearing through the sky, causing the heavens and earth to change color as wind and clouds surged violently. Chen Xuanling's blazing dragon robe rustled loudly in the wind. He primarily cultivated his physical body, possessing an incomparably powerful physique. Engaging directly in close-quarters combat, he threw a thunderous punch that broke the sound barrier, aiming straight for his opponent's face. Feng Wuya merely sneered. With a wave of his skeletal hand, the eerie energy around him surged. The ancient bone ornament around his neck suddenly lit up. Crimson halos rippled outward, wrapping around Chen Xuanling's incoming punch. Paltry tricks shatter. Chen Xianling roared. The imperial dragon qi condensed around him, forcefully blocking the onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 clashed for several rounds, unable to determine a victor for the moment. This blood-robed Daoist Feng Wuya was originally a peak Guiyuan realm powerhouse. However, because he had suffered severe injuries in his early years, his vitality was heavily depleted, and his current strength was stabilized at the mid to late stage of the Guiyuan realm. If he burned his essence blood at all costs, he could temporarily return to his peak, but doing so would drastically deplete his life force and accelerate the demise of his physical body. He had originally thought that dealing with a cultivator who had just broken through to the Guiyuan realm would be effortless, but he had not expected Chen Duxiu to carry the dynasty's fortune, possessing such formidable strength that made things extremely troublesome. Coming here this time, Feng Wuya had originally assumed the celestial phenomenon was caused by the awakening of natural treasures or peerless divine weapons within the ancient battlefield. After all, this was an ancient battlefield. The awakening of dormant mighty divine weapons often triggered celestial phenomena, and with the 10,000-year cycle now arriving, this was precisely the beginning of frequent occurrences of such phenomena. To his surprise, upon investigation, the phenomenon turned out to be triggered by the awakening of a cultivator's special constitution, which made him even more thrilled. In his early years, the blood-robed Taoist had practiced an ancient secret technique. With the aid of this special method, he could find a compatible physical body to reconstruct his life force and live another lifetime. He had acquired this secret technique a century ago in an ancient secret realm. For many years, he had searched far and wide solely to find a perfect physical vessel to sustain and continue his cultivation. Encountering a peerless constitution capable of triggering celestial phenomena now was far more precious than any of the alternative bodies he had previously sought. Any constitution capable of inducing celestial phenomena possessed top-tier aptitude far beyond what ordinary cultivators could compare to. This deepened the obsession in his heart, making him determined to obtain it at all costs. She is destined to be mine. Feng Wuya was unwilling to remain in a stalemate. He knew all too well that if he delayed any longer, more powerhouses would surely rush over upon hearing the news. He immediately stopped holding back, burning his essence blood as his aura skyrocketed, reaching the peak of the 9th level of the Guiyuan realm. Oh no! Chen Xuanling's face instantly paled. He immediately transmitted his voice to his fellow Taoists Gao Chun and Song Qiu. My two Taoist friends, come quickly and aid me. Before the two could respond, the blood-robed Taoist's aura erupted completely, and he slammed his cane down with immense force. High in the sky, countless dark light spheres emerged, coalescing into a blood-colored skeletal phantom. Shrouded in a dense, malevolent aura, the skeletal phantom lunged violently through the air straight toward Chen Xianling. The cultivators present fled and scrambled for cover. Those who failed to escape in time were instantly crushed to pieces by the residual shockwaves. Witnessing this scene, how could any of them dare to remain? Had they delayed by even a single step, not even their ashes would remain. At this moment, the only cultivators near the battlefield were the two Guiyuan realm sect masters. Those slightly closer were Chen Lingtian, Yi Qinxian, the elder Chen Lingtian, Lu Shiji, and his daughter, and their subordinate Chen Sandao. Aside from them, a scattered handful of high-level cultivators watched secretly from a distance. Among them were three in the heaven-prying realm, precisely the trio previously intercepted by Chen Sandao. While the two sides clashed in the sky above, Chen Lingtian hurriedly flashed to Chen Lingtian's side. Bowing with utmost humility and respect, he smiled and said, "Ha! You must be the master my son spoke of." He paused there, for his son had never actually introduced him to who this mysterious master truly was. Yi Qinxian's gaze swept over Chen Lingtian, and with a faint smile, she gave a slight nod. Only then did Chen Lingtian brace himself to continue. "This junior Chen Lingtian has long admired your esteemed name." Yi Qinxian spoke up calmly. "Oh, you know my name?" She was somewhat surprised. Although this man possessed great destiny, they were from different planes of existence. How could he possibly know her name? Chen Lingtian wished the ground would open up and swallow him whole. He kicked Chen Lingtian, who was kneeling on the ground. "Arg!" Chen Lingtian cried out, deliberately leaning forward to throw his arms around Yi Qinxian's leg. Yi Qinxian curled her index finger and flicked Chen Lingtian's forehead with great force. "Ah!" This cry of pain was excruciatingly genuine. Chen Lingtian felt as if his head were splitting open. Clutching his forehead, he winced in absolute agonizing pain. Chen Sandao had already turned his back, tactfully ignoring the scene. As for Lu Shiji, he led by example, completely ignoring his surroundings. His sole concern now was to shield his daughter. Meanwhile, the veins on Chen Lingtian's hands bulged, his knuckles popping. Were it not for Yi Qinxian's presence as the master, he would have long since taken matters into his own hands to discipline this rebellious son. This rebellious wretch was truly outrageous. To commit such a shameless act right in front of everyone. If he were to be condemned and expelled from the sect, how could he, as the father, ever show his face again? Even as Chen Lingtian thought this, he suddenly recalled that he was the one who had kicked him. Upon this realization, a cold sweat broke out on him. He desperately tried to patch things up and salvage some dignity for his son, but he could not conjure up a single excuse. Just then a skeletal phantom crashed down from the heavens. "Fellow Taoists, assist me." A voice reverberated through the air. The speaker was none other than Chen Xuanling, who was locked in a fierce battle against the blood-robed Taoist. Two Guiyuan realm powerhouses soared into the air without the slightest hesitation. However, they flew in the wrong direction, not to reinforce him, but to flee. At this moment, the only thought in the minds of the two Guiyuan powerhouses, Gao Chun and Song Qiu, was to escape. Gao Chun cursed loudly. "Damn it. He is at the peak of the Guiyuan realm. How the hell are we supposed to fight him? You have the Imperial Dragon Chi protecting you, but we don't." Song Qiu was equally clear-headed. "Fellow Taoist, we shall head to the Imperial City to seek aid. Please hold out a little longer." Her words sounded entirely sincere. It was difficult enough for an early-stage Guiyuan cultivator to face one in the mid-stage, let alone a peak Guiyuan master. Moreover, their opponent was an evil cultivator, and a damn absolute peak Guiyuan who had burned his essence blood to achieve ultimate sublimation. Fight? With what? But the moment they moved, the skeletal phantom swooped down, locking onto both of them. Coughing up blood, the two were struck squarely by the attack. They crashed heavily onto the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. From the vault of heaven, the blood-robed Taoist Feng Wuya looked down, his voice deep and menacing. Trying to leave? Did this old man give you permission? With a wave of his bone staff, over a dozen black skulls materialized and surged in all directions. Gao Chun knelt on the ground, his robes tattered and torn, stripped of any Taoist dignity. Utterly dazed, he repeatedly muttered, "How is this possible?" Beside him, Song Xiu fared slightly better. Thanks to an Earth-grade high-rank clear light talisman gifted by a former lover, she had successfully blocked the strike, though she was still severely injured. This evil technique had thrown the spiritual energy within her body into a violent, chaotic riot. If not stabilized in time, it would surely leave behind permanent internal injuries. Yet the blood-robed Taoist's next onslaught arrived instantly, as a barrage of black skulls lunged toward them. From the heavens to the earth, everyone present was locked onto. Chen Lingtian bellowed, "Not good. Nian, take Tian'er and leave quickly." He had not expected his own descendants to still be on the scene. This was disastrous. He immediately swooped down to intercept the attacks, but before he could take more than a few steps, a fierce offensive surged toward him. "Old monster Feng! How dare you!" Chen Lingtian roared. "Nian is the descendant most highly regarded by our great Yan's high ancestor. If you dare harm him, you will face endless pursuit and vengeance." "Ha ha ha. So what if he is the high ancestor? That old fellow's coffin lid has already been pried open by others. Do not try to pressure me with your ancestor. I don't buy into that." In the past, he might have felt some trepidation. But now he was a man about to defy the heavens and live another life. If they tried to hunt him down, they wouldn't even be able to find his shadow. "Die." As the skulls descended upon him, Chen Duxiu closed his eyes, mourning in his heart, "High ancestor, your child is incompetent." He possessed the imperial dragon chi for protection, but since his descendants had not yet ascended the throne, he could not harness this power. Suddenly, an ethereal female voice resonated through the vault of heaven. How noisy! With a wave of her hand, Yi Qinxian did not use her own immortal chi, but rather the energy contained within this physical body. This casual strike erupted with the force of the absolute peak of the delusion-breaking realm, completely obliterating the incoming skulls. Immediately after, the attack surged upward against the heavens, striking directly at the blood-robed Taoist. Against a Guiyuan cultivator, this single strike was more than enough. A textbook case of overkill. With nowhere to run or hide, the blow struck Feng Wuya's soul. The moment he was hit, his physical form began to disintegrate and slowly dissipate. Delusion breaking. His voice grew feeble, scattering into the air. Feng Wuya spent 300 years in spirit condensation, 500 years in heaven prying, and 1,000 years in Guiyuan. I was but a step away from entering the delusion-breaking realm. Yet, this world is inherently unjust. The mighty of this generation are nothing more than a horde of beasts devouring human bones and drinking human blood. Under the majestic heavens, who decides what is righteous and what is evil? As he crumbled, he sent a divine transmission to Yi Qinxian, asking, "Junior, is reincarnation pleasant? Reincarnating by borrowing a corpse is indeed agonizing, but I have no need for reincarnation." Yi Qinxian replied. She had probed the blood-robed Taoist's life, which had revealed to her some of this world's hidden secrets. 1,000 years ago, this old Taoist had already reached the great circle of the Guiyuan realm, defying the heavens with a mortal body to seize the Tao. Later, he encountered a visitor from the upper realm who literally ripped out his heart and lungs. Yet against all odds, he did not die. Later, his soul seized another body to reincarnate, practicing evil techniques and falling into the demonic path, returning to the absolute peak within a mere century. Throughout this time, he had managed to prolong his life only by devouring the life force of other cultivators, allowing him to survive for so long. But every road eventually comes to an end. Stuck at the Guiyuan realm, he was unable to break through until his death. Even his ultimate sublimation could only bring him to the absolute peak, which was why he could no longer extend his lifespan. For even the delusion-breaking realm only grants a lifespan of around 2500 years. This is the mandate of heaven, completely unavoidable. The light of delusion-breaking shines bright. As they conversed, an immortal charm coiled around Yi Qinxian, revealing a fleeting breath of her power. Feng Wuya laughed bitterly. "So that's how it is. Ha ha. Immortals. They truly exist." With that, the blood-robed Taoist dissolved into the spiritual aura of heaven and earth, vanishing from this world. All his artifacts were utterly destroyed, and even his storage pouch disintegrated with him. Yet a sheet of human skin parchment slipped out from the wreckage. Yi Qinxian merely glanced at it before withdrawing her gaze. She thought to herself, this world is indeed quite interesting. Meanwhile, in a dark cave elsewhere, a youth was soaked in a pool of blood. In the next instant, he abruptly snapped his eyes open. "Have I transmigrated?" The youth was named Feng Yuxiu. He had just soul transmigrated here from the Blue Star, and was currently assimilating the memories of his body's original host. After a moment, the integration was complete. This body was linked to the divine sense of the blood-robed Taoist Feng Huia. It was a vessel he had nurtured for decades, a high-grade spiritual body. Mortal body, spiritual body, kingly body, saintly body. The blood-robed Taoist was not satisfied with this body's innate talent. He had constantly nourished its bones with spiritual blood, finally achieving a half-step kingly body, yet he was still unsatisfied. For only a kingly body could break through the shackles and naturally reach the delusion-breaking realm without drawing the attention of certain entities. Reflecting on his youth, the blood-robed Taoist had tempered his mortal flesh to achieve body tempering, broke through to spirit condensation, advanced to heaven prying, and finally reached Guiyuan. Later, all of this became nothing but a dream. Looking back at the past, those glorious yet sorrowful years. Inside the main hall of the Jinbei King's Manor in Nanyang City. Ha ha ha. Nianin, you've birthed a fine prospect indeed. Our Chen family's return to the Central Plains is just around the corner. Chen Xuanling's booming voice reverberated throughout the grand hall, his face radiant with joy, unable to stop smiling. After composing himself, the two made their way to the study. Chen Xianling sealed off the surroundings and asked, "So what about Tianer's mother?" "Grandmaster Emperor, it's rather difficult to explain in a short while." Chen Yinan replied gravely. Chen Yinan shared everything he deemed necessary, though the details were lacking, and he had woven quite a few lies. He portrayed himself as the pursued party, but only he knew the truth. He had been forcefully kidnapped. Meanwhile, over in another location, Chen Lingtian, after being sternly reprimanded by his father, was assigned to attend to Yi Qingxian. And so here he was engaged in something rather important. "Master, does that feel good?" Chen Lingtian asked, sycophantically crouching by the foot basin to massage his self-proclaimed master's feet. "Press harder. Did you skip breakfast or something?" Yi Qingxian reclined on the lounge chair, casually, a look of disdain on her face. Chen Lingtian increased the pressure, his knuckles steadily positioned against the meridian points along the arch, slowly kneading along the energy channels and acupoints, gradually working out the tension in her muscles. When he reached the base of her toes, he gently curled his knuckles and traced along the joints, applying light pressure inch by inch. With subtle force at his fingertips, he pressed and massaged each acupoint. Each press caused Yi Qingxian's instep to tremble slightly, and her once taut frame gradually relaxed. After exhaling softly, she murmured, "That achy sensation. It feels so wonderful. A bit more pressure, if you please. Master, like this." "Yes, that's exactly it. Feels great." Chen Lingtian's nose was practically in the air, now glancing at the conquest progress displayed on his system panel. Character Yi Qingxian. Conquest progress 1. Current total 39. 100 completion grants the character's allegiance along with conquest rewards. This was the limitation of the summon card. When summoning powerful figures from formidable planes, one must conquer and subdue them to earn their loyalty. Chen Lingtian was full of motivation. As for why the conquest value had climbed so quickly, it was because he shamelessly bound a master-disciple template, which immediately granted him 30%. The remaining 9% had been accumulated gradually, serving tea, massaging shoulders and back. He wasn't sure why, but Yi Qingxian showed no resistance. Perhaps she simply enjoyed it. Having a compliant disciple wasn't bad, though he was rather shameless at times. With a bit of training, he'd do. After all, she couldn't return to her plane anytime soon. Might as well treat this as a journey and properly explore this particular realm. "Tell me, what if I find you a senior martial sister?" Yi Qingxian raised an eyebrow, asking deliberately. Chen Lingtian paused, stopped his work, and replied, "Master, there's no senior martial sister. I'm your eldest disciple. I should be the junior, right?" "My." Yi Qingxian looked displeased. This lad wasn't behaving properly. She then said, "I haven't formally accepted you as my disciple yet. Don't get ahead of yourself." "What? Master, you promised earlier. You said you'd take me on as a disciple. Now you're going back on your word and deceiving your devoted disciple's loyalty." Chen Lingtian protested indignantly. He intended to be the head disciple, never the second. "Oh, so you won't listen to your master again? I only agreed to make you a registered disciple previously. Since you refuse to behave, I hereby expel you from my sect." Yi Qingxian feigned profundity, clearly wanting to see what schemes Chen Lingtian might contrive. This was her first time being this close to a man, and to her surprise, she felt not a shred of repulsion. The feeling was quite peculiar. Yi Qingxian watched Chen Lingtian with a half-smile, as if expecting him to say something. Chen Lingtian said nothing, simply increasing his pressure to give Yi Qingxian a thoroughly satisfying massage. "Oh, this feels incredible." Chen Lingtian muttered to himself, "Damn it, once I fully conquer you, I'll feed you till you're stuffed." Though Yi Qingxian possessed the chaos immortal physique and an exceptionally resilient body, she would let her guard down when caught unawares. As a result, she was extremely sensitive during massages. Yi Qingxian had also noticed. He held a grudge. She promptly said, all right. I'll stop beating around the bush. The candidate for your senior martial sister is someone you already know. Take a guess. Who is it?" Chen Lingtian wore a blank expression, though he had already guessed. It could only be Lu Ruyan. He couldn't imagine anyone else. Master, I've decided. Whatever you think is fine. Chen Lingtian had his plans all along. If there were a senior or junior martial sister, well, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. He could just take them all in. As Chen Lingtian pondered, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He rejoiced inwardly. I can't pursue Master right now, but if Yi Qingxian intends to take disciples, and a senior martial sister is coming, that means junior martial sisters will follow. Besides, this woman's standards are far from ordinary. Chen Lingtian had noticed that after Lu Ruyan's breakthrough, he had deliberately cast a detection scan on her to update his character panel. Now was the perfect time to check. He summoned the system panel and studied it carefully. As for whether Yi Qingxian could see the system panel, Chen Lingtian had specifically asked the system beforehand, and through practice he confirmed she absolutely could not. The system panel unfolded: target Lu Ruyan, age 20, beauty 99, cultivation spirit gathering 8th layer, physique heavenly burning, divine body not fully developed, current aptitude emperor's grace, intimacy 68, slowly increasing. Spirit embryo incubation time 999 days, golden finger immortal, grandmother sleeper mode, etc. Chen Lingtian muttered to himself as he read through the rows. That beauty stat is no joke. Empress Ruyan truly matches anyone in appearance. Spirit gathering 8th layer already. So fast. Is everyone riding rockets these days? This is unfair. Even with the system, I have to work hard to achieve success, yet they're all more outrageous than the last. Scanning further down, heavenly burning divine body. In just a few days it awakened. That's on par with an immortal physique. Enough of that. Upon seeing the spirit embryo incubation at 999 days, Chen Lingtian screamed inwardly. What? 999 days? Is she carrying Nesha or something? That's so long. How was he as the future father supposed to cope? By the time the child is born, he won't even know how many older brothers and sisters await him. Never mind. The longer the incubation period, the more extraordinary the aptitude. He could wait. It's barely 2.5 years. No rush. Meanwhile, the sacred water in the foot basin was almost cold, and Chen Lingtian was still lost in thought. Yi Qingxian had been watching him for several minutes. She remained silent, wondering what is he thinking about. Could the senior martial sister I'm finding for him become his future beloved? Is he upset about that? In her visions of the future, Yi Qingxian had seen Lu Ruyan's figure, and she had been very close to him. What did that signify? They were destined to cross paths. As for why she wanted to take Lu Ruyan as a disciple, it was naturally to prevent Chen Lingtian from causing trouble. She had personally witnessed that not a single one of Chen Lingtian's beauties existed without a child in tow. And she herself had brought 2 children along. Just thinking about it, a flush of blush appeared on Yi Qingxian's face, only to instantly transform into irritation. Anger rose within her. I, the granddaughter of the heavenly emperor, how could I ever be reduced to a mere mortal wife? Since I already know the future, I will change it. But changing destiny was not so simple. The more Yi Qingxian thought about it, the angrier she became. In a fit of frustration, she kicked over the foot basin, spilling the bathwater all over the floor. Chen Lingtian was splashed all over, completely soaked through a drowned rat to the core. Watching his disheveled state, Yi Qingxian couldn't help but burst into laughter, though the subtle expression vanished in an instant. She collected her smile and spoke coldly. Obedient disciple, go pour out the foot bath water. This master wishes to rest. Scene shifts. Chen Lingtian stands outside the room's door, holding the basin of foot bath water, looking dignified. Wait a minute. What exactly does she take me for? A servant or a dog? Frost Heaven Abyss, one of the 10 absolute desolations. Atop the snow-capped peaks, the 8 great commanders of the demon clan sat in their true forms, while 4 demon vanguard soldiers prostrated themselves below. The lead leopard vanguard raised its head and lifted both paws forward. A spirit cloud treasure pearl shimmering with ethereal light emerged from its palm and floated into the air. It drifted until it reached the gathered demon commanders. The leopard commander carefully received it. This spirit pearl was Cloudling's companion pearl, capable of resonating with traces of her master's lingering aura. Without this object, it would be like seeking a needle in the ocean. The demon emperor would not have ruthlessly executed a demon general without reason. After all, cultivating and heaven's viewing great demon consumed more than just heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It required formidable bloodline and, above all, fortune. It was not that the demon emperor lacked the desire to intervene personally. Had he forced his way into the fray, he would certainly have drawn the scrutiny of human powerhouses. Should he fail to catch the chicken and lose his rice as well, the consequences would be troublesome. For now, recovering Yunling came first. The time had not yet come to completely tear face with the human race. At this moment, the lead leopard vanguard stepped forward, bowed his head, and reported, "Honored commanders, we have not failed in our mission. Through this treasure pearl, we have found traces of the 9th young master, however." What? The demon commanders were stunned. Before the leopard demon could finish, the 8th ranking commander, a pig, shook his bulk and asked in a deep voice, "Little one, are you speaking the truth?" We dare not lie. The leopard vanguard replied quickly. The remaining 3 demon vanguards did not even dare to move. They were pressed flat against the ground, trembling all over, terrified that their superior might fly into a rage. Ha ha ha. Finally news of our young master. Pig the Eighth burst into laughter. Old 8, do not be hasty. Fool, listen first. 2 of the commanders rebuked him with divine sense. Just then the lead leopard commander spoke. However, what? Continue. The leopard vanguard, upon hearing this, recounted everything in one breath. Our forces, leading an army of 1,000,000, pressed forward. After tracing the 9th young master's resonance, the spirit pearl suddenly stood rigid in midair, and within an instant lost its luster, falling from the sky. Then the human forces' assault surged. Several high-tier spirit condensation cultivators appeared out of nowhere on the human side. We were pinned down, and after weighing the pros and cons, we retreated to report to you, honored commanders. Furthermore, during this probe, a mutation occurred on the human side. Phenomena of heaven and earth, a crimson cliff illuminating the sun, skies ablaze with fire. We all suspect this may be the awakening of a human physique. I venture to guess it may be an imperial tier physique. Pig the Eighth burst into laughter at these words. Ha ha. Little one, an imperial tier. His mouth full of mockery, he asked, do you know what imperial tier signifies? Let me put it this way, our demon bloodline ranks as human king imperial, and the human physique follows the same hierarchy. Even we commanders have only reached the lower tier king rank. Imperial tier. Absurd. Old 8. Silence. Tiger the Third sent a divine rebuke. The other commanders were all startled, each harboring their own suspicions. The phenomena of heaven and earth that day. It all makes sense now. Disband. Over the next few days, organize your demon troops under your command. Hold your positions and await our orders. Bear the Second issued the decree. Yes. The 4 little demons replied in unison and hurried away. After dismissing the 4 juniors, Commander Leopard raised his hand and cast a boundless gesture, summoning an invisible barrier that sealed off the area. Pig the Eighth observed the expressions of his companions and, looking bewildered, spoke first. What that little one said, was it truly a human awakening? And of the imperial tier, Ox the Seventh gave Pig the Eighth a hard kick on the fleshy hump of his head. Steam shot from his nostrils as he snapped. You blockhead, have you been sleeping so soundly these past days that you've lost your wits? How could you have noticed? The phenomena of heaven and earth that day, we all sensed it. They match exactly what that little one described. I never expected a human physique awakening would trigger such celestial omens. Eagle the Sixth chimed in. In my opinion, it still hasn't reached the imperial tier. Dog the Fifth spoke confidently. Beside him, Turtle the Fourth provided a precise estimate, upper tier king class, or perhaps apex. These 2 commanders had been forcibly dragged aboard the ship midway by the other demon commanders joining the search for the 9th young master. The demon commanders were ranked by strength. Commander Dog and Commander Turtle were both over 1,000 years old seasoned veterans with broad knowledge and deep experience. Their strength lay in the early stage of the 4th realm belonging to a long-lived species. Turtle Elder, this time I entrust you to make the journey to the Demon Emperor's palace. Commander Leopard Xiaofeng said with utmost respect. Though he was strong and ranked higher than this old turtle, he could not coerce him. Moreover, this old turtle had quite a few trump cards. He was after all a veteran of the demon race. Haha, no need for flattery. Old Turtle will be back shortly. With that, Turtle the Elder retracted his head into his shell, and in an instant disappeared through a spatial rift, hastening toward the Demon Emperor's palace. This old turtle was a void escape turtle that had lived for 3,000 years. His innate divine ability allowed him to traverse space, greatly reducing the time needed to cross the sword abyss and swiftly deliver this matter to the Demon Emperor's ears. After Turtle the Elder departed, the leopard commander instructed, in that case, let us bide our time and avoid direct confrontation for now and wait for the Demon Emperor's orders. Nanyang City, the Duke of Beichen's mansion. Chen Lingtian had already entered the cave heaven. First, he went to the second cave heaven to check on his beloved wife's condition, fearing she might cause trouble again. To his relief, he found Yu Bao in her true form, sitting cross-legged with closed eyes upon the heavenly dragon pillar in the Dragon Palace's grand hall. Is this a scale mold? Looking at the dragon scales covering the ground, Chen Lingtian smiled faintly. A pity. I cannot take them out. This was the second cave heaven. Chen Lingtian could not remove anything from it. He could take a wife, but not its possessions. After observing for a while, and confirming Yu Bao was unharmed and not yet awake, Chen Lingtian quietly departed. The reason he left so decisively was because it had been quite some time since he last checked on Baby Rabbit. Mainly, he had been busy with various matters these past days. I wonder how Yu Bao is doing, whether she's alright lately, and whether she misses her husband. Have Do Bao and the others grown taller? He did not dwell on these thoughts further. With a flick of his mind, first cave heaven. At the same time, within a tranquil chamber of the mansion, Yi Qingxian slowly opened her eyes and murmured softly, truly. becoming more and more interesting. Even the river of time holds no trace of you. Years of wasted time pass without you. Even this body of mine can vanish from this world, unable to find its origin, unable to grasp its feet. Little one, just how many hidden secrets do you still possess? I truly wish to peel back layer after layer of your heart and see what lies within. At this moment, the more Yi Qingxian grew curious, the more restless her heart became. She was gradually slipping into the role of Chen Lingtian's fabricated master. Never mind. That youngster won't be coming out anytime soon. Yi Qingxian gradually lost patience and decided to stop waiting. She sank into the great Tao, stirred the divine sense within her sea of consciousness, and attempted to establish a connection with the stars reaching out to her home. However, no matter what she did, this realm seemed completely cut off from the world. Her presence was not within the myriad realms, though otherwise such a tremendous disturbance would not have gone completely silent. Faced with such anomalies, she had no starting point. She gazed upon the starry sea and explored the great Tao. This world's great Tao has derailed. Perhaps, precisely because of this, such phenomena occur. Grandfather Qingxian has failed. Who was to blame? It was none other than Chen Lingtian who suppressed her. As a result, a peerless prodigy was dealt a blow without cause, pulled into this world for no reason, and then further restrained and confined. If she knew the truth behind it all, she would never let it rest. She would utterly annihilate them. P.S. The author apologizes. Sorry everyone. Many unpleasant things have happened recently which led to the break in updates. I'm sorry everyone. A little duck was lining up in a queue wanting to align with the duck in front of it, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't line up properly. It kept muttering, can't line up quack, sorry. At Dantian Wuxia, more than 10 days had passed. Within a spiritual rice paddy, a small rabbit ball was curled up, its front paws gripping a tiny wooden stick, scratching idly across the soil, while murmuring to itself, 1, 2, 3. 10, 11. 12 days. Rabbit father has truly abandoned us. As she spoke, the little rabbit's eyes turned red, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Woo 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 woo. This little rabbit was none other than Bao Miao Midu, and at this very moment, her sobbing echoed endlessly. Who has troubled my Do Bao? The voice arrived before the person. The next instant, a pair of warm, gentle hands lifted the curled-up Midu into an embrace. Midu wriggled her body, then turned her head. Upon seeing who had arrived, her eyes widened like copper bells, tears sliding down her cheeks, refusing to calm. After a while, she finally composed herself and called out to the irresponsible father before her, Rabbit father. Her lips parted slightly, words caught in her throat. Seeing her father's ambiguous smile, the little rabbit blushed with shame, then covered her eyes with her front paws, trying to stop the tears. Do Bao, dry your tears. Have some candy. Chen Lingtian retrieved a bean pill from his system space, gently wiped Midu's tears, and held the pill to her lips. Midu didn't hesitate, immediately popping it into her mouth. Though her heart protested, her body eagerly pushed her small face into Chen Lingtian's chest, muttering softly, stinky father, bad father. Don't think a single candy can make up for. Before she could continue, Chen Lingtian smiled knowingly. He had long anticipated this little one's grievance. Not enough. All right. I'll give you a whole bag. Having soothed Midu, Chen Lingtian immediately extracted a pouch of precious pills from his space, everyone carefully selected by the system as beneficial to the little rabbits. There. It's all Daddy's fault. This bag of sweets is compensation. When I'm finished with my business, I'll take you and your brothers and sisters to see the outside world, okay? Okay. Midu's face lit up with delight. Good. Take the sweets and share them with your siblings. Daddy needs to go find your mother. Setting Midu down, he gave his instruction. Midu nodded eagerly, then scampered off in a flash on her way to find her brothers and sisters. Chen Lingtian had entered this cave heaven primarily to use the single remaining opportunity of nirvana. Watching Midu carry a storage pouch on her back, her figure comical, Chen Lingtian chuckled briefly before composing himself. With a flash of movement, he appeared instantly beside Baishua. The rabbit matriarch and the little rabbits were not together at this moment. Currently, their white rabbit matriarch was sound asleep beneath the enlightenment tea tree. Eat and sleep all day, what a carefree life. For some reason, Baishua's nose twitched. Whether she had sensed the intruder's mocking tone or caught a familiar scent, she suddenly sprang awake, her blue eyes turning crimson, her body tensing, fur bristling, looking every bit untamable. Chen Lingtian smiled gently and advanced step by step. Baishua gradually retreated. The scene was most suggestive, truly like a lamb walking into a tiger's mouth with nowhere to escape. Baishua backed until she pressed against the enlightenment tree with nowhere left to flee. She growled fiercely, villain, what do you intend? Oh, after merely a few days apart, Schweder speaks of her husband in such harsh terms. How heartbreaking. With those words, Chen Lingtian's lips curved upward, and he gave a slight nod. With a thought, he linked into his sea of consciousness system apply the nirvana opportunity to Baishua. This time, heavenly tribulation lightning did not descend. Instead, the vitality of heaven and earth and the essence of stars and moon poured forth. The great Tao's starry sea bestowed its blessing, enveloping Baishue's entire demon form. Moonlight and divine dew surrounded her, and even the nearby enlightenment tea tree received a surge of augmentation. The entire cave heaven was once again showered in blessing. Moonlight rose high, a full moon hanging in the vault of the sky shining upon this realm. In an instant the stars dimmed, gathering into miraculous radiance. A spectral image of divine brilliance descended upon the mortal world. When Baishue opened her eyes once more, she had already shed her demon form, taking on human shape and ascending into the ranks of the sacred clan. Just as a skilled housewife cannot cook without rice, Baishue was no longer the same as before. A crescent moon marked her chest, her fur transformed into flowing garments, and her snow-white ears were hidden. Chen Lingtian stood rooted to the spot, utterly transfixed. As the moonlight faded, a shy, gracefully poised young woman appeared, her violet-veined eyes and tall, elegant figure utterly extraordinary. She bit her lower lip delicately, tears glistening in her eyes. Raising her gaze, she fixed her stare squarely upon the man standing before her. Chen Lingtian felt a chill under Baishue's gaze. Something felt wrong. Wait. What is the scene, he thought. Could it be? Could she have missed me? Before Chen Lingtian could dwell further, Baishue lowered her head. A mist gathered in her eyes, forming tears that spilled over. Baishue parted her lips slightly. How long? How long do you intend to keep me locked away? Her voice was faint yet heavy with grievance, sounding like both an accusation and a plea. Hearing this, Chen Lingtian's heart sank. This was bad. Having locked away his wife for so long, she had developed depression. Shuai. Chen Lingtian began to explain, but the moment he opened his mouth, all the 1,000 words in his mind flowed like a quiet stream, yet not a single lie could cover what he had done. Wrapped lightly in a white fur coat, his beautiful wife nestled in his embrace. Chen Lingtian gazed at the snowy white rabbit pretending to be fast asleep in his arms. The sight made him smile silently, thinking to himself, as she says no with her lips. Yet her body is quite honest. It seems I cannot shelter her so restrictively anymore. If it causes her to develop a psychological affliction, that would be truly troublesome. System display Schwenner's status panel. Found partner by Shui. Race Sacred Clan. Species Spiritual Jade Rabbit. Cultivation Early 4th Stage Layer 1. Intimacy 99. Current status Constant exertion, completely exhausted. Sleeping in a daze, preoccupied with thoughts. Checking Baishue's status, he sighed upon seeing completely exhausted. No wonder she is being so well behaved. Oh, still pretending to sleep. Chen Lingtian did not expose her. He cast a glance at his beautiful wife in his arms, withdrew his gaze, and then summoned the panel. Display detailed information on the Spiritual Jade Rabbit. Species Spiritual Jade Rabbit. Description: born from the nirvanic rebirth of a snow rabbit, it can absorb the essence of moonlight for its own use. It is a spiritual beast of heaven and earth capable of providing feedback cultivation to its master. Bloodline: top tier Imperial Bloodline. Aptitude: Tiangang, Mortal Realm. Innate divine ability: moonlight absorption. Note: draws the lunar essence of Taiyin into the body, allowing cultivation to increase without enduring the hardships of normal practice. Born with innate cold spiritual energy. Minor divine abilities: earth escape, invisibility, soul snatching, charm, illusion, sun avoidance, moon chasing. I'm so envious. Chen Lingtian truly envied demonic beasts for having divine abilities, whereas he had to painstakingly study the techniques of predecessors and create his own. This kind of bloodline inheritance was truly enviable. At this moment, Baishue leaned against Chen Lingtian's elbow, remaining motionless, while thinking to herself, why hasn't this dog of a man left yet? Before he would leave right after finishing. Why is today different? And he was very gentle this time, it didn't hurt at all. How strange. As she thought, she drifted off to sleep in a daze. Chen Lingtian leaned against the tree, while Baishue leaned against him, the two of them cuddling as they fell asleep together. During their intimate encounter this time, no new life was conceived. Truly a lamentable affair. Her luck with pregnancy was indeed rather poor. After a long while, perhaps due to an uncomfortable position, Baishue rolled over, squinted her eyes slightly, and got up groggily. How did I fall asleep? You stinky man. Why haven't you left yet? Looking at the heartbreaker before her, Baishue's cheeks flushed slightly as she slowly brought her head closer to Chen Lingtian's handsome face. When the distance between them was a mere 0.01 centimeters, Baishue slammed on the brakes, thinking, Schwer, you can't let him off so easily. I've got it. The next second, her brows arched, her lips parted, and she leaned over to sink her teeth into Chen Lingtian's neck. Hiss. Chen Lingtian, who was currently circulating the Heart Sutra, was abruptly interrupted by this bite, causing his vital energy and blood to surge violently. He let out a sharp cry of pain. In an instant, his meridians swelled with blood and his dantian expanded. In his arms, Shuabao smirked mischievously, having already buried her head to pretend she knew nothing about it. Chen Lingtian had just recovered from the shock. His vital energy and blood were churning wildly. If he did not calm them, his very foundation might be damaged. With an awkward expression, Chen Lingtian gritted his teeth and said, Well, Shuer, how dare you bite your husband? You need to be disciplined. Sensing trouble by Shuer immediately tried to flee only to be firmly locked in place by the bad man, completely unable to escape. She struggled with all her might, her two legs kicking furiously, tearing up the grassy ground and sending soil flying. Running. Your husband needs to give you a proper lesson. Husband Shuabao won't misbehave anymore. Bai Shui grew anxious. She really didn't want to do it again, though it wasn't painful, it was truly so exhausting. Not to mention being covered in sweat and feeling sticky all over. And her stomach would growl. But how could Chen Lingtian let little Shueshue off? After all, her mischief had almost caused him to suffer a cultivation deviation. He had to vent his desire. No. Oh. This clash ended quickly, using Shuabao's stomach discomfort as an excuse. Bad man, I want to eat this. Bai Shui, limp in his embrace, pointed to the enlightenment tea leaves above her head. Chen Lingtian pretended not to hear. Facing the wind, he closed his eyes to rest his mind, remaining silent. As a result, he was bitten by his bunny darling. I want it. Give it to me now. Shuabao puffed out her cheeks and bit harder. Her originally flat front teeth transformed in an instant into two large jade white buck teeth. This bite was going to be wild. Chen Lingtian was truly in pain. With tears in his eyes, he cried out, Wife, let go. No. I want to eat the leaves. Shuabao glared at him fiercely. She resolutely refused to let go, even increasing the pressure. Ouch, it hurts. Chen Lingtian's scalp tingled, completely defeated. He wailed, All right, wife, I was wrong. I'll get it for you, I'll get it right now. As his voice fell, the enlightenment tea leaves rustled down. Only then did Shuabao release her bite and begin to nibble on the leaves happily. While Shuabao was busy eating the spiritual leaves, Chen Lingtian pulled up his sleeve to look. On his forearm, a row of silver-white teeth marks was slowly turning red, with bruises starting to form right on cue. This bite was truly wild. As expected of a fourth-stage spiritual beast, she had quite the bite. Ouch, hiss. It hurt at the slightest touch. How absurd. Seeing this bad man suffer, Shuabao's mood instantly brightened, and her previous resentment vanished. Though she might still harbor some feigned anger, she was mostly just delighted by the delicious treat. The enlightenment tea leaves were truly delicious. But merely doing this was not enough. After all, Chen Lingtian often left home, he had to ensure her emotional malaise was thoroughly cured before he could feel at ease. If once or twice wasn't enough, there would be a next time. Again and again, step by step, seeking and exploring, Chen Lingtian simply refused to believe that Shuabao could still remain melancholic. Speaking of cures, Chen Lingtian had not expected that when he strayed off course and nearly suffered a cultivation deviation earlier, his path was almost ruined. Yet after making amends, it actually turned out to be of great benefit to his cultivation. Could this be the legendary forcing growth prematurely? Understanding the principle, Chen Lingtian decided it was best to use this method sparingly in the future. Such unorthodox paths could not be relied upon regularly. To tell you a secret, doing this too much can be addictive. 3 days apart felt like the passing of spring and autumn. Recently, troops from all paths of Dian gathered, and the beast tide receded. However, in the wilderness of Qingliang, stray minor demons still roamed. Deep within the northern demonic territory, inside the Demon Emperor's palace. Upon the Grand Hall, the Demon Emperor, Yunjiong, sat majestically on his throne. In the center of the hall stood a turtle-headed elder. This old turtle was none other than the void-escaping turtle commander from that day. He had come this time to audience the Demon Emperor and report the news. Your Majesty, the 9th princess's demonic aura has stabilized. The spiritual pearl points directly toward Nanyang City in the human territory. Seeing the Demon Emperor remaining silent with closed eyes, the turtle commander bowed his head, his white beard drooping slightly, as he continued, Furthermore, in recent years, human geniuses have frequently emerged. A great era is descending. If our demon race does not take action, we may find it difficult to survive. Upon his icy throne, Demon Emperor Yunjiong listened to the news of his daughter venturing into the human territory, yet he could not see her. He had long been struggling to suppress his inner anguish, and hearing this only fueled his irritation. Dismissed. Your Majesty. The turtle commander was reluctant to give up. His visit this time was not just to report the situation, but to urge action. With the great era approaching, the new generation of the human race was already leading the way. The demon race should not remain complacent, but should contend with the world. Yet how could Yunjiong not know this? He stood up with a formidable gaze, and after a few moments of silence said in a deep voice, As for this matter, those old fellows in the central continent will make their move. You need not worry about it. The Demon Emperor had issued a dismissal. He shared some history with this old turtle who had even guided him in the past, serving as a mentor. I obey your Majesty's command. As the old turtle withdrew, the Grand Hall fell into silent tranquility. Demon Emperor Yunjiong sat down once more, his face etched with worry as he thought to himself, Linger, you truly make your father anxious. If not for the resonance of our bloodline, why would I have repeatedly delayed the war with the humans? Currently, Demon Emperor Yunjiong's cultivation was at the peak of the 4th stage. With a single word, 300 years of accumulated cultivation poured forth, merging into his demon core. At this moment, he entered the Guiyuan realm seamlessly. First layer, second layer. Effortlessly overcoming all obstacles, he surged straight through. His final cultivation settled at the 10th layer of the Guiyuan realm, just a single step away from entering the 6th stage demon venerable realm. He recalled how in his youth he had relied on his creation realm cultivation and innate divine ability to slay a Guiyuan stage demon emperor and ascend the throne. Now Yunjiong gathered his focus and sighed, Linger, wait for your father. I will bring you home. The great trend has arrived, if not now, then when? The demon emperor summoned his domain, 5 lands, demon commanders, 10 directions, demon generals assemble at the demon emperor's palace immediately. His voice, carrying the momentum of a rainbow, swept over hundreds of miles of mountains and rivers, while his majestic demonic aura dominated for thousands of miles. In the western suburbs of Nanyang City, inside the main tent of the Xia family army, a soldier bound tightly hand and foot lay on his side on the ground, his limbs thrashing wildly. His mouth was gagged with a cloth, leaving him unable to utter anything but muffled whimpers. MMPH. Seated upon the main throne in the tent, the general of the Xia family, Xia Jiuan, was polishing his beloved spear. Beholding this sight, he inquired, Zhang Sun, what is the matter? The newcomer was Zhang Sun, a commander of 1,000 under his banner, and the bound captive was indeed brought in by him. Zhang Sun dropped to one knee with a look of delight. Bowing his head slightly, he reported in a deep voice, General, this brat is quite slippery. He attempted to sneak out of our camp under the cover of night, but was fortunately captured by this subordinate. Thus I have brought him here to claim credit. If my guess is correct, this scoundrel must be a spy from an enemy army seeking to leak information. Upon hearing these words, the bound captive struggled even more violently, letting out a continuous stream of muffled cries. From his seat, Xia Jiuan set down his long spear and stepped forward with a leisurely stride. After glancing at the person's face, he teased, oh, this is rather intriguing. My Xia family army is supposedly impenetrable. To think that an unfamiliar face has managed to slip in. Remove the gag from his mouth and let him speak. Yes, General. Zhang Sun first delivered a kick to the person on the ground. Fearing he might kick him to death, he deliberately held back his strength. Of course, even so, the kick was far from pleasant. Hit by this thunderous kick, the captive quieted down significantly, yet his gaze remained fixed in a deadly glare upon the other. The stare made Zhang Sun feel slightly uneasy, prompting him to curse inwardly, damn it, this brat actually has some spine. Once the general finishes the interrogation and he falls into my hands, I will make sure he suffers. But now was not his stage, and he dared not delay the general's command. Promptly, he ripped the cloth gag from the person's mouth. Uncle, boo-hoo, Weiyang hurt so much. As soon as these words were spoken, not only was Zhang Sun utterly dumbfounded, but so were the 2 personal guards stationed outside the tent. Zhang Sun, huh? Uncle. Who? Personal guards. Hearing the word uncle, Xia Jiuan was first taken aback. When the name Weiyang followed, he already guessed who this person was. It was his beloved niece Xiaohe. Weiyang was precisely her childhood name, as her uncle Xia Jiuan was the younger brother of Xiaohe's father Xia Jiting, and thus her closest kin. This General Xia, having neither wife nor children, doted on this niece to the heavens, spoiling her even more than her own father did. In her early years when Xiaohe was just born, this uncle had already showered her with boundless affection. Had it not been for his elder brother needing to travel to Nanyang City to manage the clan, coupled with his own official duties, he would never have allowed little Xiaohe to go to that bitterly cold and desolate northern region of Huangbei. However, Xia Jiuan possessed decent natural talent. Through more than a decade of arduous cultivation and the full support of his clan, his cultivation had climbed to the late stage of spirit condensation, commanding over 100,000 troops of the Xia family army. 3 years ago, he was further bestowed the title of General Pacifying the West by the Great Yin Dynasty, with his fief located in the western reaches of Great Yin, bordering the Great Pan Dynasty. For this mobilization, he had received a letter from his elder brother stating that the younger generation of the clan had temporarily relocated to the imperial city. Should the grand situation shift, he hoped Xia Jiuan would escort these juniors to the Xia family army's garrison to make a living. Xia Jiuan knew the temperament of his elder brother and the clan elders, guessing they would definitely stay behind to defend Huangbei. Thus, he specially petitioned the capital to join the campaign, leading 30,000 soldiers to join the ranks crusading against the demon race. He had made a special trip to the imperial city just to see his niece. To his surprise, his niece had shut herself away, refusing to eat day and night, leaving her body terribly frail and depleted, which pained his heart immensely. Upon learning the truth of the matter, he immediately led the Xia family army toward Huangbei, intending to bring back the brat rumored within the clan. It was not that he was not vexed about his precious cabbage being targeted, but rather that he simply could not bear to see his niece in such a pitiful state. However, he seized this opportunity to knock out a Xia family disciple in the army donning armor, to blend in while leaving her personal maid behind at home, to act as her double. Of course, she would be discovered sooner or later, but he had already slipped into the ranks, and the journey was long. Under General Xia's command, the march covered thousands of miles a day as he wished to reach Nanyang City with the utmost speed. Thus he managed to slip through the cracks during this period. How could these soldiers ever suspect the young mistress of the Xia family who often disguised herself as a man? They merely assumed the youth was homesick after returning to the clan, and thus remained quiet. And so they had only recently arrived at Nanyang City. As dusk turned to night, he simply could not wait any longer, and tried to sneak into Nanyang City. Yet by some stroke of terrible luck, she was caught red-handed by a commander. Not only was she bound tightly and tossed onto the ground, but she was also kicked. Even though the other party had held back, it still hurt immensely. He was merely an inexperienced young girl. Not only was she physically weak, but her cultivation was also low, at only the 9th layer of spirit attunement. But who was Zhang Sun? He was a commander of 1,000 in the Xia family army, and his cultivation had reached the perfection of body tempering. Although this kick did not employ spiritual energy, relying solely on his military-honed vitality and physical strength, the blow was no laughing matter. Had she been immortal, this kick could have claimed her life. Zhang Sun. The air inside the tent instantly froze. Xia Jiyuan's call of Zhang Sun was neither loud nor soft, yet these seemingly ordinary words made Zhang Sun shudder, his knees slamming hard against the ground. The person he had kicked was none other than the general's own niece. Having followed the general for 10 years, the name he had heard mentioned most frequently day and night was this young niece of the clan. Xia Jiyuan remained silent. Zhang Sun reflexively raised his head, meeting the general's deep eyes. There was no killing intent within them, nor any anger, only a piercing gaze of scrutiny that sent a chill down his spine. Yes, pure scrutiny. General, this subordinate. Zhang Sun parted his lips, slightly wanting to explain, but his mind had already turned into complete mush. Paying him no heed, Xia Jiyuan walked straight to Xia's side. Focusing his fingers to transform spiritual energy into a blade, he severed the ropes binding her. Circulating his spiritual breath, he gently lifted her up and shielded her heart meridian, terrified of the slightest mishap. The little figure who had been struggling and thrashing on the ground just moments ago now had reddened eyes, and her tears fell uncontrollably like a sudden downpour. Xia's lips were pale, and a patch of skin on her forehead was scraped raw, the seeping blood mixing with dirt and sand. Covered in dust, she cut an extremely wretched figure. Uncle Weiyong hurt so much. Her voice carried a sob as aggrieved as an abandoned kitten mewling in distress. No sooner had she spoken than he began to sway precariously. In the next second, she collapsed like a kite with a broken string, nearly falling to the ground, but fortunately Xia Jiyuan was beside her to catch her. Settling his niece onto the soft couch in the tent and confirming that she was out of danger, Xia Jiyuan finally stood up. When he turned to face Zhang Sun, the temperature in his eyes had plummeted to freezing point. Zhang Sun, do you plead guilty? His tone remained calm, but only Zhang Sun inside the tent knew the immense pressure of these words, like a colossal boulder from Mount Tai pressing down upon him. Cold sweat poured down Zhang Sun's back. Knowing the general had held back, he still tried to explain. General, this subordinate did not know that she was. Did not know? Xia Jiyuan walked slowly toward him, closing the distance step by step. Outside the tent, the two personal guards exchanged glances and swallowed in unison. Having followed the general for many years, they knew all too well what this tone of voice signified. Zhang Sun's entire body was stiff, weighed down by a force of 1,000 jin. His lips began to pale, and he finally managed to squeeze out, this subordinate is willing to accept punishment under military law. Military law it is then. So be it. Xia Jiyuan spoke in a flat voice. Rule 3 of our Xia family military law: accidentally injuring the family of a soldier is punished by 80 military cane strikes. Zhang Sun's pupils contracted sharply. 80 strikes. This was no ordinary staff, but a rune-engraved Dharma staff, a genuine military-grade specialty weapon. Even someone at the perfection of body tempering could not withstand it. After such a beating, one would be bedridden for several months at the very least, and with bad luck, permanent disability was a common outcome. Yet to everyone's surprise, Xia Jiyuan did not order the immediate execution of the strikes. He merely smiled faintly and said, there is no joking in the military. Once we return to base, report to the disciplinary office to receive your punishment yourself. This subordinate thanks. Before he could finish his gratitude, Xia Jiyuan raised his right foot and kicked effortlessly toward Zhang Sun's chest. You thank me too early. While you are spared, death punishment is unavoidable. Let this kick temper your mind first. The kick appeared incredibly casual, bearing almost no strength, yet Zhang Sun felt as if he had been struck head-on by a savage beast of the primordial wilderness. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Sun was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. The tent flap was shattered to pieces by his impact, followed immediately by the weapon racks, war drum platforms, and water vats outside. Zhang Sun's body tumbled countless times in the air, knocking over 3 tents in succession. Finally, he crashed into the fodder pile of the 4th tent, throwing up a massive cloud of dust. The path he took was left in utter ruin, looking exactly as if it had been run over by some colossal beast. The entire camp instantly erupted into chaos. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! An enemy attack! Damn it, the demon race dares to trespass into our Xia family army. They are courting death. Form ranks. Patrolling soldiers poured out, the sounds of unsheathing weapons echoing one after another under the bright glow of torches. Everyone was on high alert, believing the demon race had launched a surprise night raid. Yet when the dust cleared, and they saw the so-called demon, clearly everyone was stunned. Isn't this Commander Zhang? Chief Zhang? How is it him? Who beat Chief Zhang into this state? Upon learning that it was General Xia's doing, the soldiers' voices grew quieter and quieter. As for Zhang Sun, he lay sprawled out in the fodder pile, a trace of fresh blood spilling from his mouth. The pain in his chest was unbearable. At least 3 of his ribs were broken. At this moment his vision began to blur, yet his mind remained incredibly clear. The general's kick earlier had clearly been held back, otherwise he would surely be dead. Late-stage spirit condensation against the perfection of body tempering. Had the general truly intended to kill him, he would already be a corpse. Thank you, General, for showing mercy. Having uttered these words, he passed out. Inside the tent, Xia Jiyuan retracted his foot and walked back to the bedside. Looking at his lying niece, his expression shifted subtly, first with worry, then with joy. At this moment his face bore a look of deep affection akin to a father blessed with a child in his old age. Bending down slightly, Xia Jiyuan carefully took off his outer robe and draped it over Xia's shoulders. His movements were gentle, making him seem like an entirely different person from moments ago. Then he whispered softly, "This kick your uncle has repaid it for you." Immediately after, he channeled spiritual energy around her body to heal her. A moment later, the unconscious Xia, he at some unknown point parted her lips and murmured, "Brother Lingtian, it doesn't hurt anymore." Xia Jiyuan heard it loud and clear. With lines of frustration appearing on his forehead, he said resentfully, "Chen Lingtian, is it? A mere playboy, yet he has my Weiyang so infatuated. What right does this kid have? Just he wait. I must." Perhaps because the healing effect was extraordinarily potent, Xia, he woke up. She saw her uncle rubbing his hands together, muttering harsh threats about teaching her beloved a lesson. She immediately sat up and retorted, "Uncle, Brother Lingtian is not a playboy. Oh, quick, lie down. Your body hasn't recovered yet, so you mustn't move. Your uncle won't speak ill of him." "That's good." Before she could finish her sentence, Xia, he lapsed back into unconsciousness. The next morning, Xia Jiyuan entered the heavy gifts and made for the Jinbei Wangfu. His plan to meet Chen Lingtian, the Jinbei Wang's heir, who had become his own niece. If the rumors were true, he would strike decisively to cut through the confusion. The two of them would be unlikely to share a life. Even if he doted on his own junior, he would not stand by and watch his niece walk into a furnace of fire. Even knowing that the young man is backed by the immortal sect, he still wants to see the other's character for himself. If the man proves unworthy, how could he trust Xia he to be warmly received, yet faced with a cold shoulder? Before that, he learned that within the clan his niece had said she would not marry that boy even if she had to become a slave. Is this not madness? At first he did not believe it, but now he does. The road is long and a line of tiger guards enters Nanyang City with uncertain steps. The procession is hushed and solemn, no one dares speak. When the crowd reaches the Jinbei Wangfu, the onlookers begin to murmur. They wonder which unit of the great Yin dynasty this is. They note that the armor is unfamiliar. The armor is pale sun gold with a tiger leopard crest on the shoulders and blue cloud white jade boots. That is Xia Jiyuan, the general Pingxi and theft by the great Yin dynasty 3 years ago. Xia Jiyuan. The name sounds familiar. Surname Xia, given name Jiyuan, he belongs to the Xia family of Nanyang City as well. A cultivator speaks, and the crowd murmurs that listening to this man is worth more than 10 years of study. An informed person explains that in earlier days in the imperial capital there were rumors that General Xia relied on a family and used the Xia banner. The connection with the Xia family of Nanyang City runs deep. Nevertheless, their destination seems not the Xia family, but the Jinbei Wangfu. Could it be that there is a change in Nanyang City? There is much speculation. The cultivators are cautious, wary of traps in the shadows, and their actions make them more prudent. These cultivators are not recent arrivals. They are veterans who aim to seize some of the army's spoils. They cannot feast openly, but grabbing a bite is always within reach. If action is not swift once other powers send troops, and word reaches the ears of cultivators far and wide, these locals may not even drink soup. Dao Xiong, do not overthink. In the coming days the army may move, our time may be short. How about we cooperate to hunt demons together? A gray-clad young cultivator speaks to a bull-wearing cultivator. The bull-wearing cultivator stares blankly, pointing at himself, and asking if the other is addressing him. Dao Xiong, why hide your cultivation? I am in the late stage of body tempering. If I am not mistaken, you are at body tempering completion. If we join forces, we can slay more demons. The bowl wearer considers this person is shrewd, but his strength is not bad. He could be a capable ally. I have a 1,000-li talisman to speed travel and protective charms to keep me safe. He hesitates and says that he also has a path to pursue. The other asks who he is. The young cultivator invites him to a private exchange, thinking this man must be chasing some opportunity and he intends to seize it for himself. He nods and asks to proceed discreetly and says the place I am headed is named Shuang Tianyuan. The young man swallows and after some thought decides to join him. Shuang Tianyuan. The young cultivator hesitates, but after weighing the risks commits, I will go with you. Very well, let us go. The youth asks if they will leave now. Before he can react, the bowl wearer turns toward the city gates and moves with astonishing speed. Of course, he is not relying on sheer power alone, but on a shortcut, a travel talisman to speed the journey. The young cultivator pursues, calling after him to wait. This broken bowl cultivator is none other than Wang Wanda, the little beggar from the All-Heaven chat group's Zhangzhou region. His cultivation is only in the early stage of body tempering, around the 2nd to 3rd level. Yet by begging day and night, asking favors from everyone, he has accumulated a large stock of points. These days he has swapped for many talismans in the system shop, using hidden talismans to conceal his cultivation, a speed talisman to accelerate, an invisibility talisman to go unseen, and a 1,000-li talisman to cover great distances, along with protective charms to stay alive. Many of these were snagged from red packets by the group's elder sisters, otherwise he would not dare take the risk to come here. Recently, a newcomer in the group rose to become a senior sister, boasting of successfully fleeing from the hand of a fortune's chosen. The little beggar flattered her and accepted several private packages. The reason for going to Shuang Tianyuan is that the original self bore a treasure that uses bloodline as a beacon to trace its roots, a relic left by the original ancestor. However, within a few years of his transmigration, an old man snatched it away. That man was Zhou Tongfa, the beggar guild's leader. Still, he earned his first fortune and joined this vast group. No longer does he go hungry day and night. Even begging has crossed from the mortal realm into the cultivation world, achieving a leap in status. With the beggar gang as background, after witnessing the cruelty of the cultivation world, Wang Wanda resolutely returned to the mortal realm to be a small beggar playing dumb, to hide his true power and living a life that's still thriving. But not long ago, the bloodline beacon stirred, pointing toward the desolate North Frost Tianyuan. He knew the old man was dead, otherwise he would not sense the location of the ancestral relic. Thus, after long preparation, and with the support of a senior sister, he pressed on, cashing in and coming here to seize this opportunity. The scene shifts to the Jinbei Wanfu's hall. Chen Lingtian sits at the main seat, with Xia Ji Yuan seated opposite. Their gazes are deep, mutually scrutinizing. Xia Ji Yuan frowns slightly, thinking that this Jinbei Wang is unfathomable. Chen Lingtian speaks, plainly recognizing the other as General Xia. He asks what brings him here. Xia Ji Yuan answers that he has come solely for family matters. Without hedging, he recounts his niece's heartache. Xia, he is so fond of his son, it is a case of love-struck devotion. Your Highness, this junior and her father are both straightforward. Could we? Your Highness replies that his son has already been taken as a disciple by an immortal master, and the master himself now visits the mansion, but must occasionally depart. Your Highness, if that is the case, tomorrow I will bring my nephew to meet and discuss privately. I will not merely play the role of uncle any longer. Farewell. Thus, Xia Ji Yuan understands the meaning, and after the farewell, he heads straight for the Xia family to glean the elder brother's stance. After the guests depart, Chen Lingtian lets out a long sigh. Lingtian has grown up. As a father, I should not overstep. If there is intention, let him pursue it. On the return path, after receiving exact news from his elder brother, Xia Ji Yuan contemplates, I did not expect that boy to be so gifted and to be taken as a disciple by an immortal master. It seems I underestimated my niece Xia He. Yet after the guest leaves the Xia family's chamber, is left with only one person. He sighs softly. Daughter, you may look on that boy with admiration, but that boy may not look back at you with the same eye. As a father, I am powerless. Such a prodigy, our Xia family cannot cling to him. This matter is past. I hope she can let go and devote herself to cultivation. In the room, the sigh settles into silence. Xia Jiting understands the depth of the rift, and it is not something he can meddle with. Within the second grotto heaven, bright moonlight shone from on high, illuminating a dense forest of towering palaces. Above the immortal gates of the grand hall hung a gold-patterned plaque upon which 3 grand characters were carved: Guanghan Palace. Chen Lingtian had completed the construction for the rabbit clan, using his visualization of the Guanghan Palace as a blueprint. After forming a soul-binding pact with Bai Shui, he guided all the baby rabbits to settle and dwell within. A teleportation array had been established within the clan grounds, linking the first and second grotto heavens and resolving the issue of limited spatial capacity. At this moment on the stone platform outside the hall, Chen Lingtian found himself helplessly trapped. 3 little turnip babies clung tightly to his legs, crying out one after another. "Daddy Rabbit, can you please not leave? Daddy Rabbit, you're not allowed to go." "No, allowed to go." They were the 3rd baby Hong Zhao, the 5th baby Pu Tao, and the 8th baby Midu, who dragged out her final syllable. "All right, Daddy Rabbit won't go." "Really?" The rabbit babies were overjoyed, chiming in unison. "Really? Oh yeah." Releasing their tiny hands from Daddy Rabbit's legs, they began to hop and skip around in pure delight, cheering and shouting. "Daddy Rabbit is really staying." Chen Lingtian looked at the children with warm affection. Striking upon an idea, he immediately spoke up. "How about Daddy Rabbit plays a game with you?" "Yes. Zhaozi wants to play. Pu Tao wants to play too. Doubao wants to play as well." Chen Lingtian began to explain the rules. "We are going to play hide and seek. It's very simple. My little darlings just need to hide, and you mustn't let Daddy Rabbit find you. The longer you stay hidden, the one who remains unfound till the very end will get a small wish granted by Daddy Rabbit." The little ones nodded their heads in succession, indicating they understood. The corners of Chen Lingtian's mouth curled upward as he said softly, "Go on, go hide." The rabbit babies scrambled in all directions. Once they were securely hidden, Chen Lingtian called out loudly, "Are you all hidden?" One after another the 3 rabbit babies replied, "All hidden." Chen Lingtian barely suppressed a laugh, managing to hold it in. "All hidden. All right. Daddy Rabbit is going to start counting now. 1, 2, 3. Daddy Rabbit is coming." This time the little ones had grown wiser. Holding their breath and concentrating, each of them wanted to hide until the very end, so none of them answered him. With a sweep of his divine sense, Chen Lingtian pinpointed the little ones' locations with absolute clarity, yet he remained unmoved. After all, he wasn't actually planning to play a game. Rather, it was a ruse to distract the 3 clingy little babies. As the saying goes, a daughter is a father's little sweetheart and his warmest comfort. He never expected that he would have 3 such precious sweethearts. Chen Lingtian smiled wryly to himself. "I just hope that when they grow up, these little comfort blankets of mine won't let me down." Thus a father had to dedicate his utmost attention to his daughters. Otherwise, if they were to be sweet-talked and snatched away by some punk in the future, where would he go to weep? As for the boys, they had to be raised with a strict and iron fist. Case in point, he had already arranged for those boys to follow their eldest brother in cultivation. In the future, they could go wherever they pleased. With a flicker of his figure, he departed from the grotto heaven. Inside the room, upon a soft bed draped with curtains, a woman clad in green robes sat cross-legged, her eyes closed as she cultivated her mind. Her brow furrowed slightly as she pressed her forehead, muttering in exasperation, "Not a trace of him for days. Where on earth has he gone?" Just a moment later, Chen Lingtian emerged from the grotto heaven. Yi Qinxian suddenly felt something beneath her, propping her up by a significant height. In an instant, her entire body tensed. Having just returned to this world from the grotto heaven, Chen Lingtian materialized back on the bed, using his original anchor point, unexpectedly displacing and replacing the 3 layers of quilts beneath Yi Qinxian. What an extraordinary feat. I was too careless leaving the mountain this time. Not daring to open his eyes, he told himself, this is all just an illusion. Chen Lingtian remained as motionless as a wooden block. The person sitting atop him did not move either, and so the two remained locked in a tense stalemate. However, a delicate celestial fragrance wafted into Chen Lingtian's nose, causing his heart to race frantically, and a sudden warmth to rise in his lower abdomen. At this very moment, the Imperial Maiden Heart Sutra quietly began to circulate. "I am finished." Like a sudden thunderbolt on a clear day, soaring straight into the ethereal clouds. "You scoundrel!" Yi Qinxian's furious roar of embarrassment and anger reverberated through his sea of consciousness, throwing Chen Lingtian's heart into a panic. In the next second, a flurry of punches rained down. Bam! 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 Each strike sent ripples cascading across the protective barrier. Chen Lingtian slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was completely unharmed, though his heart was still fluttering in alarm. That scared the life out of me. I actually forgot about the protective barrier. He let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the system's barrier was protecting him, otherwise his frail limbs could never have withstood such a beating. "You scoundrel! If you have the guts, remove this barrier and face me in a fair fight." "Fairy Yi, that is hardly fair. You were the one who trespassed into my private residence and even usurped my bed." Chen Lingtian spoke in a calm tone. "You are pushing things too far. I am your master. As my disciple, shouldn't you show proper respect and filial piety to your master?" Yi Qinxian spoke, coldly crossing her arms. "And call me master?" Yes, master. But tell me, do you wish to share a bed with your disciple?" Chen Lingtian retorted at lightning speed. Yi Qinxian immediately snapped in rage, "Get out. If you dare to commit such insubordination again, once I recover my immortal power, I will tear out your tongue and slice it off." Refusing to waste any more breath lecturing this lecherous disciple, she threw down these harsh words, swept her sleeves, and stormed out the door, taking advantage of me and then acting innocent. What a troublesome disciple. Yet why is there a faint trace of joy in my heart? Instead of anger, my spirits are actually lifted. An evil cultivator. He must be an evil cultivator. Standing by the doorway, Yi Qinxian hesitated to leave, unable to comprehend why such thoughts had crossed her mind. Meanwhile, back in the Guanghan Palace within the Grotto Heaven. I'm definitely better than my sisters. Sanbao Midu hid inside the large cauldron of the alchemy hall, her voice echoing through the chamber from the mouth of the furnace. Daddy Rabbit definitely won't know where I'm hiding. Wu Bao Putao lay in the celestial pool, covering herself with a lotus leaf, occasionally swallowing a few gulps of water with a gurgle. He can't find me, he can't find me. Doubao muttered to herself. With her little bottom sticking out, she hid beneath a celestial table draped in a gold-threaded curtain, pinching her large ears with her tiny paws to cover her eyes, leaving half of her fluffy ball tail exposed. This silly little babeo was truly beyond words. Was she playing a game of burying her head in the sand? However, what the rabbit babies did not know was that their old man had already slipped out of the Grotto Heaven and was no longer in this realm. Once the little ones realized and started crying, Chen Lingtian would have his hands full comforting them. An unfortunate father outside the realm, a gluttonous mother inside, 5 brothers dedicated to cultivation, and 3 hidden babies. With no one actually searching, the 3 little ones' glaring hiding spots were simply ignored. How could they possibly be found? Yet the little ones still proudly believed they had hidden exceptionally well. Well. Nanyang City, the mansion of the Jinbei prince. At this moment, Chen Lingtian lay on his bed, lost in contemplation. What on earth is Yi Qinxian doing in my room? And why did she look somewhat guilt-ridden? Immediately after, he connected with his mind to inquire of the system. System, is it possible that the summoned characters know nothing of my true background? Yes, host. The summoned characters possess no knowledge regarding the host. Even if the host reveals some trump cards, they are incapable of disclosing any information to outsiders. So that was how it was. Hearing this was indeed more enlightening than 10 years of study. Chen Lingtian understood. It seemed Yi Qinxian must have detected his sudden disappearance and become curious about his identity. That explained why she had entered his room to rummage through everything. And finally, she had simply sat in his room waiting for him to deliver himself to her. Dismissing these thoughts, Chen Lingtian asked again, System, when will my cultivation level finally increase? The characters I casually summon are all stronger than me, and I can't even put up a fight. System bro, point me to a clear path. Have children, have children. Damn it, is there really no other way besides having children? This system is the many children, many blessings system. Alright, no need for the introduction. It's not that I don't want to, but finding a wife these days is no easy task. Of those precious wives of mine, some have fled, some have scattered, and one even ran off while pregnant, though she herself is unaware of it. As for the 3 currently by my side, Shuobao, Yinbao, and Yubao, all 3 are already pregnant, and I am merely waiting for them to give birth. Chen Lingtian planned to head straight to the imperial capital to kidnap a few more wives once he finished helping his father deal with the beast tide. As a grand cultivator of the heaven-peaking realm, marrying wives and taking concubines should be effortless. Naturally, the higher his cultivation, the more selective he had to be. Ordinary women could not withstand his fierce onslaught, to say nothing of whether they could conceive. Their physical frames might not even endure it. If they fell apart after a round or 2, what would he do? Chen Lingtian decided to stop dwelling on it and let nature take its course. At worst, he would just be gentler when the time came. Though of course they had to be beautiful. At this moment, Yi Qinxian was still standing by the door. She desperately wanted to uncover Chen Lingtian's secret, how he could vanish into thin air without leaving even a trace of his aura. Ultimately, she could not resist the temptation brewing in her heart. Pushing open the door, she entered. Master, what are you doing here again? Can I not simply come to visit? In this world, I am entirely helpless. My cultivation is suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth, and the cultivation system here is completely different, making my progress excruciatingly slow. As Yi Qinxian spoke, she walked over to a chair with graceful, slow steps and quietly sat down. Her gaze drifted toward the teapot on the table from time to time. Chen Lingtian noticed this and realized she was longing for the Tao Enlightenment tea. No wonder she was speaking so sweetly. Master, whatever you wish to ask, why not have a cup of tea first? My thoughts exactly. With that, Yi Qinxian's slender fingers moved slightly. Spiritual energy wafted over the table, and a pot of celestial tea was instantly brewed to perfection. It was indeed the Tao Enlightenment tea, and of the immortal grade at that. Yi Qinxian lifted the teacup and took a sip. However, the moment the liquid entered her mouth, she realized the water was utterly unworthy of the tea leaves. What on earth was this? Immortal tea brewed with holy water. And this holy water tasted somewhat bizarre. Yi Qinxian took another sip, and a thought struck her. How could this contain a faint trace of impure dragon blood? Pa. Seeing this, Chen Lingtian's face turned pale. Shrinking his neck back, he thought, wait, why did she spit it out? What kind of show is this? Chen Lingtian's petty thoughts were written all over his face. The more Yi Qinxian looked at him, the more irritated she became. Her chest felt tight, as if a breath of anger were trapped inside, refusing to dissipate. Taking a deep breath, she demanded, "Chen Lingtian, there is something wrong with this tea water. Why does it contain dragon blood?" "Dragon blood? I have no idea." Chen Lingtian could only play dumb, trying to brush it off. Yi Qinxian pushed the cup aside. "I'm not drinking it. I have serious matters to ask you now. Will you speak or not?" Chen Lingtian was slightly bewildered. "Then go ahead and ask." Seeing her state, Chen Lingtian suspected that Yi Qinxian must have been ambushed and dragged here by the system, leaving her brain a bit addled. "Oh, I want to know your secret. I already know you can traverse planes. Tell me, how do you do it? You want to know my secret? I'm not telling you. I'm just not telling you." Hearing this, how could Yi Qinxian possibly be pleased? She grabbed Chen Lingtian's leg and twisted it 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right. "Ooh ah, that feels so good. Are you going to speak or not?" Yi Qinxian increased the pressure, applying even more strength with her hands. "Arg. I'll speak. A stubborn man, after all, was no match for a fierce woman's ultimate move, pinching. This was the only attack Yi Qinxian had developed that actually worked on Chen Lingtian. This was also because the system classified this action as flirting rather than a physical assault, meaning it failed to trigger his protective barrier. After careful deliberation, Chen Lingtian finally began to reveal his secrets to Yi Qinxian. Of course, it was only 30% truth and 70% fabrication. He was no fool. Chen Lingtian babbled on for a long time, claiming he had mastered the supreme, limitless, mysterious origin art, and the dual cultivation celestial manual, the celestial canon of maiden mastery. He claimed that since childhood he had dreamed of a celestial immortal's grotto heaven, where he acquired the immortal's inheritance. In short, through various twists and turns, it was all due to coincidences and sheer personal luck, keeping the existence of the system completely hidden. Yi Qinxian was not interested in these stories. What she truly wanted to ask about was how he had summoned her and the matter of plane travel. Interrupting his storytelling, she demanded, "Then how do you explain me? You? Master, your mother." Yi Qinxian clenched her fists. Chen Lingtian glanced sideways and stopped fooling around. If he kept going, he would suffer another beating. Thus he began to explain, "Master, you weren't brought here by me, say. Do you even need to say that?" Yi Qinxian raised her hand, preparing to pinch him again. Chen Lingtian quickly dodged to the side. Whoa, Master, I haven't finished speaking yet." "Then be serious." "Master, I have always been very serious. Make a long story short and get to the point." "You got it." Chen Lingtian began his tricks and deception again. For now, he wasn't kidnapping anyone, just fabricating lies on the spot. "Master, you came from that hole." "Up." Chen Lingtian was kicked gently, rolling off the head of the bed. At this moment, Yi Qinxian's face flushed red with sheer exasperation. This rebellious disciple offending his senior. Indeed, a dog can't stop eating filth. To take such a rogue as a disciple, only for him to speak so insolently to his master. He truly deserved to be punished. Of course, this kick caused little damage, but was highly humiliating. It did not trigger the barrier protection at all, which could also be considered a form of flirting. Ouch, hiss. Although it was a bit more painful this time, why does this kick actually feel quite satisfying? Uff. Yi Qinxian covered her mouth and let out a soft laugh. Chen Lingtian climbed up from the ground with a bewildered expression. Something was wrong, completely wrong. Why did she suddenly break character and laugh? He hastily checked the system panel. Target for conquest, Yi Qinxian. Current progress 60. Holy cow, that's incredible. Where on earth did that kick send me? The progress has actually soared to 60%. Could this be the legendary gaining wisdom from a setback? On the verge of tears, Chen Lingtian cried out aggrievedly, "Master, your disciple has been wronged. I was referring to the grotto heaven." Under the repeated explanations of his silver tongue, Yi Qinxian finally bought into Chen Lingtian's nonsense. To make it more authentic, Chen Lingtian even recited a small portion of the Dao-grade cultivation technique he had transcribed and created the Taishang Wuji Xinyuan art. He only uttered a brief passage. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao, or the name that can be named is not the eternal name. As the divine resonance of the great Tao enveloped his body, Yi Qinxian was startled and quickly told Chen Lingtian to cease his technique. "Then how does one enter the grotto heaven within your body?" These words were not spoken by Chen Lingtian, but by Fairy Yi herself. Chen Lingtian replied with utmost respect, "Master, that grotto heaven is linked to my sea of consciousness. As long as Master wishes, you may enter to take a look at any time. Send me in now to see if it is true." All right. Yi Qinxian believed about 70% of it, but she remained cautious. What if this mischievous disciple was pulling another stunt to deceive her? She certainly did not want to fall into Chen Lingtian's hands, giving birth to babies for this scoundrel in the future. In his dreams, Chen Lingtian did not hesitate either. He immediately summoned the entrance to the grotto heaven and targeted Yi Qinxian. Immediately after, Yi Qinxian was enveloped by a shroud of light. An invisible force surrounded her, startling her. This is the power of laws. The myriad great Taos all belong to the laws. However, the 10 directions grotto heaven, gifted by the system, naturally formed its own path, the power of space. After Chen Lingtian's refinement, it had now fused with multiple origins of the great Tao, such as lightning, tribulation, the bright moon, and vitality. As the seconds ticked by, Yi Qinxian remained standing in place, making Chen Lingtian grow impatient. He immediately said, "Master, you need to relax a bit, otherwise you won't be able to enter." Oh. Yi Qinxian rolled her eyes. Before this, Yi Qinxian had specifically made Chen Lingtian swear a great Tao oath not to harm or enslave her. However, Chen Lingtian was also quite shrewd. He made Yi Qinxian swear a similar great Tao oath as well, but Yi Qinxian only responded evasively, promising that as long as she was around, she would ensure Chen Lingtian's safety. Chen Lingtian readily accepted. At this moment, he thought to himself, this way, even if I don't complete the conquest, if I cause trouble in the outside world in the future, this master of mine will be an ironclad bodyguard. Once Yi Qinxian completely let her guard down, she entered the grotto heaven. Naturally, it was Chen Lingtian's first grotto heaven. Don't get the wrong idea. As for Chen Lingtian's second grotto heaven, even if he wanted to bring Yi Qinxian there, she wouldn't be able to enter. Because they hadn't confirmed their relationship, yet they couldn't bind, making entry impossible. Moreover, Chen Lingtian had no intention of mentioning it. If he spoke of it, he would surely be beaten and scolded again. Soon after, Chen Lingtian followed her into the grotto heaven. In the first grotto heaven, the layout had been reorganized, and Tu Bao's original celestial bamboo house was now vacant. In addition, the vast spiritual herb fields remained, though many of the new sprouts had been transferred to the second grotto heaven to supply Xue Bao. The enlightenment tea tree occupied its own space. The location Yi Qinxian was teleported to was precisely the center of the grotto heaven, where the enlightenment tea tree was deeply rooted. Chen Lingtian had kept this enlightenment tea tree in the first grotto heaven, though he had originally wanted to move it to the second grotto heaven. However, once it was placed inside, it could not be taken out again, and Chen Lingtian still needed this divine object for the transition. Thinking of this, he seemed to have forgotten something. The little fellow. The little snow leopard was guarding a Bodhi treasure tree. Although its grade wasn't high, if it were transplanted to the second grotto heaven, its growth rate would be on a completely different level. Sigh, what's wrong with my memory? Every time I plan to visit that little fellow, I subconsciously forget about it. How strange. In truth, the little snow leopard Yunling kept a low profile to avoid the mighty figure she had imagined. Normally, besides absorbing the spiritual items in the grotto heaven, she would utilize her innate divine ability, concealment. Therefore, unless one paid close attention, it was impossible to notice her. What are you doing here? Get out. Chen Lingtian originally wanted to check on what the little fellow was doing, but Yi Qinxian directly sent a voice transmission telling him to scram. Your disciple obeys master's command. With that, Chen Lingtian exited the grotto heaven. He was in no rush for quick success. The main reason was that there were no nirvana opportunities left for the little snow leopard. Ever since he experienced a demonic beast undergoing nirvana to become human, that feeling lingered in his mind. Oh no, it was. The effects were worlds apart, a difference that a mere shape-shifting pill could never replace. Before this, he did have something to attend to. What was it? Tada. Of course, it was the matter of his wife. Chen Lingtian was very motivated, resolutely carrying out the core directive of the system. More children, more blessings. Stepping out of the grotto heaven, he walked out of the courtyard. Atop the stone pavilion in the central courtyard's rockery, a white-haired old man clad in a dragon-embroidered yellow robe was sitting at a stone table sipping tea. This person was none other than Chen Lingtian's great-grandfather Chen Xianling. Seeing Chen Lingtian come out, the old man set down his teacup, his eyes crinkling with a smile as he spoke. Tian, I'll come over and let your great-grandfather have a good look at you. Great-grandfather. Knowing the elder's identity, Chen Lingtian called out. He then walked up to the stone pavilion and sat on an empty stone stool. Great-grandfather and great-grandson sat face to face. A faint tea aroma drifted through the air. Inhaling the scent, Chen Lingtian thought to himself, why does this aroma feel so familiar? I seem to have smelled it just now. Thus he looked toward the teapot on the stone table. The teapot looked rather familiar. Ash gray and dark green, warm jade-like elegance with austere and unyielding patterns. Wasn't this the very tea said Uncle Fu used daily? A few days ago he had gifted some enlightenment tea to his father. It seemed his father hadn't hoarded it, but had directly brought it out to entertain the elder. This meant his father must still have other treasures hidden away. As he was thinking, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the inside of the teapot. A single withered and tattered old tea leaf floated in the center of the water. It was hard to imagine how many times this leaf had been steeped repeatedly to look like this. Chen Lingtian could barely keep a straight face. He muttered in his mind, no way. Father, is this really appropriate? You are so incredibly stingy. Cough, cough. Anyway, back to the topic. At this moment, the old ancestor coughed twice. Cough, cough. Tianer, this is what that rascal of a father of yours offered to me. Don't look at how shabby this tea leaf appears. This tea is extremely rare in this world. This is enlightenment tea. Even in the upper realm, not many have had the privilege of drinking it. I heard from your father that your mother gifted it to him. You probably didn't know about this, right? Let's have a good chat, just the two of us. Your father definitely hides it away normally. Come. Great-grandfather will pour you a cup. With that, the old ancestor stood up to pour the tea. The watery tea filled with dregs poured from the spout. Chen Lingtian found it highly off-putting. Seriously, is this even drinkable? He really couldn't bear it anymore. He immediately retrieved a pot of tea from his storage space and said with a smile, "Great-grandfather, please drink from my pot instead." A jade teapot was set upon the stone table. As the tea was poured, filling half the cup, a rich fragrance wafted through the air. "Great-grandfather, please have a taste." "Haha, I, your great-grandfather, am blessed to enjoy this, all thanks to Tian'er," Chen Xianling said with a smile, his weathered face flushing slightly. With these words, he moved his hand away from his original teapot, which had been brewed countless times, and reached for the tea that Chen Lingtian offered. This teapot of tea was precisely the one that the great fairy Yi had previously disdained, having specifically instructed old dog Chen to dispose of it before entering the grotto heaven. Yet he had simply tucked it away in his storage pouch for future use. And now, as fate would have it, he brought it out for his great-grandfather to savor. After all, the old man would never know. At this moment, Chen Xianling lifted the teacup, and a rich, dense aroma of tea quietly drifted into his nose. Instantly, a spiritual essence coursed through his meridians, leaving him feeling utterly refreshed. "Ha ha ha! This tea is marvelous." Chen Xianling laughed heartily, his heart surging with emotions that could not be calmed for a long time. "How did you obtain such a divine item, Tian'er? Could it be a gift from the immortal master that day?" "It must be so, without a doubt." At this thought, his hand holding the teacup began to tremble. An existence of that caliber could obliterate the blood-robed Taoist with a mere glance. He had experienced it firsthand. With hands trembling from excitement, he took a sip of the immortal tea and drank it down. The cool tea was soothing, and the spiritual energy within instantly flooded his limbs and bones, completely healing all the injuries his body had suffered. Even the hidden ailments from his early years were restored to perfection at this moment, and his innate talent and skeletal structure showed faint signs of ascending. This tea is truly marvelous. After marveling for a moment, Chen Xianling finally snapped out of his daze and immediately asked, "Tian'er, this tea?" Chen Lingtian did not know what his great-grandfather wanted to ask, but he still replied, "This tea was gifted by my master. If great-grandfather likes it, your grandson is willing to go and ask for some more." "Haha, no need, no need." Chen Xianling waved his hand in refusal. As an elder, he still needed to save face in front of the younger generation and could not act so shamelessly. But the words that followed made the old man completely lose his composure. Chen Lingtian smiled and said, "Great-grandfather, my father usually drinks this tea as well. Did you not know since you've just arrived?" "What? Your father usually drinks this tea?" "Yes, great-grandfather. My father should still have several pounds left." "Several pounds?" The two exchanged words one after another, filled with shock and surprise. Chen Xianling slowly set down his teacup, trying his best to suppress the rising anger in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "Tell your great-grandfather still has important matters to attend to this time. I will come back to chat with you later." "Sure, great-grandfather. I was just about to head out. However, if no one drinks this tea, I'm afraid it will have to be poured out to feed the fish." "What a—" Chen Xianling was utterly shocked. Dazed and frozen in place, he nearly fainted. Pouring it out to feed the fish. What a waste of God's gifts. He swallowed these words back into his stomach, refusing to utter them aloud. After all, it would be far too embarrassing for an old man like him. Chen Lingtian did not expect his great-grandfather to react so strongly. He immediately explained, "I do not like stale tea, so I hope great-grandfather can dispose of it. I shall take my leave now." Chen Lingtian bowed and departed. Once the place was empty, the old man looked around, and seeing that no one was near, he stealthily slipped the two teapots into his storage pouch and left with a hearty laugh. Knowing that walls have ears, Chen Lingtian suppressed his laughter while hiding behind the wall before finally leaving the estate. On the other side, Chen Xianling marched with swift, hurried strides, his fluttering sleeves betraying his uncontrollable fury. He kept muttering under his breath, "What an unfilial grandson. He usually hides things deeper than anyone else. Having such peerless immortal tea, yet he only deigned to fool this old man with some oversteeped dregs. I've truly spoiled him in vain all these years." He walked briskly all the way to Chen Yannin's residence. Before even stepping into the courtyard, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Yannin, get out here." Inside the courtyard, Chen Yannin, who was meditating in the pavilion, felt his heart tighten. Seized by a sudden wave of panic, he hurriedly rushed out to greet him. "Grandfather, have you fully recovered from your injuries?" Chen Xianling slammed the teapot of old tea heavily onto the table, staring at him with a dark, heavy gaze, his voice filled with suppressed rage. "This tea? Excellent. Truly excellent. Chen Yinen's brow relaxed as he breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought his grandfather was here to lecture him again, but it turned out he was here to praise him. He cupped his hands and smiled. Of course, this tea is rare, and even I cannot bear to drink it often. At these words Chen Xuanling's brow furrowed as he grunted, cannot bear to drink it often. From where I stand that is hardly the case. Grandfather, how could your grandson ever deceive you? Humph. With a cold snort, he raised his hand, retrieved the other lustrous jade teapot from his storage pouch, and held it in his hand. At this moment his gaze was as sharp as a blade. Let me ask you, how is this tea? With just a single sniff, Chen Yinen knew that this was brewed from the tea Uncle Fu had retrieved from Tian'er a few days ago. Guilty and speechless, he cried out in his heart, my son has ruined me. Humph. If I hadn't come this time, how much longer did you intend to keep us old men in the dark, you rascal? Grandfather, your grandson never. Shut up. Back then, when we wanted you to take that position, you insisted that you didn't want to sit in it, without proper justification. But what happened later? You didn't even bother to put on an act, nor did you contend for it. You straight up ran to this desolate north to play the local kingpin. Where are we old fogies supposed to hide our faces? We even thought you were put up to this by your betrothed wife, so we didn't dare to question it all these years. But now this old man finally understands. You rascal did this simply because you were afraid we old fogies would discover the treasures your wife gave you, didn't you? That's not a grandfather. Your grandson was merely acting out of responsibility, yet harboring a treasure brings trouble. It was all out of absolute necessity to nurture my young son. Chen Yinen also began to spin wild tales and weave lies. Absolute necessity. I see it as deep foresight. Speak, what is your plan? Your grandson has no plan. So I don't quibble. I'm not buying your act. Your great-grandmother has been gone for decades, yet you still behave like this. Always so improper. I don't care what you do in the future. Since Tian'er has his own path to walk, it's time for you to walk yours as well. Your grandson has his own judgment. Very well. Chen Xianling did not press further. Instead, he stretched out his hand, demanding, now where is the stuff? What stuff? Chen Yinen was utterly bewildered, feigning ignorance. Hand it over. In the end, under the physical discipline of his grandfather, the grandson finally pulled out a pouch of Tao Enlightenment tea leaves, and only then was the matter laid to rest. At least you know what's good for you. Nin and the demon race will not let things slide this time. The borders of other empires have also been swept by the demon armies. I fear they have already dispatched troops, and will arrive in a matter of days. This Nanyang city is bound to get lively. Grandfather, the demon race came this time to search for something. Search for something. Chen Yinen explained the whole situation. During the battle that day, a peak tier 3 great demon used a spiritual bead as a guide, seemingly searching for something within Nanyang city. Your grandson originally intended to set a trap, but unexpectedly, as soon as the bead landed in my estate, it lost its spiritual resonance and fell to the ground. With your strength, how could you let it escape? Chen Xianling asked. If it weren't for a junior of the Lu family awakening their constitution and startling that great demon away, your grandson would not have failed, Chen Yinen explained. He then voiced his suspicion. In my opinion, the object the demon race is seeking might be in Tian'er's hands. Otherwise, the bead would not have lost its resonance and fallen there. That makes sense. However, with Tian'er's master backing him, the demon race wouldn't dare to pursue the matter. Still, for the demon race to go to such lengths, I fear this object is far more precious than even their most sacred treasures. The demon race will surely make a major move. Once I return and inform the ancestral clan, if things are indeed as you say, then the lands of Zhangzhou are bound to face another turbulent storm. With the great era approaching, the demon race is likely growing restless. Chen Xianling sighed deeply. Nin and guard Nanyang city for now. Once I return, you may go and seek your own path. Your grandson's path is right beneath my feet. There is no rush. Chen Yinen composed his thoughts. His path was indeed right beneath his feet, but it was exceptionally arduous, and he was the only one who knew the truth of it. Very well, you have always been accustomed to a carefree life anyway. Whether it was the human race or the demon race, as their conversations elevated, they all inevitably intersected with the coming great era. This also verified the words of the ancient sages, a chaotic world, a world in chaos, is precisely the beginning of a golden great era. The Lu residents in Nanyang. The clan members gathered anxiously in the courtyard, swirling with worry. Patriarch Lu Shiji was equally overwhelmed. 3 days prior, the Lu family's daughter had risen to prominence. Upon returning to the Lu estate, she soon entered seclusion to consolidate her foundation, promising to emerge shortly. Yet now she remained trapped within the secret chamber, sending the Lu elders into a frenzy. The young miss was the very hope of the Lu family's resurgence. Should anything befall her, and should the patriarch pass away within a century, leaving no new powerhouse to rise, the Lu clan would face utter decline. Among those present, only her father Lu Shiji thought differently. He desired nothing but his daughter's safety. Truly, it is hard for parents the world over. Patriarch, 3 days have passed. An elder murmured, unable to contain his impatience. His words were barely out when the others began urging him on. If we keep waiting like this, the guest may leave and the tea grow cold. Patriarch, we cannot wait any longer. Lu Shiji immediately slammed the table to interrupt, saying, no more talk. If her seclusion is forcibly broken, it will surely damage her foundation. Wait a little longer. The last words were clenched tight, indirectly revealing that this old father had no certainty in his heart either. Meanwhile, within the secret chamber, Lu Rian lay collapsed on the ground, her face flushed crimson, sweat rolling down her skin, her meridians in disarray within. Clearly she had fallen victim to it. Ah, master. Disciple believes. Disciple. Should not have boasted. Ah, her voice came in fits and starts delicate and panting. This change was all because of the constitution she possessed, which surged forward relentlessly, especially after she merged with that beast fire several days prior, increasing the frequency of relapses. This time, without her master's aid, she was unable to stop at the mercy of others. Several days ago, Lu Rian had sensed abnormal fluctuations in her cultivation. Her life-bound, true fire burned her heart like a sea, making her soul itch insatiably. Out of desperation, she requested permission from the clan, falsely claiming she would enter seclusion to consolidate her cultivation, confining herself within the secret chamber, attempting to calm her mind and suppress it. But what she could never have imagined was a wisp of evil fire silently creeping up to her abdomen. She immediately focused her spirit and held her breath, exerting all her strength to suppress the evil fire within, and finally managed a temporary suppression. In a daze, fragmented images of embracing Chen Lingtian flashed inexplicably through her mind. The moment these thoughts arose, the evil fire throughout her body surged instantly, flames spreading to pierce her heartstrings, and her once stable mind suddenly lost its grip. In just a moment, Lu Rian felt her whole body weaken, her limbs go limp, and as she swayed, she collapsed onto the cold stone floor. If not for the spiritual embryo within her body aiding her, absorbing and suppressing the evil fire for her mother, how could Lu Rian have endured until now? But the seed was still young, already beyond saving. At this moment, on the verge of unconsciousness, Lu Rian in her daze saw a familiar, yet strange, handsome face come into view. Is it an illusion? She slowly closed her eyes, thinking to herself, how could I think of that rogue? It must be the evil fire at work. But this was no illusion. After leaving, Chen Lingtian went directly to the Lu residence. He had originally intended to spend time with his wife to nurture their relationship, but learned that Lu Rian was in seclusion and not receiving visitors. He immediately checked his panel and learned the full story. With the approval of his future father-in-law, he entered the secret chamber. What followed was the final scene before Lu Rian fainted. That man had arrived. Chen Lingtian used his physical body to pry open the stone door and entered the secret chamber. He directly picked up Lu Rian, who was lying on the ground, and together they entered the first heavenly realm, placing her within the immortal spirit bamboo house to relieve the fire. The blessed land of the heavenly realm had long been divided into isolated zones. Others could not peer into other regions, and even Yi Qingxian, who was currently comprehending the great Tao of space within the heavenly realm, could not perceive it. Within an elegant room of the immortal spirit bamboo house, on the bamboo bed, his beautiful wife had pulled her clothes aside, exposing her chest and shoulders, her white, jade-like legs glistening with sweat. Unparalleled in the bamboo world, her attire was immodest. Her little face was rosy and glistening like a red apple hanging on a tree after rain clears the skies atop Mount Fuji. Chen Lingtian really wanted to take a bite. Hot. Wife, here, drink some water. Chen Lingtian took out a bamboo tube, filling half a cup with spirit bamboo water, which was pale ink green. This fine brew was formed by spirit bamboo, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was cool and refreshing, and could also help one recall the old to understand the new. With one hand holding the bamboo cup and the other gently prying open Lu Rian's mouth, he slowly tilted the cup to pour. But the next second, Lu Rian burst into violent coughs. Cough. Cough. The spirit bamboo water just poured into her mouth was all coughed back out, making her and the bed wet. Chen Lingtian really didn't know to prop up his wife's upper body before feeding her. It would be strange if she didn't choke while lying flat. Chen Lingtian frantically wiped his wife's mouth. Afterward, he sat beside her, and seeing her distressed expression, his heart ached as well. I've got it. He remembered from his past life watching web dramas where boyfriends would feed medicine to girlfriends who were sick, uncomfortable, and unable to move. Feed her personally. How? With his mouth. Without another word, Chen Lingtian took a mouthful, filling his cheeks with the spirit bamboo water. Then he turned his head and pressed his lips to hers. The flowing water poured in, and the flush on her face diminished by more than half. Seeing it was effective, Chen Lingtian was about to get up for another mouthful when Lu Rian opened her eyes. After clearly seeing the man before her, without hesitation, she raised her hands and tightly wrapped them around his neck. She whispered softly, "Help me on up." Before Lu Rian could finish, Chen Lingtian threw himself into her arms and declared righteously, "As you command, my wife, I shall not decline." Clothes were loosened, bodies entwined. The bamboo bed creaked like the sacred sounds of the great Tao. Outside the Lu family's secret chamber beyond the pavilion, the elders paced back and forth anxiously, their minds restless. Patriarch Lu appeared calm on the surface, but within waves surged. Why hasn't he come out yet? Can that Chen kid handle it? When Chen Lingtian came to visit and learned of the matter, he volunteered, saying he had a way and guaranteed it would be foolproof. Naturally, he thought of the drawbacks of Lu Rian's constitution. It must have flared up again, requiring a medicinal guide for a cure. As her husband, he had to step forward. Otherwise his wife and child might be in danger. After careful care, this tribulation had passed. At this moment, Lu Rian had her arms around Chen Lingtian's neck, her head nestled in his embrace. Chen Lingtian, supporting her knees and cradling her back, carried her out of the heavenly realm. He dressed her gently and carefully placed her on the bed in the secret chamber. Chen Lingtian let out a long breath and whispered softly, "Good thing there's a bed in this secret chamber, she won't catch a cold." Not talking. Asleep. Seeing his wife being aloof and not responding, Chen Lingtian got a mischievous idea. He leaned down, pressed his forehead against hers, and gave her a loving kiss. When you wake, how will you thank your husband?" After a faint smile, he turned, opened the secret chamber, and walked out. After he left, the beauty on the bed furrowed her brows, and no one knew what she was thinking at that moment. As soon as Chen Lingtian exited the secret chamber, he felt his nose tickle, and thought to himself, "Let me guess which treasure is thinking of me." Chen Lingtian wiped his nose as he stepped out of the heavenly realm. Father Lu stood with his back turned in the room outside the secret chamber. Hearing the sound of the hidden compartment, Father Lu quickly turned around, his face full of worry, and hurriedly asked, "Nephew, how is Rian?" Ahem. Chen Lingtian quickly corrected himself, nearly blurting out his true thoughts, and continued, Uncle Miss Lu has suffered a cultivation deviation and almost went into chi deviation." "What? Chi deviation?" Father Lu was frantic, and upon hearing this, he was about to enter the secret chamber to check. Fortunately, Chen Lingtian's next words served as a reassuring pill, causing him to stop in his tracks. "Uncle need not worry, Miss Lu is out of danger. Fortunately, my master gifted me a few heart-protecting pills." "Thank you, nephew." Father Lu clasped his fists in gratitude. "Uncle, there is no need for thanks. Even so, Miss Lu's body has been injured. She must avoid anger in the coming days and needs to nurture her spirit lest she relapse." Chen Lingtian spoke calmly. After finishing, he retrieved 7 grade 5 pills from the system space and explained, "These are grade 5 heart-protecting pills. They need to be ground into powder and taken with spiritual spring water." He claimed they were heart-protecting pills, but they were actually spirit-nourishing pills used for child-rearing, which also possessed the ability to protect the heart. Upon hearing this, Father Lu's heart trembled. Grade 5 pills. 7 pills. It seems young Chen cares deeply for Rian. He composed himself and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince. When Rian awakens, I shall bring her to your residence to thank you in person. If you ever need anything, the Lu family will give their all to repay this kindness." Uncle, such a title might be. Upon hearing this, Father Lu immediately changed his address. "Nephew," it was Uncle who was distant. "Forgive me. Uncle need not say such things. Miss Lu owes me a debt of gratitude. Today I also came to visit. What a coincidence, just the right timing." His words were most illuminating. Father Lu's brows furrowed slightly, and a stone was lifted from his heart. "So that is how it is." Before Father Lu could thank him again, Chen Lingtian took out another storage bag of modest size and explained, "This bag contains some spiritual bamboo water. When combined with the pills, Miss Lu should recover fully within a short time." "Very well. Uncle thanks you on Rian's behalf." "Uncle, in that case your nephew takes his leave." Chen Lingtian had no intention of overstaying his welcome. After all, the young miss was still lying in the secret chamber. What was he doing still hanging around? Besides, his wife would not run away. Having completed his errands, Chen Lingtian naturally returned home to consolidate his cultivation. As the saying goes, reviewing the old knowledge leads to understanding the new. He had to accelerate his cultivation progress primarily to ensure his own safety, and mainly to help his beloved master improve his realm. Just now he had nearly called out the wrong title, almost exposing his true intentions. Was he already addressing her as his wife before the wedding had taken place? Fortunately, Father Lu was too consumed by love for his daughter to notice anything amiss, his thoughts entirely focused on his little girl's well-being. If he did not leave now, when would he? Stay for dinner. Chen Lingtian knew very well that at this moment he was Rian's medicinal catalyst. Without him it simply would not work. After Chen Lingtian departed, Father Lu stored the gifted items and first brushed off the Lu family members, saying Rian was fine, before proceeding alone to the secret chamber. Entering the secret chamber, the temperature differed drastically from the outside. Father Lu hurried forward, fearing another mishap. Seeing his daughter on the viewing couch, with a rosy complexion and good coloration, and after confirming everything was in order, the stone in his heart finally settled. He sighed deeply and spoke softly. "Your connection with young Chen, whether blessing or curse I cannot say. The old fox knew exactly what was going on inside. How could he not see through it? A few days prior he had specifically asked about what happened that day, but Lu Ruyan kept her lips sealed. He had guessed that something indescribable had occurred between the two, and after today's events his conviction only grew stronger. This matter was no simple affair. He only knew half the story. By the time he figured out, the rest grandchildren would likely already be running around. Meanwhile, Chen Lingtian had just arrived home. On the way, he recalled tricking his little ones into playing games and almost forgot about it. Just as he entered the house, he immediately plunged into the second heavenly realm. Standing before the Xiantai Hall, Chen Lingtian moved his mind, and the exact positions of the three little treasures became perfectly clear. He went ahead to the lotus pond, stepping on duckweed, until he reached the location of the fifth treasure. He bent down and slowly parted the large lotus leaf covering the little one. There a purple, soft, and adorable grape was floating in the water fast asleep. Chen Lingtian nearly burst out laughing. Wait, she could actually fall asleep like this. Thinking that second treasure was in the pill furnace and eighth treasure was under the table, both asleep, as well, truly a source of worry. Chen Lingtian calmly checked the panel information for the three little treasures. Third treasure, red date, bloodline, crimson flame, rabbit, human race, physique, flaming sun, king body, element, fire, cultivation, second stage, perfection. Fifth treasure, grape, bloodline, lon, rabbit, human race, physique, fishing, saint body, element, water, cultivation, second stage, late stage. Eighth treasure, honey bean race, sacred race, bloodline, immortal spirit, rabbit, physique, immortal, Tao, embryo, cultivation, none. Looking at the panel information, Chen Lingtian was shocked. How could this be so fast? Did the bloodlines transform? Could it be the power of this heavenly realm? Realizing this, he understood. It made sense now. But why did eighth treasure become a sacred race? Chen Lingtian decided to take a look himself. He first scooped Grape out of the water and held her in his arms. Grape's little head rested against his shoulders, swaying gently, yet she did not wake from such commotion. Before long he arrived before the immortal table in the great hall. Placing Grape on the table, Chen Lingtian bent down again and lifted the table curtain to peek inside. A fair-skinned, chubby little girl was lying on the ground in a deep sleep, drool pooling all around her. Chen Lingtian's eyes widened as he stared at the enormously enlarged eighth treasure, utterly stunned as a father. Tiny arms and legs shed rabbit, fur scattered everywhere, matted into a paste by Bean Treasure's drool. Unaware of what was happening, Bean Treasure opened her eyes and immediately let out a cry, ah. Chen Lingtian chuckled, stinky treasure, rabbit, daddy has found you. Seeing this, Bean Treasure bolted, muttering, rabbit daddy, you have to catch Bean Treasure to count. But Bean Treasure had not expected that she was no longer the same as before. Now she was a human baby. Still thinking you can run? Chen Lingtian spoke softly, reaching out with a large hand. Before Bean Treasure could even straighten her legs, her feet were pinned. Realizing she could not move, Bean Treasure resorted to using both hands and feet in a desperate attempt to break free. After a great deal of effort, her strength was exhausted. The little treasure then used her mind to unleash a loud fake wail of, rabbit daddy, you're cheating. Wah! Her whimpering was quite adorable. But it touched Chen Lingtian's heart, and he loosened his grip. To his surprise, the little treasure grinned mischievously and threw herself upright. Ow, it hurts. The little treasure's head bumped against the table edge, and she tumbled to the ground. Fortunately, the floor was covered with rabbit fur, or else the fall would have been hard. Chen Lingtian covered his mouth, barely suppressing his laughter. On the table, Pu Tao was awakened by the she first rolled to the other side, then let out a sigh, and finally opened her, but the scene before her was hazy and unclear. She slowly sat up, her fluffy forepaws eyes. A second look revealed to Pu Tao that Rabbit Father was there, and she cried out in alarm, ah, not good. It's Rabbit Father. Just as she finished speaking, she turned to bolt. But Chen Lingtian would not let the meat at his lips slip away. With a swift motion his hand shot out, and he bent halfway at the waist. His right hand quickly grabbed Pu Tao by the back of the neck. His left hand seized the damp little leg of the honeyed bean on the ground. With escape futile, Bao Mi Do yielded first, shouting, Do Bao admits defeat. Whisper, stinky bad father. Chen Lingtian released his hold on Do Bao. Pu Tao on the table opened her tiny mouth and said, Rabbit Father Pu Tao also admits defeat. Chen Lingtian then released his right hand. After a moment, Do Bao, clutching her head, crawled to her feet, pouting and looking at Chen Lingtian with a grievance. Her small hands involuntarily slid back behind her. The little one whispered, Rabbit Father, I'm sorry. Chen Lingtian heard this and thought he might have misheard Do Bao apologizing to him. What happened, Do Bao? He asked. The little one lowered her head, bowing to admit fault. Do Bao shouldn't be mean to Rabbit Father, saying Rabbit Father is smelly, saying Rabbit Father is bad. Chen Lingtian pulled Do Bao into his arms, speaking upright. To admit mistakes and reform is what good children do. This time Rabbit Father forgives you, truly. Do Bao's eyes lit up, her hands raised high, her feet dancing with joy. But in the next moment, Do Bao seemed to sense something amiss, and she looked at her two little hands. Her once short furry hands had grown long, pale, and hairless. She was stunned at first, then delighted, laughing. Rabbit father is Do Bao transformed like rabbit mother and elder brother? Yes, Do Bao is transformed. Chen Lingtian nodded in acknowledgement, pinching Do Bao's cheeks. Pu Tao stared blankly at the scene, feeling as if she were outside it, all out of place. Pu Tao hadn't expected that this chubby little one was Ba Mei Ao. At this moment in her heart she thought, after rabbit mother transforms, rabbit father often comes home, elder brother transformed, as well with sister Bai Kai by his side. Now Ba Mei is transformed, what about second brother and third sister? Have they transformed as well? But why can't I transform? Is it only when transformed that rabbit father will like you like rabbit mother? Pu Tao sighed softly, hopped down from the table. Her body felt heavy, she moved with heavy steps, and a sense of dejection rose quietly within. Pu Tao, Pu Tao. Someone called her name from behind. Pu Tao paused, it was rabbit father calling. She stopped, then quickly hurried forward. Chen Lingtian sensed something was off. He set Do Bao down and followed. Ahead, a violet rabbit ball sped along, but Chen Lingtian flashed faster. In an instant, he blocked Pu Tao's path. Little Pu Tao, what's wrong? Chen Lingtian crouched down and asked softly. Pu Tao stopped, not lifting her head. Two fluffy little ears drooped, looking dejected. After a long moment she managed, nothing. Nothing. Still saying nothing happened. What are you angry about? Chen Lingtian spread his hand wide and patted Pu Tao's little head, then said, your little mouth is almost touching the ground, and yet you say nothing happened. Is it because rabbit father disturbed little Bao's sleep, so you're unhappy? It's not. Either. As she spoke, Pu Tao's nose trembled, her eyes reddened, tears wavering in her eyes. She could not hold back a cry. Chen Lingtian saw this, and whispered softly, Pu Tao, you can tell rabbit father anything on your mind. Ooh, I will listen carefully. Wah. Rabbit father is Pu Tao. Very useless. Chen Lingtian was stunned, thinking this child is like this, there must be something wrong. Just as he was about to ask why, Pu Tao explained the reason herself. Rabbit mother transformed, elder brother transformed, now Ba may transform too, but Pu Tao is still like this. Pu Tao's voice grew softer, her little paws clenched, tears formed into beads along her fur, and dropped to the floor with a pat. She sniffed and continued, Pu Tao also wants to transform and wants rabbit father to hold me. With these words, Chen Lingtian finally understood why little Pu Tao acted this way. She had seen him close to Do Bao. He blamed himself for not keeping things even. You are all rabbit father and rabbit mother's babies. Transforming or not will not change the love between us. So, don't cry. Chen Lingtian wiped Pu Tao's tears, then lifted her up and said softly, little Pu Tao, have you forgotten who carried you to sleep before you woke? Pu Tao thought, and her ears reddened, her body warmed, and her heart leaped. Yes, rabbit father carried me when he held me. Do Bao, chubby and bouncing, followed along. She saw rabbit father holding Wu Jie and curiously asked, Wu Jie, did daddy bully you? Pu Tao nodded instinctively. Mido, not very flexible in mind, immediately said, rabbit father, you must not bully Wu Jie. You may bully Do Bao instead. Uff. Chen Lingtian couldn't hold back and laughed. Pu Tao and his arms laughed along, and Mido, not knowing why, joined in. The three of them beamed with joy. All right, now only your three sisters remain. You two have both been found by rabbit father. Then the game's rewards would be reduced, but now rabbit father is happy, so they should go look for the two. The two little ones initially resisted, but Chen Lingtian's words made them leap with excitement. Found them, rewards doubled. Rewards doubled. Good. The two little ones' minds not turning, hurried to say yes. Next was the search for the three treasures. In the great hall's furnace, Sambao red dates had long awakened. She huddled into a ball clinging to the furnace's top, where pills were stored, motionless. This position wouldn't be discovered for a while, and Chen Lingtian wouldn't point it out, for he still had matters to attend to. As daily training tasks proceeded, Hua Guang Ling Yuan moonlight spilled. A plump white rabbit munched on the fairy spirit radish in her hand, and flicked it behind her. Behind her, a pile of spiritual greens and cabbages lay scattered on the ground. The big white rabbit muttered in frustration, not tasty at all. I want juicy spirit leaves, and I want bamboo shoots. Damn it. Damn it. Not yet. Before she could finish cursing, a voice slipped in softly. Oh. Who is scheming against me again? Bring me a beating. Chen Lingtian pressed his lips against Bai Shui's, forcibly silencing her chattering mouth. Bai Shui's hands faltered, giving light punches at first before yielding. Yet Chen Lingtian's restless hands wandered freely, unable to keep still. In an instant, Bai Shui's face flushed crimson all the way to her ears. Lips met and parted repeatedly. Go away, Bai Shui called out, clenching her tiny fists to strike. Chen Lingtian swiftly caught her wrists, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. Wifey, please close your mouth, all right? At that moment, a sweet milky fragrance wafted from Bai Shui's body, rendering Chen Lingtian utterly captivated, his senses overwhelmed. Meeting those scarlet-dyed eyes, her skin a radiant blend of white and pink, her body temperature rising sharply, as though boiling water, she looked utterly enchanting. Pink tinged with white, glowing with pink. Chen Lingtian could wait no longer. He immediately transported them to the first heavenly realm, determined to cherish every precious moment. Time waits for no one. The immortal spirit bamboo hut second-floor bedroom. Chen Lingtian, held by Shui, closed his heart, surging with restless longing, breathing heavily as he said, "Wifey, shouldn't we start on our second litter?" And no. Hush. And so the listeners heard the dragons cry, "Ah." 5 days in the heavenly realm equaled but half a day in the outside world. At last the melodious sound of a system notification rang out. Ding. Detected that the bonded partner by Shui is nurturing a spirit embryo. System rewards 1 parenting gift package. Chen Lingtian, changed by Shui into fresh clothing as her original garments had been torn from their vigorous passion. Then, holding the dazed little Shui Bao, he leaped from the first heavenly realm to the second, arriving at the main bedroom of the grand hall. At that moment, the 3 rabbit kits spotted their parents and scampered after them in delight. The 3 little puddings called out in succession. Red Date, Rabbit Dad, Rabbit Dad. Is Rabbit Mom feeling unwell? Grape, Rabbit Dad, is Rabbit Mom sick? Honey Bean, Rabbit Dad, after hugging Rabbit Mom, I want a hug too. Chen Lingtian naturally could not tell the truth. Patiently he replied, Darlings, your Rabbit Mom is indeed feeling unwell, but Dad has already given her an injection. She'll feel better after a good sleep. Wait until Dad settles things, and then he'll come hug you. With that, Chen Lingtian carried his wifey into the master bedroom and placed her gently on the soft bed, covering her with a cool silk quilt. Before leaving, he couldn't resist planting a kiss on her little face, and when one wasn't enough, he added another. Mua. Chen Lingtian stepped out of the bedroom, closed the door behind him, and saw the 3 little ones hopping and laughing as they came running toward him. 8 Treasure Honeybean clung to Chen Lingtian's leg, speaking first. Rabbit Dad Bean, Bao wants a hug. 5 Treasure Grape was still somewhat reserved, her little head bowed slightly. Rabbit Dad, I want a hug too. 3 Treasure Red Date, neither fighting nor competing, sniffed. I'm the eldest sister, I won't compete with my younger sisters. Chen Lingtian squatted down, opened his big arms, and scooped up all 3 babies at once, making a shushing gesture. He whispered softly, Show, your Rabbit Mom is still resting. Do not disturb her. Rabbit Dad will take you somewhere else to play. The 3 little ones nodded in his arms. Such an adorable sight made this father's heart melt completely. Cradling the children, he exited the grand hall. Guiding the power of heaven and earth with ease, he recreated the image of an elementary school from his past life, crafting a cultivation-themed amusement park. Spinning Pegasus rides, vegetable-themed bumper cars, roller coasters, Ferris wheels, trampolines, water parks. The little ones, innately clever, learned how to play within just a few demonstrations, their little faces beaming with joy as they played enthusiastically. Rabbit Dad, I want to play in the water park. All right. Bumper cars. Trampoline. All right. One request after another, and Chen Lingtian agreed to every single one. When it came to his own daughters, he was endlessly patient. The 3 babies hopped and played with unrestrained glee. Watching his daughters play happily, Chen Lingtian quietly slipped away and returned to the origin world. Before departing, he inspected the cultivation progress of those rascal boys and found each of them diligently improving. The eldest son had already reached the spirit nourishment stage, the second son had perfected body tempering, and the 4th, 6th, and 7th sons had all attained body tempering. Finally, Chen Lingtian specially went to check on Fish Bao and found him still in deep slumber. A closer inspection revealed that the scales on Fish Bao's body were far more vibrant than before. His belly was also beginning to swell slightly. It appeared that some time still remained before he would give birth to a dragon son. His so-called master Yi Qingxian was still cultivating. Chen Lingtian had already told her that she could call for him whenever she wished to emerge. Exiting the heavenly realm, Chen Lingtian had barely stepped half a foot out of the courtyard when he saw Manager Fu arrive, weary from his journey. Young master, the young miss from the Xia family is waiting for you in the great hall. Is it Xiaohe? Chen Lingtian asked in confusion. He distinctly remembered that the Xia family had long ago sent someone to escort Xiaohe away. Why had she returned? Manager Fu nodded. Indeed. Young Miss Xia, didn't she return to the imperial capital? Why is she back? Chen Lingtian pressed further. This old servant does not know the full circumstances, but it appears her uncle General Xia Jiuan accompanied her this time. I see. Without delay, Chen Lingtian headed straight for the great hall. Meanwhile, within the Wangfu Grand Hall, Xiaohe sat upon a chair listening to her uncle and the prince converse idly while waiting for one particular person. Father, Uncle Xiaohe. Chen Lingtian stepped into the great hall and performed a respectful greeting. Nephew Chen, truly a man of distinguished bearing and noble countenance. Xia Jiuan praised. Brother Xia, you flatter the brat. In daily life, he's a good-for-nothing who refuses to study. No amount of persuasion will move him. Chen Yin chuckled. He then ordered, Lingtian, take Xiaohe for a walk first. You two haven't seen each other in so long, it's only fitting you catch up. Yes, father. This son understands. Xiaohe's face flushed crimson in an instant. She lowered her head slightly, her hands involuntarily clutching a corner of her dress. Chen Lingtian walked directly toward the seated Xiaohe and spoke softly, "Let's go." "Yes." Xiaohe's voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum, smaller than small could ever be. Once the two had departed, the grand hall fell into solemn silence. Then one by one various military lords from across the great Yin state entered. Chen Lingtian sat high upon the hall, his voice deep and resonant as a bell. "Gentlemen, with the demon clan launching a massive southern advance and the armies of the 5 imperial dynasties gathering here, our great Yin must advance and retreat as one. Remember, do not act on your own initiative. Now let us begin to discuss troop deployments and strategies." General Xia Juan spoke first. "Our Xia family army is willing to station itself in the western suburbs of Nanyang to resist the demon tide as it surges forward. Marquis Dongping Yang Xie, defend the eastern position. Capital Military Commander Yang, willing to align with the north with cavalry striking directly at the demon army's main force." At Nanyang Ting Lake the wind rustled bleakly. Chen Lingtian stood still and said in a deep voice, "Brother Wei Yang, meeting again after a brief parting feels like waking to a new reality. Should I call you brother today, or should I call you Miss Xia?" "I." Xiaohe lowered her head, remaining silent. Her eyes welled with a reddish mist at a loss for words. Chen Lingtian subconsciously checked her affection level. Name Xiaohe. Affection, 91 adoration. How could it be so high? Chen Lingtian was utterly bewildered. He had grown up calling Xia he his brother, sharing meals and lodging countless times. He never expected that she was actually a woman. Now that their brotherhood had suddenly turned into romantic affection, he who had always considered himself a fine man found it rather hard to accept. Yet now he was already a father with several bound wives. As they say, one can never truly return to the past. A brave man does not dwell on past glories. Since Chen Lingtian now knew she had always harbored a secret crush on him, he might as well go with the flow. Transforming their brotherhood into romantic love would not let her deep devotion go to waste. "Wei Yang, since you are a woman, why did you keep it from me for so long?" "Why?" Xiaohe lifted her eyes, tears welling like flower buds. "Brother Lingtian, I only wanted to stay by your side forever. From childhood until now. I have always liked everything about you. I don't want to lose you." The more she spoke, the more her tears flowed. Chen Lingtian had never seen Xiaohe like this. Throughout their years of companionship, he had believed he knew her inside out. A strong-willed, straightforward brother turned out to be a woman in disguise. Could this be the ultimate love brain? Just to accompany someone, she had forced herself to play the role of a man disguised as a woman for over a decade. Chen Lingtian was dazed for a moment. Suddenly Xiaohe rushed forward, wrapping her arms around his waist from the front. She nestled herself deeply into Chen Lingtian's embrace, weeping. "Brother Lingtian, do you know? From the day I heard you were leaving Nanyang City to cultivate at an immortal sect, I kept wondering, why didn't I tell you sooner?" As she continued, her voice grew even more choked with sorrow. "I didn't want to stand in your way. I will wait for you. I can wait for you for the rest of my life." Xiaohe's words were soft, a desperate plea just to hold him back, or perhaps to force a connection. Tears fell like rain sliding down her sleeves. Chen Lingtian slightly raised his right hand. Thinking he was trying to push her away, he held him even tighter. "Oh." Chen Lingtian gently patted her head, causing Xiaohe to shudder involuntarily, letting out a soft cry. "I never expected that I, Chen Lingtian, would be this charming. If we had met like this from the very beginning, perhaps I wouldn't have gone astray. The current outcome was undoubtedly for the best. Can you let go now?" The little kitten in his arms shook her head, resolutely refusing to let go. If they parted this time, she feared they might never meet again in this lifetime. Seeing Xiaohe hold him even tighter, Chen Lingtian whispered, "Then I promise you, shall we become Dao companions?" "Yes." Xiaohe had agreed the moment she heard the first half of his sentence, but as the second half registered in her mind, her heart began to race wildly. "Brother Lingtian, what did you just say? Are you willing to become my Dao companion?" Xiaohe looked up, asking in utter disbelief. "Me? If you are unwilling, then forget it." "No, I am willing. MH. Chen Lingtian's Adam's apple bobbed. Looking at the tear-stained beauty before him, he sealed their love with a kiss. Xiaohe leaned into him, offering no resistance, her chest rising and falling in waves. This was the feeling of a heart fluttering with love. The sun set in the west over the barren mountain. Xiaohe gazed forward longingly. Not far away, the silhouette of a man was drifting further and further. She wanted to call out his name, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not speak, nor could she make a sound. Lifting her feet, even if they felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, she struggled desperately to move forward. Yet, at the very moment they were closest, she tripped and fell into the mud. The road ahead was long. The man did not notice the sound behind him. He did not look back, continuing on his way. The distance between them grew wider. Xiaohe felt a knife twisting in her heart as disappointment and hesitation surged within her. Blood and tears came hand in hand. Even so, she refused to give up. She raised a blood-stained hand trying to reach him, but the figure in her sight had already dissolved into the darkness, vanishing completely. Brother Lingtian. No. Xiaohe woke up abruptly from her nightmare, crying out in panic. A layer of fine sweat broke out on her forehead, gradually condensing into tiny beads that slid down her temples, gathering at her chin before finally dripping onto her skin. What's wrong? Chen Lingtian asked. Brother Lingtian, I'm fine. It just feels so surreal. Tell me, is all of this a dream? A dream? Chen Lingtian curled his lips into a smile and wrapped his arm around Xiaohe's slender waist, instructing her, hold on tight to me and do not resist with your mind. All right. Chen Lingtian chanted in his heart, bond. Bond target Xiaohe. System verification successful. Bond established. Grotto Heaven transit. In an instant Xiaohe felt a sensation, but she chose to trust him and did not resist. In the blink of an eye they arrived at the first Grotto Heaven. Green grass, emerald bamboo, and a celestial bamboo house. Chen Lingtian carried Xiaohe into the bamboo house. It was spacious with many rooms, and each room was occupied by only one person. Bai Shui and Ru Yin did not share the same bed. Chen Lingtian was very strict about this. He had no such vulgar taste, perhaps it was a form of psychological fastidiousness. A single room could not house multiple female leads. At this moment Xiaohe slowly opened her eyes in his arms, only to find that everything before her had changed, as if she had entered another world. Where is this? In a dream. Chen Lingtian pressed down on her. Xiaohe laughed mockingly at herself. So all of this really is a dream. I never woke up at all. Brother Lingtian. Am I about to die? Can you grant me one wish before I pass away? What is it? Take me. All right. Undressing her in one smooth motion, Chen Lingtian was exceptionally adept. Having done this many times, he was naturally comfortable and skilled. The clear spring rippled, and the drums beat softly. Chen Lingtian navigated familiar paths, executing every move with effortless mastery. His myriad techniques were second nature, displaying immense experience. Amidst the rising cries and surging waves, Chen Lingtian restrained his strength, not using his cultivation base. Yet his sheer physical power alone left Xiaohe utterly helpless and enamored, collapsing limply by his side. Currently on the bed, Xiaohe was wrapped in a silk sash around her abdomen, her skin flushed with a healthy pink. Her breathing was steady as she fell into a deep sleep. Chen Lingtian stood up and went to the clear spring to take a bath, cooling his passion along the way. It seems I shouldn't push her too hard. Even without using his cultivation base, given his current physical strength, if Xiaohe had not undergone body tempering, she might have been broken. Ding. Detected bond target Xiaohe is conceiving a spiritual fetus. The system rewards a child-rearing gift pack. Chen Lingtian was overjoyed, excitedly punching the water, causing splashes to scatter and the clear spring to ripple. At the same time, on the bamboo bed, Xiaohe slightly opened her eyes. Her gaze was dazed as she whispered softly, a fleeting dream, yet it hurts so realistically. It has untied the knot in my heart. Before I die, to be able to rely on and unite with Brother Lingtian in complete honesty. Even if it hurts, it is worth it. If only this dream of life and death could last a little longer. With that, Xiaohe sank into a deep slumber. During this time, her internal organs began to receive reciprocal nourishment from Chen Lingtian's essence. Coupled with the nurturing warmth of the celestial bamboo house, her cultivation base also quietly climbed. Her emerald spiritual physique broke through its cocoon like a butterfly, tempering jade into body tempering perfection. Within the Grotto Heaven, a Bodhi fruit fell. Nearby, the little leopard cub, who had been silent for a long time, lay prostrate beneath the tree as the 3 golden patterns on her forehead lit up simultaneously. At this very moment, the central golden pattern, which had previously been dim and lusterless, unexpectedly burst forth with an even more dazzling golden light. Yunling opened her eyes, her golden pupils shifting subtly as an invisible power surged from the depths of her heart. Spiritual energy from all directions surged like a returning tide, gathering at her brow. With her concentration now as solid as an impregnable fortress, and the 3 patterns shining in unison, her destined divine ability, heaven peering, was fully realized, causing her cultivation to leap to the threshold of the fortune realm. With a stir of his mind, Chen Lingtian guided himself with his spiritual sense and instantly materialized where the little leopard cub was, opening his heavenly eye of the delusion-breaking divine pupil. Name Yunling. Bloodline Mengji incomplete. Cultivation peak of heaven peering 10th layer. Innate divine ability heaven swallowing. Talent divine ability spatial leap. Heaven gifted divine ability adept concealment. Current status bloodline awakening. An ancient ferocious beast. Mengji. Chen Lingtian exclaimed in wonder. He had previously read about them in the Imperial Library, which recorded many ancient exotic beasts. Mengji, the ancestor of leopards, shaped like a leopard with markings on its forehead and a white body. It is adept at concealing itself, and its cry sounds like its own name. Immediately after Chen Lingtian investigated closely heaven-gifted divine ability, adept concealment. completely conceals demonic chi aura and physical form. When lying still and hidden, none but those with great divine abilities can detect it, and it is imperceptible to spiritual senses. No wonder. Chen Lingtian muttered to himself. No wonder he had rarely noticed the little leopard cub. She must have possessed some concealment talent even before this. It was just that it hadn't fully awakened. Her heaven-gifted divine ability directly inherited the innate ability of her ancestor the Mingji. On top of that, this little fellow also possesses the talent divine ability of spatial leap. Concealment paired with space. This is simply a natural-born hunter. It is truly terrifying. If allowed to grow, she might become impossible to control. Chen Lingtian appeared before the little leopard cub and said in a deep voice, "Little fellow, you've eaten so many of my things here. How do you plan to pay me back?" I didn't." Yunling stammered, lacking any confidence. Even the tiny ears on her head drooped down, her guilty conscience written all over her face. Ha ha ha. Chen Lingtian laughed. "Since you don't want to admit it, then I shall. I admit it. It was all me. Let me out. I will have my imperial father compensate you. Oh, aside from the other things, that unripe bodhi fruit you just swallowed is worth astronomical sums. Even if I sold you, it wouldn't cover the cost. I can make an oath. I will definitely compensate you double for these spiritual items in the future." "That won't do. I want it now." Hearing this, Yunling gritted her teeth and said, "You humans are so cunning. I've already agreed to swear an oath to pay you back double. What more do you want? Do with me as you please." She opened her mouth wide and shouted word by word as of, "Right now. If you want money, I have none, but if you want my life, I only have one." Chen Lingtian thought to himself, this little cub is so tiny and her voice is so soft, yet her words are surprisingly tough. He feigned a cold voice, soft voice but tough talk. "I wonder if you truly do not fear death, or if you are just putting on a brave front." With that, Chen Lingtian retrieved a small, white-bladed knife from his system storage. It was merely a mortal-grade tiger tooth blade. He felt that this small knife closely resembled the white tiger dagger, so he had kept it in his system storage as a keepsake instead of disposing of it. Now he brought it out to scare the little fellow. Consequently, the moment the little leopard cub saw the white blade, she was terrified and immediately attempted to escape using spatial leap. However, this was Chen Lingtian's domain. He was the absolute master here, and the space was entirely under his control. No, don't. The little leopard cub exerted all her strength, but her talent divine ability was completely useless. She could only try to flee on foot. With a mere flash of his figure, Chen Lingtian caught her in an instant. "Running? Where do you think you can run?" Chen Lingtian hoisted the little fellow up. Suspended in midair, Yunling flailed her 4 tiny legs wildly. Did she seriously think she could still escape? Before long, the little fellow went quiet. Her face fell, her body went limp, and her desire to resist instantly vanished into thin air. She resigned herself to her fate. "Little fellow, run. Why aren't you running anymore?" Chomp. She threw her head back and bit down hard on Chen Lingtian's hand, only to feel as if she had bitten into a steel bar. She couldn't pierce it at all. Hurts. Yunling clutched her mouth and cried out in pain, her eyes turning red as she verged on tears. Chen Lingtian questioned, "Are you still going to run?" "No more running." "Then sign a great Tao contract with me." "No way. Imperial Father said that signing a contract makes you a servant. I am of the demon royal family. I will never submit to you." Yunling adamantly refused. She was the daughter of the demon emperor. How could she become a slave or a servant working like a beast of burden for someone else? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chen Lingtian beckoned with his finger. "Sign the great Tao contract and I won't kill you. You might as well just kill me." "I don't agree, so there's nothing to talk about." Yunling's attitude was resolute, offering no room for explanation. "Is that so? You haven't even heard the terms of the contract yet. Then tell me. If the terms are acceptable, I might not entirely refuse, but death before dishonor. Fine. There are only 3 points. First, we will sign an equal agreement. You cannot harm me in any way, and the same goes for me. Second, you will work for me for 100 years. "No way," Yunling whimpered. Working for 100 years? How was that any different from slavery? This damned human was truly insidious. "I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Third, during this period you must stay by my side and not run around." "No. Of course I will also protect you." Still no. Yunling understood clearly in her heart. Forcing her to stay with this human for 100 years. How was this not slavery? "In your dreams. I will absolutely never agree to this." Chen Lingtian was not angered. "Hear me out first. You must know your own ability to accelerate the growth of spiritual items. The job I'm giving you is to cultivate spiritual plants. That won't do either. 100 years is too long. Just 1 year." Yunling raised her paw, gesturing a 1 with her claw. "It won't be too late to make a fuss after I've finished speaking." Yunling replied in a low voice, "Fine, but 100 years is truly out of the question. My imperial father will be worried sick if I'm gone that long." Although she was a naughty child who had run away from home, she knew her father had her best interests at heart, so she didn't want him to worry. Following that, Chen Lingtian began to explain the job description to Yunling. During these 100 years you will help me cultivate the spiritual items in this domain. Your compensation will include free food and lodging. Furthermore, if you wish to go outside I can let you out, but you must keep this a secret and not leak a single shred of information. 100 years calculated by actual working hours. Chen Lingtian finished speaking. At this, Yunling also began to calculate. She could enter and leave at will, and she would get free food and lodging. Although 100 years was long, it wasn't overly lengthy. Her current lifespan was at least several centuries. Once she broke through to her father's level, living for 1,000 years would be no issue. Who knows when this human might kick the bucket? Even if he didn't die easily, he certainly wouldn't outlive her. Yunling knew well that humans did not live as long as the demon race. Besides, she was a gold-swallowing beast with food and lodging provided. She could simply devour all these spiritual items and refine them for her own use. She wouldn't have to pay back her debt, she would get a long-term meal ticket, and she would have a safe haven. What's more, she could still go outside. She could send a message to her father to let him know she was safe. Following this human wouldn't hinder her plans at all. The little fellow pondered deeply before finally speaking up. I've made up my mind. 100 years it is. However, I also have a condition. What condition? Chen Lingtian asked back. My condition is that if you kick the bucket, this place becomes my territory. Deal. Chen Lingtian agreed immediately. He wondered what kind of grand demand she would make, but for such a trivial request, he wouldn't mind even 10 more of them. It's a deal. Both parties swore a great Tao oath inscribed with their spiritual senses. The great Tao is formless, allowing the contract to be bound even within a grotto heaven. Thus, the 100 years referred to the time of the origin world, not the time inside the grotto heaven. Converted, that would be 1,000 years. At this moment, a smirk played on the corner of Chen Lingtian's lips. He raised his hand and patted Yunling's small head. All right, you are officially my employee now. Off to work you go. Humph. The little fellow turned away, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. Chen Lingtian thought, little brat, didn't I wrap you around my finger anyway? Once enough time passes, you probably won't even want to leave. With the lock-in effect coupled with the true fragrance law of human nature, even if Jesus himself came, it wouldn't make a difference.